Chapter 679. Stringent conditions. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, the tranquil, locking demon city awakened once more, returning to its former clamor. This serenity, however, was swiftly shattered by an overwhelming sense of oppression. The citizens were soon horrified to discover that the city lord's protective array had been activated, and the enforcement team stood at the ready. At the moment when Hao Chen and his companions entered the city lord's mansion, hundreds of figures clad in black had gathered outside. Each donned various martial robes, their expressions grave, exuding a menacing aura. It seemed that at a mere command, they would unleash their formidable prowess to breach the protective array of the city lord's mansion, reducing it to mere dust. Hao Chen had just emerged from the hidden teleportation array when he beheld this scene. He sent a message to Gu Yifei to discuss the unfolding events. Upon learning that the Blood God sect had discovered Tian Xingzi's retreat into the outer starry skies for healing and cultivation, they dispatched Elder Yu to investigate the Vice City Lord. Following the arrangements of Mo Yunzi, Elder Yu sent individuals to infiltrate the City Lord's mansion to gather information on the Vice City Lord, thereby discerning his intentions. Should they discover any signs of treachery from the Vice City Lord, the Blood God sect would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Of course, during this time, Hao Chen was absent, and Gu Yifei was covertly overseeing locking Demon City. Those who had infiltrated the City Lord's mansion were captured and imprisoned one by Gu Yifei. Among the crowd stood an elderly man with a head of mixed gray hair. He was Elder Yu of the Blood God sect. The two leapt into the air, and Gu Yifei casually pointed out the elder among the crowd. Hao Chen nodded and cast his gaze toward Elder Yu. From the aura radiating from Elder Yu, Hao Chen discerned that he was a cultivator at the late stage of spirit separation. After surveying the situation outside the City Lord's mansion, as they descended, Hao Chen introduced Yi Lingxiao and Xing Xiao Laozu to Gu Yifei. The two had already been apprised of Gu Yifei's circumstances and had learned about Hao Chen's experiences in the fourth layer of the enlightened origin realm. The four subsequently entered a small parlor within the City Lord's mansion. These are my esteemed seniors. I hope you may cultivate a bond, but for now, their identities must remain confidential, even from Xingyan Laozu and Song Haozhong Min. Hao Chen solemnly declared to Gu Yifei. He then produced a blank jade slip, channeling his magical essence to inscribe 10 characters upon it. He handed it to the three for their perusal and muttered to himself, "You wish to challenge me? Let us see how I shall outplay you." After passing it around, the three erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "How ruthless! How cunning!" Once they departed, Hao Chen transformed into a middle-aged man and ascended to the walls of the City Lord's mansion. Esteemed friends of the various sects, rather than standing outside in the cold wind, why not enter the City Lord's mansion for a respite and enjoy a cup of tea? Just as the citizens within the city were engulfed in anxiety, a booming laugh resonated from within the City Lord's mansion, carrying an intangible wave that instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere. It was the voice of the City Lord. Indeed, as these black-clad figures appeared menacing, how could the City Lord remain indifferent? Many people wiped the sweat from their brows, breathing a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the City Lord was nearly omnipotent, which explained the rapid rise of locking Demon City within such a short span of time. Although the men in black approached with great intensity, they would undoubtedly refrain from further chaos now that the City Lord had spoken. There was no need for tea. The law enforcement team should release the detained disciples, and this matter should be set aside. Otherwise, the demon-locked city would be destined to become a wasteland. An elder with graying hair stepped forward, lightly waving a treasured sword. In an instant, it pointed towards the lotus pond beside him, yet it failed to stir a single ripple. Was he merely a facade? Such a person dared to provoke trouble? Suddenly, the cacophony ceased. Moments later, the onlookers witnessed the elder soaring into the lotus pond. Gasp! They then discovered that the protective river had been encased in ice. It seemed that this visitor was not to be underestimated. What had led to the law enforcement team detaining certain sect disciples? For countless years, the sects, families, and the City Lord's manor maintained a non-interference policy, yet now, it appeared to have escalated into a matter of life and death. Those who were wise would hasten to release the disciples you have imprisoned, otherwise, today would be a day of reckoning. The renowned Elder Yu of the Blood God sect, known for his extraordinary prowess, appeared rather unremarkable in this encounter. "You wish for me to release the detained disciples? That may be feasible, but only if you agree to a condition." "What condition?" Elder Yu's eyes narrowed as he coldly regarded Hao Chen. "The conditions are inscribed within this jade tablet. You will see for yourselves." "Oh." There is another stipulation not mentioned in the tablet. What is that condition? Elder Yu inquired. You have cast a spell to freeze the lotus pond, but it seems not to be adequately frozen. The condition is that you must first vacate that spot. Otherwise, should the ice crack, you will find yourself submerged in the water. I trust you comprehend the implications of my statement? Hao Chen mockingly advised the elder, standing atop the ice of the lotus pond. Upon hearing Hao Chen's derisive remarks, Elder Yu found himself unable to advance or retreat. Standing upon the icy surface, he wore an expression of anger, frustration, and helplessness, his face a deep shade of blue as he stared at Hao Chen in silence. Hao Chen employed a technique to disguise himself as an ordinary person and appeared before the men in black. With a slight smile, he tossed a jade tablet into Elder Yu's hands, then lowered his gaze, awaiting the elder's response, his countenance displaying an air of complete control. He seemed entirely unconcerned that his conditions might be refused. Elder Yu, what precisely was the condition proposed? Observing the sudden pallor on Elder Yu's face, the crowd cast curious glances, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. The exchange for the blood shadow divine pearl. Otherwise, do not disturb me. Elder Yu spoke through clenched teeth, clearly perceiving this as an imposition. He then fixed a steely gaze upon the figure by the city lord's wall. The murderous intent was palpable, almost tangible, resonating with a faint, ominous clang. What? The exchange for the blood shadow divine pearl? A tremor ran through the crowd, their minds momentarily blank. As they regained their senses, they were engulfed in fury. They finally understood why Elder Yu, usually so composed, had turned such a ghastly shade upon reviewing the conditions within the jade tablet. The blood shadow divine pearl, a treasure of the blood god, sought for a millennium without a trace. The taste of the deputy city lord seems rather extravagant. Is it unreasonable for me to suspect that I am not a disciple of the blood god sect, seeking the blood shadow divine pearl for cultivation to enhance my prowess? For those who do not practice the techniques of the blood god sect, acquiring it would be futile. However, for Hao Chen, it holds immense significance. The blood shadow palm technique is cultivated by harnessing the vast energy contained within the blood shadow divine pearl. To obtain the blood shadow fist from the earth star, one must also utilize the energy of the blood shadow divine pearl for cultivation. Although the blood shadow divine pearl is in my possession, it is but a single pearl in this vast world. Perhaps in the fourth heaven, I might uncover some information and discover another blood shadow divine pearl. Hao Chen possesses his own cunning. Chapter 680. Shaking the mountain to startle the tiger. Others may be unaware of the preciousness of the blood shadow divine pearl, but Yi Lingxiao, the ruler of the Qianyuan realm, is well acquainted with its secrets. The primary reason the blood god sect sealed off the Qianyuan realm was to safeguard the blood shadow divine pearl. Following the ancient battle between immortals and demons, the blood shadow divine pearl was once acquired within the Qianyuan realm. Consequently, the two factions of immortals and demons reignited their conflict over this celestial treasure. The calamities of the Qianyuan realm over the millennia were also incited by the struggle for the blood shadow divine pearl between the righteous sects and the blood demon cult. A decade ago, the trace of the blood shadow divine pearl was rediscovered, yet its thief remains unknown, as does its fate. In Hao Chen's possession, the blood shadow divine pearl has been sealed within the space of a jade pendant. When energy is required, it is utilized within this pendant space. This jade pendant has formed its own realm, rendering the aura of the blood shadow divine pearl undetectable. Hao Chen has not allowed the blood shadow divine pearl to recognize its master, thus remaining oblivious to its mysteries. This treasure is also a spatial artifact, known only to those who refine it. However, this spatial artifact can only be stored by those who possess the blood demon techniques. Otherwise, it will be tainted. Practitioners of the blood demon arts experience a significant enhancement in their strength, while treasure stored within gain heightened sentience. The blood demon treasure in Hao Chen's possession remains shrouded in dust, sealed away, as he utilizes it merely as a source of energy. Elder Yu, the conditions outlined in the jade slip pertain to the secrets of my blood god sect's cultivation. I do not wish for them to be disseminated. Why did I inscribe them on the jade slip rather than proclaiming them atop the city lord's courtyard wall? My purpose in the fourth heaven is of utmost importance, known only to the Grand Elder. Should my secrets be leaked, one should be wary of their life. Upon finishing, a sudden wave of pressure swept over Elder Yu and the cloaked figures. Only Elder Yu, at the late stage of the spirit division, could maintain his stance, while the others were forced to bow under the weight of the pressure, with the weaker ones collapsing to the ground. Nevertheless, Hao Chen's display was momentary. He unleashed the aura of an early-stage major ascension practitioner, only to retract it swiftly to avoid harming the innocent. A practitioner of major ascension would not exceed a mere handful in the Qiyuan realm. Elder Yu, startled, tightened his grip, inadvertently shattering the jade slip. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not share the contents of the jade slip with anyone else, or I would not know how I might meet my demise." Yi Lingxiao, the ancestor Xingxiao, and Gu Yefei listened to Hao Chen's ramblings and could not help but admire his cunning. Adeptly speaking the language of men when among men and that of spirits when among spirits, Hao Chen rambled on, claiming to be a fellow cultivator of demonic arts and asserting that his presence here was due to a covert mission, urgently seeking a certain treasure. Having arrived in the fourth heaven, he had been employing the art of deception to alter his appearance and identity. Who could ascertain his true origin, or from which heaven he hailed? Meanwhile, Elder Yu had retreated from the icy surface back to his original position, activating the protective formation of the city. Henceforth, without my explicit command, the grand formation of the city Lord's mansion is not to be activated, lest we squander precious spirit stones. Fear not for my meditation. I shall see who dares to disrupt the peace of Locking Demon City. Should anyone dare to wreak havoc within the city Lord's mansion, I shall refine their soul. Humph. With a cold snort, he incapacitated several weaker cultivators. Even Elder Yu, at the pinnacle of the divine separation stage, felt a sharp pang in his consciousness. At that moment, Elder Yu and the cadre of black-clad individuals realized that the person entrusted by the Grand Elder, Tian Xingzi, was indeed extraordinary. Among the disciples of the Six Heaven sects, he was a figure of remarkable distinction. Would you send 3 representatives to the city Lord's mansion for a discussion? Hao Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on Elder Yu. Clearly, it was a matter that must be addressed, whether they wished to negotiate or not. No one was eager to engage with this domineering figure, as there might be unforeseen conditions attached. When Elder Yu, escorted by the head of the law enforcement hall, Chu Hongfei, arrived at the conference hall of the city Lord's mansion, they found the hall flanked by a fully armed guard from the city Lord's mansion. The law enforcement corps had since been rebranded as the Law Enforcement Hall, with Chu Hongfei overseeing 5 divisions: the Mansion Guard, responsible for internal security, the 4 gate guards, managing entries and exits of Locking Demon City, the internal enforcement team, maintaining order within the city, the external patrol team, conducting inspections in the surrounding areas, and the training grounds, overseeing all matters pertaining to the training arena. Additionally, a ceremonial honor guard, led by the hall master, had been established. At this moment, 24 Essence Dan cultivators stood at attention on either side of the Grand Hall, drawn from the ceremonial guard of the Law Enforcement Hall, comprising those who were not currently in seclusion. Following the reception of high-ranking officials from the Qianyuan sect, this formation had been retained. The solemn and austere conference hall of the city Lord's mansion featured only Hao Chen seated in the Lord's position, flanked by 20 cultivators of the transformation stage and several from the divine separation and integration stages. Previously, Hao Chen had conferred with Yi Xiaohan, the ancestor Xing Xiaoxiao, Gu Yefei, and Chu Hongfei, to devise a plan to instill a sense of awe in the Blood God sect. This incident was intended to convey a message to the major powers of the Qiyuan realm. Locking Demon City is not a place for anyone to act recklessly. Locking Demon City belongs to the Blood God sect, under the dominion of the Grand Elder. During the Grand Elder's seclusion, the Deputy City Lord holds full authority over all affairs of Locking Demon City. Elder Yu and the other 2 mid-level cultivators in black garb entered the conference hall, and upon witnessing the scene, they instinctively retracted their proud necks. It was no wonder Locking Demon City exuded such audacity. The Grand Elder had fortified it to such an impressive degree. It seems the sect master has underestimated the Grand Elder's meticulous cultivation of such formidable allies. Though Locking Demon City may not rival the top-tier powers, it is certainly sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with a second-tier sect. Please, take a seat, Hao Chen invited. As soon as the words left his lips, 2 guards stepped forward, bringing over a pair of chairs to place in the center of the hall, a good distance away from the imposing figure of Hao Chen. Shortly thereafter, 2 enchanting practitioners of the foundational realm emerged from a side door, pouring fragrant spiritual tea for the 3 individuals present. There were no tables set, nor were they provided with tea, indicative of the treatment afforded to those under scrutiny. However, in the eyes of Elder Yu and the others, this situation was akin to a high-level interrogation. I am the Grand Elder of the Blood God sect, Tianx Xingzi. appointed as the deputy city lord. During the years of his absence, I have managed the affairs of the demon-locking city. Hao Chen first established his identity, then turned to inquire of Chu Hongfei. Has the city lord not yet returned? He recalled that upon returning not long ago, he had seen Chu Hongfei in closed-door meditation and merely exchanged greetings before departing for the Wanqua Mountain. Upon hearing Hao Chen's question, Chu Hongfei respectfully replied, "Alas, the city lord, at such an advanced age, is always preoccupied, unable to devote himself to proper cultivation. What do you think, Elder Yu? What does the Grand Elder seek?" Hao Chen looked at Elder Yu, a hint of sympathy in his gaze. Could it be that he has gone to the third heavens, Qianyuan realm, in search of jade slips? Elder Yu abruptly halted his statement. Knight Ling Xiao and ancestor Xing Xiao were taken aback by this revelation. Prior to the breaking of the Qianyuan Great Formation's restrictions, only envoys from the fourth heaven could traverse between the realms. Now, with the sealing barrier shattered and the Qianyuan Great Formation's boundaries closed, the interface is open. If anyone detects a hint of this, the Qianyuan realm would descend into chaos. Knight Ling Xiao and ancestor Xing Xiao were no longer composed, hoping to hasten back to the Qianyuan realm and reopen the Great Formation's barriers. After a millennium of sealing, the cultivation of the Qianyuan realm practitioners had also been suppressed for 1,000 years. Just as he had entered seclusion, he was abruptly awakened by the steward of the city lord's manor, wasting precious top-grade spirit stones. What a waste, he lamented, turning to Gu Yefei. Is there still any spirit stone left in the Grand Elder's treasury? Oh, Deputy City Lord, there are no more top-grade spirit stones. The few that you used were the Grand Elder's reserves meant for activating the demon-locking city's formation, Gu Yefei replied after a moment's hesitation, quickly grasping Hao Chen's intent and fabricating an excuse. I have just emerged from my retreat, and you all rushed me to the courtyard. Elder, you merely came to pay a visit. You should have clarified before activating the formation. To obstruct someone entering the city lord's manor and making such a fuss, I thought there was a serious matter at hand. Deputy City Lord, it is entirely my fault. My fault. Chu Hongfei quickly descended from his position and knelt before Hao Chen, acknowledging his mistake. Activating the formation recklessly. You shall find a way to make up for the costs. Step back, Hao Chen declared sternly. Yes. Chu Hongfei immediately retreated, trembling with trepidation. Chapter 681. Urgency of the matter. Steward Yi, during my seclusion, has the city lord returned? Hao Chen inquired once more of Gu Yefei. In response to the deputy city lord, the Grand Elder has not returned. However, I have heard that he encountered a formidable enemy at Wanqua Mountain and was forced to flee into the outer starry void. Gu Yefei promptly stood to answer. Who dares? Who dares to confront me and my elder brother? I shall strike him down. Before Gu Yefei could finish, Hao Chen abruptly sprang to his feet. A potent pressure descended upon the vicinity, causing the table and chairs occupied by the three Rain Guardians to collapse. In their misstep, the trio tumbled to the ground, leaving them disheveled and covered in dust. Oh, my sincerest apologies. It was my fault. Hao Chen hastily expressed his regret. You too. Accompany me to Wanqua Mountain to see if we can gather any remnants of our opponent's aura. How dare they force my elder brother into the void of outer space? They seek death. Hao Chen then gestured towards Yi Ling Xiao and the venerable Xing Xiao Lao Zu. With that, the three swiftly exited the conference hall, soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. A voice echoed back into the hall, instructing, release them when the time comes, compensate for the damages as necessary. After leaving the city lord's office, Hao Chen and his companions departed from Locking Demon City, flying into the dense woods beyond. Earlier, they had overheard Elder Yu's careless remark about the Blood God sect, which had been covertly searching for the Blood Shadow Divine Pearl within the Qianyuan realm. Should the Qianyuan formation's seals be compromised, the consequences would be dire if the demonic sect colluded with the Blood God sect from beyond the realm. Yi Ling Xiao expressed his concerns. My encounter with you on South Yuan Island was to pursue the remnants of the demonic sect and its minions. Although we drove them into the open sea, where the Five Zong Alliance's cultivators chased them to South Yuan Island, we only managed to eliminate a fraction of them, while the majority escaped. Given the complexities of the sea, we had no choice but to withdraw. We must return swiftly and activate the Qianyuan formation's barriers. As long as the demonic sect and remnants do not conspire with the evil forces from beyond, it will be inconsequential. Hao Chen, listening to the words of the two elders, remarked with a nonchalant air, once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, their mindset elevates, allowing them to perceive issues from a broader perspective. The conflict between righteous sects and evil sects is a reflection of humanity's inherent dichotomy between good and evil. If the cultivation world were to lack any faction, progress would cease. It is through continual strife that we evolve. You devise a technique to counter mine, and I shall formulate a technique to counter yours. Let us return to the City Lord's office and directly teleport to the outer realm. We must be wary that the remnants of the demonic sect, cornered and desperate, may conspire with the forces from beyond, resulting in unforeseen circumstances. With that, Hao Chen resolved to return to the Qinyuan realm. Thus, the three altered their appearances and stealthily made their way back to Locking Demon City. The city's splendor, though unmatched by the grandeur of the central state within the Qinyuan realm, was of little concern to them as they had no time for leisure. An hour later, they arrived back at the City Lord's office. By this time, Elder Yu of the Blood God sect had already departed. Upon returning to the City Lord's residence, the trio settled into a modest sitting room. Just as they took their seats, Gu Yefei and his son Chu Hongfei entered the room. After Hao Chen and his companions had left the conference hall, Gu Yefei and Chu Hongfei, adhering to Hao Chen's directives, began to interrogate the 7 black-clad cultivators at the nascent soul stage and 2 at the transformation stage who had infiltrated the City Lord's office for intelligence gathering. Under the coercion of Chu Hongfei, Elder Yu expended a considerable sum of spirit stones to compensate for the damages to the City Lord's office, ultimately securing the release of the 9 individuals and retrieving their storage rings. Certainly, the valuable items within the storage rings had long been confiscated by Gu Yefei and Chu Hongfei, embodying the unspoken rules of the realm of cultivators. Those who venture forth on special missions typically leave their precious belongings within their cultivation chambers to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Alas, the misfortune befell these 9 individuals, who entered the Lord's manor in groups of 3 from different corners, unaware that the ethereal guardians accompanying the high-ranking officials of the Qinyuan sect had dispersed after leaving the demon-locking city, only to stealthily return to the Lord's manor. The moment the 9 cloaked figures of the Blood God sect stepped into the manor, they were immediately detected by the ethereal guardians. Hao Chen had already calculated that the Grand Elder, Taiyang Xingzi, had retreated into the outer realms. Individuals from various factions frequent the demon-locking city to gather intelligence from the Lord's manor, prompting him to seek assistance from the Qinyuan sect. Here are the resources for cultivation as compensation. Please take a look, said Chu Hongfei, extending the storage bag to Hao Chen for inspection. No need. You may keep these items as resources for your cultivation, Hao Chen replied. Remember, in my absence, should you encounter any crises, promptly activate the protective formation. You have executed your duties exceptionally well this time. Of course, Hao Chen would not extend praise to Gu Yefei. Yes, I shall certainly endeavor to fulfill my responsibilities. Chu Hongfei responded with excitement. It is not merely about fulfilling duties, but rather about governing the demon-locking city. In the future, delegate more to your subordinates and focus your energies on cultivation, Hao Chen advised. He then introduced his 2 esteemed seniors. In my absence, should you require assistance, you may consult them. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Chu Hongfei immediately knelt in reverence. Knight Ling Xiao and the ancestor Xing Xiao were already aware of Chu Hongfei's identity, and they would undoubtedly return to the demon-locking city in the future. Each of them retrieved items suitable for cultivation at the Yuandan realm from their storage bags and presented them to Chu Hongfei. Hongfei, with the Lord Taiyang Xingzi's retreat into the outer realms, he is unlikely to return without my consent. Rest assured and take command of the demon-locking city with confidence. Hao Chen remarked meaningfully. Chu Hongfei, understanding that they had matters to attend to, took his leave. Once he departed, Hao Chen waved his hand to establish a barrier. Having just returned, he must leave again due to changes in the Qinyuan realm. I will handle the affairs of the Qinyuan realm before returning. During this time, I will rely on your efforts. Hao Chen then explained to Gu Yefei about the calamity caused by his advancement to the Great Ascension realm, which had triggered a heavenly tribulation that destroyed the sealing barrier. He summoned the 2 sisters, Gu Yun and Chu Qian, from the Jade Pendant space for a meeting with Gu Yefei. Subsequently, Hao Chen activated the teleportation array to the outer realms. Upon departing the Qinyuan realm, Hao Chen suddenly summoned the interstellar spacecraft and flew at full speed towards the Qinyuan realm. 7 days later, they arrived at the Qinyuan realm, reaching the ascending Immortal Valley. Were it not for the teleportation array to the outer realms, it might have taken half a year to return to the Qinyuan realm. Hao Chen stored away the interstellar spacecraft and, Alongside Knight Lingxiao and Ancestor Xingxiao, entered the control hall. Knight Lingxiao promptly activated the Qianyuan Great Array Barrier. Only then did the three of them feel at ease. And in order to ensure the safety of the Qianyuan realm, they set off on separate missions to investigate whether any uninvited guests from the outer realms had infiltrated the Qianyuan realm. The esteemed star-smiling ancestor oversees the reconnaissance of the Tianyuan continent, while Yi Lingxiao is tasked with searching the Tianwu continent, and Hao Chen is responsible for patrolling the seas. After establishing a means of communication, they commence their plans. Chapter 682. Shadows of Demons along the coast as Hao Chen parted ways with the star-smiling ancestor. The sun dipped below the horizon. He intended to find a resting place along the shore. Suddenly, he noticed an anomaly in the coastal area of the Blue Yuan Strait, 1,000 miles to the southwest, silently stowing away his starship. He transformed into a practitioner at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm and ventured forth alone to investigate. After the span of an incense stick, Hao Chen arrived at the location. What lay before him was a scene of chaos and smoke. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that demonic cultivators had conspired with foreign demons to launch an assault on a renowned righteous faction. In a concealed crevice of a cliff, a brightly lit cave buzzed with noise, and a familiar voice reached his ears. The siege of the Blue Lattice City had been successfully established. Perhaps encircling without attacking would minimize casualties to the greatest extent. A full frontal assault would undoubtedly lead to significant losses, and our numbers were already limited. A woman was heard analyzing the situation, stating that having crossed the sea, if they could not swiftly capture this city, they might find themselves in a precarious predicament. Indeed, the practitioners of the Five-Sect Alliance were hastily rushing to provide reinforcements. Although those of lesser cultivation posed little threat, this conflict was a drawn-out battle. Our combat strength was formidable, but we could not secure adequate supplies. Should the war prolong, the specter of defeat would inevitably manifest. It would be wiser to seize Blue Lattice City as a foothold and then proceed gradually. The defected practitioners would form the vanguard to breach the city. We would first gather cultivation resources within the city and unleash our pent-up frustrations. Within the cave, voices rose in fervent discussion, each expressing their opinions. Very well. Let us proceed as agreed. Tomorrow, we shall continue the assault on Blue Lattice City. All members of the cult, along with those defected practitioners, shall be divided into two groups. We will attack day and night in shifts, determined to capture the city within 2 days, declared a woman with finality. Could it be her? The familiar voice echoed in Hao Chen's mind, stirring a deep sense of unease. Within Blue Lattice City, the protective array was activated, and cultivators patrolled the walls. The ordinary citizens held torches, patrolling of their own accord. A woman stood before a window in a tower, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions as she witnessed the dire situation. She understood that the resources of Blue Lattice City were nearly depleted. The essence stones sustaining the protective formation had run out, and by midnight, the array would cease to function. The city was completely surrounded by demonic cultists, demons, and defectors, with not even a bird able to escape, let alone convey any messages. For days, the members of their blood-red trial team had tirelessly sent out distress signals, yet all attempts had met with silence. At that moment, amidst the raging flames of war, Blue Lattice City held no glimmer of hope. Ever since entering the city, the cultists had encircled it, and escaping had become a fragment of a dream. Gazing into the vast expanse where sea met sky, she wondered, where could he be? As the door was gently knocked upon several times, a young maid at the Qi refinement stage turned and opened the door, revealing a youth dressed as a servant. Are the esteemed seniors, Hao Ying and Su Mu, residing here? The youth inquired. Indeed. Su Mu promptly nodded in affirmation. Lord Luan Yu has sent me to invite you both to his residence for a discussion. The youth sighed with relief and produced a letter from his bosom, handing it to Su Mu. A discussion at the Lord's residence? Surely, that is but a pretext. The true intent lies in inquiries and resolutions, does it not? Su Mu mused, having no prior acquaintance with the Lord of Lan Luo City, but recalling a mention from the young lady upon his entry. The Lord stated that if the esteemed seniors did not come, he would personally pay his respects. Perceiving Su Mu's skepticism, the youth hastily clarified. In that case, I shall accompany you. The hour was growing late. You two should return to rest. I fear I may not return tonight. Should any urgent matters arise, I shall arrange for someone to notify you. This woman was, of course, Hao Ying. Since Hao Chen's departure from the Tianyuan continent, the remnants of the demonic sect had fragmented. She cast a glance at Su Mu and then instructed the two young maids in the room who were also at the chi refinement stage. In a bid to eradicate the nefarious remnants of the demonic sect, the Five Sects Alliance had resolved to mobilize various forces across the Tianyuan continent to partake in the purge. The Fengming Town Cultivators Guild was no exception. Hao Yuan Hall had undergone a transformation, now brimming with talent. With dozens of foundational cultivators, Hao Yuan Hall had ascended to the top 10 powers within Fengming Town, securing its position in the local guild. 300 cultivators were summoned to aid in the eradication of the demonic sect's remnants. With 10 from Hao Yuan Hall forming a dedicated team, the number of participants being flexible. Naturally, Haoing assumed the role of the team leader, while Elder Su Mu gracefully stepped back. Having concluded their discourse, Haoing and Su Mu followed the youth outside. Upon exiting the inn, the trio traversed 2 lengthy streets, arriving at the gates of the lord's residence. Despite being the abode of a prominent lord, it appeared rather modest at first glance, lacking in opulence. After all, Lanluo City was situated along the Blue Yuan Strait, a port city with easy access to prosperity. Constructing a grand lord's residence would be a trivial endeavor. Thus, it seemed that the city lord was indeed a person of integrity, though this was not something previously mentioned to them. Inside the lord's residence, the conference hall was filled to capacity. As Haoing and Su Mu entered, a middle-aged man, at the peak of the transformation stage, stood from the central seat. We have heard of Hao Yuan Hall's accomplishments in Fengming Town. Given the dire situation in Lanluo City, your arrival offers us much-needed guidance. We humbly request your insights. The assembly rose in unison, bowing in earnest. Esteemed members of Lanluo City, we are but humble practitioners, unworthy of such accolades. Furthermore, our contributions to this gathering have been meager, with more defeats than victories, Haoing remarked, scanning the crowd of distinguished individuals before him, and graciously gesturing with humility. The fairy need not be modest. You are indeed of the Hao family, and we are all well aware of this. Now that the fairy has arrived, you must devise a plan for us. Once we repel the forces of the demonic sect, Luan Hao will gladly toil in gratitude for your kindness. A young man emerged from the crowd, spirited and exceptional in demeanor. Upon introducing himself, it was evident he hailed from the Luan family as well. Haoing remained silent, and the hall fell into a profound hush, all eyes eagerly awaiting her words. Forgive my inadequacy. At present, the city of Lanluo is besieged by the demonic sect, with not a drop of water able to escape. Should they launch a vigorous assault, no matter how fortified Lanluo may be, it could not withstand for long. After a lengthy silence, Haoing shook her head and sighed. Even a stealthy raid on the enemy camp or a mass breakout is nearly impossible. The combat prowess of the demonic sect is beyond our imagination. Once engaged, the outcome would be apparent. Indeed, we have clashed with their soldiers a few times recently, but each encounter has resulted in significant losses on our side. Were it not for the height of our walls and the depth of our moats, we would have likely been annihilated by now. Before Haoing could finish, someone in the crowd responded. I am now merely perplexed as to why the demonic sect has not yet attacked the city. Haoing voiced her suspicions. I believe the demonic sect has completely encircled Lanluo, and their strategy is to wait a few days before launching an assault. In doing so, the city will inevitably suffer from a lack of water and food, which is, indeed, a clever tactic. The demonic forces have created a formidable siege, seemingly poised for an attack, but perhaps they are wary of resource depletion, fearing we might outlast them. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, the lord of Lanluo City, Guan Yu, furrowed his brow and pondered. Could it be that the practitioners of the demonic sect also require provisions? Aren't practitioners supposed to be beyond the need for sustenance? How could they lack supplies? Guan Yu suddenly looked up at Haoing, inquiring with confusion. Practitioners are still human. Those with lesser cultivation do require food, albeit it consists of items imbued with elemental energy, such as spirit-gathering pills, spiritual grains, and the flesh of magical beasts. Moreover, unlike ordinary mortals who eat 2 or 3 meals a day, practitioners might only eat once every 3 to 5 days. Presently, the demonic sect likely suffers from a shortage of food and elixirs. If this delay continues, and supplies fail to arrive, they may collapse without a fight. Haoing patiently elucidated the living conditions of practitioners. Does this imply hope for us? Guan Yu, finally unable to contain himself, asked. We must hold our ground for one more day, exerting every effort to defend. All resources for cultivation must be employed to deliver a decisive blow to the demonic sect by tomorrow, Hao asserted with unwavering determination, her tone suggesting gravity rather than jest. Are we truly to defend with all our might for just one day? If the demonic sect assaults us the next day, would we not be doomed? The crowd murmured among themselves, perceiving Hao-Ying's proposal as somewhat extreme. The best strategy is to outwit the enemy. Surely the fairy must possess an alternative plan. Luan Yu, however, held a deep admiration for Hao-Ying and was filled with confidence in her abilities. Hao-Ying nodded, surveyed her surroundings, and then said to Luan Yu, "Let us move to the back hall for a private discussion." Luan Yu understood that Hao-Ying's caution warranted a secluded conversation, and thus they retreated to the back hall, where only the two of them remained. Luan Yu closed the door and turned to Hao-Ying, saying, "Lord Luan, you must immediately issue a secret order to conceal all the grain supplies within the city. Tomorrow, after the hour of the tiger, distribute thin porridge to the prearranged cultivators." But why is this necessary? Luan Yu felt that if they were to act in such a manner amidst the impending war, it would surely incite panic among the citizens. This is a ruse to mislead the spies of the demonic sect into believing that our city is low on supplies. Once they report back to young Master Xuedu, the demonic sect will undoubtedly devise their own plans. Tomorrow, we shall unleash our full magical prowess to inflict significant losses upon them. This will cause young Master Xuedu to hesitate in his aggressive assault, leading him to adopt a defensive stance while we await their missteps. If we do not proceed in this manner, I fear Hao City will not withstand even a single day. Once the demonic sect fortifies its defenses, we will have ample time to prepare. Prepare for what? Hao-Ying then retrieved an item from his storage ring. A cluster explosion talisman, he announced. A cluster explosion talisman? Luan Yu asked, astonished. Where did you acquire such an item? I obtained it in Shihai City. Its creation is quite simple. By gathering those skilled in talisman crafting, we can produce enough explosion talismans for the defense of the city, Hao-Ying explained, handing the cluster explosion talisman to Luan Yu. Very well. I shall endeavor to craft the talismans, Luan Yu replied as he accepted the item. Despite this assurance, Hao-Ying's expression remained anxious. What troubles you, esteemed one? Do you sense any issues with this plan? Luan Yu inquired, puzzled. When the time comes, I must request that you personally select a group of highly skilled warriors to defend and activate the cluster explosion talismans. Should formidable enemies breach the city walls, they must be willing to self-destruct alongside the foe, Hao-Ying stated. Upon hearing this, Luan Yu sighed deeply and turned away, silent. Hao-Ying understood that although Luan Yu did not voice his concerns, the dire circumstances left them with little alternative. After returning from the Lord's residence, Hao-Ying and Su Mu ventured to the city tower under the moonlight. The silvery moonlight bathed the large granite bricks, creating a serene and ancient ambience. Pairs of cultivators leaned against one another in the shadows, exhaustedly resting against the city wall. Even as Hao-Ying and Su Mu passed by, they remained oblivious to their presence. The broad and tranquil sea shimmered with a layer of silver, reflecting the moonlight in glistening fragments. While Hao-Ying was absorbed in the beauty of the ocean, Su Mu stood vigil at his side, duty-bound to protect him. For failing to do so would betray his loyalty to Hao Chen. Suddenly, Su Mu sensed distinct footsteps approaching from behind, heavy and suffocating. The chilling aura emanating from the newcomer hinted at malicious intent. Su Mu quietly gathered his strength. Are you here to admire the moonlit sea as well? Su Mu inquired, maintaining his composure. What a delightful interest, but I regret to inform you that I have no desire to admire it, nor to permit you to do so. Came a voice, low and hollow, as if attempting to mask its true nature. Is that so? I intend to continue my appreciation regardless of your wishes. Su Mu retorted defiantly. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected as a figure leapt into view, positioning themselves before Su Mu and swiftly striking with an open palm. The visitor, naturally, was Hao Chen. While Hao-Ying and Su Mu had yet to depart from the inn, Hao Chen had already sensed their presence. He subsequently shadowed them, ensuring their safety, as he intended for them to gain experience amidst adversity. Thus, he would refrain from intervening until their lives were truly endangered. How audacious to disrupt my endeavors! Utterly unaware of their own limitations. The cloaked figure retaliated with a palm strike, meeting Hao Chen's incoming attack head-on. The malevolent energy surged towards his hand, but Hao Chen swiftly descended to evade the strike. Of course, the palm strike he executed merely reflected his prowess at the late stage of the Yuandan realm. Blood Demon Hand. The cloaked figure countered, unleashing a deadly wave of dark energy that sealed off Hao Chen's escape routes. In response, Hao Chen concentrated his mana, conjuring a barrier of azure light to deflect the malignant force. With a crack, the ice shattered, dissipating the dark energy. After a brief exchange, both combatants retreated a few steps, evenly matched. Although Hao Chen was suppressing his cultivation, the 5 dantians within him continued to pulsate with vitality. After all, he was a formidable practitioner at the ascension stage. If he were to unleash his full power, he could undoubtedly inflict fatal damage upon this foe. Even if the adversary had attained the status of Demon Emperor, it would pose no threat to Hao Chen's resilient physique. Hao Chen emitted the aura of a seasoned adept, aiming to deter the group from retreating in fear. Should they scatter into the vast ocean and the innumerable islands beyond, it would be impossible to pursue them. To think that such trivial skills could challenge me is quite the miscalculation. Although Hao Chen had successfully countered the Blood Demon Hand, the figure's expression revealed no hint of frustration. Blood Poison Hand. The cloaked man let out a soft snort before continuing to unleash a more formidable technique, capitalizing on the residual momentum from their earlier clash. Flame Hand. If you persist with your palm strikes, then I shall entertain you with the Demon Slayer Hand, a conjured manifestation of palm techniques. Thus, they exchanged blows, each strike met with the other, devoid of earth-shattering noises. The magical energies they wielded were no less impressive than any divine secrets or mystical arts. At this juncture, Hao Chen adeptly countered each strike, dismantling the incoming palm imprints with utmost finesse. Had a practitioner of lesser strength faced the cloaked figure, they would have surely succumbed to the ferocious assault. With a resounding crash, the two continued their fierce battle, unleashing their full potential without reservation. They had now fought from atop the city walls to the outskirts. As their fierce conflict escalated, a growing crowd of onlookers began to gather. The thunderous sounds generated by their clashes echoed incessantly in the ears of the spectators. Chapter 684, Moonlit Combat, Part 2. The intensity of their fight ignited flames within them, and their cultivation surged amidst the fray. As they clashed once more, the cloaked man suddenly unleashed the might of the late Yuanying stage, exerting pressure upon Hao Chen. Demon Blood Hand. Although the cloaked figure outwardly displayed an air of arrogance, dismissing Hao Chen entirely, deep within, he remained acutely aware of the threat posed by his opponent, wary of the dangers lurking in his overconfidence. Therefore, he once again summoned all his strength, executing the lethal move of the Demon Blood Hand. Suddenly, a colossal hand, shrouded in a heavy illusion of crimson light and bearing the oppressive aura of a late-stage nascent soul, descended upon Hao Chen, enveloping him in its ominous shadow in an instant. The Blood Flame Hand. Despite the immense threat posed by the impending bloodied hand, Hao Chen remained unflinching, immediately channeling his energy to ascend to the late-stage nascent soul realm. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he cast a hand seal to meet the oncoming demonic hand. Boom! As both nascent soul masters unleashed their full might, the battlefield erupted into chaos, with a torrent of spells and shockwaves colliding and tearing through the fabric of the void. Anyone lacking the extraordinary prowess of a formidable cultivator would certainly suffer grave harm if they ventured too close to the fractures created by their clash. Bang! Under Hao Chen's fierce counterattack, the black-clad figure's blood hand lost its former invincibility and grandeur. Before it could unleash its true power, it was completely shattered by the force of Hao Chen's palm strike. Excellent, once more. Having successfully turned the tide, Hao Chen no longer found himself at the mercy of his adversary. With a resounding battle cry, he unleashed two formidable killing techniques, pressing the assault upon the black-clad figure. The Shattering Cloud Fist. Having successfully dismantled the black-clad figure's blood hand, Hao Chen seized full control of the battle, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. How infuriating! The black-clad figure shouted in frustration as he witnessed Hao Chen's relentless advance. The Chaotic Demon Fist. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad figure abandoned the blood hand, opting instead for a furious onslaught of fist techniques, launching a deadly counterattack. The Demonic Explosion Fist. As I alter my approach, so shall I change my tactics. Watch as I bring about your demise. Hao Chen infused his fists with the power of lightning, though the force he exhibited appeared rather ordinary. Lacking any extraordinary manifestations, its lethality was undoubtedly the most enigmatic. Should he land a blow, the consequences would be dire, igniting the very garments of his foe. In combat with female cultivators, the technique he devised, the Demonic Explosion Fist, would rightfully be termed the Demonic Lightning Fist. The highly concentrated demonic lightning fist posed the greatest threat to the black-clad figure. Regardless of his unwavering confidence in his own strength, he dared not underestimate it. Thus, upon recognizing the imminent peril, the black-clad figure swiftly summoned his defensive treasure, the chaotic demon shield, to counter Hao Chen's demonic lightning fist, leaving no opportunity for a surprise attack. The blood hand, no longer able to rely solely on fists. The black-clad figure promptly prepared his defense, intercepting the feared demonic lightning fist with the chaotic demon shield. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, once again conjuring the blood hand to strike furiously at Hao Chen. A chilling, thunderous roar resonated as the demonic lightning fist clashed with the blood hand in the void. A tremendous shockwave erupted, surging forth with relentless intensity in all directions. Waves of tumultuous energy crashed one after another, creating a maelstrom that compelled the onlookers to stagger slightly, retreating several dozen paces in haste. The immense power contained within was unmistakably evident. Only those of the highest caliber, possessing formidable cultivation, could hope to stand their ground. Hao Chen observed the cloaked figure employing an arcane technique known as the blood magic, which transformed seamlessly across 9 forms: blood hand, blood devouring hand, blood capture, and blood fury. Once both combatants unleashed their true strength, Hao Chen held nothing back. He immediately called upon all the esoteric skills and mystical methods he had mastered, launching a fierce assault on his adversary. Hao Chen's techniques were intricate and diverse, unlike disciples of a sect who typically focused on a singular method of cultivation, honing a spell from its rudimentary form to fruition and relying on it for sustenance. Hao Chen integrated an array of mundane martial arts with various elemental attributes to confront his opponent. He viewed the cloaked figure as a training partner, intending for Ing and Sumo, along with other practitioners from Tianyuan continent, to observe the encounter. As a cultivator, one should not be confined by the rigid frameworks of spells. Adaptability is essential for overcoming foes. He executed a series of techniques: horizontal fist, burst fist, demon explosive fist, thunderclap palm, dragon transformation palm, and demon slaughter hand, deliberately refraining from employing the blood shadow palm, a technique too tyrannical in nature. Each spell and technique he unleashed radiated a fierce aura, brimming with formidable energy that astonished the spectators. They marveled at the realization that spells could be wielded in such a manner. The amalgamation of mortal martial arts infused with cultivator's power could be utilized so innovatively. The intensity of the clash captivated the onlookers, transforming the battleground into a spectacle of observation. Naturally, the cultivators from Luo City stood atop the city walls, while the practitioners of demonic arts maintained a distance, observing the fierce conflict from 100 yards away. The cloaked figure did not yield in the face of Hao Chen's diverse techniques, engaging in a relentless duel, with the air around them shattering under the pressure of their confrontation. The atmosphere was thick with swirling demonic energy and the palpable essence of blood, punctuated by countless flashes of thunder and lightning that traversed the void, exuding an extraordinary aura. The continuous roar of their magical energies echoed in the ears of the crowd, each explosion sending tremors through the ground. The retreat of the audience highlighted the sheer might of the spells being wielded by both combatants. Despite the fierce and perilous nature of their brutal struggle, the cultivators remained cautious, refraining from reckless actions. Both combatants ascended from the Yuan Dan realm to the Yuaning realm, and from there, they progressed into the transformation of spirit realm. Until now, the powers wielded by the two individuals have transcended the realm of human comprehension, surpassing even the levels that cultivators of Blue Luo City should possess. Such extraordinary prowess cannot be countered by ordinary practitioners, who would surely fall to them in mere moments. From the fray, Hao Chen discerned that the figure in black possessed the strength of a mid-stage spirit separation practitioner, yet he was undoubtedly not from the Tianyuan continent. Chapter 685, A Moonlit Duel, Part 3. At this moment, the moon was descending, its dimming light casting a desolate hue across the sky. The two had battled fiercely since midnight, yet the figure in black had gained no advantage. Growing increasingly agitated, he had boasted of assassinating the high-ranking cultivators of Blue Luo City, recently breaching a gap in the city's protective array to infiltrate. However, before he could initiate his attack, he was discovered. The assassination failed, and he found himself ambushed. Frustrated by the relentless pursuit of his opponent, he sneered. "Do not think that such trivial skills can defeat me. Who shall perish? We shall soon find out." Hao Chen replied with a light chuckle. "Very well. Today, I shall send you to the underworld." The figure in black shouted coldly, suddenly drawing forth a pitch-black, malevolent magic blade, emanating an aura of dark energy, and charged at Hao Chen. Observing the shift in his opponent's demeanor, Hao Chen mused, "If you are changing tactics, I must oblige." Bloodthirsty rampage. The figure in black lunged forward, raising his blade high before delivering a frenzied downward strike. The manic blade light sliced through the air, reminiscent of a force capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. Devilish dance of the sword. Hao Chen cast aside his nonchalant demeanor, focusing intently as the devil's grief sword surged to meet the attack. With a resounding clash, the sword and blade collided, producing a piercing sound and showering sparks in every direction. The figure's formidable strength caused a numbing sensation in Hao Chen's arm. Previously, their confrontation had been a contest of long-range spells. Now, they were engaged in close-quarters combat. After the initial strike, however, the figure in black did not immediately follow up with a second attack. Instead, he exerted force with both hands, pressing down on Hao Chen's sword, allowing the wicked blade to glide along the edge, aiming for Hao Chen's body. "Die!" The figure in black roared furiously. "Impressive strength. But I wonder how long you can endure," Hao Chen replied casually. As his words fell, Hao Chen swiftly flipped his wrist and made a quick motion. The magic sword's aura skimmed along the edge of the figure's dark blade, racing faster than its opponent. With a hiss, the two weapons scraped against one another, sending sparks flying, as the devil's grief sword aimed for the figure's wrist. In a split second, the figure's eyes widened at the impending danger, and he hastily loosened his grip, causing the bloodthirsty blade to miss its target. Hao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The figure's reflexes were extraordinary, suggesting decades of experience that should have made it impossible for him to evade the magic sword. At this juncture, neither of the formidable adversaries resorted to spells. Instead, they engaged in a display of martial prowess. Each powerful figure exhibited the poise befitting their status, with one casting techniques while the other instinctively adapted. Now, as the figure in black unleashed martial techniques in a life-or-death struggle, Hao Chen was equally resolute in his response. The clash of these two titans resembled a street brawl, each exchanging blows with fervor. "It appears this individual is anything but ordinary," Hao Chen thought to himself. At that moment, the figure clad in black swiftly swept his left hand, seizing the long knife that had slipped from his grasp. With a tremor of his arm, a surge of energy was immediately released from his palm, enveloping the blade in an instant. "Receive another strike." The black-clad man bellowed fiercely, raising his long knife to strike down once more with fervor. The clash of blades erupted, producing a shrill metallic resonance. The chi, akin to the second force of a martial practitioner, empowered the wielder's strength to extraordinary levels. The terrifying force of the blow pushed Hao Chen back by half a step. Is he a dual cultivator of martial and magical arts? Hao Chen realized that the reason the black-clad man was engaging in this combat was due to his proficiency in both disciplines. "Indeed, I am a dual cultivator of martial and magical arts, but alas, it is fated that you shall perish by my hand," the black-clad man cackled madly. "Do you think I am not?" He sheathed the demon morning sword and summoned the slaughter immortal sword. With a jolt of his arm, he unleashed a portion of his chi, which slithered forth like a serpent, slowly coiling around Hao Chen's slaughter immortal sword. Witnessing this, the black-clad man's expression changed drastically. He dared not hesitate, and once again raised his knife to strike at Hao Chen. The sound of their blades clashing resonated continuously. The black-clad man swung his knife frantically, delivering blow after blow, with each strike shattering the blade's aura, only to rapidly regenerate. Streams of fragmented energy spread out like ripples in water from their swords. After a relentless series of 10 strikes, Hao Chen remained unperturbed. In contrast, the black-clad man's face revealed signs of strain, his wrist numbed and devoid of sensation. He felt that his opponent was not merely human, but rather a monstrous entity. "Is that enough? Now it's my turn." A cruel smile curled upon Hao Chen's lips. Observing the cold grin on Hao Chen's face, the black-clad man felt an ominous premonition. With a swift gesture, Hao Chen unleashed a sharp sword chi that sliced through the air, creating a blinding flash of cold light. The black-clad man felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he attempted to retreat, Hao Chen's sword speed was simply too swift. The sword chi grazed his chest, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone, blood splattering everywhere. The sword chi and blade aura repeatedly cut through the air, producing dazzling flashes of light, akin to a meteor shower. The black-clad man grew increasingly alarmed. The rapid sword chi made it nearly impossible for him to discern which strikes were real and which were illusions. In an instant, his black attire was reduced to tatters, riddled with cracks, resembling that of a beggar. Under the onslaught of Hao Chen's swordsmanship, the black-clad man found himself utterly defenseless. His face now bore not shock, but sheer terror. For centuries, he had never encountered anyone capable of executing such extraordinarily swift techniques. At that moment, the black-clad man's gaze flickered upward, spotting Hao Ying atop the city wall, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He understood that it was only a matter of time before he succumbed to Hao Chen. In a desperate bid to escape, he resolved to take a hostage. The woman atop the city wall was the enchanting beauty he had encountered upon infiltrating Lanluo City, and it was this desire for possession that had incited this violent conflict. As she admired the moon in the dead of night, it was evident that such a formidable protector was not to be underestimated. With this thought, the black-clad man charged fiercely towards the city wall of Lanluo City. Hao Chen had long since discovered that the city protection array of Lanluching had ceased its operations. The onlookers atop the city wall were entirely engrossed in the fierce battle below, oblivious to the peril they were in. Witnessing such a scene, a chill swept over Hao Chen's expression. If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I shall ensure your entire family pays the price. With a thunderous roar, Hao Chen transformed into a shadow, charging towards the cloaked figure. The cloaked assailant was remarkably swift, reaching Hao Chen's position in the blink of an eye, and without a moment's hesitation, brandished his blade. Startled by the sudden appearance of the assailant, Hao Chen's visage turned alarmed, and without delay, he raised his whip to counter the incoming threat. However, at this moment, the cloaked figure had already resolved to take a desperate gamble. Unfazed by the whip that struck his shoulder, the blade's arc was aimed directly at Hao Chen's waist. If that strike landed, the consequences would be dire. Damn it! Hao Chen's body sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Like a phantom, he instantaneously materialized beside Hao Chen, wrapping his arms around her waist and swiftly evading danger. Though Hao Chen's speed was remarkable, the assailant had struck first. The blade's arc still grazed Hao Chen's waist, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Seeing this, Hao Chen's countenance darkened. Under no circumstances could he allow her to come to harm. "Are you all right?" he inquired solemnly. "I'm fine," Hao Chen replied, biting her lip and shaking her head. Yet her delicate brows were tightly knitted, revealing a hint of pain. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. "Die!" The cloaked figure, seizing the moment as Hao Chen conversed with the lady, recklessly swung his blade, hoping to catch Hao Chen off guard. Alas, just as the blade was about to descend upon Hao Chen, he had not yet turned his head when the Levexian's sword soared up, colliding with the assailant's strike. Clash! The sound of metal striking metal rang out once more. "Since you seek death, I shall gladly escort you to it," Hao Chen declared coldly. Before his words had faded, he twisted his wrist, aiming a strike at the assailant's hand. Crack! The assailant's arm was mercilessly severed by the Levexian's sword. "Ah!" A wretched cry escaped the assailant as he vanished into the void, fleeing from the scene. In that instant, Hao Chen swiftly withdrew his arm, which now bore the storage ring, and leaped into pursuit of the escaping figure, quickly disappearing from sight. However, Hao Chen had no time to track the cloaked figure. With the arm intact, he had no doubt he could follow the lingering essence of the individual. Merely taking a detour, he quietly re-entered Lanluching. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the top of the city wall, where Hao Chen awaited. When the already disguised Hao Chen returned to Hao Chen's side, he had transformed into a peak-level loose cultivator. He pushed through the crowd to find Sumu supporting Hao Chen, who was attempting to rise. Hao Chen rushed to her side, eager to assess her injuries. Just as Sumu was about to intervene, a sudden voice reached his ears. "Brother Sumu, it's me. Let's return to the inn." With that, Hao Chen scooped up Hao Chen and swiftly departed from the city wall. Huh, why does this voice sound so familiar? It is indeed Hao Yin who has returned. Sumu was momentarily stunned, then swiftly flew to the inn. Upon arriving, Hao Yin waved his hand to set up a barrier, restoring his true form. When Hao Ying saw Hao Yin embracing her, she cried out in joy. After years of separation, they had reunited amidst the brink of life and death. "Do not cry, do not cry. I have returned," Hao Yin comforted, gently patting Hao Ying. "First, let me take you to the jade pendant space for healing, while I check on the city defense formation." Upon hearing Hao Yin mention the city defense formation, Hao Ying abruptly ceased her tears and said, "You must protect Lanluo City." "Absolutely. I shall inspect the defense formation at once," he replied, summoning the other women to tend to Hao Ying's injuries. When Xiaozue, Ziyu, Shaner, Shuang'er, and the others saw Hao Ying. They were filled with an indescribable warmth. Meanwhile, Su Mu had also arrived outside the inn room. It was only when Hao Yin dismantled the barrier and exited the room that he met Su Mu. Hao Yin maintained his cultivation at the late Yuan dance stage, ensuring he did not attract undue attention. Hearing the lively commotion within the room, Su Mu refrained from questioning the source of the gathering. Although he was unfamiliar with the Jade Pendant space, he had trained in the Demon Suppression Tower and was not surprised by Hao Yin's advancement. The two exchanged a few simple pleasantries before Hao Yin requested Su Mu to lead him to the heart of the city defense formation. In a mere instant's time, they arrived at the core of the defense formation, where dozens of cultivators exchanged worried glances. The cessation of the formation's operation indicated that once the hour of the tiger passed, the forces of the demon sect would commence their assault, leading to inevitable devastation. I still possess some spirit stones. I can temporarily activate the defense formation, Su Mu offered just as the city lord, Wan Yu, was in distress. Su Mu introduced Hao Yin. This is Elder Chen from my Hao Yuan Hall. After Hao Yin clarified the situation regarding the city defense formation, he handed Su Mu a storage bag, pledging his reputation to support Lanluo City in its time of need. Thus, Luan Yu and Su Mu led Hao Yin and the others to maintain the defense formation, replenishing it with spirit stones to reactivate it. Following Hao Yin's suggestion, Su Mu took the lead in issuing unified commands. They selected a group of reliable individuals to guard the 12 key points of the defense formation. In the event that the formation was breached, they would immediately replenish the spirit stones and reactivate it. As the assault began, the demon sect's infiltrators within the city would also strive to sabotage the formation's core, as it was of utmost importance to Lanluo City. With the cooperation of City Lord Wan Yu, they selected 36 cultivators, including Su Mu, to form teams of 3, stationed at each of the 12 key points. After distributing the spirit stones, Hao Yin departed with City Lord Wan Yu and the other cultivators to the city walls. At that moment, the demon sect's forces outside discovered that the defense formation of Lanluo City had been deactivated. They gathered at the eastern, southern, western, and northern gates, eager to invade and plunder. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted as the city defense formation was unexpectedly reactivated. Heaven does not bless our demon sect, lamented the blood-poisoned prince, Zheng Yuan, upon witnessing the scene. Only a step away, just a fleeting moment, and they would have entered the city of Lanluo. After 3 hours of futile attempts to breach the city, they had no choice but to retreat into the sea. The Blood Shadow sect had already seen better days. Infiltrating the Valley of Morning Souls had led to significant losses among their ranks. The elite forces, cultivated and concealed over the years, were nearly extinguished, and those who managed to escape returned empty-handed. Hopes of summoning the Blood God's avatar through the grand ritual were thwarted by unforeseen interference. Even the secret base established on Flying Fish Island was not spared from calamity. The city's protective array was reactivated, bringing a semblance of peace to the city lord, Wan Yu, and his fellow cultivators. With the protective formation in place, they felt secure while awaiting reinforcements. As Hao Yin and his companions ascended the city walls, the forces of the demonic sect had already gathered outside. A sea of dark figures surrounded Lanluo City, creating an impenetrable barrier. Amidst this overwhelming presence, subtle yet ominous auras flickered among the crowd. Were there yet more formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows, even more terrifying than the black-clad figures from the previous night? As Hao Yin surveyed the scene with his divine sense, he pondered grimly. Just then, a multitude of dazzling lights erupted from the throngs of the demonic sect, hurtling towards Lanluo City. The siege commenced. With a thunderous roar, the radiant projectiles struck the protective barrier, creating a series of explosive sounds that echoed through the air. Waves of unimaginable terror surged against the protective formation. The relentless assault caused ripples to spread across the barrier, as it began to dissipate the energy being unleashed. Futile. It is all in vain. You may as well await your demise. When my reinforcements arrive, it shall be your end. The onlookers atop the walls laughed mockingly. Below, the crowd lamented, realizing the futility of breaching the protective array. Once the reinforcements arrived, they would be caught in a deadly crossfire. A mere city of Lanluo. A trivial formation. What could it possibly withstand? Among the crowd, an elderly figure clad in black, his eyes cold, raised his hand to unleash a surge of power directed at the protective barrier. Crack! Just as despair settled in the hearts of the demonic sect, an unbelievable sound echoed through the air. Chapter 687. Observing the enemy and breaching the formation. Crack. The sound reverberated again, revealing fissures forming across the protective barrier. This was no illusion. The eyes of the demonic sect lit up as they beheld the web-like fractures spreading across the formation. It was indeed breached. A black-clad woman, filled with exhilaration, leaped into the air and delivered a devastating punch at the center of the web. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the web continued to expand, and with a thunderous crash, a massive gap appeared. The prearranged forces swiftly surged towards the breach in the protective barrier. How could this be? How could the barrier be broken? The once mocking onlookers now stood dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief at the unfolding scene. A barrier that was said to withstand even the mightiest of cultivators had been shattered. It is indeed astonishing that a mere gesture from someone could breach the defenses. The members of the demonic sect below were left in disbelief. Was it not said that even cultivators at the divine transformation stage could not break through? Yet, the crowd did not delve deeper into the matter. The presence of a formidable force capable of dismantling the city's protective array filled their hearts with elation. Why are you still dawdling? Prepare for battle at once, roared Hao Chen, snapping the defenders on the city wall back to their senses. Below, the majority of the demonic sect had already approached the city walls. 7 cloaked figures zoomed in like lightning, yet before they could enter the breach, they were met with a barrage of attacks. Nevertheless, a few members of the demonic sect managed to leap onto the wall through the gap. These shadowy figures commenced their slaughter upon sighting the defenders, prompting immediate retaliation from the cultivators, who engaged in fierce combat with the intruders. The defenders of Luo City, taking advantage of their fortifications, did not hesitate to employ their numerical superiority against the few assailants, swiftly dispatching several of the demonic sect members. Chaos erupted atop the walls, with the breach in the array gradually widening amidst the tumult of battle. It would be exceedingly difficult to reactivate the protective formation before it fully collapsed. The cultivators of Luo City had to hold out until the array could be re-established. The initial wave of assailants from the demonic sect consisted of cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. The ordinary cultivators of Luo City found themselves relegated to mere human shields in close combat, temporarily slowing the advance of the demonic sect into the city. Thus, they resorted to incessantly tossing explosive spirit talismans, rolling barrels of oil, or collectively lifting heavy timber to hurl downwards. At that moment, the powerful crossbows were fired once more. This time, given the proximity of the demonic sect's forces below, the resulting casualties were substantial. Hao Chen chose to observe rather than engage in the fray. His consciousness fixed upon the rear camp of the demonic sect. He would not act unless the enemy's formidable figures joined the fight. With his level of cultivation, a single gesture could annihilate thousands, an act of oppression against the weak that contravened the natural order. His true adversaries were the elite within the demonic sect, particularly the individual who had shattered the city's protective array with a mere finger. As he concentrated on the demonic sect's encampment outside the city, a sudden gust of palm energy surged towards him. With a casual strike, he sent a newly arrived master of the demonic core stage flying. Upon turning, he witnessed 2 demonic sect masters slaying a female cultivator from the Hao Yuan Hall, despair evident in her eyes. In a flash, Hao Chen intervened, delivering a blow that sent the demonic master reeling, blood spewing forth as he was cast from the city walls. The expression of the other demonic master shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "That is a formidable opponent." The aura released by Hao Chen caused the demonic cultivator to momentarily freeze in place. Without hesitation, Hao Chen unleashed another strike. The foe, unable to evade, took the hit head-on and was similarly sent sprawling out of the city. Formidable? Nonsense. Was it not decreed that only cultivators above the divine transformation stage are barred from participating in battle? I do not count. I am merely an inspector, Hao Chen scoffed, watching the figure of the demonic master fly away. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispatched 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Much to the astonishment of the female cultivator from Hao Yuan Hall. Accompanied by Hao Chen, they ascended the city wall, where 3 venerable elders from Luo City, all at the late stage of the transformation realm, took notice. With a mere gesture, he dispatched 3 practitioners from the demonic sect, all at the mid to late stage of the nascent soul realm, showcasing his formidable prowess. The 3 elders from Luo City silently acknowledged his strength. Meanwhile, The other cultivators who had joined Hao Chen atop the wall also managed to incapacitate several formidable foes from the demonic sect. Naturally, the first to arrive were the elite from the demonic sect. However, Hao Chen paid little heed to the cultivators of Lanluo City. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings for the women and the members of Haoyuan Hall. He did not believe that the combative girl, Xiao Zui, would remain in the inn's room playing with the others. He also doubted that the rest would simply ignore her presence and not join in the excitement. Follow me. Hao Chen instructed the still-dazed female cultivator from Haoyuan Hall. Soon, the pair navigated through the crowd and located the women and members of Haoyuan Hall. Xiao Zui and the fox spirit, Xiao Xue, were currently flitting about near Hao Ying. Hao Ying had only sustained a superficial wound at the waist, with no harm to the bones. Under Ziyu's healing, he quickly regained his former state. Having spent years by Hao Chen's side, he had diligently learned the art of healing. Whenever Xiao Xue had the opportunity, she would sneak in an attack. Upon being targeted, she would retreat to Xiao Zui's side, occasionally employing her agile hands to pilfer small items. At that moment, Xiao Xue's arms were bulging, causing Hao Chen to chuckle inwardly. With so many spatial treasures, why not give her something to play with? Hao Chen remarked to Xiao Zui. Absolutely not. Let her understand that one must endure hardship to appreciate sweetness. She should taste the bitterness of life, Hao Chen replied. His words inadvertently stirred Xiao Zui's memories, prompting her to concoct an excuse. Oh, you all continue your play, Hao Chen said, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Hao Chen turned to investigate, only to witness several elders from the demonic sect advancing as if the area were unguarded. In an instant, they annihilated over 10 cultivators. And Hao Chen realized that these were indeed formidable foes from the demonic sect. Can you handle this? Hao Chen inquired of the women. Just a few small fry, Xiao Zui scoffed, eyeing the demonic sect elders. You are prohibited from participating, and your companions are not allowed to intervene. Your role is to observe and protect your sisters, Hao Chen instructed Xiao Zui. Why not? I feel restless. Xiao Zui protested upon hearing Hao Chen's words. For no particular reason. Have you not noticed that the city protection formation has been cracked open by a mere gesture and shattered by a single punch? Hao Chen explained, refraining from elaborating further, only indicating that a powerful adversary had breached the formation. Xiao Zui immediately comprehended the implication. There was an even greater threat lurking beneath the surface. Before you engage the enemy, you must constantly alter your appearance to avoid detection, Hao Chen advised, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom. Do not maintain the same visage. Do you understand? Understood. The women replied internally. Chapter 688, Ruthlessness, Part 1. Following Hao Chen's counsel, Yi Xiaohan, Ziyu, Dailin, Xiaowen, Xiaoya, Shuang'er, Li Runan, and others promptly transformed their appearances and auras before unhesitatingly employing the astonishing steps taught by Hao Chen to approach the adversaries. As Gu Yun, Chu Qian, Shaner, Xiaolan, Sun Yang, and Yin Yu accompanied Hao Ying, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Xue, they stood by, observing the scene. Upon seeing her elder sister's transformed appearance, Xiao Chui too suddenly altered her own visage. She morphed into a girl of 16 or 17, with elegantly arched willow brows, long eyelashes, and skin as fair and flawless as porcelain, subtly radiating a delicate blush. Approaching Hao Chen softly, she inquired, "Brother, do I look beautiful?" Her clear and bright eyes fixed on him as she asked. "You are beautiful indeed," Hao Chen exclaimed, captivated by Xiao Chui's enchanting transformation. While Hao Chen and his companions reveled in the allure of beauty, the 6 members of the demonic sect pondered the pleasures of combat intertwined with admiration for such loveliness. Observing the battlefield, Hao Chen noted that the demonic sect had suffered considerable losses in their siege, with nearly half of their practitioners incapacitated, particularly their elite members, who were notably fewer than those from Blue Liao City. Thus, after exchanging a brief word with Xiao Chui, he hurried towards the breach in the city's protective formation, which had been significantly compromised. As he traversed the battleground, he dispatched several members of the demonic sect effortlessly. The companions he had brought along had already found their adversaries. 6 women facing 6 demons, with Yuan Dan practitioners matched against Yuan Dan practitioners, and Yuan Ying confronting Yuan Ying. In the fray, only Dai Lin among the Yuan Ying cultivators held a slight advantage, while Yi Xiaohan managed to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Qing Er, a Yuan Ying cultivator, faced dire straits against the late-stage Yuan Dan Xiao 1, both on the brink of defeat. The mid-stage Yuan Dan practitioners, Shuang Er and Xiao Yu, had already succumbed to their opponents. In their stead, mid-stage Yuan Dan practitioners Shaner and Ziyu stepped up to confront the enemies. Yin, assessing the situation, executed a meteor step, instantly appearing beside Ziyu and delivering a powerful strike towards the demonic expert. The foe, having received intelligence that only 6 formidable practitioners resided within Blue Liao City, was utterly unprepared for this unexpected development. As he turned to defend himself, Ziyu seized the moment, sweeping her sword across the demon's abdomen. Yin followed suit, delivering a strike that sent the demon hurtling backward, blood spewing forth as he flew over the city wall. Simultaneously, Sun Yang launched her own offensive, striking down a demonic practitioner engaged in combat with Xiaowen. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaowen pierced her opponent's chest with her sword, extinguishing his life. Just as the demon's soul attempted to flee, it was consumed by Sun Yang. After the two departed from the vicinity of Ziyu and Xiaowen, Xiao Chui called out, "Let us go. 2 against 1, bring him down. If that fails, we shall overwhelm him collectively." Upon hearing Xiao Chui's rallying cry, the 7 women, Xiaowen, Ziyu, Shuang Er, Xiao Yu, Chu Qian, Gu Yun, and Ruanan, unanimously rejoined the fray. Utilizing surprise tactics, they swiftly dispatched 2 more demonic experts. As the 7 women engaged, Shuang Er and Ruanan aided Yi Xiaohan, while Xiaowen and Gu Yun supported Dailin. Xiao Yu and Chu Qian assisted Qing Er, and Xiaolan and Ziyu provided help to Shaner, momentarily stabilizing the battlefield. Such a clever little girl, so young yet with a mind full of mischief. I wonder what your true intentions are. Perhaps I shall unearth them. The words had scarcely left his lips when an overweight elder from the demonic sect abruptly abandoned his engagement with Yi Xiaohan, Shuang Er, and Ruanan, his hands transforming into claws as he lunged toward Xiao Chui. "Old man, how old are you?" Xiao Chui inquired while dodging. "I am nearly 100 years old." "What's it to you?" The stout elder replied, taken aback. "Nearly 100? At your age, you have only reached the late stage of Yuan Dan cultivation. You must have lived like a dog to be so shameless." Xiao Chui retorted with a mocking grin. "Little girl, I will make you pay." The elder's anger caused his hair to stand on end, and his claws became more vicious, aiming directly for Xiao Chui's heart and vital points. "With Sister Sun Yang, I just learned a new move, but I haven't had the chance to practice it in battle. I wonder how effective it will be," Xiao Chui said, her form flickering as she divided into 2, then 4, then 8, surrounding the stout elder in a whirlwind. "I'll let you talk for now, but once I capture you." The elder thought bitterly. "Sister Sun Yang, I hope you perform well. If not, I will humbly accept your suggestions for improvement," Xiao Chui continued. "Sister Sun Yang, doesn't that stout elder resemble a green turtle?" she mocked, her voice ringing out. Her words not only turned the elder's face green with anger, but also amused the other 3 elders. They often teased Lu Yuan Kuei by calling him a green turtle during their gatherings. At that moment, Lu Yuan Kuei felt a bit dazed. Watching the 8 young girls whose forms shimmered like stars in the sky, now solid, now ethereal. He swiped at one, only to grasp at a phantom. Another swipe met with yet another illusion. Each phantom seemed to assault Lu Yuan Kuei, leaving him rather flustered. Xiao Chui intended to continue practicing her technique, but suddenly saw someone being sent flying toward her, landing nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was Elder Qi from the Hao Yuan Hall. Elder Qi had been trying to intercept a demon cultivator who had just breached the city's protective barrier, but was defeated in a single exchange. Sent crashing toward Xiao Chui. "How dare you show me disrespect? Die!" shouted a lean, dark-skinned old man as he pursued Elder Qi, raising his hand to strike. Elder Qi, having just spat blood and still reeling from the blow, was unable to evade. As a powerful gust from the man's palm approached, Elder Qi barely lifted his hand, prepared to fight back desperately. Bang! Just then, the dark-skinned elder's palm collided with Xiao Chui's hands. He felt his own magical energy being absorbed by her. "How can this girl withstand my attack? Is she out of her mind?" The dark-skinned elder mused, intrigued. Xiao Chui, a divine beast of the Qing Yuan, had already reached the mid-stage of transformation, equivalent to a human at the mid-stage of integration. Over the years, she had also learned various techniques from Hao Chen. The meager power from He Wuchang was instantly devoured and assimilated by her. "You truly are overestimating yourself, daring to be distracted while battling me." Lu Yuan Kuei fumed upon seeing Xiao Chui fend off He Wuchang's attack. Upon witnessing Xiao Cui stand motionless after receiving a strike, Liu Yuan Kuei believed he had been granted a fortuitous opportunity. With a flick of his fingers, he lunged towards Xiao Cui. Just as the dark and ominous figure had infused power into her, Xiao Cui performed a swift rotation, intending to return the energy to the dark figure. However, upon noticing Liu Yuan Kuei's advance, she decided to bestow the energy directly upon him instead. Liu Yuan Kuei, seeing Xiao Cui facing him, casually unleash a palm strike, initially scoffed at her. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. With a loud thud, he was sent flying, yet he disregarded his injuries, eyes filled with disbelief as he stammered, "You, how could you wield the bloodfiend palm?" Beside him, the dark figure was equally astonished, asking, "Little girl, how do you possess my unique skill? Would you like to know?" Xiao Cui blinked playfully. Of course. The two elderly men gazed at her, eager for an answer. "I simply want to tell you." Xiao Cui was resolute in her silence. Not only was her power a secret, but even her ability to consume flames and expel them again was a ruse they could misunderstand. "You." The dark figure, now enraged, charged at Xiao Cui while declaring, "The bloodfiend palm is a secret of our sect. Once I capture you, you will confess." Xiao Cui, employing her previous tactic, conjured 8 afterimages. The dark figure was momentarily bewildered, striking at mere illusions and forced to switch to defense. However, Xiao Cui was no meek opponent. Her prior reluctance to kill stemmed from her brother's wishes. Yet, provoked repeatedly by Liu Yuan Kuei and the dark figure, her wrath had been ignited. Seizing the moment while the dark figure was fully on guard, she unexpectedly surged towards the injured Liu Yuan Kuei. "Girl, halt!" Seeing Xiao Cui abandon her target, the dark figure disregarded the 8 afterimages entangling him and furiously pursued her. Xiao Cui paid no heed to his shouts and struck fiercely at the wounded Liu Yuan Kuei. His face paled as he hastily raised his hand to defend, but could he withstand the force of Xiao Cui's poised strike? With a sickening thud, Liu Yuan Kuei's chest caved in, signaling his demise. After delivering the blow, Xiao Cui swiftly turned to meet the dark figure's palm. To his astonishment, he discovered that this strike was once again devoured by the girl. Yet, this time, their palms did not part. The dark figure continuously channeled his inner power into Xiao Cui, only to find it sinking into an abyss. As he was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly felt a surge of potent energy erupting from Xiao Cui. Realizing the danger too late, he attempted to retreat, but it was in vain. With a forceful impact, he was hurled away, blood spewing from his mouth as he soared through the air. Xiao Cui, employing her agility, caught up to him before he could land, delivering a final blow that sent him plummeting beyond the city walls. "My brother advised against killing. I merely gave a light tap," Xiao Cui remarked nonchalantly while brushing off the dust from her dress, feigning innocence. Turning around, she noticed the members of Heiwantang staring at her in astonishment. Elder Qi, what kind of gaze is that?" Xiao Cui remarked with a hint of irritation. The Elder Qi, found myself at a loss for words. Little Cui had astonishingly vanquished 2 formidable masters. One must consider that the girl appeared no older than 12 or 13, and reflecting on my own age, I truly felt as though I had lived a dog's life. "Thank you for the compliment," Little Cui remarked, surveying the scene, where the battle seemed to be at a stalemate. However, her triumph over 2 demonic sect experts did not escape the notice of those present, leaving them feeling disheartened. At that moment, when Little Cui cast her gaze upon them, the members of the demonic sect felt an involuntary tightening in their chests. She then observed the remaining 3 masters of the demonic sect, one of whom was besieged by 2 or 3 adversaries, with the women holding the upper hand, yet unable to secure a decisive victory. "Ladies, it seems these 3 have become your sparring partners. How about this? Once we capture them alive, we can confine them to a water dungeon. And whenever you require sparring partners, you may summon them," Little Cui proposed earnestly. "Moreover, our sect is in dire need of individuals for training. I beseech you, assist me in subduing these 3. The little girl's earnestness was met with skepticism. "Why don't you capture them yourself?" retorted Ziyu, her indignation evident. "You know, I attempted to subdue those 2 earlier, but perhaps I was a bit too forceful. Just tell me, will you help or not?" Little Cui pouted, fuming. The interplay between the 2 was both infuriating and amusing. "Sister, shall I go and capture them instead?" Xiao Shui inquired, sidling up to Little Cui for support. The 3 elderly men listening to Little Cui and Ziyu's exchange trembled with rage. Now, witnessing another young girl, merely 5 or 6 years old, Audaciously proclaiming her intent to capture the trio, they were not merely shaking with anger, but rather, they were frozen in disbelief. With no escape route in sight, the scene seemed akin to a play starring three women. The elderly men, engaged in battle with Ziyu and her companions, discarded their magical artifacts and ceased their attacks. In the next instant, one raised his palm to strike his own head. Little Chui, ever prepared for capture, seized the opportunity, swiftly darting forward to subdue the elder who had intended to take his own life. The onlookers were left in a state of bemusement. It appeared that strategy was proving to be more effective than actual combat. They redirected their attention to Dai Lin and Qing Er's opponents, who, before Ziyu and the others could join the fray, witnessed one of the demonic sect masters clash with Dai Lin, only to leap from the city wall and flee. Another elder, seeing his companion escape, feigned a move before also attempting to flee. Exchanging silent glances, the women were momentarily speechless, until Yu Xiao Lan exclaimed with excitement, "Little Chui, you truly are remarkable. The art of psychological warfare reigns supreme." The others nodded in agreement, astounded that the demonic sect had dispatched 6 top-tier masters. Had it not been for Sun Yang and Yin Yu's unexpected elimination of 2, along with Little Chui's individual victories, their situation would have been dire indeed. At this moment, the city's protective barrier lay in ruins, and the demonic sect began their full-scale assault on the city. Little Chui surveyed the chaotic battlefield and declared, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let us hasten to assist our brother." "Very well." The others agreed without dissent, each seeking out their adversaries to commence their onslaught. Indeed, with their prowess, it was tantamount to a one-sided massacre. Although Hao Chen did not partake in the slaughter, his consciousness remained vigilant, surveying the throngs of women and the crowd near Hao Yuan Hall. Upon discerning that these individuals posed no threat, he expanded his awareness to encompass the entire battlefield. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an individual, and he was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, he recognized her as Yuan Ziki, the young mistress of Feiyu Island. Clad in black garb, her attire was tattered in several places, and her exquisite visage bore traces of blood. Her hair was disheveled, lending her an air of disarray. Surrounding Yuan Ziki were 3 practitioners from Lanluo City, their prowess undoubtedly formidable. As Yuan Ziki was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, her defeat was inevitable. For reasons unknown, Hao Chen found himself devoid of disdain for Yuan Ziki. Even recalling her haughty demeanor on Feiyu Island, or knowing her affiliation with the demonic sect, he felt no revulsion. He speculated that some upheaval must have transpired on Feiyu Island. Otherwise, Yuan Ziki would not have descended to the mainland, consorting with the followers of darkness, aiding in their malevolence. Hao Chen could not fathom why, if he were a man captivated by beauty, he would maintain distance despite being aware of Yuan Ziki's affections towards him. At that moment, an urge to rescue her welled within him, though he could not articulate the reason. Yet, if he intervened to save someone from the demonic sect, he would inevitably become a target for righteous indignation. Even if he were to rescue someone from Lanluo City, he would still attract scorn. Yuan Ziki had already been defeated, and as Hao Chen scanned his surroundings, he unexpectedly spotted Xiao Chui, an idea forming in his mind. He hastily transmitted a few words to Xiao Chui, who, upon hearing them, paused momentarily to look at Hao Chen before proceeding to alter her appearance. After receiving a confirming nod from him, Xiao Chui decisively charged towards Yuan Ziki. In that instant, Hao Chen conveyed to Yuan Ziki, "My sister is rushing over. Seize her as a hostage to escape." Taken aback by his words, Yuan Ziki narrowly avoided a blade. Quickly resuming her defense, a flicker of vitality returned to her gaze, dispelling some of its earlier iciness. Then, Xiao Chui shouted, "Demonic woman, take this." Before her words had fully resonated, she lunged at Yuan Ziki. Recognizing Xiao Chui's youth and understanding that she was the sister Hao Chen had mentioned, Yuan Ziki met her advance with a palm strike. The practitioners of the nascent soul realm, fearing they might harm Xiao Chui, ceased their assault. Just as Yuan Ziki and Xiao Chui's palms were about to collide, Yuan Ziki suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Xiao Chui. With swift precision, she sealed Xiao Chui's acupoint and pressed her sword against the girl's throat. The 3 nascent soul practitioners, witnessing this, were about to intervene when Yuan Ziki declared, "Who dares to move? I will slay her." At that moment, Hao Chen interjected, "Everyone, stand down." The practitioners, upon hearing the authoritative command from Hao Chen, who was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, hesitated to act. Hao Chen stepped forward to Yuan Ziki and asserted, "Release her, and I shall allow you to depart." With one hand gripping Xiao Chui and the other wielding the sword against her neck, Yuan Ziki began to retreat slowly. Observing that several individuals obstructed her path, she coldly ordered, "Stand aside." Hao Chen addressed those blocking Yuan Ziki, commanding, "Let her pass." A middle-aged man remarked, "This individual appears to be a minor leader of the demonic sect." I responded, "Let her go." Suddenly, Hao Chen exuded an overwhelming aura characteristic of a late-stage Yuan Dan practitioner. Stating, "The hostage is in her possession. I kindly request that you allow her to depart." The group hesitated. Yet upon recognizing Hao Yan's formidable status as a late-stage Yuan Dan cultivator, they gradually yielded. Yuan Ziki retreated to the edge of the city wall, pushing Xiao Cui forward before leaping beyond the parapet and fleeing. Several Yuan Dan practitioners from Lanluo City, begrudgingly, peered beyond the wall, while Hao Yan deftly caught Xiao Cui, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Xiao Cui replied with a smile. "I was quite fortunate." "Why did you come here?" "We were about to capture that demoness, and it was all due to you." At that moment, a Yuan Dan practitioner from Lanluo City pointed at Xiao Cui, prompting Hao Yan's expression to turn icy as he retorted, "What do you mean by that? She came to assist. Is there a fault in that?" The man's countenance shifted, ultimately expressing his discontent. "I meant no offense." "You have misunderstood, my friend." Chapter 690, The Poisoning of the People Whoosh. At that moment, in the void beyond the city wall, a streak of light erupted, and a magnificent firework blossomed in the sky. The people of Lanluo City had yet to comprehend the situation when they witnessed the members of the demonic sect, amidst the battle, swiftly retreating. "Thanks to your assistance today, our reinforcements have arrived, and the demonic sect has retreated to the blue abyss." Shortly thereafter, the city lord, Wan Yu, rushed forth, bowing to the crowd. Those who participated in the defense of the city were filled with joy upon hearing this news. However, upon counting the casualties, their expressions soured. During the brief skirmish with the demonic sect, hundreds of cultivators from Lanluo City had perished, and over 1,000 city soldiers had lost their lives. The demonic sect, however, suffered even greater losses, with fewer than 3,000 surviving the onslaught. This assault by the demonic sect had claimed thousands in casualties. Such is the nature of war. Gazing at the scattered corpses, Hao Yan felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, a young girl approached the gathering of Hao Yan and the others from Hao Yuan Hall. Plop! She fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, please save my master. He is on the brink of death. If you can save his life, I will serve you faithfully for eternity." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks, her forehead touching the ground in supplication. Hao Yan observed that the girl, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, possessed an exquisite oval face, her tear-filled eyes radiating innocence and beauty, truly a lovely maiden. "There is no need for such formalities. Please lead us to your master," Hao Yan gently urged, extending his hand to assist her. The girl, realizing she had encountered a person of great stature upon being lifted effortlessly, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. Please follow me." At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, intrigued by the sight of a young girl kneeling before a group of youths in earnest plea. In truth, the girl had sought assistance from several places prior, but the elderly individuals had been preoccupied with their own affairs and had politely declined her requests. Observers noted with surprise as Hao Yan, the young man, agreed to aid the girl's master, and as he and the girl approached, a path was cleared for them. Hao Chen, accompanied by the young girl and a group of women, soon approached a gathering of individuals surrounding a woman lying on the ground. The attire of these practitioners revealed them to be from the Misty Valley. "I have summoned a senior to attend to her injuries. Please make way," the girl exclaimed eagerly upon arrival. As her voice rang out, the crowd noticed a young man following closely behind her. Could it be that this youthful figure was to heal their master? How much skill could one so young possess? Moreover, with the differences between men and women, what if the injuries remained untreated while he indulged in frivolity? Amidst the murmurings of the onlookers, Hao Chen had already bent down to assess the woman's condition. This woman appeared to be around 30, possessing delicate features that conveyed an air of ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. She exuded an indescribable charm. Although her exterior bore no fatal wounds, several ribs were fractured, and her internal organs had sustained significant trauma. Furthermore, a venomous blood toxin lurked within her body. Had it not been for her profound strength, she would have succumbed to her injuries by now. "Senior, Is my master going to be all right? The girl inquired earnestly as she looked to Hao Chen for reassurance. She is stable, but the situation is quite complex, Hao Chen replied with a furrowed brow. Please, you must save my master. The girl implored, attempting to kneel. Get up. I merely indicated that it is complicated. I did not say I wouldn't assist. Hao Chen gently urged her back to her feet. As the crowd continued to swell, curiosity ignited among the onlookers, all eager to witness how this young man would treat the ailing woman. The chatter among the spectators grew loud and chaotic. Silence. I am about to commence treatment, Hao Chen declared, and just as he finished speaking, he invited Ziyu and Yuexialan to assist him. With deft precision, he began to apply acupuncture to the woman, staunching her bleeding, stabilizing her condition, clearing her meridians, and reconnecting her fractured bones. The gathering fell silent, their eyes glued to the young healer as they wondered how he would remedy the life-threatening injuries of the woman. If he could indeed heal such grievous wounds, it would attest to his remarkable medical prowess. Under the coordination of Ziyu and Yuexialan, Hao Chen alternated between acupressure and gentle palm strikes. After a while, the two women helped the patient into a seated position. Shifting his stance to the woman's back, he delivered a series of precise finger taps before placing both palms against her. His energy began to repair her internal injuries, mending her meridians, reconnecting her bones, and securing them in place. After approximately 15 minutes, the woman coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood and slowly opened her eyes. Hao Chen gradually withdrew his energy. Her life was no longer in jeopardy. However, the potent poison introduced by the demonic sect remained within her, and he could not yet eradicate it. Once her body has regained its strength, we will address that issue, he informed the girl beside him. For now, do not leave this area. We must protect her as she recuperates. The female disciple nearby was overjoyed by his words, expressing her gratitude profusely. Hao Chen waved his hand dismissively, instructing Ziyu and the others to return to the inn to rest before temporarily departing. He intended to seek out Sumu to activate the city as protective array, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. The gazes of the surrounding spectators were filled with admiration and fervor as they watched Hao Chen. In the realm of cultivation, who does not face perilous moments in their life? A young individual, skilled in the art of healing and possessing formidable strength, is someone everyone wishes to befriend. Soon, Hao Chen found Sumu, who was diligently treating the cultivators safeguarding the city as protective array. Hao Chen hastily assisted in healing the wounded, and after a considerable effort, he finally completed his task. The battle raged on the city walls, and within the city, chaos ensued. The blood-poisoned young master, Zheng Yuan, had already dispatched members of the demonic sect to infiltrate Lan Luo City covertly. When a breach appeared in the protective array, the infiltrators swiftly made their way to the core of the array, commencing their destructive endeavor against it. A fierce life-and-death struggle ensued with those defending the array. Observing that Su Mu and the others could no longer activate the protective array, Hao Chen was compelled to organize the able-bodied cultivators, assigning them their positions. He, relying solely on his own power, began to channel his magical energy to restore the protective array. Alas, just as Hao Chen thought to catch his breath after reactivating the protective array, he suddenly heard several urgent calls. Oh no, he exclaimed, turning towards the source of the commotion, where many voices cried out, Senior, please save us. A group of cultivators, who had been watching Hao Chen treat a woman's ailment, rushed to him, exclaiming, The demonic poison within me is spreading. Me too, others echoed. Hao Chen, observing the crowd, urged, Do not panic. First, let us assess how many are affected. Soon, a count revealed nearly 100 individuals had succumbed to the poison, and the number was still rising. Hao Chen examined 2 individuals, and upon his inspection, his expression changed dramatically. The crowd, noticing his grave demeanor, grew anxious. What is wrong? They inquired, their concern evident as they witnessed Hao Chen's troubled countenance. Remaining silent, Hao Chen continued his examinations on several more individuals before finally speaking. The demonic sect indeed possesses treachery. The poison within you all is not easily remedied, he declared. Why? What is happening? The crowd pressed. Have you heard of blood poison? Hao Chen suddenly revealed the grim truth. A collective gasp echoed as the name of the poison struck fear into their hearts. This poison is incurable, sapping the essence of the cultivator and transforming them into a mere vessel. Those who fall victim to it endure a fate worse than death. In the midst of battle, The demonic sect utilized their powers to surreptitiously inject the colorless and odorless blood poison into the bodies of cultivators. For those of higher cultivation, they might suppress its effects for 2 to 3 years. However, for those of lesser strength, even a slight exposure would rapidly trigger the poison's effects. The most alarming aspect is its swift proliferation within cultivators below the Yuan Dan realm, as they lack the strength to contain it. This poison must be neutralized within 3 days, or certain death awaits. Hao Chen meticulously explained the characteristics and severity of the blood poison to the gathered crowd. What? They exclaimed, truly alarmed. They understood the rapidity with which the poison spread. 1 or 2 individuals succumbing to it within an hour was already alarming. Yet the number of afflicted was continually rising. Though Hao Chen was indeed powerful, he was not invulnerable and required moments to recuperate. In such dire circumstances, at least half of the people would be unable to save themselves. What shall we do? Think of a solution. Surely, you possess a method, do you not? Our lives rest in your hands. Hao Chen furrowed his brows deeply, contemplating before finally declaring through gritted teeth, "There is but one way forward." Su Mu, curious, inquired on behalf of the others, "What is this method?" Hao Chen glanced at the crowd, articulating each word with gravity. "We must find the antidote. Our only hope lies in locating the antidote, which undoubtedly resides in the hands of the demonic sect. Therefore, to neutralize the poison, we must seize it from them." The crowd, initially perplexed, erupted into chaos. "This is impossible. Though the demonic sect has suffered significant casualties, they still outnumber us. How can we demand the antidote from them? Even if we were to catch up, they would surely refuse to hand it over. The members of the demonic sect have just departed, and many injured remain. So it is best if I go alone," Hao Chen explained to the group. The crowd was taken aback, and Su Mu suggested, "Perhaps I should find a few skilled individuals to accompany you." He meant a select few of exceptional prowess. Just as the debate escalated, a voice called out, "We have arrived. Quickly, open the city gates." A contingent of over 300 cultivators, weary from their travels, approached the city. "Isn't that my second senior brother?" Upon hearing the voice, Hao Chen turned to gaze outside Lanluo City. He proceeded with the customary inquiry, "Who goes there?" "I am Qian Shenyu, a disciple of the Qianyuan sect, sent here by the sect's envoy to provide aid to Lanluo City," the leader of the group announced loudly. "What are you doing here? The forces of the demonic sect have already retreated. You may return. You claim to be the foremost sect of the Tianyuan continent, yet you only arrive now? To those unaware, it appears as though you have been hiding, too fearful to engage the enemy. Have you come merely to spectate?" The delayed arrival of reinforcements resulted in significant casualties in Lanluo City, leading to a flurry of discussions atop the city walls. Hao Chen, troubled by the murmurs, devised a plan. "Oh, is it truly you, second senior brother? I am here, following your instructions. I successfully led a special task force into Lanluo City yesterday evening and promptly activated the city as protective array." Hao Chen would not permit anyone to disparage the Qianyuan sect's standing. It was a matter of principle. There were valid reasons for the absence of the senior brother. Those within Lanluo City who harbored grievances fell silent. Meanwhile, Qian Shenyu and his companions were puzzled as to when the Qianyuan sect had dispatched a special task force to infiltrate Lanluo City. "Is that not the voice of my junior brother?" The fourth senior sister, Li Wanxia, recognized the familiar voice and suddenly recalled her junior brother, Hao Chen. "Junior brother, is that you?" Li Wanxia called out loudly. "It is I, fourth senior sister," Hao Chen replied emphatically. "Quickly, open the barrier and the city gates to welcome the members of the Qianyuan sect." Though Hao Chen was not the city lord, his formidable prowess commanded respect, placing him above all but the city lord and a select few elders of the Yuaning realm. In the later stages of the Yuan Dan realm, formidable individuals are scarce. With the arrival of reinforcements from the Qianyuan sect, the atmosphere within Lanluo City grew vibrant once more. It dawned upon the populace that the Qianyuan sect had quietly dispatched a special task force to infiltrate the city. The reason Lanluo City had not succumbed to destruction and slaughter was due to the foresight of the Qianyuan sect. "Please proceed to the city lord's mansion. I have matters to attend to. We shall meet shortly," Hao Chen communicated to Qian Shanyu before approaching the half-treated woman. At that moment, the woman had regained some strength, barely capable of suppressing the blood poison with her magical energy. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude with a nod as Hao Chen arrived at her side. "I have pressing matters. I will detoxify you shortly. The poison has already spread among the afflicted. By my solitary efforts, I cannot cure everyone. I must leave shortly to seek an antidote. Hao Chen conveyed this to the woman. Due to the severity of her injuries and her inability to control the spreading poison, coupled with his prior commitment to detoxify her, he resolved to assist her. With a wave of his hand, he erected a barrier to prevent any probing of divine senses, enveloping the girl, her master, and himself within it. He produced a jade platform for the woman to lie upon, placed a soul-reviving pearl at her head, and instructed the girl to channel her magical energy through her feet to her master. As Hao Chen summoned the sovereign of blood poison and entered the woman's body, infiltrating her consciousness, the blood poison entities clustered within her mind were consumed entirely after the duration of an incense stick. Subsequently, he signaled the girl to swiftly depart from the city walls and return to the inn to rest. When Hao Chen dispelled the barrier, he instructed those afflicted by the poison to gather around him. I will immediately pursue the cultists. You may remain safely in Luo City, he declared as he prepared to leave. We three shall accompany you, insisted the three elderly men, each at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, with resolute determination. That will not be necessary, Hao Chen advised. The larger the group, the more conspicuous we become. It is best if I proceed alone. You are aware of my capabilities. Even in the face of adversity, I can extricate myself. Upon hearing his words, the three elders fell silent. Recalling clearly how Hao Chen had effortlessly dispatched three peak Yuan Dan realm cultists with a mere gesture. Concerned, Sumu interjected, "Second brother, I will accompany you." "No need. I am more than sufficient on my own." "Time is of the essence," he replied. "Please wait. I shall return within 12 hours. With a respectful bow to the crowd, he added, "Seniors," but before he could finish, Hao Chen leapt over the city wall. The crowd continued to call out to him, but at that moment, Hao Chen had already soared several dozen feet away, not glancing back. As he prepared to land, he subtly channeled his internal energy, propelling himself further into the air. Hao Chen refrained from utilizing extraordinary magical flight or teleportation. Instead, he maneuvered like a martial artist, landing on the ground outside the city and swiftly vanishing from view after a series of agile movements. Chapter 692, Secrets of the Demon Nest, Part 1. Having departed from Luo City and out of sight of the people, Hao Chen leapt into the air, traversing the azure expanse of the ocean. Only someone of Hao Chen's cultivation would dare to engage in such audacious behavior. Even those of the spirit-severing realm would not risk flying above the surface of the sea. In the vast expanse of the sky and sea, countless flying demon beasts circle above. When one encounters these creatures on land, it is possible to swiftly descend to the ground and hide within the dense foliage to evade their pursuit. However, in the oceanic realm, there exists no refuge, for the perils beneath the waves are even more formidable. Thus, for the sake of safety, individuals must embark on maritime journeys, remaining vigilant against the threats lurking below the surface. As Hao Chen traversed the skies, he beheld several scattered vessels, occupied by practitioners of the demonic sect of lesser cultivation. He sought to avoid these individuals, ensuring that they did not detect his true intentions. His objective was to locate the leader of the demonic sect, hoping to ascertain whether they had devised a remedy for the blood toxin over the years. He surmised that the larger ships ahead might harbor the blood toxin scion, Zheng Yuan, along with several of the sect's elite masters. At his current level of cultivation and state of mind, he found no interest in engaging with these lesser adversaries. After pursuing them for a while, Hao Chen finally spotted several top-tier practitioners of the demonic sect aboard a large warship. To his surprise, he noticed Yuan Ziki among them, indicating her significant standing within the sect. Cautiously, he maintained a safe distance to avoid detection, patiently awaiting an opportunity. However, before long, the group veered into a fog-laden stretch of ocean, vanishing from sight. Navigating through the dense mist, Yuan Ziki and three individuals of the nascent soul stage took flight from the warship, while the others remained aboard. Suddenly, an island shaped like a ladle emerged in Hao Chen's view. Observing the surroundings, he noted that the ladle island was flanked by steep cliffs on three sides. With no apparent defenses in sight, the winds howled and the waves surged, rendering flight impossible and standing precarious. Moreover, the sheer cliffs were fortified with barriers, deterring ordinary individuals from ascending. Hao Chen examined the cliffs before springing upward with a deft flick of his toes, leaping several feet into the air. With a surge of strength, he ascended further, gradually scaling the precipice through the application of his profound internal energy and agility. Upon reaching the summit, he was taken aback to discover a valley below. Within this ladle-shaped gorge, numerous caves had been hewn, and upon closer inspection, one cave shimmered with the luminescence of moonstones. Stealthily, Hao Chen approached and quietly infiltrated the cave's mouth, holding his breath as he attuned his senses to the sounds within. So what went awry this time? Yuan Ziqi's voice resonated in his ears. Our intelligence was flawed. There were not merely 7 elite practitioners on the opposing side, but over 20, came a voice with a distinct honk. With 20 against our 13, how did you manage to flee? As it stands, only the 3 of you remain unscathed. Where are the 2 elders from the Flying Fish Island and the Sea Sand sect? Yuan Ziqi inquired sharply. Child, you ought to be more courteous when addressing us. We are merely collaborators. While it was agreed that you would lead, we are not your subordinates. A cold voice retorted. Are the 3 elders attempting to assert their seniority before Ziqi? Yuan Ziqi responded without reservation. We dare not. The 3rd elder interjected, but this defeat truly exceeded our expectations. The esteemed elder stealthily infiltrated Blue Liao City, effortlessly eliminating several powerful adversaries. It was anticipated that the formidable Yuan Dan cultivators of Blue Liao City would be swiftly vanquished. However, fortune did not favor him, and he found himself at a loss. Although the city's might was momentarily diverted, an unexpected young woman emerged from within its confines. This girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, possessed an extraordinarily unique technique, capable of absorbing her opponent's attacks into her body and then redirecting them entirely. Not only did she slay Lu Yuan Kuei, but she also dispatched the notorious He Wuchang. A voice, rather grating, echoed. Yuan Ziqi's voice has been heard. A girl of 16 or 17. A remarkable technique? Subsequently, another voice detailed the transformed appearance and characteristics of Xiao Chui. For a moment, silence enveloped the cave. Let us take a night to recuperate. Tomorrow we shall launch a surprise assault on the city. I trust that by then, those individuals will have succumbed to their afflictions, the 3rd elder declared after a prolonged pause. Shall we first assess the casualties? Suggested Yuan Ziqi, unperturbed. Are you certain that the righteous faction has been poisoned and will not survive beyond 12 hours? The 3rd elder, brimming with confidence, replied, Rest assured. They have been afflicted with blood poison. They will not live to see another day. Could they possibly concoct an antidote? The voice with the harsh tone inquired. Fear not. 6th elder. There is no one in this world, aside from myself, who can unravel this blood poison. The 3rd elder asserted confidently. Then I shall rest easy. Shall we make our move tomorrow night? Once a decision has been reached, we will inform the young master and brief him, the 6th elder remarked. Then let us first rest. I too am weary, Yuan Ziqi stated. Upon hearing her words, Hao Chen surmised that the 3rd elder and his companions were preparing to depart. Thus he swiftly concealed himself behind a cluster of large stones. 3 elders emerged from Yuan Ziqi's cave, and it dawned on Hao Chen that he had yet to discern which of them was the 3rd elder. Earlier, he had refrained from peering too closely for fear of detection, knowing well the heightened senses of powerful cultivators could easily uncover his presence. Consequently, he was only familiar with the 3rd elder's cold, icy voice. Fortunately, after exiting, the 3 exchanged respectful farewells. The elder with the grating voice remarked, Gentlemen, we shall part ways here. Let us rest well for the night. The other elder, his countenance marked by a cold demeanor, replied, 6th elder, I have matters to attend to. You may rest first. There was no doubt that the frigid-voiced elder was indeed the 3rd elder, given the grim expression etched upon his face. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 2 elders separated, each retreating to their respective caves in opposite directions. Hao Chen chose not to hasten after the 3rd elder, preferring to wait until both had entered their abodes before quietly approaching the 3rd elder's cave to devise a plan. To ascertain the 3rd elder's movements, Hao Chen discreetly summoned the Demon Fly King, Mo Fei, instructing her to dispatch a demon fly to shadow the 3rd elder and unveil the location of the antidote to the blood poison. Although he felt assured of his ability to subdue the 3rd elder, the mysteries that lay within the island remained uncertain. Furthermore, the individual who had lost an arm the previous night might also be hiding nearby. It was highly plausible that other formidable beings from beyond the realm were present. Should 2 or 3 major powers emerge, it could spell trouble for the human cultivators. Hao Chen's apprehensions were not without foundation, as the earthlings in the Qian Yuan realm had perished under inexplicable circumstances. The enigmatic figure of Moyanzi would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to the Qianyuan realm to investigate the circumstances. However, due to various constraints, Hao Chen found himself compelled to bide his time. Should matters deteriorate, he would forcibly breach the cave of the third elder and imprison him within the demon suppression tower. Hao Chen remained indifferent to the antiquated notion that a strong individual should not ambush a weaker one. For him, the pursuit of an antidote was paramount, irrespective of the ethics of ambush. As Hao Chen prepared to stealthily approach the third elder's cave, he was surprised to see Yuan Ziki emerge delicately from the cave, glancing around before making her way toward his concealed position. Had she discovered him? A sudden alarm coursed through Hao Chen's mind. Chapter 693, Secrets of the Demon Nest, Part 2. Yuan Ziki hastened to the place where Hao Chen was hidden, abruptly halting. As she hesitated between subduing the girl immediately or retreating, an astonishing scene unfolded. She surveyed her surroundings and, to Hao Chen's disbelief, lowered her pants to relieve herself at his hiding spot. Sensing something amiss, she glanced around before squatting down. Caught off guard, Hao Chen peered through the crevice. Yet he feared revealing his presence to Yuan Ziki and hurriedly calmed his racing heart. What was happening? Indeed, Yuan Ziki sensed an anomaly in the area and softly called out. In an instant, Hao Chen teleported behind her. Startled, Yuan Ziki turned to retaliate, but in raising her hand, she momentarily forgot that her pants had not been fully pulled up, causing them to slide down to her ankles, exposing her long legs. Embarrassed and furious, she prioritized pulling up her pants over confronting the intruder. Seizing the moment, Hao Chen swiftly restrained Yuan Ziki, allowing himself a sigh of relief. He then conjured a barrier, enveloping both of them within its confines. The formation of the barrier was subtle enough not to attract the attention of others. Now, Hao Chen scrutinized Yuan Ziki with care. Fortunately, the hem of her garment had fallen, concealing certain critical areas. He found himself torn between silently departing or revealing his identity, as she likely had not seen him. However, should he attempt to seize the antidote later, his identity might be exposed, leaving him to ponder if it would be wiser to confess now. A delicate, pitiful sob broke the silence, causing Hao Chen considerable distress. What should he do now? It was inappropriate to remain silent. Perhaps he should assist her in pulling up her pants? He felt time was of the essence. If someone were to seek Yuan Ziki, they would become aware of an intruder on the island. Do not be afraid, Miss Yuan. It is I, Hao Chen, he conveyed softly, gradually making his way in front of her. Yuan Ziki froze, staring blankly at him. Her face suddenly flushed crimson. I truly apologize. This was not my intention. I had no idea you would be rendered speechless. It is entirely my fault, he replied, equally embarrassed. At that moment, Yuan Ziki widened her eyes, fixated on Hao Chen. Why do you stare at me so? I assure you, it was not my intention. I truly saw nothing, he said. Now, let me lift the restraints, but please refrain from shouting. If you agree, simply blink. If you attract others, it may not bode well. Hao Chen explained, blending threats with his reasoning. Upon seeing Yuan Ziki blink, Hao Chen proceeded to unbind her physical restraints, yet he did not lift the barrier. You scoundrel! Release all my restraints at once. Yuan Ziki exclaimed as soon as her physical bindings were undone. Not a chance. Surely, you understand my purpose here. If I were to fully lift your restraints, what would happen to my plans? Hao Chen retorted with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he teased Yuan Ziki. How shameless of you. Will you really leave me standing like this? Yuan Ziki scolded, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Well, if you find it inconvenient, should I assist you in pulling up your trousers? Back on Flying Fish Island, I merely held your body and kissed your lips. This time, you are the one who allowed me to see. I have yet to fully appreciate the view, Hao Chen remarked, a playful tone in his voice. Get lost. I can manage myself. Release the rest of my restraints immediately. Also, if you dare to gaze below, I shall ensure your eyes are plucked out. Yuan Ziki seethed, wishing to inflict severe punishment on Hao Chen. Cough, all right then, can we pretend I was never here? Hao Chen, blushing, realized his covert observation had been uncovered and hastily suggested. He lifted all of Yuan Ziki's restraints and quickly retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance while turning his face away. Yuan Ziki swiftly donned her trousers and secured her belt, advancing towards Hao Chen. Feeling uneasy, he retreated further until his back pressed against the barrier, leaving him no room to escape. What are you planning? I told you I saw nothing. Hao Chen nervously explained. Is that so? Yuan Ziki approached him with a radiant smile. inquiring. You truly saw nothing at all? Of course, he stammered, her smile reminding him of their previous encounter at the ZY Pavilion on Flying Fish Island. He nodded vigorously in response. Yet, Yuan Ziki suddenly seized him, her hand brushing against his chest as she hastily asked, "Is the mole on my back red or black?" "Red," Hao Chen internally lamented. "This is it." Yuan Ziki's eyes widened in disbelief, confirming that Hao Chen had indeed seen everything. The fact that he pretended not to have seen anything enraged her, but she refrained from causing a scene. Instead, she gripped his arm and bit down fiercely. The sharp pain caused Hao Chen to inhale sharply, yet he dared not cry out. Overwhelmed by guilt, he was reluctant to use his powers to resist for fear of harming Yuan Ziki. Thus, he endured her bite, gritting his teeth in silence. What left him speechless was that Yuan Ziki continued to bite him, drawing blood from his arm. "Have you released your anger?" Hao Chen asked with a wry smile. At that moment, Yuan Ziki noticed the blood trickling from his arm and finally released her grip. "Serves you right for peeping," she retorted, feeling a twinge of guilt but unable to relent in her verbal assault. "Are you being unreasonable? I was the one who was hiding here first, and you came over without any hesitation. Is it my fault? You, shouldn't you have avoided looking?" Yuan Ziki felt both shame and anger. Though her heart did not reflect such fury outwardly, her relentless insistence was merely a means to alleviate her own embarrassment. "Can this really be blamed on me? You approached me and began to undress." Hao Chen's words were abruptly interrupted by Yuan Ziki. "What more do you have to say?" She immediately halted him. All right. I shall not speak further. Ahem, you are aware of my intentions. Should I bind you further, or what?" Hao Chen hesitated, speaking in fragments. "You dare." Yuan Ziki firmly opposed, then suddenly softened her tone, asking gently, "Do you truly need the antidote?" "Of course," Hao Chen replied decisively. "But you are not poisoned. Why do you concern yourself with others?" Yuan Ziki questioned. "For the people of Lan Luo City, I cannot bear to watch them perish. Even if this is a den of peril, I must come," Hao Chen stated with righteous conviction. "Was your earlier act of spying also a venture into this den of peril?" Yuan Ziki remarked. Realizing the awkwardness of her words, her face flushed anew. What else could it be but a den of peril? Hao Chen thought silently, not daring to voice it. "I must obtain the antidote today. Therefore, you would do well not to hinder me," lest he stated bluntly. Chapter 694, Secrets of the Demon Nest, Part 3. "What then?" Yuan Ziki inquired, gazing intently at Hao Chen. "Why did you choose to save me today?" "I merely believe that although you have joined the demon sect, your nature is not inherently malevolent." "Have you considered leaving the demon sect?" Hao Chen asked. "Leave the demon sect?" Yuan Ziki replied sorrowfully. "It is too late. My father has long since joined the sect and become the leader of the Feiyu Hall, commanding Feiyu Island. Can I really turn my back on the darkness?" After joining the demon sect, Yuan Wenlan's cultivation had surged rapidly due to the ample resources provided, and he had now reached the late stage of the divine separation realm. Though his progression was swift, it came with drawbacks. The sect's secret methods would not allow further advancement beyond the late stage unless the demon god descended, bringing resources from the celestial realm. Otherwise, there was no alternative. How unpredictable the world can be. Perhaps you should persuade your father to abandon his wrongdoings and return to righteousness? Hao Chen continued to strive to convince Yuan Ziki. The thought of persuading a high-ranking member of the demon sect to turn to the light was exhilarating. "Leave. If you are willing to join Feiyu Hall, I will accept any terms you propose, such as becoming a deputy hall master." Yet, Yuan Ziki remained unimpressed. "You wish to recruit me into your demon sect? If you were to offer me the position of sect leader, I might consider it," she thought to herself. "At which point I would dissolve the sect entirely. You desire the antidote. That is impossible. The demon sect has plotted for many years to breach Lan Luo City and claim territory for Feiyu Hall in the Tian Yuan continent. Therefore, I must prevent you." Yuan Ziki asserted resolutely. "Does this mean it was a mistake to lift your restraints? Had I known, I would have left you standing here in your birthday suit." Hao Yin sighed with regret. Yuan Ziki was about to lose her temper, but upon seeing Hao Yin's arm lightly bleeding, and recalling their serendipitous encounter at Feiyu Island's Ziwei Pavilion, as well as the moment he had saved her on the city wall, her tone softened. "Let me think about it." Yuan Ziki lowered her head, deep in contemplation. Her expression shifted from pale to flushed as she paced back and forth, clearly grappling with her inner turmoil. "You need not ponder any longer. Just allow me to restrain your body, and then no one will hold you accountable," Hao Yin said impatiently. While you deliberate, I could be the one to procure the antidote. And it would be of no avail. You scoundrel. I am concerned that once you act, you might attract the island's formidable warriors. Otherwise, even if you are a top-tier master, you cannot escape. Alas, the antidote is not with me. Otherwise, I would have handed it to you directly. Yuan Ziki retorted angrily. Realizing that Yuan Ziki was contemplating this, Hao Chen felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. It was not in vain for him to use Xiaoxue as her hostage to save her once. Do not worry, once I succeed. I am quite confident in my ability to escape. Hao Chen was certain of his escape, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Who in the Qianyuan realm could impede a cultivator of his caliber? Here is the plan. I shall lure that old man down the mountain, and you can seize your opportunity. Yuan Ziki stated, gazing at Hao Chen. But won't that arouse suspicion? Hao Chen expressed his concern. However, he felt a sense of delight within. With only the third elder remaining, his chances of acquiring the antidote would increase significantly. You underestimate me. They may suspect anyone, but they will not cast their doubts upon me, Yuan Ziki replied disdainfully. That is reassuring. In that case, I must trouble Miss Xueyao. Hao Chen always believed that Yuan Ziki had a kind heart. It's nothing. Consider it a favor repaid. After this, I shall no longer owe you anything. Yuan Ziki smiled. But how do I owe you? Hao Chen queried, perplexed. You took advantage of me upon our first meeting, and you rescued me from peril the second time. Tonight, you have offended me, yet I must assist you in acquiring the antidote. Count for yourself. Who owes whom? Yuan Ziki began to enumerate. All right, I concede that I owe you, Hao Chen jestingly replied. Perhaps I should repay you with my life. If you are willing to join the demon sect, I shall belong to you. Yuan Ziki unexpectedly acquiesced with enthusiasm. Coughing, Hao Chen suddenly found it overwhelming and quickly said, enough of the jesting. How will you lure that old man down the mountain? I have my methods. Once we descend, you may act. I cannot delay for long. And should there be too much commotion on the mountain, I cannot restrain those two old geezers, Yuan Ziki replied, a fleeting look of disappointment flashing in her eyes before she articulated her plan. Then I must thank you. Hao Chen spoke sincerely, feeling touched. Yuan Ziki said nothing further and indeed made her way to the cave of the sixth elder. Yet, Hao Chen's heart raced with trepidation, although he feigned politeness. He dared not place complete trust in Yuan Ziki. Just as she had claimed, the demon sect had been plotting for years. Could she genuinely forsake such an opportunity merely to repay a favor? As Yuan Ziki drew closer, Hao Chen's vigilance heightened. Yuan Ziki had already devised a plan. If she were not leading others down the mountain, but instead heading towards him or the cave of the third elder, Hao Chen would swiftly burst into the third elder's abode, subdue him, and attempt to procure the antidote. Subsequently, he would confine the elder within the demon suppression tower and search him thoroughly. If the antidote were hidden elsewhere, it would pose a significant problem. Before long, Yuan Ziki arrived at the entrance of the sixth elder's cave. The sixth elder emerged and nodded in acknowledgement to Yuan Ziki. Though their conversation remained unknown, the two proceeded towards the island's edge. Observing this interaction, Hao Chen found himself intrigued by the sixth elder's demeanor. A brief contemplation led him to comprehend that the sixth elder was likely affiliated with the Feiyu Hall. Given that Yuan Ziki claimed her father was the current hall master, it was only natural for the sixth elder to show her courtesy. As the two departed the island and boarded a warship waiting at a distance, Hao Chen stealthily approached the third elder's cave and soon found himself near its entrance. Upon scanning the area with his spiritual perception, he discerned a barrier at the cave's entrance. At that moment, the third elder was seated in meditation, his body turned away from Hao Chen. Without hesitation, Hao Chen utilized his spiritual eye technique to breach the barrier. A crisp sound resonated as the barrier shattered, followed by a forceful strike that sent chaos within the cave. A figure emerged from the rubble. It was the third elder. He appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray and clothing askew. Upon his emergence, his complexion fluctuated drastically, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. This was partly due to the abrupt interruption of his meditation and partly from the surprise attack. Before he could catch his breath, Hao Chen charged at him once more. In a bid for a swift resolution, Hao Chen transformed into several afterimages and advanced upon the third elder. The elder felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet in his severely injured state, he was no match for Hao Chen. Even at his peak, he would have faltered against him. He barely managed to deflect half of the attack before feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, propelled forcefully away. Fearing the antidote might be shattered, Hao Chen refrained from striking the elder's chest, knowing that such an action could lead to dire consequences for the old man. Who dares? Suddenly, from the cave on the opposite side of the island, two furious voices echoed. Startled, Hao Chen wasted no time and swiftly returned to the third elder's side. He restrained the elder's body with a wave of his hand and began to search him. Chapter 695. Escaping danger, however. Hao Chen was disheartened to discover that aside from the storage ring, the third elder possessed several storage bags filled with various bottles and jars. Uncertain which contained poison or the antidote, he demanded, "Which one is the antidote? Speak quickly or face dire consequences." Coughing, the third elder replied, "It's those two green bottles. Just a single drop in a basin of water is sufficient to detoxify hundreds." Seeing the fierce expression on Hao Chen's face, the third elder hastily divulged the information. Hao Chen immediately collected all the storage bags into the demon suppression tower. Nevertheless, he remained wary of the third elder, as he hesitated between delivering a fatal blow to the old man or taking him along. Two black-clad figures radiating the aura of the transformation realm were already rushing towards him. "Who are you?" An elderly figure clad in black, having reached the pinnacle of transformation, approached Hao Chen with an authoritative tone, demanding, "Who am I? The scenery here is captivating, and thus I have arrived." Hao Chen rolled his eyes and replied, "Brat, this is the realm of my demonic sect. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Since you are here, you might as well stay." No sooner had he spoken than the mid-transformation elder lunged at Hao Chen. Wishing to avoid entanglement, Hao Chen swiftly struck the third elder with a palm before leaping to escape. However, his expression soon shifted as he realized his spiritual power was waning, rendering him incapable of breaking the spatial restrictions. Upon closer inspection, he discovered he had been poisoned without his knowledge. When had he been afflicted with such venom? Puzzled, he thought it was not the time to refine the toxins within his body. Hastily engaging in a few exchanges with the two mid-transformation elders, he feigned defeat and activated the swift phoenix step, dashing towards the island's edge. In truth, the poison posed little threat to him. With the technique of devouring the toxic energy using his astral dantian, he could expel the venom. His intention was to exploit the illusion of being poisoned to confuse the demonic sect, drawing out any concealed powerful adversaries. At that moment, the third elder shouted, "That brat has been poisoned. Do not let him escape." Little did the third elder know that Hao Chen had merely delivered a light strike, choosing not to use lethal force. It was not due to a lack of capability, but rather a deliberate choice on Hao Chen's part. "You have poisoned me. I shall ensnare you in my symbols," he thought. The two mid-transformation elders, upon hearing this, disregarded the third elder and hastily pursued him. In the distance, a throng of demonic sect members had formed an encircling formation at the foot of the mountain. "Everyone, heed my command. Block that brat. Show no mercy." A mid-divine elder bellowed from behind the crowd. At this moment, Hao Chen realized that this mid-divine elder was the most formidable among those hidden within the demonic sect. Just then, a voice permeated his thoughts, southwest. It was the voice of Yuan Ziki, and without hesitation, he headed in that direction. The demonic sect members had already closed in. With a wave of his hand, Hao Chen sent a dozen individuals flying. As he did so, he saw Yuan Ziki rushing towards him. Hao Chen understood that she intended to learn his techniques and use him as leverage. At this moment, the distance between Hao Chen and Yuan Ziki was roughly 10 zhang, while the two mid-transformation elders were a mere 5 or 6 zhang away. Numerous demonic sect members continued their assault. Hao Chen had no choice but to continuously strike, sending several nearby demonic disciples sprawling. Yuan Ziki attempted to close the distance, but the two mid-transformation elders had already encroached upon Hao Chen. One of them raised a hand and aimed a palm strike at Hao Chen. Just as he was about to counter, a sound of air being sliced open echoed, followed by several flashes of blades and sword energy hurtling into the crowd. Hao Chen, believing these to be spells aimed at him, was on high alert. To his surprise, however, all the concealed projectiles targeted the two pursuing mid-transformation elders. "You little rascal, you have accomplices. Capture this brat first," roared the elder at the pinnacle of transformation, seething with rage as he simultaneously deflected the incoming projectiles while cursing vehemently. At that moment, upon noticing that Yuan Ziki had approached, Hao Chen disregarded the identity of the individual and engaged her in combat. After a few exchanges, he struck her shoulder with a powerful blow, causing her to stagger back, only to be suddenly restrained by Hao Chen. Panic ensued among the members of the demon sect as they realized the young leader had been captured. "Release the young miss. Release the commander," they exclaimed in disarray, hesitating to act further. Hao Chen shouted to the crowd, "Everyone retreat. Otherwise, I shall take her life." The members of the demon sect exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. At that moment, the assailants halted, as two elders at the transformation stage finally recognized that Yuan Ziki was under restraint. "Release the young lady, and I shall spare your life," the elder at the late stage of transformation demanded furiously. "If you wish for her release, you must all step back. Quickly, for my patience is limited," Hao Chen threatened. The two elders in dark robes began to communicate silently. "What should we do? Should we heed his words? What if we don't? The young miss is in his grasp. If anything were to happen to her, who could endure the wrath of the leader? But to simply let him go is disheartening. No matter, this lad is already poisoned. It seems uncertain whether he can even stand. For now, let him go. Once the young miss is safe, we can pursue him later." A voice echoed in the ear of the elder at the late stage of transformation. "That makes sense. Let him revel in his temporary triumph. Once the young lady is in safety, I shall ensure he pays dearly." Upon hearing the transmission from the elder at the mid-stage of transformation, he whispered to his companion and then signaled for the members of the demon sect to withdraw, clearing a path. Hao Chen hurriedly led Yuan Ziki away. Once they had escaped the encirclement, Hao Chen noticed only the two elders pursuing them. "You are not to pursue any further. I shall release her before I depart this island. If you come any closer, I cannot guarantee her safety," he warned the two elders. Enraged by his words, the two elders refrained from chasing them, watching helplessly as Hao Chen took Yuan Ziki farther away. After distancing themselves from the two elders by 1,000 feet, Hao Chen bit his lip, deliberately spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was aware that the two elders had been tracking his movements with their divine senses. To entice them into an ambush at sea, he needed to feign signs of poisoning. "Are you all right?" Yuan Ziki, unaware of Hao Chen's ruse, inquired urgently upon seeing him spit blood. "Cough, cough. The world is truly marvelous. I had my little sister serve as your hostage to rescue you, and now you have taken the role of a hostage to save me. My apologies, Miss Ziki," Hao Chen said with a bitter smile as he released the restraints on her. "No matter, we are even now. You must leave quickly. I will delay them for a while," Yuan Ziki replied. "Regrettably, I failed to capture the third elder, or else I could have discovered which vial contained the antidote." Hao Chen sighed helplessly. He had never intended to capture the third elder. From observing his demeanor, it was clear that the man was unyielding. If pressed too hard, he might resort to self-destruction, making it impossible to locate the antidote. Departing from the side of the third elder, a light and effortless palm strike embedded a tracking talisman upon him. Given Hao Yan's cultivation level, the talisman affixed to the third elder could only be removed by a celestial being of at least the human immortal realm. Otherwise, it remained an unbreakable, lifelong tracking mark. In times of need, one could easily locate the antidote, significantly more efficient than harboring it within the demon suppression tower. I was aware that the antidote was contained within a red vial. Upon noticing Hao Yan's sigh, Yuan Ziki informed him that the vial was indeed the antidote. This old rascal had deceived me, claiming it was a green vial. Hao Yan, incensed by Yuan Ziki's words, retorted that the green vial merely accelerated the spread of the blood poison, while the red vial held the true remedy. A few drops in a large basin, with each person consuming a bowl, would suffice to neutralize the toxin. However, if more than 12 hours passed, the antidote would no longer be effective, and the blood poison would transform into a blood poison spirit. At that point, there would be no escape. Yet, I remained uncertain of the specific poison affecting you at present. Yuan Ziki meticulously explained the usage and precautions of the antidote to Hao Yan. "I am grateful to you today, Miss Yuan Ziki. I shall find a way to repay you in the future. I must take my leave now." After listening to Yuan Ziki's introduction to the antidote, Hao Yan no longer lingered and spoke to her. "This is a small gift for you. Cherish it." As he bid farewell, Hao Yan discreetly adorned Yuan Ziki with a ring. Chapter 696. A safe escape. Hao Yan's figure gradually receded, while Yuan Ziki tightly clasped her right hand around her left middle finger, lost in contemplation. Could it be that he was proposing to me? This thought perplexed Yuan Ziki immensely. A proposal ring is traditionally bestowed by a man to a woman, signifying his desire to share a lifetime with her as her devoted partner. Therefore, the ring that Hao Yan presented to Yuan Ziki bore significant weight. Yet, She found herself unwittingly forced into wearing a ring by Hao Chen. It is only when the woman consents to the proposal that the ring becomes an engagement ring, placed by the man on her finger. The ring now adorned Yuan Ziqi's left middle finger, a symbol of passionate romance and engagement. Hao Chen's action was also a testament to his responsibility towards Yuan Ziqi. After sharing a kiss at the ZY Pavilion on Flying Fish Island, he departed quietly without a trace. It was not merely a departure, but rather an escape, having dismantled the secret base of the demon sect. Fearing discovery that could endanger Yuan Ziqi and her family, he fled. In this unexpected encounter, despite having seen Yuan Ziqi in a vulnerable moment, she bore him no ill will. Instead, she risked herself as a hostage to aid his escape from the deserted island. At the moment of parting from Yuan Ziqi, Hao Chen felt compelled to act in such a manner. Whether Yuan Ziqi appreciated his gesture was a matter for another discussion. As Yuan Ziqi pondered this intermittently, two elders of the transformation realm swiftly pursued. Elders, there is no need to chase. He has vanished without a trace, Yuan Ziqi urged as she approached them. Miss, it would be prudent for you to wait here. We shall return shortly. Unexpectedly, two elders of the transformation realm disregarded the warning. One elder in the later stage of transformation spoke up. Fourth elder, please exercise caution. Yuan Ziqi, feeling helpless, urged them. Miss, this individual must not escape. Another elder in the mid-transformation stage spoke with a hint of politeness. The fourth elder and fifth elder, Tang Hai, swiftly bypassed Yuan Ziqi and soared into the sky, chasing after the lingering aura left by Hao Chen, departing the deserted island at an astonishing speed. Observing this, Yuan Ziqi could only shake her head in resignation and followed suit, silently praying for Hao Chen's safe evasion from this calamity. Hao Chen deliberately feigned a precarious flight, altering his direction several times to elude his pursuers from the demonic sect. Upon confirming the presence of blood poison, he began to refine it within his body while continuing his flight. In mere moments, the blood poison within him was entirely consumed by the blood poison monarch. At last, I found you. There's nowhere left to run. A voice echoed, and before long, an elder appeared behind Hao Chen, none other than the fifth elder of the demonic sects Feiyu Hall, Tang Hai. Hao Chen felt a sense of helplessness. An individual oblivious to the danger approached him, and he feared that rejecting them would bring him unease. Soon, Elder Tang Hai closed in on Hao Chen and struck out with a palm. The force of the blow suggested that if it landed, it would lead to either death or severe injury. Hao Chen casually waved his hand to meet the attack, resulting in a resounding impact. Instead of being sent flying, he caused Tang Hai to be knocked back onto the surface of the sea, staining the water crimson. Stop! Just as Hao Chen prepared to make another move, a loud shout reverberated through the air. The voice, infused with internal power, caused Hao Chen to feel a bit breathless. Clearly, the approaching individual possessed significant strength, prompting him to adopt a defensive stance. Heh, your tracking abilities are quite impressive. A figure appeared before him, none other than the fourth elder of Feiyu Hall. Hao Chen smiled and remarked accordingly. At that moment, another figure rushed in from the direction of the mainland. Indeed, it was Qian Shanyu and Luan Yu. Thank goodness I made it. Otherwise, I would never see you again, old man. Dare to harm my brother, and I shall ensure your demise. Luan Yu, knowing Hao Chen was Qian Shanyu's junior disciple, directed his ire toward the fourth elder of the demonic sect. With that, he unleashed a strike against the fourth elder. While Qian Shanyu's moves were ferocious, and Luan Yu's attacks were ruthless, the fourth elder of Feiyu Hall felt a surge of trepidation. Unwilling to confront Qian Shanyu and Luan Yu head-on, after exchanging only a few blows, another voice rang out, "Allow me to lend you a hand." As the words were spoken, a woman in white appeared before them, an enchanting beauty, none other than the misty poison's Qiu Sunyang. Upon seeing her, the fourth elder's tension escalated. Among top-tier experts, he was of only moderate strength and dared not face three formidable opponents alone. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. With that, he repelled Qian Shanyu with a palm and departed the scene. Meanwhile, the fifth elder, amidst the fray, was rescued by Yuan Ziqi and retreated back to the deserted island. The individuals from Lanluo City found a nearby rocky outcrop to temporarily settle and recover their strength. As Hao Chen gradually concluded his cultivation and opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that dawn had broken. I am sincerely grateful for everyone's support. Otherwise, I would surely have been severely injured by the demonic sect's forces. Hao Chen gazed at the reinforcements with heartfelt gratitude. Your willingness to venture alone for the sake of Blue Network City is commendable. It is only right that we extend our assistance, remarked Lord Luanyu. Junior brother, have you obtained the antidote? Inquired Qinshanyu at that moment. I have, Hao Chen replied. We must hurry back. It has been nearly 10 hours since last night. If we delay further, we may be too late. He displayed the vial of medicine to the group, then added, let us proceed swiftly. Indeed, Luanyu acknowledged the urgency of the situation. Observing that the group had regained their strength, he led them directly towards Blue Network City. Hao Chen followed at a leisurely pace, finding the speed of his companions rather sluggish. To him, their pace was undeniably slow. An hour later, they finally reached Blue Network City. On the city walls, numerous cultivators remained vigilant, eagerly scanning the horizon. They have returned, someone exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. I must see for myself. I wonder if young Sir Zheng has secured the antidote. After such a lengthy absence, we remain in suspense. Let us hope he has succeeded. As Hao Chen and his companions alighted upon the city wall, the murmurs of the crowd fell silent, and a heavy hush enveloped them. Especially those afflicted by the poison fervently prayed for good news. Senior, have you acquired the antidote? Asked a leader of one of the sections. Lord, here is the antidote. A few drops into a basin of water, and each person shall drink a bowl. However, for safety's sake, let us first have 1 or 2 individuals try it. And if all goes well, then everyone may partake, Hao Chen explained as he presented the red vial to Luanyu. The crowd had no objections, and Luanyu swiftly accepted the vial, instructing someone to fetch a basin of water. Once the basin was brought and filled, Luanyu added several drops of the antidote and stirred the mixture. He then randomly selected 2 poison guards to drink it. The 2 initially showed no reaction, but after a while, their expressions suddenly changed, and they expelled 2 mouthfuls of black blood. Hao Chen promptly examined the guards and confirmed that the poison had been purged from their systems. Cheers erupted from the crowd, the exhilarating news spreading like wildfire through the streets. Chapter 697. After the rain, the sky clears under the watchful eyes of Luanyu, Qinshanyu, and Yinyu. The crowd lined up to drink the antidote. Several basins of water were filled to ensure that all those afflicted could receive the remedy. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving our lives. Upon the healing of the last individual, the crowd exchanged glances before collectively kneeling on one knee before Hao Chen, their voices unified in gratitude. Even Luanyu, Qinshanyu, and the others bowed in thanks. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities. I have done but a trifling service, Hao Chen exclaimed, startled by the display of reverence. After some persuasion, the crowd stood once more. Many among them felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Hao Chen. From this moment forth, should you require our assistance, the Ao High sect will willingly plunge into the depths of peril for you, and we, the Firefeather sect, as will the 100 Spirits sect. If ever you truly need our aid, do not hesitate to call upon us, Hao Chen replied, acknowledging the fervent declarations of support from the crowd. Hearing his words, they once again expressed their gratitude. Esteemed guests, it is with profound gratitude that I acknowledge your invaluable contributions in repelling formidable foes and safeguarding our city. On behalf of all the citizens of Lanluo City, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Lord Luanyu, the city's leader, bowed respectfully to the assembly. Eradicating evil and upholding righteousness is our duty as members of the righteous sect. There is no need for thanks, interjected Su Mu of Hao Yuan Hall at the opportune moment. Lord Luanyu, there is no need for formalities. We have toiled throughout the night, and I believe many are weary. Let us return to our abodes for rest. The assembly echoed Su Mu's sentiments, and as Luanyu hesitated to express further gratitude, Hao Chen interjected, very well, let us part ways for now. Once I have concluded the post-battle matters, I will personally host each of you. Lord Luanyu of Lanluo City spoke earnestly. The forces of the demonic sect had temporarily retreated, and aside from the cultivators of Qinyuan's sect who remained, the other sects and factions that had aided Lanluo City gradually took their leave. Elder Su Mu retained the services of Hao Ying and took the other cultivators of Hao Yuan Hall back to Fengming Town, bidding farewell to Lord Luanyu and Hao Chen. During this time, Lord Luanyu continued his investigation into the enigmatic figure who had thwarted the dark-clad individuals of the demonic sect, wishing to express his gratitude in person and report to the 5-sect alliance for a reward. Unfortunately, upon inquiring with Hao Chen, Qinshanyu, and Su Mu, they all claimed ignorance, prompting Lord Luanyu to abandon further contemplation. Only Hao Chen knew the identity of that person, yet he withheld the name. Hao Chen understood that although the forces of the demonic sect had temporarily withdrawn, the winds of turbulence might soon return. It was uncertain when the sinister beings lurking within the misty isle might make their resurgence. Consequently, he resolved to share the intelligence gathered from the misty isle, along with the maritime charts he had sketched from memory, with his second brother Qian Shanyu and Lord Luanyu, planning a surprise attack when the opportunity arose. The surveillance of the entire maritime expanse was just beginning. He intended to visit Flying Fish Island to ascertain the occurrences there. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before him, and a streak of light darted across the sky above the sea. At this moment, Hao Chen soared through the air, having gathered all the women into the space of his jade pendant. Had he not arrived in time, Wanluo City would have suffered immensely, and Hao Ying's life would have been in grave peril. Hao Chen understood this deeply, and he was certain that Hao Ying was acutely aware of the stakes. Hence he would no longer allow her to stray from his sight. Flying over the ocean was perilous. Who could predict the terrors that might unfold? Even with unparalleled cultivation, traversing the seas was fraught with dangers. To expedite his journey, Hao Chen retrieved his interstellar spacecraft. After discerning the direction of the sea, he set a course for Flying Fish Island. Within the confines of the spacecraft, only Yu Xiaolan occupied the study. After placing the women into the jade pendant space, the others congregated in the main hall of Cooling Tower to engage in casual conversation. Only Yu Xiaolan ventured into the study to seek out some books, subsequently retreating into the spacecraft's study to read. It was not until Hao Chen summoned the interstellar spacecraft and initiated its flight that Yu Xiaolan realized they had entered the waters of Lanyuan Sea. She set aside her book and hurried to the control hall of the spacecraft. What are you doing on the ship? Upon seeing Yu Xiaolan's figure in the control hall, Hao Chen could not help but inquire. In the study of my residence at the Emerald Spirit Pavilion, after searching for a few books, I secluded myself in the spaceship's study to indulge in reading. Yu Xiaolan articulated her reason for wanting to avoid disturbances and focus intently on her reading. Her arrival facilitated Hao Chen's navigation of the vessel. In Hao Chen's company, Yu Xiaolan not only made remarkable strides in her cultivation, nearing the Yuaning realm, but also deepened her knowledge significantly. The extensive collection of books amassed by Hao Chen was meticulously organized under Yu Xiaolan's management, allowing her to immerse herself in the ocean of literature. As they traveled swiftly, Yu Xiaolan periodically assessed their position according to the maritime map set by Hao Chen, observing the ship's compass. She would make slight adjustments to the direction while Hao Chen merely propelled the ship forward. With no definitive landmarks on the sea, the absence of a directional indicator could easily lead to disorientation. After approximately half an hour, Yu Xiaolan estimated that Hao Chen had navigated the ship thousands of miles away. Finally, as the waves began to exhibit a burgeoning intensity, Hao Chen slowed the ship's speed. After checking the compass and sensing the surroundings, he seemed to ascertain something and halted the vessel in a void. What Yu Xiaolan beheld was an expanse of darkness, devoid of any discernible features. The only certainty she held was that a storm was imminent. Just as her confusion grew, Hao Chen retrieved a tracker from his storage ring and steered the ship towards the void before them. An extraordinary wave of energy spread forth, and the once tranquil void suddenly split open, revealing an island. The island was modest in size, merely 1,000 zhong. Yu Xiaolan then realized that the fissure was none other than a formation barrier endowed with the abilities of illusion and concealment. Such a place existed on the sea. Her thoughts surged. The maritime map bore no indication of this location. This was, in fact, the secret landing point that Hao Chen had used during his crossing of the Blue Yuan Sea with Yi Han, which had been ensnared by a formation barrier at some unknown time. Had Hao Chen not discreetly left a tracker here before departing, this place would have remained undiscoverable. The tracker concealed on the island contained a wisp of his essence, representing Hao Chen's consciousness. As long as Hao Chen remained unfallen, this fragment of consciousness would endure eternally. Although Hao Chen had visited this locale, he was not well acquainted with its surroundings. During his crossing of the Blue Yuan Sea with Yi Han, they had landed on this solitary island, where Yi Han had remained silent, while Hao Chen and Yu Xiaolan stayed close to him at all times. The three spent half a day on the island, solely focusing on cultivation to restore their energy. After stowing away the interstellar spaceship, they alighted upon this isolated island, surrounded by sheer cliffs, which could aptly be described as a clandestine relay island. Had they not found refuge on this island that night, they would have faced considerable peril. Encountering a storm at sea could lead to dire consequences, Not even deities would escape unscathed. Hao Chen employed his consciousness to probe the surroundings and swiftly located a cave. After confirming the absence of other creatures, he, along with Yu Xiaolan, entered the cave to evade the impending storm. This was a man-made dwelling, small on the outside but hollow within. The tempest raged outside the cave throughout the night, while the rain within grew increasingly intense, disturbing their rest. Yu Xiaolan, possessing the profound Yin constitution, experienced mutual benefits with each session of dual cultivation, reaping even greater rewards. Particularly for her, the advantages were substantial. As Hao Chen absorbed the essence of her Yin body and integrated it with the bloodline of Xiao Hao, he subsequently transmitted enhancements back to Yu Xiaolan, elevating both her physique and cultivation level. The strength of Hao Chen's cultivation directly benefited the women who engaged in dual cultivation with him, particularly those with a profound Yin constitution, such as Yi Xiaohan and, of course, Yu Xiaolan. After a night of vigorous activity, Yu Xiaolan's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the late Yuan dance stage. At this moment, the rain had ceased and the sky had cleared. The turbulent waves crashing against the shore had subsided, leaving the night tranquil. Chapter 698. Assisting others in overcoming tribulations the following day, with the rain having passed. Hao Chen and Yu Xiaolan emerged from the cave, taking their place on the solitary island. They faced the sea, preparing for the moment when the sun would rise from the horizon, engaging in cultivation to restore the energy expended the previous night. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifted overhead. "Brother, I think I might break through, but I'm completely unprepared," Yu Xiaolan exclaimed unexpectedly. "Do not worry. I have already made preparations for your tribulation. Fear not. With me by your side, all will be well." Before he could finish speaking, Hao Chen sprang to his feet, meticulously surveying the terrain of the island. He discovered a flat expanse of 100 zhang in the southeastern corner, suitable for the tribulation. He swiftly descended with Yu Xiaolan to prepare for the impending trial. The surrounding clouds began to thicken and darken, gradually enveloping the island in a veil of dim, black clouds, casting a shadow over the area. With Hao Chen nearby, Yu Xiaolan felt at ease. "The thunder tribulation, brother will assist me. What is there to fear?" she murmured, her mind racing with thoughts. In a short while, a mass of dark tribulation clouds rapidly approached from the horizon. Having previously undergone the Yuan Dan tribulation, she possessed some knowledge of the process. She summoned her entire magical energy, drawing the vital essence from the air towards her. That prior tribulation had been quite the ordeal, but this time, should she be struck by lightning while entirely bare, it mattered little, for only she and Hao Chen were present. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaolan took her preparations seriously. From the storage ring that Hao Chen had provided for her tribulation supplies, she retrieved clothing to don and consumed the necessary elixirs. After a stick of incense had burned, she was ready. Concurrently, Hao Chen, situated several dozen zhang away, was not idle. He had made preparations to attract the lightning, setting up 4 iron spears in the cardinal directions around him, with the demon suppression tower suspended above. As Yu Xiaolan prepared for her tribulation, she turned to observe Hao Chen's situation and was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, it's my tribulation. What are you doing over there, acting all peculiar? Hurry up and focus on protecting me," Yu Xiaolan thought to herself. Just as she pondered this, the tribulation lightning descended. 9 bolts of lightning, initially as thick as a baby's arm, gradually transformed into the girth of her own arm, yet the radiance of the lightning struck toward Hao Chen. As the dawn broke, Yu Xiaolan found herself in a state of bewilderment. She had gathered her magical energy for quite some time, tilting her head skyward, her neck aching and her arms throbbing from the concentrated power. Yet, the tribulation thunder veered towards Hao Chen instead. "Am I foolish, or is the thunder as well?" she mused silently. "Very well, unleash your fury as you please. I shall merely observe the spectacle." At that moment, Hao Chen began to swiftly absorb the descending tribulation thunder into his being. The recently consumed lightning energy was voraciously devoured by the thunder sea within his dantian, where the electric spirit creatures resided. The 9 thunder dragons, swimming within the thunder sea, began to expand in size, circling round and round. After approximately 3 incense sticks worth of time, it seemed the tribulation thunder realized its error and, abandoning its final strike, retreated into the dark clouds above. It was a perplexing anomaly that Ran remained unscathed by the tribulation, a phenomenon the heavenly laws could not permit. Thus, as Hao Chen expelled a final breath of murky air, he noticed another large expanse of dark clouds drifting in from the horizon. Overjoyed, he hastily summoned the vital energy surrounding him, forming a vortex that surged into his body, and once again, the tribulation thunder fell victim to its own folly. After unleashing all its fury, the thunder departed, seemingly resigned. Dear thunder dragons, must you grow so rapidly? Just recently achieving your dragon forms, and now sprouting horns. Are you not transforming towards a thunder dragon physique? Following 2 successive tribulations, Hao Chen examined the thunder sea within his dantian, a grin on his face that soon faltered. Before he could revel in his triumph, the heavens deemed his deceit intolerable. Moments later, 5 ominous clouds surged forth from all directions, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder, rumbling ominously towards the solitary island. As a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended, Hao Chen engaged all 5 dantians and the demon suppression tower to work in unison, yet they still could not fully absorb the overwhelming power of the lightning. The residual force struck Hao Chen directly, causing him to spit blood. When one invites death, the heavenly retribution shall not show mercy. The 5 clouds converged, forming a solid mass above Hao Chen, and the thunder rumbled like a tempest upon an iron plate. Clearly, Hao Chen was taken aback by the sight before him. The power of the thunder far exceeded what even the great Ascension realm could withstand. Damn it, today I shall fight back, he roared. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fury ignited. Little did he anticipate that the once manageable tribulation thunder, which had aided the minor yang technique in refining his body, would now prove to be an overwhelming force. With each successive strike, Hao Chen felt his body suffer grievously, having already expelled blood multiple times. He urged his 5 dantians to spin rapidly, the demon suppression tower striving to absorb the energy, but no matter how swiftly it consumed, it could not match the ferocity of the lightning strikes. The tremendous thunder relentlessly battered Hao Chen, leaving his body in disarray, blood and flesh intermingled. At that moment, he found himself devoid of any strength to resist, left to passively endure this onslaught beyond his capacity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the dark clouds dissipated and the fierce thunder retreated, allowing the sun to shine once more upon the lonely island. A rich essence of vitality, akin to the divine dew bestowed by the heavens, cascaded over this wondrous locale. In a moment, Hao Chen summoned Yu Xiaolan to this place, while he himself swiftly retreated into the demon suppression tower to tend to his injuries. In the span of a single incense stick, his body returned to its former state. At this juncture, Hao Chen realized that, aside from a slight enhancement in his cultivation, the efficacy of the lesser yang technique had propelled his physical refinement to the pinnacle of vitality. The 9 thunder serpents within his thunder sea had undergone a metamorphosis into the nascent form of a dragon. Henceforth, his body would be impervious to poisons, unscathed by flames, and fearless of the cold, truly embodying the essence of complete vitality. Even with significant injuries, he would naturally heal within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. What a thrilling experience it was to advance in rank despite enduring strikes. It was infuriating yet amusing. Moreover, he ascended directly to the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm, causing his voice to transform in delight, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Subsequently, Yu Xiaolan enjoyed the bounteous essence of vitality, akin to heavenly dew, in a state of unbridled ease. After several instances of pushing her body to its limits, her advancement proceeded smoothly, propelling her to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. When the Knight Xiaoye could no longer absorb the pure vitality, Hao Chen summoned Shao Wen from the jade pendant space to partake in the divine essence. Having reached the late stage of the nascent pill realm, Shao Wen successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. As Shao Wen faced her tribulation, Hao Chen emerged from the demon suppression tower to set up several formations to shield her from the heavenly tribulation. It was not that Hao Chen lacked concern for Shao Wen's tribulation. Rather, her advancement to the nascent soul realm, relying on her own capabilities, would not provoke an excessive tribulation. Yu Xiaolan also transferred the tribulation materials that Hao Chen had prepared for her to Shao Wen. With Hao Chen's assistance, Shao Wen successfully navigated her nascent soul tribulation. Now, among the women, 2 more had attained the nascent soul realm. Knight Xiaohan, Dailin, and Qing'er were already in the nascent soul realm. And with the successful tribulation of Yu Xiaolan and Shao Wen, only Ziyu, Shuang'er, Shaner, and Hao Ying remained. Thus, Hao Chen summoned all the women from the jade pendant space to admire the beauty of the surroundings. During these few days, he also thoroughly consolidated his mid-stage Great Ascension cultivation. Chapter 699, Sea Patrol, Part 1. On the solitary island, Hao Chen and the others lingered for half a month. Once Yu Xiaolan and Xiao Wen had stabilized their cultivation, they broke through the mist and departed from the area. Hao Chen did not engage in cultivation. His ascension to the Great Ascension realm was due to a moment of enlightenment in the outer starry sky. A fortuitous encounter at the blood pool on Nanyuan Island allowed him to absorb a vast amount of pure vitality, which facilitated his advancement. Subsequently, the descent of celestial essence solidified his cultivation. The Qianyuan realm lacked celestial essence, rendering Hao Chen's cultivation efforts feeble. This advancement was entirely serendipitous. Being struck repeatedly by lightning had catalyzed the transformation of the thunder serpents into dragons within his thunder sea. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Hao Chen to progress without cultivation. The waves upon the sea began to rise, and surges of tumultuous waters could be glimpsed intermittently. After flying over the surface of the ocean for 5 or 6 days aboard their vessel, Hao Chen and the women once again traversed the mist-laden sea. Within the foggy expanse, no formidable beast appeared, allowing his heart to finally settle. Before him, the surface of the sea, though free of mist, was increasingly tumultuous. Observing the relentless waves and listening to the thunderous roar of the surf, Hao Yin and the women felt their spirits surge, their hearts ascending to new heights. After several days of flight, a small black dot finally emerged on the horizon, several hundred miles ahead. Hao Yin surmised that it must be an island, prompting him to hasten towards the distant speck. As they drew closer, the dot expanded, revealing itself as an island. Yu Xiaolan consulted the nautical chart, plotting a course from the solitary isle to the waters of Flying Fish Island. She marked the route and provided annotations on the chart. The starship continued its journey towards the island. As they approached the island, approximately 10 miles away, Hao Yin sensed a sudden surge of rapid chi fluctuations emanating from its direction. Frowning slightly, he recognized that such intense energy fluctuations were typically indicative of cultivators engaged in combat or casting spells. Consequently, he retracted the starship and the women, transforming himself into an elder of the nascent soul stage. Hovering in the air, he extended his consciousness, gaining clarity on the scene below. On the beach, 7 cultivators were embroiled in a fierce battle against a sea demon beast resembling an octopus. Rather than the cultivators attacking the beast, it seemed as if the creature was pursuing them. Suspended in the air, Hao Yin observed the struggle between man and beast with an indifferent gaze. Among the 7, one was a middle-aged cultivator at the late core formation stage, while another was a young cultivator at the mid-core formation stage. Of the remaining 5, 2 were at the late foundation establishment stage, while the other 3 were only at the early to mid-foundation establishment stage. The octopus-like sea demon beast possessed only 2 tentacles. Suddenly, one of its tentacles ensnared the young cultivator, immobilizing him completely. Now, only the middle-aged cultivator at the late core formation stage remained to duel the beast. He summoned a sword, unleashing a wave of sword chi aimed at the sea demon. However, a mist enveloped the demon, absorbing the sword chi as it approached. The other cultivators could only retreat to a safe distance, employing their magical powers and artifacts to strike at the beast, all the while fearing to injure the young cultivator ensnared by the tentacle. The collective efforts of the cultivators proved futile against the demon, which outright disregarded their presence. This beast was at least of the 8th rank, surpassing an average human cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. The young cultivator, trapped and no longer struggling, had either succumbed to unconsciousness or worse. Witnessing this dire situation, the middle-aged cultivator felt a surge of panic. He withdrew a Qiankuan ring, channeling a drop of his essence blood into it. The ring radiated a brilliant light and hurled itself forcefully towards the sea demon. The luminous ring of the Qiankuan circle, after being engulfed by the sea monster's mist, did not cease its motion but instead pierced through the fog, striking the creature's back. The sea monster, stung by the pain, unleashed a furious response, releasing the young cultivator ensnared by its tentacle. With a sudden leap, it lunged at the middle-aged cultivator. Though the octopus-like beast was massive, it possessed remarkable agility, swiftly striking the middle-aged cultivator's shoulder with its tentacle. Had he not dodged slightly, the tentacle would have certainly struck his head. The sea monster's tentacle not only hit the mid-stage Yuandan cultivator, but also extended rapidly, ensnaring his shoulder. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed. leaving the middle-aged cultivator's face pallid and rendering him immobile. Master. Upon hearing the middle-aged cultivator's anguished cry and the sound of bones breaking, several cultivators shouted in unison. Various magical treasures flew forth, targeting the sea monster for annihilation. Hao Chen had been watching the struggle from above, refraining from intervening. After observing for a while and noticing that none of the cultivators showed any inclination to flee, especially after the beast had shattered the shoulder of the middle-aged cultivator, he felt a sense of admiration for their bravery. The sea monster, dragging the middle-aged cultivator's body, opened its maw wide, preparing to devour him. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, instantly ensnaring the sea monster. Hao Chen employed the sword domain to immobilize the beast. Subsequently, he unleashed the illusory condensation finger, channeling several streams of energy into the creature's head. Instantly, over a dozen blood holes erupted from the massive head of the sea monster. After a series of anguished howls, the creature fell silent. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed upon seeing the one who had intervened. As Hao Chen gracefully descended onto the sandy shore, the cultivator murmured, "A Yuanying cultivator." Upon landing before the group, Hao Chen had already utilized the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun to transform into an elderly man of Yuanying realm. The middle-aged cultivator and the others immediately displayed expressions of reverence. Once the sea monster was slain, the mystical fog it had produced dissipated as well. The young cultivator lay on the ground, still unconscious. "I am Huyanlong from Yunxiao Island, and these individuals are also cultivators from Yunxiao Island. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder," the middle-aged cultivator stated, bowing respectfully before Hao Chen. "Is this the territory of Flying Fish Island?" Hao Chen inquired, glancing at the fallen sea monster and the still unconscious young cultivator. Although he knew it was improbable to have strayed from his intended destination, he sought reassurance for his peace of mind. The middle-aged cultivator was momentarily taken aback by Hao Chen's question. He dared not speak out of turn and respectfully replied, "Indeed. This is the territory of Flying Fish Island." "Oh," Hao Chen continued, "what is the name of this island?" "It is an unnamed isle, uninhabited," the middle-aged cultivator answered with respect. Noticing the middle-aged cultivator, Huyanlong, frowning intermittently and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Hao Chen understood that the discomfort stemmed from his injuries. He then took out a bone essence and administered it to the middle-aged cultivator, Hua Yunlong. Chapter 700, Sea Area Patrol, Part 2. Subsequently, he infused a surge of verdant wood energy into the young cultivator's body. Moments later, the young cultivator awakened, his expression shifting drastically upon realizing that Hao Chen was a nascent soul-stage cultivator. However, upon sensing no hostility from Hao Chen, he approached to express his gratitude, though a lingering awe remained on his countenance. Among the others, only one appeared somewhat younger, while the rest bore the marks of age and experience. Hao Chen remained silent, and none dared to utter a word. At this moment, he furrowed his brow, pondering when he might inquire about the situation on Nanyuan Island. "Does anyone here possess a deeper understanding of this place? Please enlighten me about the circumstances here," Hao Chen inquired thoughtfully. "I have spent over a century in vain and possess some knowledge of Flying Fish Island and its surrounding waters. If the esteemed senior does not mind, I invite you to my Yunxiao Island, where I can elaborate on the conditions of Flying Fish Island and its waters," the middle-aged cultivator, Hua Yunlong, suggested after glancing at the young cultivator and clearing his throat. "That would be much appreciated, Hua Daoist," Hao Chen replied, realizing he had found someone to inquire about Flying Fish Island, nodding in agreement. "Senior, shall we deal with the sea monster before departing?" Hua Yunlong asked, casting a glance at the sea beast on the beach. Hao Chen looked at the sea monster and casually inquired, "What provoked it?" "We were nearby hunting sea monsters and inadvertently angered this particular sea beast. It relentlessly pursued us, and we are fortunate that the esteemed senior intervened to save our lives," Hua Yunlong explained, his voice tinged with trepidation. Hao Chen responded calmly, "You should dispose of the sea monster promptly. Are you truly offering us the sea monster? It is a 6th-level sea beast, and the demon core within could fetch at least 500 spirit stones," Hua Yunlong asked, half in disbelief. He knew that if they extracted the demon core without informing Hao Chen, they might face dire consequences. Hao Chen recalled his earlier days of slaying beasts in the Wildman Valley to accumulate spirit stones and nodded in agreement. "Please wait a moment, we shall be swift," Hua Yunlong said, his face lighting up with a look of delight akin to finding a treasure from the heavens. He then turned to the others. urging them to act quickly so as not to keep the esteemed senior waiting. With that, Hua Yunlong waved his sleeve, and he and the others began to tackle the sea monster with well-coordinated precision, as if honed from long-term collaboration. Here lies the demon core of the sea monster, Hua Yunlong declared, retrieving the core but hesitating to place it into his storage bag, instead presenting it before Hao Chen. Hao Chen cast a glance at the demon core, remaining silent. The middle-aged cultivator, Hua Yunlong, noticing Hao Chen's resolute demeanor, was filled with elation and promptly stored the demon core in his storage bag. This singular demon core could yield the equivalent of our Group's bounty from slaying demon beasts over the course of 6 months. After finally tending to the remnants of the sea chapter demon, Hua Yunlong led Hao Chen and the others on a day-long flight to a small island, less than 100 miles in circumference. This was Yunxia Island, named for the prominent Yunxia Mountain that graced its landscape. The island boasted picturesque scenery, with a humble town nestled at the foot of Yunxia Mountain, where the cultivators resided in their respective caves. Though the island's spiritual energy was not particularly dense, it was far from sparse. Any peak in the surrounding Qingyun forest on the mainland would possess a similar level of spiritual energy. The island was protected by a formation, which Hua Yunlong explained was provided by the Qianji Pavilion of Beihuan Island. Their group was responsible for supplying the necessary spirit stones to maintain this formation. Hua Yunlong was the island master of Yunxia Island, and apart from their 7, the remaining inhabitants were mere mortals. Aside from the young cultivator, 5 foundational realm practitioners also called the small town their home, having been accepted as disciples by Hua Yunlong due to their celestial affinities. Given the frequent incursions of demon beasts and sea winds, a formation was established to safeguard the island's residents. Contrary to Hao Chen's initial assumptions, Yunxia Island was not under the control of demonic sections. The townsfolk were amiable and held Hua Yunlong in high regard, reverently addressing him as the island master and immortal teacher. The town itself was exceedingly simple, consisting of a single street with fewer than 1,000 households. The majority earned their living through fishing and cultivating the land, adhering to a routine dictated by the rising and setting of the sun. Hao Chen, accompanied by Hua Yunlong and the others, entered a modest tavern on Yunxia Island. Hua Yunlong presented a piece of meat from the sea chapter demon to the tavern chef, instructing him on the manner of preparation before ordering several dishes and a jug of wine. As they sipped their drinks, Hua Yunlong regaled them with tales of the conditions in the South Yuan Island Sea region. When the chef served the meat from the sea chapter demon, Hao Chen gained a clearer understanding of the situation surrounding the Flying Fish Islands. The Flying Fish Islands belong to the domain of the Blue Yuan Sea. In recent years, this region had been enveloped by various formations, barriers, and misty prohibitions, rendering it a secluded maritime expanse. Although it was a closed-off sea, no one dared claim to have found the boundaries of the Flying Fish Islands. According to the residents of the Flying Fish Islands, a convention had emerged in recent years, dividing the region into 3 parts: the Inner Sea, the Outer Sea, and the Misty Sea. The Misty Sea was a vast circular area encircling tens of thousands of miles of water, which constituted the Inner Sea. The waters beyond the Misty Sea were referred to as the Outer Sea. The Misty Sea itself was a colossal expanse, stretching thousands of miles in width, enveloping the territory of the Flying Fish Islands. In this expanse, the sea stretches endlessly, devoid of any islands, with its surface calm and lifeless. The Misty Sea is shrouded in an eerie fog, rumored to be a formation set by mighty cultivators, though no one has sought to verify its authenticity. Upon hearing Hua Yunlong's description, Hao Chen immediately comprehended that the solitary island he had traversed and the fog-laden waters he had encountered were indeed the work of this formation. He had previously visited Feiyu Island. Although he did not follow the same route, he found no evidence of such a formation. Could it be that during his prior visit to Feiyu Island, the island had closed its surrounding formation for the purpose of the alliance? Or perhaps it was related to the route chosen this time. The inhabitants of the Feiyu archipelago, encompassing both mortals and cultivators, primarily reside in the Inner Sea, where the spiritual energy is abundant and relative safety prevails. The spiritual veins of the Outer Sea are predominantly located beneath the ocean floor, making it a sanctuary for the aquatic beasts that thrive therein. However, the spiritual energy on the surface is generally sparse, rendering it less suitable for human cultivation. The Inner Sea boasts thousands of islands, with Feiyu Island, Haisha Island, Beihuan Island, Huanhai, and Haitian being the most prominent. After years of conflict, These 5 major islands have gradually coalesced into 5 formidable powers that mutually restrain one another. Each faction is further subdivided into various sects and island alliances. The original alliance of the Feiyu archipelago has disbanded, resulting in the current equilibrium of 5 competing forces. Chapter 701, Maritime Patrol, Part 3. Hao Chen currently resides on Yunxiao Island, which lies within the dominion of Beihuan Island in the Inner Sea. It is situated 1,000 miles from Beihuan Island and 10,000 miles from the Misty Sea. The aquatic beasts of the Inner Sea are generally below level 10, while those above level 10 are found only in the Outer Sea. The spiritual veins of the Outer Sea are primarily distributed along the seabed, transforming it into a paradise for the marine beasts. The most advanced of these beasts are said to have reached the 5th stage of transformation, with some nearing ascension. However, they remain shackled by the constraints of the natural order. Nonetheless, Hao Chen harbors no doubt about the existence of 5th-stage transformed beasts in the ocean. Nor does he question the presence of sea creatures cultivating beneath the waves. The Outer Sea is a realm rife with opportunities and dangers, a veritable playground for adventurers. While the spiritual energy in the Outer Sea is generally less concentrated than in the Inner Sea, select islands possess energy levels that far exceed the most abundant areas of the Inner Sea, referred to as spirit islands. Hao Chen has previously visited places like Maoyun Island and Nanyuan Island, which exemplify such locales. Beyond the multitude of aquatic beasts available for cultivators to hunt for their inner cores, the Outer Sea is replete with uncharted territories. Within these regions lie not only the remnants of ancient cultivators, but also numerous mineral veins. Certain spirit islands harbor rare and nearly extinct spiritual herbs, medicines, fruits, and trees. A juxtaposition of opportunity and peril, the Outer Sea is also fraught with death. In addition to natural disasters, pirates pose a significant threat. These marauders, who thrive on robbery, comprise primarily of demonic and evil cultivators, with a minority being righteous practitioners. Pirates predominantly operate in the open seas, with those in the inland waters being comparatively fewer. Beyond the threat posed by pirates, there exists a peril among cultivators who, in their relentless pursuit of wealth, engage in mutual slaughter. The open sea lacks any territorial concept, functioning entirely as a neutral zone. Whether cultivators belong to the same faction or different ones, they frequently resort to violence over conflicts of interest. As for the middle-aged cultivator, Hua Yunlong, most of what he described was already known to Hao Chen. After grasping the general situation of the Flying Fish Island waters, Hao Chen inquired further about Flying Fish Island itself. From Hua Yunlong, he could only glean limited information, particularly regarding the demon cult, of which Hua Yunlong seemed to possess scant knowledge. As Hua Yunlong resided on Yunxiao Island, which falls within the Northern Ring's sphere of influence, he informed Hao Chen that for more detailed information, one could inquire at the Northern Ring Island, where news tends to circulate more freely. Additionally, sea charts were available for purchase. For a hefty price of 200 spirit stones, one could acquire a chart of the inland sea, providing a clearer understanding of the entire inland situation. Hua Yunlong, being merely a cultivator at the Yuandan realm, had limited exposure, having lived for an extended period on Yunxiao Island, where information is rather insular. Hao Chen was quite satisfied with Hua Yunlong's candid disclosures and could not help but commend him, which elicited a broad smile from Hua Yunlong, who promptly raised 3 cups of wine and toast. Noticing the plate of roasted sea monster meat remained untouched, Hao Chen understood that Hua Yunlong and his companions were hesitant to partake before him. Thus, he took a piece of the translucent meat, its texture exquisitely smooth, offering an indescribable flavor. Delicious, quite delightful. Watching Hao Chen's expressions change, Hua Yunlong and the others felt reassured. And only after Hao Chen encouraged them to join did they savor the renowned delicacy. After their meal, Hao Chen chose not to visit Hua Yunlong's cave abode, but instead rested alone in a guest room at a small tavern. Hua Yunlong also opted not to return to his cave, choosing to stay in the guest room with Hao Chen. He intended to accompany Hao Chen to Northern Ring Island the following day to sell the inner Dan he had just acquired, collect enough spirit stones to pay various taxes, and replenish the resources needed for Yunxia Island's formation barriers. In the Northern Ring Island waters, every cultivator is obliged to bear a certain tax burden. Should one be unable to pay these taxes, they would have no choice but to dwell on desolate islands devoid of formation barriers, which are perilous locales. As night deepened, Hao Chen remained wide awake. the two of them slowly sipping wine while gazing at the rising full moon over the sea, feeling the ocean breeze and listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves. At that moment, Hao Chen found himself missing Yuan Ziki. The following morning, Hao Chen set off with Hua Yunlong toward Northern Ring Island. Hua Yunlong's flying shuttle was merely a mid-grade magical tool, moving at a pace that could only be described as sluggish, and it was unclear when they would reach Northern Ring Island. Growing impatient, Hao Chen unleashed his flying technique as a nascent soul cultivator, enveloping Hua Yunlong and accelerating towards their destination. Hua Yunlong experienced, for the first time, the astonishing speed of a nascent soul cultivator, exclaiming in wonder, "Senior, your magical prowess is truly remarkable." As they journeyed, he wished to introduce various islands and reefs to Hao Chen, yet lamented that Hao Chen's flight was far too swift and elevated. Some islands appeared merely as fleeting black dots, leaving Hua Yunlong without the opportunity to showcase his extensive knowledge, which left him quite vexed. Upon reaching North Ring Island, Hao Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a grand island, far exceeding his imagination. Spanning 1,000 miles, North Ring Island boasted not only towns, but also lush green mountains, the terrain undulating like the mainland. The scale of North Ring Island rivaled that of Flying Fish Island, a testament to its vastness. The island featured two cities, Cloud Sea City and Ocean View City. Accompanied by Hua Yunlong, Hao Chen entered North Ring Island and arrived at the outskirts of Cloud Sea City. This city was not only the principal settlement of North Ring Island, but also the location of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Beyond the numerous buildings and streets, there were several peculiar structures, all designed by the pavilion. Cloud Sea City was encircled by the sea on 3 sides, while its back was sheltered by Cloud Sea Peak, shrouded in mist, where the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion resided. Gaining entry into Cloud Sea City required queuing for identity verification, as each individual's credentials were meticulously checked. For those wishing to reside long-term in Cloud Sea City, a guarantor was necessary, a rule akin to that of most islands. Hua Yunlong inquired if Hao Chen had a guarantor. Should he lack one, Hua Yunlong offered to serve in that capacity. He candidly informed Hao Chen that by becoming his guarantor, he would effectively be introducing a talent to North Ring Island and Cloud Sea City, earning a reward of 50 essence stones. If Hao Chen were to accept a position in North Ring City, he could receive 100 essence stones. Hao Chen did not decline and allowed Hua Yunlong to act as his guarantor. Upon arriving at the city gate, the guards, upon noticing Hao Chen was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, promptly escorted him to a 3-story building designated for gate operations. The guards welcomed Hao Chen warmly, inquiring in detail about his background. Hao Chen identified himself as a wandering cultivator from Cloud Mist Island, which was so diminutive that the guards could not recall its existence. After verifying its presence on a maritime map, they meticulously recorded Hao Chen's information on an identity token. Chapter 702, Auctioning Treasures. Having completed the residency formalities, the guards informed Hao Chen that any cultivator of the Essence Dan realm residing in Cloud Sea City for over 3 months must assume a specific role within the city. Cloud Sea City would provide a monthly stipend of 500 essence stones for such positions. Should one wish to depart within 3 months, a fee of 1,000 essence stones would be required to remain in Cloud Sea City. Upon hearing this regulation, Hao Chen could not help but furrow his brow. Although he was unconcerned about the 1,000 essence stones, he found the city's exploitative practices quite distasteful. After the city guard's instructions, Hao Chen announced his intention to depart within 3 months. The guard required him to pay 1,000 yuan stones before issuing a green jade token, serving as his temporary residence permit. Consequently, the anticipated reward of 50 yuan stones for Hua Yunlong was rendered moot. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered in Hua Yunlong's heart, the thought of a monster's inner elixir, which could fetch 500 yuan stones, revitalized his spirits. Upon entering Yinhai City, Hao Chen and Hua Yunlong chose a secluded inn to dine. While waiting for their meal, Hao Chen took the opportunity to explore the accommodations in the rear building, appreciating the serene and pristine environment. Seizing the moment, he reserved the Hui Yuan in under the guise of Yufeng. After their meal, Hua Yunlong sold the monster's inner elixir to a merchant and enthusiastically served as Hao Chen's guide for the next 2 days, showcasing the city's notable attractions. One aspect that captured Hao Chen's attention was the teleportation array in Yunhai City, alongside its unique cultivation resources. The only teleportation array leading to the outer sea was located in Yunhai City, while Wanghai City lacked such a facility. Although Yunhai City boasted a teleportation array, it did not connect the islands. During his first visit to the Feiyu Island Sea area, Hao Chen was eager to learn about the teleportation array. Had he not been compelled to leave, he might have taken the opportunity to traverse various islands via the array. Regrettably, time was of the essence, but this time, he intended to savor the experience. Hua Yunlong informed him that while there were teleportation arrays connecting Yunhai City to other islands in the inner sea, they were not accessible to the public and were controlled internally by the Qianji Pavilion. Other major islands also had teleportation arrays leading to the outer sea, but none existed between the islands of the inner sea. The spiritual herbs, medicinal materials, and refining resources available in Yunhai City were rare, even non-existent. In the Tianyuan and Tianwu continents, some cultivation resources, which were exceedingly expensive on the mainland, were quite affordable here, prompting Hao Chen to indulge in a plethora of bargains. Yet, items that were relatively inexpensive on the mainland were exorbitant in this locale, illustrating the adage that local conditions nurture local habits. While Hua Yunlong was not well acquainted with the other islands, he possessed a profound familiarity with Beihuan Island. Accompanied by Hua Yunlong, they thoroughly explored Yunhai City. At Hao Chen's suggestion, they then ventured to Wanghai City on Beihuan Island. Although the vibrancy of Wanghai City paled in comparison to that of Yunhai City, the Tianqing Merchant Alliance was renowned for its extensive trade throughout the inner sea. Upon arriving at Wanghai City, they found themselves amidst a merchant alliance auction. Hua Yunlong had pressing matters to attend to with a friend, leaving Hao Chen to participate in the auction alone. While Hua Yunlong claimed to have business to attend to, Hao Chen understood that he was intentionally avoiding the event due to his financial constraints. Rather than confront him, Hao Chen chose to respect his wishes. Moreover, attending the auction alone offered a measure of safety, ensuring that even if he acquired valuable items, his whereabouts would remain concealed. Employing his skills in stealth and disguise, Hao Chen entered the Tianqing Merchant Alliance auction, pledging a collateral of 1 million yuan stones to reserve box number 9 on the second floor. The auction featured numerous valuable items. The initial items at the auction did not include any that caught the interest of Hao Yin. The 9th item, a treasure seal, was presented. This artifact, once refined, possessed formidable power. The starting bid for the treasure seal was set at 7,000 stones, with increments of no less than 1,000. The bidding commenced at 7,000. This particular artifact had been unsold multiple times. An elder from the Tianqing Merchant Alliance had acquired it for 6,000 stones. Yet despite numerous attempts, he could not refine it. The treasure seal resembled a 5-inch square block of black iron, and thus it was brought forth for auction. Upon seeing the dark treasure seal, Hao Yin felt a stirring within. It bore a resemblance to the nameless sword, which transformed into the legendary Guxian sword after refinement. Could this square block of black iron also conceal hidden mysteries? Seated in box number 9, and considering it a gamble, he casually called out. The auction hall fell silent. With no one else bidding, the auctioneer swiftly brought the gavel down. Sold. Congratulations to box 209. The auctioneer let out a long sigh of relief, finally managing to sell the black iron block that had gone unsold time and again. The individual in box 9 must truly be a fool. Who knew which rich imbecile was behind that? This black iron lump had been passed over so many times, yet this time it fetched a decent price. The auction hall buzzed with chatter. The 21st item was a flying shuttle. This flying artifact piqued Hao Yin's interest. He bid 8,000 stones to secure the flying shuttle as a token of gratitude for Huyanlong. The 32nd item was a jade slip containing the secrets of sword forging. The auctioneer paused, took a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, "Sword forging technique." Hao Yin's eyes narrowed, shimmering with excitement. This jade slip held the secrets of sword crafting. If one could grasp its intricacies, it might be possible to forge exquisite swords. The auctioneer elaborated on the contents related to sword crafting. What? It even contained knowledge on forging exceptional swords. The crowd was taken aback. In ancient times, the art of crafting treasures was highly advanced, but much knowledge had been lost over time. In modernity, the finest swords forged could only achieve half of the exceptional grade, and such techniques were held by a few superpowers. While the knowledge of crafting exceptional swords might still exist, it was rarely spoken of. Naturally, some might suspect that the Tianqing Merchant Alliance was deceiving the crowd. I reiterate, what I saw was merely an overview of the jade slip. I could not appreciate the specifics of the secret techniques. The auctioneer was cautious not to overstate, as some individuals present had formidable backgrounds. If he made too bold claims, The powers behind them would undoubtedly come seeking answers. Mastery of the knowledge within the sword-forging jade slip could lead to a continuous production of swords. Given enough time, a sect that mastered the sword-forging technique could cultivate a plethora of sword masters, capable of producing vast quantities of swords, an endeavor beyond mere monetary valuation. Hao Chen felt a stirring within. As his influence expanded, the need for numerous artifacts would arise, and the sword-forging secrets represented a valuable asset. The jade slip of sword forging, with an opening bid set at 30,000 stones, and each increment no less than 10,000. The auctioneer enticingly announced the commencement of the bidding. 30,000, 70,000, 80,000. Hao Chen asserted his bid with a firm and resonant voice. The jade slip of sword forging would undoubtedly reach a minimum of 100,000 before any bidders would withdraw. Hao Chen remained patient, biding his time. Chapter 703. The Auction of Treasures, Part 2. As anticipated, the bidding for the jade slip of sword forging escalated steadily. Individuals from formidable factions, intrigued by the slip, eagerly joined the fray, resulting in a continuous chorus of bids. 100,000. Elder Feng from the Feiyu Pavilion of Flying Fish Island seemed resolute in his intent to acquire the slip, recognizing its immense significance for the pavilion. 110,000. 160,000. As the price soared to 160,000, Elder Feng conceded. As the amount of essence stones he could mobilize totaled merely 150,000. His psychological threshold was not beyond 100,000. As he remained uncertain about the true value of the secret techniques contained within the slip, he feared that should he purchase it, it may not justify the cost. The auctioneer paused momentarily, noticing the silence that followed and realizing that the 160,000 bid was indeed the limit. 160,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, this jade slip of sword forging shall belong to the esteemed guest in box 209. The auctioneer raised his hammer and proclaimed loudly. Silence ensued. Going once at 160,000, going twice at 160,000, going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to box 209. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively. Shortly thereafter, the jade slip of sword forging was delivered, and without hesitation, Hao Chen presented a storage pouch containing 16 essence stones. The slip was the piece de resistance of the auction, and with this, the event drew to a close. Before departing the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, Hao Chen took a brief moment in a restroom to alter his appearance once more. Inadvertently catching the familiar auras of two individuals, Zheng Yuan, the blood-poisoned young master, and the cloaked figure from Lonluo City, who had once lost an arm. However, Hao Chen had no time to address these two. After restoring his appearance to that of his time with Hua Yunlong, he discreetly evaded any pursuers. Following 2 days of exploration in Wanghai City alongside Hua Yunlong, the latter prepared to return to Yunxia Island. Hao Chen gifted him a flying artifact, the flying shuttle. The sight of the artifact elicited immense excitement in Hua Yunlong, for such treasures far surpassed mere tools. Speed was life upon the seas, and Hua Yunlong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Hao Chen's gift of the flying shuttle was not merely a gesture of friendship, but also a reward for Hua Yunlong's unwavering dedication to the safety of Yunxia Island. After bidding farewell to Hua Yunlong, Hao Chen procured a maritime map and returned to Yunhai City. Upon arriving near the inn, he summoned the ladies from the jade pendant space within the demon suppression tower, and they joyfully danced their way into the inn. This time, Shuang'er, Shan'er, Haoying, Runan, and the fiery little Hong were all summoned to indulge in the charm of the island. Upon returning to their inn, Hao Chen did not immediately refine the black iron square seal, nor did he delve into sword forging techniques. Instead, he unfurled the recently acquired maritime map in the inn's hall and began to study it meticulously. Observing Hao Chen's engrossed examination of the map, the ladies found it tedious and gradually retreated to their rooms to seek entertainment among themselves. In the end, only Yuexialan remained, accompanying Hao Chen in his exploration of the maritime chart. The maritime map not only annotated the large islands within the inner sea, but also marked the external sea regions to the east, south, west, and north of the Flying Fish Archipelago. The external sea refers specifically to the vast waters south of the Flying Fish Archipelago, where infinity reigns. The teleportation arrays of various large islands all lead to the western external sea. Notably, one island's location in the southern external sea was particularly prominent, marking the South Yuan Island, which Hao Chen had visited briefly. His visit to South Yuan Island was hasty. He had no time to explore before encountering the blood pool and subsequently advancing to the Great Ascension realm. Following that, he departed the Qianyuan realm with Yi Ling Xiao and the venerable Xing Xiao to venture into the extraterrestrial starry skies. The distance to the teleportation point in the external sea was considerable, spanning thousands of miles away. The domains of Li Yuan Island, Chaos Island, South Yuan Island, Mist Island, and South Lai Island were all situated far from the North Ring Island. These 5 external islands were those that established connections with the North Ring Island. According to the maritime map obtained from the secret realm of Night City, the waters beyond the Blue Yuan Sea housed 4,300 islands of various sizes, including 321 large islands and 56 super-large islands. Countless reefs only appeared on the map if they exceeded 100 zhang in area. The North Ring Island merely had teleportation arrays linking it to 5 islands, along with annotations for several smaller isles that provided sanctuary for cultivators seeking to hunt monsters or search for treasures in the external sea. However, entering these islands required the payment of a certain amount of elemental stones. Hao Yan's gaze fell upon the northwest corner of North Ring Island, where a prominently marked island was located, Shark Island. According to the annotations on the maritime map, Shark Island spans approximately 200 miles, making it a sizable isle within the inner sea. As for the strength of each island, the maritime chart offered no clarifications. Hao Yan had previously inquired with Hua Yunlong, who was also unaware of Shark Island's strength. From the map's annotations, Hao Yan discerned that the 2 factions, Illusory Sea Sect and Sea Sky Gate, were no longer indicated on Flying Fish Island. It was evident that both sects had retreated their forces back to their respective territories in Northeast Illusory Sea Island and Southeast Sea Sky Island. In truth, the strength of each island remained a closely guarded secret. The number of nascent soul and golden core cultivators was never disclosed lightly. The territorial extents of each island were not in close proximity to one another. Beyond their respective domains, vast expanses of uncharted waters, referred to as international waters, lay in between. Within the inner sea, the jurisdictional waters of each island's domain accounted for less than 1%. The overwhelming majority of the areas belonged to the public sea. As the high seas lie beyond any territorial dominion, they serve as a notorious haven for pirates. Once one departs from the influence of the islands, the possibility of encountering marauders looms ever present. Consequently, cultivators traversing between the 5 islands of North Ring, Illusory Sea, Shark Island, Sky Island, and Flying Fish Island typically travel in groups to fend off potential pirate threats. After studying the maritime charts for an extended period, Yu Xiaolan grew weary and returned to her quarters to rest. Seizing the opportunity while the women engaged in lively conversation, Hao Chen emerged from the Huiyuan Inn and plunged into the bustling commercial establishments of North Ring City. He purchased an assortment of peculiar goods while conversing casually with shopkeepers and attendants, all the while aiming to familiarize himself with the local circumstances and glean valuable information. Through engaging discussions, Hao Chen gained a general understanding of the governance structure of North Ring Island, which operates under a city-managed system. Within the dominion of North Ring Island, the most formidable force is the Qianji Pavilion, which has crafted all edifices within Cloud Sea City. Currently, the pavilion's leader is Mu Xingchen, a mid-stage spirit separation cultivator who rarely makes public appearances. The majority of Cloud Sea City's inhabitants are oblivious to Mu Xingchen's appearance. In contrast, the pavilion's junior master, Mu Huinan, at the initial stage of nascent soul, is frequently seen and captivates many with her exquisite beauty. The Qianji Pavilion maintains direct control over North Ring Island and governs the surrounding maritime expanse spanning 8,000 li, which houses 7 large islands, with 3 major islands overseeing thousands of smaller isles. Although recent interactions have been superficially amicable, both parties remain vigilant against one another in secrecy. 3 years prior, a significant conflict erupted, leading to a tumultuous skirmish that ultimately subsided into a fragile peace. Through casual discourse, Hao Chen acquired insights into the power dynamics of North Ring Island, though his primary motivations revolved around procuring cultivation resources. This visit to the market not only allowed him to deepen his understanding of the maritime conditions, but also to purchase various other items from the shops. Acquiring goods served as an opportunity to converse with shop owners and gather intelligence. Thus, Hao Chen's purchases were a diverse array of items, including substantial quantities of resources for the flower spirits, devouring yuan demon flies, and various mystical creatures, alongside copious provisions and local specialties. seizing every chance that came his way. After an intense bidding frenzy, Hao Chen embarked on a shopping spree. Chapter 704, A Perilous Atmosphere, Part 1. Having discerned the absence of demonic sects on North Ring Island, Hao Chen deemed there was no further need to linger. As long as the maritime realm remained free of extraterritorial starry intruders, he could rest assured. The remnants of the attack on Lan Luo City would be dealt with by Yi Qianshan and the cultivators of Qin Yuan's sect, who would await the opportune moment to eliminate them. Following 2 days of observation, Hao Chen concluded that both Cloud Sea City and Wanghai City within North Ring Island were relatively secure. Consequently, he encouraged the women to explore the marketplace and indulge in the night market, procure feminine necessities, and gather information about the maritime region. As they might depart at dawn the following day, after the women left the inn, Hao Chen discreetly shadowed them, ensuring their safety while remaining unoccupied. Suddenly, 2 women clad in white dresses passed by. Alas, it seems that the prosperous days of Qianji Pavilion are drawing to a close. Just when we had found a place to settle, it has been so easily destroyed. Ai Hong, why must our fates be so harsh? Sighed one of the graceful women in white. Sister Lingzi, surely we cannot be so unfortunate? Ai Hong responded with a hint of disbelief upon hearing Lingzi's words. Having just arrived at Beihuan Island, which seemed rather harmonious, could it truly be that calamity is imminent? Hao Chen, overhearing the peculiar conversation between the 2 women, could not help but ponder. Suddenly, he turned and obstructed their path. The 2 female disciples, both at the late stage of foundation establishment, found themselves compelled to halt. Hao Chen swiftly advanced, restraining them with his powers, and in a flash of brilliance, he whisked them away to an isolated inn. The 2 disciples of Qianji Pavilion were abruptly abducted by a stranger to a secluded inn, leaving them terrified and disoriented, wondering what might unfold next. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to pose a question to you both, Hao Chen stated. I overheard you mention that something is amiss at Qianji Pavilion? With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired further. In response to your question, yes, it is indeed the young pavilion master who is involved, stammered Lingzi. The earlier speaker, Li Yunan, a disciple of the second elder of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, has taken an interest in our young pavilion master, Mu Huinan, and has implored his master to propose a marriage. However, our pavilion master has declined. The master of Li Yunan is none other than Fang Yue, a formidable figure at the mid-stage of divine separation within the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. Lingzi continued, her voice trembling, though they had not explicitly stated it. We all understood that the Tianqing Merchant Alliance would not simply let this matter rest. Ai Hong added, is this an attempt at forced marriage? Hao Chen furrowed his brow once more. Does Qianji Pavilion have no means to counter this? The Tianqing Merchant Alliance is merely a newly established organization, and in terms of strength, Qianji Pavilion ought not to fear them. Yet, they are backed by a sinister cult that we cannot afford to offend, sighed Lingzi with resignation. At that moment, Ziyu and Xiao Chui returned to the inn, visibly agitated. I am furious. Brother, you must help me and Sister Ziyu to seek justice. Xiao Chui exclaimed, noticing the 2 trembling female disciples in white. Oh dear, brother, are you really going to let this slide? If it weren't for our timely return, you might have already brought this to fruition, wouldn't you? She teased. What nonsense. Why are you both returning in such a huff? Who has wronged you? Come, I shall flay him alive. Hao Chen interjected, seeking to understand the situation. Sister Huinan has been wronged, and you still have the leisure to flirt here? Ziyu glared at Hao Chen indignantly. Listening to the explanations from Ziyu, Xiao Chui, and the 2 female disciples of Qianji Pavilion, Hao Chen finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The Tianqing Merchant Alliance is merely a newly established force within the realm of commerce. The second elder of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance in Wanghai City, although only a practitioner at the Spirit Division realm, holds the esteemed title of second elder within the demonic sect of the Tianwu continent. While he is officially recognized as the second elder of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance in Wanghai City on Beihuan Island, he is, in fact, a figure representing the sect's financial interests, seeking to obscure their true intentions while plundering maritime cultivation resources. The Tianqing Merchant Alliance has already gained considerable influence in Wanghai City. Not to mention that the alliance leader, Tai Tianqing, is the son of the demonic sect's leader and possesses mid-yuaning strength. Even the second elder, Fang Yue, at mid-spirit division, could single-handedly annihilate the Qianji Pavilion. Each of those guards and attendants boasts a cultivation level above Yuaning. Tai Tianqing oversees the Merchant Alliance's affairs in this region, with powerful beings at the transformation and spirit division realms providing covert protection. Even the most ordinary of the miscellaneous servants possess foundational cultivation, and their numbers exceed 1,000. In contrast, the Qianji Pavilion, apart from its leader Mu Xingqian, who is at the mid-transformation stage, has its deputy leader Mu Huinan at the initial Yuaning stage. Among the 7 elders, only the Grand Elder has reached the pinnacle of the initial transformation stage, while the Second Elder is at the initial transformation stage as well, with the remaining 5 being at the Yuaning realm. When comparing their strengths, how could the Qianji Pavilion afford to offend the Tianqing Merchant Alliance? The Qianji Pavilion's power is woefully inadequate. Even within the same region of the Feiyu Islands, the 5 major powers of the Inner Sea cannot match the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. The Third Elder and several others discussed the crisis facing the Qianji Pavilion within the Elders' Council. The Fourth Elder, Hong Fei, furrowed his brow upon hearing the 7th Elder's words, but refrained from commenting. Do you think the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, having only been established for a few years, dares to bully our Qianji Pavilion? Behind the Tianqing Merchant Alliance lies the demonic sect, sighed the Third Elder, Mu Feng. Are you implying that? The eyes of the Fourth Elder, Hong Fei, fixated on the Third Elder, Mu Feng, who is at the peak of the mid-transformation stage. It seems that the Tianqing Merchant Alliance is but a facade, while the true key lies with the demonic sect. The Fourth Elder nodded in agreement. Over the course of these days, alongside this conversation, the 7th Elder, Hai Rou, at the late Yuaning stage, has thoroughly grasped the situation of the Qianji Pavilion. Among the 7 Elders, there are 5 experts at the transformation realm and 2 at the late Yuaning stage. The Qianji Pavilion manages 7 large islands, each guarded by masters at the mid to late transformation stage. 3 medium-sized islands are overseen by 3 late Yuaning experts, while the remainder consists of practitioners at the initial to mid-Yuaning realm. With such strength, attempting to challenge the demonic sect is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot or striking a stone with an egg. Is there truly no way out? To be frank, the Fourth Elder, Hong Fei, harbors deep feelings for the Qianji Pavilion. Moreover, those seated in the Elders' Council at this moment are the high-ranking members of the Qianji Pavilion. How could they possibly turn a blind eye to their own fate? Finally, a breakthrough. Within the confines of the secret chamber, Mu Huinan suddenly opened her eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing in her gaze. Feeling the surging power within her, a satisfied smile graced her face. The bountiful vitality of Beihuan Island has facilitated her progression in just a year since her initial breakthrough to the Yuaning realm. Mu Huinan has once again ascended to the mid-Yuaning stage. However, she is not overly surprised. She understood that once she entered the mid-stage of the nascent soul, any further breakthroughs would not come swiftly. Chapter 705, Perilous Crisis, Part 2, at the Huyuan Inn in Yunhai City, North Ring Island. After clarifying the situation, Hao Chen released the restrictions on the 2 women. As Ziyu and Xiao Chui escorted the 2 out of the Huyuan Inn, the lights began to glow in the evening sky. The other women gradually returned to the inn, except for Xiao Chui and Ziyu, who had not purchased many supplies. The others returned with large bundles, their faces brimming with joy, indicating they had returned with plentiful spoils, likely overstuffing their storage rings. Xiao Chui and Ziyu returned to the inn with the others, yet they noticed Hao Chen was conspicuously absent. Hao Chen had arrived at the North Ring Island, intending to infiltrate the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, not for an auction this time. His purpose was to glean information, knowing that the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, as a superpower, would have its own defenses in place. A slight misstep could expose his whereabouts, leading to significant trouble. Hao Chen focused his spiritual sense, locking onto the presence of the one-armed black-clad man, and infiltrated the auction house. Upon reaching the residence of the one-armed black-clad man, he heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore emanating from within. Just as he intended to enter and subdue the one-armed man, a black-clad guard at the Yuandan realm approached the residence and stood outside the door. 7th Elder, the young master requests your presence, the Yuandan guard softly announced. A disheveled woman emerged from the room and dismissed the guard. She was not the one-armed black-clad man, but was very familiar with the inner workings of the Merchant Alliance. Hao Chen refrained from acting hastily against the one-armed man and instead discreetly followed this woman to the young master's quarters. As he trailed her, they made several turns until they arrived in a modest sitting room. Within, 2 black-clad figures stood before a curtain, while behind it, a shadowy figure sat. Another person in white stood behind this figure. Zero pays her respects to the young master. The 7th Elder, Ro approached and bowed respectfully. No need for excessive courtesy. A voice resonated from behind the curtain. It was the young master of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. Young master, this time, under the pretense of a marriage proposal, we have secured the agreement of the Qianji Pavilion's master to collaborate with the alliance. However, the construction of the Secret Realm's random teleportation array has been rejected by Qianji Pavilion. I have also covertly incited Mu Huinan to decline the marriage proposal. Should we now initiate the second plan, auctioning the treasure map of the Secret Realm to entice cultivators from the various islands and the young master of Qianji Pavilion to participate in the exploration? Ro stood upright, inquiring. In a few days, once the news of the treasure map spreads across the seas, we shall auction the genuine map. This time, you must exert some effort. The young master of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance replied. I understand. I will first contact the city Lord Mu Xinghui of Wanghai City in the next couple of days. After all this time, he should have come to a conclusion that cooperating with the Tianqing Merchant Alliance is the way to gain benefits. 7th Elder Ro nodded in agreement. If the city lord proposes conditions, do not agree to everything, as that may arouse suspicion, the young master instructed. I am aware of this. I will leverage Mu Huinan's marriage to negotiate terms, she responded. Even if Mu Xinghui remains vigilant, he would inevitably be disturbed by this news, suggested Elder Ro. Very well, let us proceed as you advise. If they agree to cooperate, all is well. If not, we shall continue to exert pressure until they consent to collaborate and construct the teleportation array, remarked the young master of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. As these words echoed in the hall, a profound silence ensued. Now, hasten to prepare. Be cautious within your 1,000 mechanisms pavilion. Do not let it be discovered. The young master continued after a moment of quietude. A tattered map was presented from behind the curtain, handed over by a cloaked figure to Elder Ro. I understand. Rest assured, young master. Elder Ro accepted the map, securing it in her bosom, bowing slightly before turning to depart. Suddenly, the young master called out to her again. Ro, be wary of Mu Huinan. She is exceedingly clever. I have already made arrangements for that. You need not worry, young master. Elder Ro replied with a subtle smile, turning to leave the parlor. After her departure, the hall fell into silence once more. What of Elder Ro's map? After a lengthy pause, an old man emerged, bending slightly to inquire. It is also a forgery. I have dispatched the disciple Li Yunan of the Second Elder, along with several dozen disciples of the Yuandan realm, to guard the perimeter of the Secret Realm. Simultaneously, we are purging the cultivators lingering around the desolate island's secret realm, the young master of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance declared coldly. If we cannot safeguard the desolate island's secret realm under such circumstances, then it will no longer belong to the Merchant Alliance. However, once the individual possessing the treasure map arrives, they will inevitably venture to the outer seas to explore the secret realm of the desolate island. Before the young master's words could fully settle, Hao Chen had already ascended and departed, having confirmed that the young master was indeed Tai Tianqing. Be mindful of your 1,000 mechanisms pavilion. Could this woman be the 7th elder of the pavilion? Upon leaving the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, Hao Chen focused on Elder Ro's aura and began to trail her. What manner of island is the desolate island? And what intricate schemes has the demonic sect set in motion? Hao Chen pondered silently. After exiting the young master's parlor, he chose not to pursue Elder Ro, but instead transformed into a middle-aged cloaked figure, making his way directly to the residence of the one-armed black-clad man. The door creaked open suddenly, revealing a shadow at the threshold. Who goes there? The one-armed black-clad man jolted awake, his pupils contracting instantly before he could rise. His right hand instinctively pressed downward. His reaction was swift. Having opened the door without prior announcement, he knew this was no subordinate, but undoubtedly an enemy. Yet, as he moved, the space within the room suddenly constricted inward, like a fishing net tightening around him, rendering his body immobile. A chill surged through him, and a sense of dread enveloped his being. The expression in his eyes revealed that if the intruder sought his life, it would be effortless. As a mid-stage spirit separation cultivator, he deduced that the visitor must be a formidable opponent of the integration realm or higher. Friend, if you have a purpose, feel free to state it. All can be negotiated. The man in black with a severed arm, pressed by overwhelming fear, murmured softly. At that moment, he discerned that the figure at the entrance was a middle-aged man clad in black. He dared not raise his voice, as the intruder had evidently dispatched those nearby and even established a soundproof barrier. A shout would not only fail to summon help, but could also provoke the intruder into a deadly rage. The middle-aged man at the door smiled silently, fixating his gaze on the man with the severed arm, advancing toward him step by step. "Friend, this is the Tianqing Merchants Alliance. Should you slay me, you will find no escape," the man with the severed arm threatened. As he watched the middle-aged man close in, he felt as though his heart would leap from his throat. "Heh, who would dare come to your abode at this time? If I were to slay you now, there would be no one to discover it." A sinister chuckle erupted from the middle-aged man. "Best not to act recklessly. The Grand Elder of the Tianqing Merchants Alliance will soon return." The man with the severed arm spoke rapidly, desperately attempting to channel his true essence to break free from the restraints binding him. "Humph. When the Grand Elder Fuxian returns, even Tai Shixiang shall not be spared." The middle-aged man sneered derisively. "Do not struggle. The restraints I have set can only be undone by one of the tribulation stage." He suddenly emitted a faint aura of the late tribulation stage before retracting it immediately. "However, do not be afraid. I am not here to kill you." Observing the man with the severed arm's look of terror, the middle-aged man began to speak, but was interrupted as he struck. With a light crack, he delivered a palm strike to the dantian of the man with the severed arm. Hao Chen employed the Shaoyang formula to absorb the pure magical essence from his body, directly reducing his cultivation to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. "Feng Yue, I have merely diminished your cultivation by 1 realm. Should you meddle in worldly affairs again, I shall exact severe punishment. The Qiankaji is my dominion. You are forbidden from making any moves, nor shall the divine sect be allowed to act. Here, take back your severed arm." After issuing this stern command, the middle-aged man departed from the abode of the man with the severed arm. Upon hearing the visitor's words and sensing the aura of the tribulation stage, the man with the severed arm realized that the one before him was an envoy from the Qianyuan Dai. He felt a cold sweat break out, recalling the previous assassination attempt in Lanluo City that had been uncovered. Fortunately, he had not succeeded in killing anyone. Had he participated in the war, the aftermath would have been a massacre, and he would have faced the envoy's wrath directly. The Qianyuan Dai enforced a regulation prohibiting cultivators above the transformation realm from engaging in worldly conflicts. The middle-aged man was, in fact, Hao Chen in disguise, now serving as the overseer of the Qianyuan Dai, tasked with patrolling its maritime territories. His duties included investigating outsiders and punishing those who defy the regulations of the cultivation world. After being sealed for a millennium, the Qianyuan Dai had grown weak, while cultivators within the realm remained complacent, embroiled in internal strife. Should an external invasion occur, the disunity would spell disaster. For the already scarce number of strong practitioners, only minor punishments were meted out for their transgressions. After leaving the Tianqing Merchants Alliance, the man with the severed arm refrained from making a scene. Instead, he clandestinely sought to mend his severed arm and continued to use it as an excuse to abstain from engaging in any malevolent affairs of the Tianqing Merchants Alliance. Following this reprimand, he devoted himself to rigorous training, ultimately emerging as a formidable force. Sister Mu, the 4th senior brother, has returned, and they are in the conference hall. Mu Huinan has just exited her seclusion, filled with confusion. Suddenly, a flash of light darts in, and she reaches out to grasp the communication talisman of her junior sister. Duan Hanyan, the 4th brother? Has he returned so soon from his training? Such a swift return could only mean something is amiss. With this thought, Mu Huinan swiftly moves, racing towards the conference hall of the Qianji Pavilion. The conference hall, usually so empty, is now teeming with disciples of the Qianji Pavilion. Even those who typically remain in the refining hall are present. Upon entering, Mu Huinan quickly spots the 3rd junior brother. It is not that her eyesight is exceptional, but rather that the 4th junior brother, Qin Yuhai, stands out conspicuously. Clad in tattered white robes stained with blood, his pale face betrays the gravity of the situation as he reclines in an armchair. Upon noticing Mu Huinan's arrival, he eagerly attempts to speak. Mu Huinan strides swiftly to Qin Yuhai's side, waving her hand to conjure a porcelain vial, from which she pours out several healing pills. "First, take these to mend your wounds and restore your strength. We cannot afford to waste a moment," she exhales softly, standing quietly beside him. The atmosphere in the hall grows increasingly oppressive. Everyone is acutely aware that the news Qin Yuhai brings is unlikely to be favorable. At this moment, Elder Mu Feng, the 3rd elder of the Qianji Pavilion, arrives alongside the pavilion master. Seeing the pavilion master, Qin Yuhai collapses from his chair, kneeling before Mu Xingchen, the pavilion master. "Master, I deserve death 1,000 times over. Please, end my life, so that the Qianji Pavilion may have a sliver of hope." His words send a wave of shock through the assembly. What calamity has the fourth senior brother brought upon them? Yuhai, tell us what transpired. Mu Xingqian's previously impassive countenance begins to shift as he gazes sternly at Qin Yuhai. "I killed Li Yunan of the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. I am to blame. Had it not been for the vital information I sought to bring back to the Qianji Pavilion, I would have already gone to the Tianqing Merchant Alliance to atone with my life, ensuring I do not implicate my fellow brothers and sisters." A sharp intake of breath echoes through the hall as the disciples process the revelation that Qin Yuhai has slain Li Yunan, a disciple of the Merchant Alliance. Who is Li Yunan? He is none other than the second elder Fang Youwei's prized disciple, and Fang Youwei himself is a formidable presence at the mid-stage of spirit separation. Mu Huinan is equally taken aback. Qin Yuhai has killed Li Yunan? While this might resolve the matter concerning her, they must now brace themselves for the wrath of the mid-stage spirit separation powerhouse, Fang Youwei. The Tianqing Merchant Alliance is fearsome, but Fang Youwei, the second elder, is even more so. Qin Yuhai's revelation sends ripples of unease through the faces of the cultivators in the hall. If there had been any chance for negotiation with Fang Youwei before, it is now utterly extinguished. The Qianji Pavilion stands on the brink of disaster. Explain this situation to me at once. Did you commit such a reckless act simply because of your third senior sister's engagement to Li Yunan? Mu Xingqian's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within him, while the disciples were determined to uphold the reputation of the third senior sister. They would never treat the Qianji Pavilion's century-old legacy as child's play. Qin Yuhai's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. "Master, fourth senior brother must have his reasons. I implore you to allow him an explanation." At this moment, the younger disciple, Duan Hanyan, cast aside her childish demeanor and, with a swift motion, knelt beside fourth senior brother Qin Yuhai. "Please, master, temper your anger." Dozens of disciples rose in unison, collectively pleading for fourth senior brother. Could it be that fourth senior brother truly harbored feelings for the third senior sister? No, it couldn't be true. Kneeling beside Qin Yuhai, Duan Hanyan felt a wave of confusion wash over her, silently pondering the scene before her. Witnessing so many pleading on behalf of fourth senior brother, Mu Xingqian fell silent. He gestured for them to rise and assisted Qin Yuhai to a reclining chair. Mu Huinan casually pulled Duan Hanyan closer to stand beside him, observing the unfolding situation. Elder Mu Feng directed a portion of the disciples to leave the discussion hall. "Everyone, please withdraw for now. We shall inform you of the specifics shortly." Upon hearing Elder Mu Feng's words, the crowd began to disperse from the discussion hall. At that moment, only a handful of elders, the stewards of various halls, and Qin Yuhai's fellow disciples remained. Chapter 707, Peril Lurking, Part 4. Speak, what transpired? It was only then that the master, Mu Xingqian, turned his gaze towards Qin Yuhai, inquiring, "Master, this entire debacle arose because I stumbled upon a secret realm. Had it not been for an unfortunate encounter with Li Yunan, I would never have found myself at odds with the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. It turns out that cultivators from Beihuan Islands Yunhaiqing and Wanghaiqing, along with some rogue families, formed a team to venture into the outer seas for training. Qin Yuhai and his group of 13 entered an uncharted island for exploration. During their time there, Qin Yuhai not only advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuandan realm, but also uncovered a secret realm within the island. However, due to the complex formations guarding this secret place, he found himself unable to decipher them and was well aware of the immense dangers lurking inside. Thus, he intended to swiftly depart the island and report back to Qianji Pavilion. Little did he anticipate that this secret realm had already fallen under the control of a sinister cult. At that moment, Li Yunan from the Merchant Alliance, along with 2 other disciples, was patrolling the vicinity of the secret realm. "Senior brother, the young master has tasked us with guarding the secret realm. We have already cleared out the island of any unwanted presence. There should be no remaining loose ends, correct?" inquired a young man of late Foundation establishment stage. "There should be no remaining loose ends," Li Yunan replied confidently, cloaked in black. No sooner had he spoken than they noticed a figure stealthily surveying the terrain at the entrance of the gorge leading to the secret realm. To protect the secrets of the island, the 3 from the Tianqing Merchant Alliance, upon realizing that only Qin Yuhai stood there, surrounded him with the intent to eliminate him. Little did they know that Qin Yuhai had already ascended to the mid-stage of the Yuandan realm. Yet, Li Yunan remained at the initial stage of his cultivation during the early Yuandan period, while the other two disciples had only reached the late foundation establishment stage, ultimately falling victim to Qin Yuhai's blade. Qin Yuhai, facing 3 adversaries alone, dispatched Li Yunan and the other 2 late foundation establishment disciples before casting their lifeless bodies into the sea. As he attempted to flee the secret realm of the deserted island, his whereabouts were discovered. Despite enduring numerous trials and tribulations to escape the secret realm, no evidence emerged linking Qin Yuhai to the slaying of Li Yunan. However, after his departure from the island, the 3 individuals vanished without a trace. Consequently, suspicions arose regarding Qin Yuhai, implicating him in the murders and theft. Aware that this incident would surely embroil the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion in trouble, he reflected on the significance of the secret realm to his sect. Even in death, he felt compelled to report back to his master. "What is a secret realm?" murmured the junior sister, Duan Hanyan. Secret realms can be classified into 2 types, celestial abodes and sect ruins. Regardless of the type, the emergence of any ruin invariably incites a tempest of bloodshed. Particularly for sect ruins, only those of at least Tier 5 can transform into secret realms, for only such sects possess the strength to establish protective formations for small secret realms. Mu Huinan, standing beside the junior sister, gently elucidated the common knowledge of the cultivation world. In the Qianyuan realm, sects are stratified into 9 levels, with level 1 being the highest and level 9 the lowest. Above level 1 lie super sects, while below level 9 are inconsequential smaller sections. The Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, situated on the Flying Fish Archipelago, is classified as a level 1 sect within the entire maritime domain, whereas only Tier 3 or 4 sects are considered mid-tier in the Qianyuan realm. "I see." Duan Hanyan nodded. Whether in celestial abodes or within the treasures of sect ruins, there is bound to be an abundance of riches. Especially concerning a sect ruin, the scriptures, spells, elemental stones, and magical artifacts could amount to an astonishing fortune. Mu Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a flicker of joy. A secret realm. It truly is a secret realm. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, it is likely akin to a small world of a secret realm, Qin Yuhai gravely affirmed. The significance of the secret realm is monumental. Once it opens, the news will surely spread across a radius of thousands of miles, reaching every sect in the Qianyuan realm. Would the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion be able to seize the advantages of entering first? It was not that Mu Xingqian was deceiving himself, but rather a profound lack of confidence plagued him. Although the disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion were numerous, they were predominantly of low cultivation levels, rendering it arduous for them to reap benefits within the secret realm. "Master, do you mean to abandon the contention for the secret realm?" Duan Hanyan inquired softly. Yet her tone betrayed an unmistakable reluctance. "Abandoning it? Do you expect me to send you into battle?" Mu Xingqian shook his head with a bitter smile. "Our Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion is already in crisis. If you were to fall, what chance would we have to rise again?" His words carried a heavy sorrow. Yet they were undeniably true. The Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion had indeed reached the brink of decline. Upon hearing the Pavilion Master's declaration, the gathered individuals fell into a profound silence. While they recognized the truth in his words, the expressions of dissatisfaction on their faces were impossible to conceal. Hao Chen followed Elder Qi from the Tianqing Merchant Alliance back to Yunhai City. Upon entering the Qianji Pavilion at the foot of the mountain, he trailed Elder Qi to the cave dwelling designated for cultivation at Feifeng. "Elder Qi, hasten to the conference hall," he urged. Just as he was about to enter the cave to subdue him, a figure swiftly approached and delivered a message at Elder Qi's door. "Ah, Guanlin, come in. What is the matter?" Elder Qi beckoned the messenger into the cave to speak. At this moment, Hao Chen suddenly emerged from his hiding place, capturing Guanlin and imprisoning him within the demon suppression tower. "Who are you?" Elder Qi, startled by the unfamiliar presence in the cultivation cave, inquired incredulously. "I have followed the second Elder Fong Yue from his residence, all the way to the young master's parlor, and then to your cultivation cave. You truly do not recognize me?" Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Elder Qi, realizing his disguise had been uncovered, attempted to resist. However, Hao Chen swiftly restrained him as well and subsequently imprisoned him in the demon suppression tower. Exiting the confines of Elder Qi's space, he sealed off the cave with a wave of his hand. What transpired at the Qianji Pavilion? Curiosity piqued. Hao Chen employed the art of deception to assume the appearance of the messenger, Guanlin, and made his way to the conference hall below, blending into the crowd. Sighing softly, he glanced at the members of the Qinji Pavilion. Master of the pavilion, I have something to say. With this thought, Hao Chen boldly stepped forward, disregarding the gazes of those present. Qin Yuhai paused momentarily, recognizing that the man before him was unfamiliar, and he had no recollection of him. Could it be that a new disciple had joined the Qinji Pavilion? It seemed he wished to sever ties with the sect. I know what you intend to say. Very well, you may leave. Mu Xingqian, equally taken aback yet unfazed, sighed in response. The Qinji Pavilion, already facing decline, certainly had its troubles compounded by the incident involving Li Yunan. After all, he was merely a newcomer who did not wish to share in the sect's fate. He could hardly be blamed for that. Chapter 708. A generous discourse. Guanlin, you have truly disappointed us. Duan Hanyan's face was a mask of fury. She shot a fierce glare at Guanlin before turning away, her handsome features now tinged with coldness, disappointment evident in her gaze. Guanlin was Duan Hanyan's 7th senior brother, while she was the 8th junior sister. The two shared a close bond. And discovering that this senior brother was willing to abandon the Qinji Pavilion out of fear for his life, left them disillusioned with his actions. It seems they have mistaken me for the messenger sent to Elder Qi. Observing the crowd, Hao Chen glanced at Mu Xingqian, then at Mu Huinan and Duan Hanyan, and a faint smile of resignation crossed his lips. However, he chose not to offer any explanations. They were free to think as they pleased. And he would still convey what needed to be said. Master of the pavilion, what does it mean to cultivate immortality? Hao Chen did not respond to Mu Xingqian's earlier words, but instead posed a question, his face resolute yet serene. Mu Xingqian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Uncertain as to why Guanlin posed such a question, he realized that at this moment, he was still a disciple of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion. With a mere flick of his hand, he could summon clouds or disperse rain. He had traversed 9 tribulations, purged all impurities, and transformed the mundane into the immortal. This was the essence of cultivating immortality. Thus, Mu Xingqian endeavored to elucidate. However, before Mu Xingqian's words could fully escape his lips, Hao Chen erupted into a raucous laughter. His laughter was laced with mockery, leaving the assembly in bewilderment and causing Mu Xingqian's expression to darken. What are you laughing at? Did I err in my words? Mu Xingqian could not suppress his rising ire. What am I laughing at? At this, Hao Chen's mirthful countenance abruptly turned icy, as the attendees remained in shock. A chilling aura began to permeate the hall. I laugh at the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, deserving of its decline, and I laugh at all of you present. Cultivating immortality? Do you believe you are worthy? Hao Chen admonished in a somber tone. Impertinent. Guanlin, you shall pay for your insolence. Just as Hao Chen's words fell from his lips, the expressions of every disciple of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion transformed dramatically. Qin Yuhai, Duan Hanyan, and others hastily retrieved treasures from their storage pouches, intent on slaying Guanlin. Though the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion had waned, it remained a home, and Pavilion Master Mu Xingqian was akin to family. Guanlin's audacious disparagement of their sect and disrespect towards the Pavilion Master ignited a murderous intent within them. A palpable aura of dread and hostility spread throughout the assembly hall. Particularly, the terrifying pressure emanating from Mu Xingqian bore down upon Hao Chen. Who is this person? Mu Xingqian pondered, realizing that his imposing aura seemed ineffective against the individual before him. He could not help but think, is this person not Guanlin? Yet, Hao Chen remained unperturbed, devoid of fear, and instead cast a cold smile at the assembly. You possess an imposing aura, yet do you dare to kill me? Hao Chen's voice dripped with disdain. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you? Upon hearing Hao Chen's scornful retort, Qin Yuhai's countenance flushed with anger. Yuhai, do not be disrespectful. Mu Xingqian swiftly intervened to quell Qin Yuhai's fury. Hao Chen merely cast a frigid glance at the crowd before fixing his gaze squarely on Mu Xingqian. Mu Xingqian's expression darkened ominously. The 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion was his foundation, and he could not tolerate its denigration. He had initially considered swiftly eliminating this audacious youth. But as he noted the lack of reaction to his imposing presence, doubt began to creep into his mind, especially when confronted with the fearless gaze of Hao Chen. He found himself reluctantly holding back. Do we not deserve to cultivate immortality? And what of you are you worthy? Pray tell, what constitutes the path of immortality? Though Mu Xingqian's voice bore the weight of age, the undercurrent of menace was unmistakable. To contend with heaven, to vie with earth, to struggle against humanity, and to battle oneself. Hao Chen shot back, his gaze icy as he declared, This is the essence of cultivating immortality. Silence. With these words, a profound stillness enveloped the assembly hall of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Those within the hall bowed their heads in a silence that was almost oppressive, their faces reflecting a tumult of emotions. Hao Chen's pronouncement struck them as profoundly as a clarion call, rendering them speechless. They had been mistaken. Indeed, one may not be worthy to be a disciple of the Qinji Pavilion. The decline of the sect and all the ensuing crises have, in truth, been instigated by individuals like ourselves. They fear death, they lack the spirit of competition, retreating to a remote island, yet they remain complacent, blaming fate and others for their misfortunes. Is the divine cult truly fearsome? Even if their power far surpasses our own, what difference does it make? Mu Xingchen remained silent, gazing intently at the individual before him. The frail figure trembled slightly, his eyes betraying a profound sense of guilt. With a heavy sigh, the tranquility of the assembly hall was broken by the arrival of a middle-aged man. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, his resolute face bore the marks of time, imparting upon him an air of profound weariness. Hao Chen had long since discerned the presence of this late-stage transformation cultivator. It had been a century since the position of pavilion master was passed to him. If a mere youth could see through it all, why could not you and I? Dear brother? A bitter smile graced the middle-aged man's visage as he spoke. Mu Xingchen parted his lips, wishing to articulate a thought, yet ultimately, it transformed into a sigh of shame. Had he comprehended the situation sooner, the Qinji Pavilion would not be in such disarray now. Alas, it is too late. With this realization, Mu Xingchen sighed, acknowledging his shame. Indeed, it is too late. The disciples of Qinji Pavilion have dwindled to the point of being unfit for battle. The threat from the Tianqing Merchant Alliance looms ominously nearby. It is indeed too late. This middle-aged man was none other than Gu Yunpeng, the Grand Elder of the Elder Council of Qinji Pavilion. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Hao Chen, saying, "My brother asserts that it is too late. Do you dare to inform him otherwise?" Gu Yunpeng, the Grand Elder, was also a junior of Mu Xingchen. "Do you dare to tell the pavilion master that it is too late?" Hao Chen refrained from responding to the Grand Elder's query, instead addressing the assembly of cultivators within the hall. They remained silent, their eyes reddening as their voices grew subdued. Yet, the atmosphere within the hall resonated with an unyielding fervor. Mu Huinan and Duan Hanyan both felt their cheeks flush with determination. The assembly within the hall was ignited with a surge of fervor. Death. What is there to fear? It is merely the Tianqing Merchant Alliance. If they wish to annihilate the Qinji Pavilion, they must be prepared to suffer losses themselves. Pavilion Master Mu Xingchen gazed at his disciples, his withered hands trembling slightly. In his profound yet piercing gaze, a hint of moisture glimmered. Chapter 709. Long-standing schemes. Once, the Qinji Pavilion was a second-tier sect within the Qinyuan realm. It has since declined to a fifth-tier sect, ultimately retreating to a lonely island, content to exist in obscurity. For many years, this moment has finally arrived. The Qinji Pavilion is poised to return, and this is the true essence of the Qinji Pavilion. Mu Xingchen swiftly regained his composure and raised his hand. Instantly, the assembly of cultivators fell silent, their eyes fixed upon the pavilion master. The Qinji Pavilion had remained quiet for far too long. The vast cultivation world had almost forgotten our existence. Once upon a time, the Thousand Machinery Pavilion was merely a secondary sect. Yet now it finds itself being bullied even by the Merchant Alliance. Disciples of the Thousand Machinery Pavilion, heed my command. Mu Xingchen suddenly exclaimed with authority. We are here. All disciples of the pavilion knelt on one knee, save for Hao Chen and the Grand Elder. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, the Grand Elder, along with Hao Chen and Mu Huinan, vanished from sight. Our disciple Qin Yuhai has slain Li Yunan of the Merchant Alliance, thereby incurring the wrath of the Celestial Merchant Alliance. They will surely come seeking retribution. Henceforth, the entire Thousand Machinery Pavilion shall enter a state of first-level readiness. Mu Xingchen paid little heed to the astonishment around him, continuing with the arrangements for the pavilion's defenses. Yes, the members of the pavilion responded in unison. Qin Yuhai. Mu Xingchen called out to his fourth disciple. At your service. Qin Yuhai replied solemnly upon hearing Mu Xingchen's voice. You are to be richly rewarded for uncovering the secrets of the deserted island's mystical realm. Yet such rewards must await until this crisis is past. Now, tell me, when will the entrance to that mystical realm open? Do you have any insight? Mu Xingchen inquired, his expression as calm as still water. Based on my observations, the barrier of the mystical realm is gradually diminishing. If an entrance is to manifest, it will likely do so around the 15th of next month. Qin Yuhai's countenance turned serious as he spoke of the mystical realm. Excellent. I shall first confer with several elders and subsequently devise a concrete plan. He whispered a few words to the third elder, Mu Feng, and then departed the conference hall like a wisp of wind. Everyone understood that the pavilion master was deliberating significant matters with the elders. The third elder, Mu Feng, swiftly completed the arrangements for the pavilion's defenses and quickly exited the hall as well. As the night deepened, I am Hao Chen. The two of you, follow me. He communicated to Mu Huinan and Gu Yunpeng, leaving the conference hall. Simultaneously, he mentally conveyed to the Firebird, Xiaohong, to stay at the Thousand Machinery Pavilion for the night. Every action of Hao Chen was within the perceptive grasp of the contracted beast, Xiaohong, allowing the women to ascertain Hao Chen's whereabouts through her. And thus they paid him no further mind. The others carried on with their meals and rest as needed. Upon hearing Hao Chen's name, Gu Yunpeng and Mu Huinan were momentarily taken aback. Both had heard of him. Mu Huinan knew that the man associated with her sister, Ziyu, from Flying Fish Island was none other than Hao Chen. Gu Yunpeng had vaguely heard that the envoy in the Qianyuan realm was named Hao Chen. Hao Chen led Gu Yunpeng and Mu Huinan to the cultivation cave of the seventh elder, where he revealed his true form. A tall and handsome young man appeared before them. You are Hao Chen? Mu Huinan asked in astonishment. Indeed, I am Hao Chen. How have you been of late? He inquired. Not well, Mu Huinan replied, her voice choked with emotion. At that moment, having concluded his arrangements for the pavilion, Mu Xingchen hastened to the seventh elder's cave. Upon seeing Mu Xingchen's arrival, Hao Chen waved his hand, summoning the seventh elder and Guan Lin from the demon suppression tower. Seventh elder? Hyro. Upon seeing the four individuals before him, the seventh elder realized that the matter had been uncovered. Thus, the schemes of the divine sect to seize control of the Northern Ring Island and establish a unified dominion were thoroughly divulged. Qichang Hyro, a survivor rescued from the sea during Mu Huinan's return journey from the Alliance meeting to the Northern Ring Island, had only attained mid-stage Yuan Dan cultivation when saved. Grateful for her rescue, she and Mu Huinan became close sisters. Under Mu Huinan's introduction, she joined the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion. Within half a year, she broke through to the late-stage Yuan Dan realm, becoming one of the few experts in that level within the pavilion and assuming the role of a trial overseer. A year prior, during an expedition trial with the Foundation establishment and Yuan Dan disciples of the pavilion at Yunxiao Island, Hyro advanced to the Yuaning realm. Upon her return to the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion in the Northern Ring Island, she was recommended as the seventh elder, responsible for overseeing trials and liaising with the affairs of the Flying Fish Island sections. Every year, the divine sect orchestrated several maritime disasters within the waters surrounding Flying Fish Island, using the opportunity for their disciples and the offspring of their practitioners to infiltrate various sects under the guise of gratitude for family members lost at sea. The sect leader, Tai Shi Xiao, had been orchestrating a grand scheme since the day he departed from the Tianyuan continent, laying out a complex game. Decades of his strategy were disrupted by Hao Chen at Flying Fish Island, who not only dismantled the bases for weapon forging, alchemy, blood magic cultivation, and the creation of human puppets and metallic constructs, but also caused the death of his most cherished son, Tai Tianlong. Hao Chen was indeed a nemesis to Tai Shi Xiao. After the current overseer surveyed the islands of the maritime domain and attended the Tianqing Merchant Alliance auction at the Northern Ring Island, he returned to the Huiyuan Inn, preparing for a covert visit to Flying Fish Island the following day. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently overheard two female disciples from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion in private conversation. Through the recounting of seventh elder Hyro, Mu Xingchen and others learned that the divine sect had successfully taken control of Flying Fish Island and was only a step away from dominating the Northern Ring Island. The Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion on Northern Ring Island was a coveted sect by the divine sect. Controlling it would mean controlling the island itself. The pavilion's mechanisms and forging techniques were unparalleled in the Qianyuan realm. With blueprints, yuan stones, and materials, nothing in the Qianyuan realm could not be forged. It seemed that Hao Chen would not be able to leave the Northern Ring Island anytime soon, nor did he wish to depart from the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion in the short term. Naturally, the pavilion's leader, Mu Xingchen, along with Gu Yunpeng and Mu Huinan, earnestly requested that Hao Chen not leave the Northern Ring Island for the time being. He insisted that his identity remain confidential for now. The second elder of the Merchant Alliance, Feng Yue, had already been demoted by one realm as punishment for defying the regulations of the cultivation world. A consequence of his transgressions, Hao Chen implied that the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion was not exempt from this scrutiny. Previously, the three had been so engrossed in listening to 7th Elder Hai Ro's testimony that they overlooked Hao Chen's presence. "Thank you, Inspector." Mu Xingchen and the others expressed their gratitude as they prepared to bow. No need for excessive courtesy. Hao Chen suddenly raised his hand, a surge of power lifting the three. An undeniable aura emanated from him. Mu Xingchen, Gu Yunpeng, Mu Huinan, and Hai Ro felt the presence of someone at least at the integration realm level. They recognized Hai Ro's identity and comprehended Hao Chen's stature. Mu Xingchen, the master, and Gu Yunpeng, the elder, expressed their gratitude to Hao Chen before hastily departing from the cultivation cave of the 7th elder, Hai Ro. At this moment, dawn had broken. Mu Huinan timidly inquired whether Ziyu and her sister Xiaozue had arrived at Beihuan Island. "Do not refer to me as the inspector. Simply call me Hao Chen," he replied, clearly disliking the title. "They are resting at the Huiyuan Inn. Is that so? Splendid. I shall seek them at once." Before her words could fully dissipate, she vanished without a trace. At this juncture, only Hao Chen and the visibly trembling 7th elder, Hai Ro, remained in the cave. "You, as a woman, have ventured into the realm of cultivation and attained such a level. It is indeed a remarkable feat. Although you are an undercover agent of the divine sect embedded within the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, should I ascertain that you have unjustly taken lives, you shall not escape retribution." Hao Chen admonished Hai Ro. "Spare me, Inspector. I have not committed any unjust acts. Please discern my innocence," Hai Ro pleaded, kneeling on the ground. "What is your connection to Feng Yue? Are you both entwined in some conspiracy?" Hao Chen refrained from mentioning Hai Ro's relationship with Feng Yue before the individuals of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, wishing to preserve her dignity. "Feng Yue is my elder brother. My true name is Feng Hai Ro. I sought my brother's assistance to relieve my injuries," she responded meekly. Hao Chen suddenly understood the situation. "Given your status as an undercover agent of the divine sect, the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion will not readily forgive your actions. For now, I must confine you," he declared, subsequently imprisoning her within the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 710. Refining treasures. After securing Feng Hai Ro, Hao Chen retrieved the treasure seal and sword forging technique acquired at the auction. Holding the treasure seal, a square and unremarkable lump of black iron, he felt a profound resonance akin to that experienced with the Xianjian. Could this object also be a treasure of the celestial realm? Consequently, he concentrated his internal energy to channel into it, yet it remained inert. If it were indeed a celestial artifact, perhaps invoking chaotic energy would yield a different result. As the chaotic energy from his dantian flowed into the treasure seal, the black iron lump absorbed it eagerly as if it were nectar. Even when 3 layers of chaotic energy remained in his dantian, the treasure seal showed no signs of transformation. Abandoning the endeavor midway would render future attempts at refining the treasure seal considerably more challenging. Suddenly recalling the pool of essence blood within the Demon Suppression Tower, which contained pure energy, he thought, "Since you desire sustenance, I shall provide you with something substantial." With this thought, he summoned the treasure seal into the Demon Suppression Tower. Pricking his middle finger, he affixed 3 drops of essence blood onto the treasure seal as a foundation for its refinement. The essence blood was instantly absorbed, and Hao Chen subsequently immersed himself in the blood pool alongside the treasure seal. 3 hours later, with a third of the essence blood remaining, the black iron lump began to emanate a remarkable black halo. Staring in astonishment at this extraordinary phenomenon, Hao Chen realized that the halo had manifested as a result of absorbing both chaotic energy and essence blood. Calming his agitation, Hao Chen closed his eyes and gradually infused his consciousness into the treasure seal. Within the treasure seal, the violent aura of blood and slaughter intensified. The fear was that the artifact would remain unyielding, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. As long as vitality persisted, it proved to be susceptible to refinement. Only by subjugating the rampant blood aura and compelling it to act according to its masteress could it be considered truly refined for personal use. The notion of harnessing the pure energy from this immense blood pool to counterbalance the internal chaos of the blood aura was indeed peculiar. The blood aura rampaged within the treasure seal. "You, young one, possess some skill to awaken me from slumber with chaotic energy and to nourish me with pure blood essence. However, to think you can command my allegiance? That is rather presumptuous. Countless immortals, demons, and spirits have failed to make me submit. You, an ordinary mortal cultivator, dare to dream of claiming me as your own? I shall see just how formidable you truly are." It turned out there was a hidden mystery within the treasure seal. Within its vast space lay a formidable spirit of slaughter, which had now awakened. "Huh, you are merely a sentient blood spirit, thinking that by controlling the artifact spirit you can stand against me." This treasure seal was not ordinary. It had been damaged during battles, causing the artifact spirit to enter a deep slumber. Over time, the slaughter aura within the seal accumulated wisdom, seizing the opportunity to dominate the artifact spirit. With this in mind, Hao Chen decided to employ psychological tactics and intimidation. "Not only you, but even the artifact spirits within the demon suppression tower are at my command. While I may not be able to subdue you just yet, that is of no consequence. We can take our time. You've consumed my chaotic energy and feasted on my pure blood essence, yet you dare challenge me? I shall employ the lesser yang art to devour a portion of you, reclaiming my chaotic energy. That is mine, after all, is it not? The blood essence you consumed. I may relinquish, but I shall not allow you to gain the upper hand. I will summon the blood shadow divine pearl to reclaim it. Furthermore, I shall release a fragment of residual souls from the demon suppression tower to share in the feast. Let us see if you will submit." Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, the spirit of the treasure seal fell silent. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Hao Chen summoned the soul-recalling pearl, called forth the demon suppression tower, and conjured treasures such as the Qian Kuan furnace and the blood shadow divine pearl as a means of intimidation. He quietly levitated the soul-recalling pearl above him, preparing the blood poison spirit for infiltration. Refine. Suddenly, he unleashed the lesser yang art to commence the refinement of the treasure seal, while simultaneously directing his consciousness to control the blood-poisoned spirit to stealthily infiltrate the space within the treasure seal. The blood spirit was gradually being extracted, while the blood-poisoned spirit slowly invaded the body of the blood spirit. No, you are too treacherous. You never mentioned you possessed a blood-poisoned spirit. Do not devour me. Spare me, I submit. At this moment, Hao Chen's consciousness was nearly exhausted. If the stalemate persisted for a few more breaths, he might suffer defeat. Though he wielded many treasures, without the control of his consciousness, all would be for naught. "Very well, you may exit the treasure seal." Hao Chen acquiesced to the blood spirit's request. The blood-poisoned spirit seized control over the blood spirit and suddenly darted out of the treasure seal. As Hao Chen seized the opportunity, he cast a spell to imprint his consciousness into the treasured seal, refining it. After a brief respite, he suddenly split a fragment of his primordial spirit, directing it into the illusion manifested by the bloodthirsty spirit object. Under the control of the blood-poisoned spirit's avatar, he began to refine the bloodthirsty spirit object. "You lack integrity. I shall not let you go." The bloodthirsty spirit roared in desperation. Only by erasing your sentience will I find peace." Utilizing the secret technique of the celestial star child, Hao Chen extinguished the sentience of the bloodthirsty spirit object. From that moment forth, the consciousness of the bloodthirsty spirit object ceased to exist in the world. Yet, Hao Chen acquired an avatar of the bloodthirsty spirit object. At the moment he refined the treasured seal, it suddenly emanated a vast power. Were it not for the formidable array protecting the demon suppression tower, it might have attracted the covetous eyes of the world, for this was a harbinger of a treasure's emergence. Hiss! Hao Chen gasped as he beheld the transformation of the treasured seal. "I pay homage to my master." A voice resonated from within the seal, reaching Hao Chen's ears. "Are you the spirit of the artifact?" Hao Chen inquired. "Thank you for restoring my true form. I am the spirit of the burning heaven seal. I have existed since the dawn of creation, capable of manifesting 4 forms, overturning heaven, shattering earth, rending clouds, and burning heaven, each allowing the execution of distinct spells." At that moment, the burning heaven seal came to life. Hao Chen's spirit connected with it, enabling him to perceive the internal space of the seal, which gradually expanded outward, evoking a sensation akin to confronting the very act of creation itself. Undoubtedly, the burning heaven seal had been wholly refined by him. With a mere thought, the burning heaven seal vanished from sight, returning to Hao Chen's hand, where it transformed into a diminutive treasure seal, securely grasped within his palm. This sensation was profoundly grounding. Hao Chen felt as though he held the universe within his grasp. Yet, it was merely an illusion, a consequence of the overwhelming power bestowed by the burning heaven seal. Nevertheless, The seal had indeed been successfully refined. Whoosh! Before Hao Chen could further observe the transformations within the seal, it shot forth like a streak of light, unceremoniously entering the chaotic Dantian. He stowed away the Qianquan furnace, blood shadow divine pearl, and reincarnation pearl, allowing the blood-poisoned spirit avatar to return to the space of the demon suppression tower alongside the bloodthirsty spirit avatar. After a brief respite, Hao Chen casually picked up the jade slip containing the sword-casting technique. Upon reading the introductory concepts of the sword-casting art, a seal obstructed his consciousness. It took the duration of an incense stick to break through to the subsequent chapters, immersing his consciousness in the text as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Hiss! The content of the jade slip exceeded Hao Chen's understanding of artifact refinement, the combination artifact refinement technique. This technique allowed several crafted treasures to be combined into a new artifact. For instance, the flying radiance sword he currently wielded was a combination of the Gung Gold sword and the Gung Gold Essence sword. This method could fuse two primary artifacts into a single new primary artifact. While it remained a primary artifact, it could unleash the power of intermediate or even advanced artifacts. This completely transcends the understanding of Hao Chen in the realm of artifact forging, yet remains within the bounds of his psychological endurance, particularly as he possesses a composite sword. The crafting of such a composite artifact is no trivial endeavor. It is significantly more challenging than conventional forging. To unleash the full potential of the combined treasures, each individual artifact must fit together flawlessly. This demands an exceptionally high level of forging skill, requiring meticulous attention to detail in the creation of each component. Even the slightest error could not only prevent the artifact from demonstrating its power, but might also lead to its disintegration, resulting in damage to the treasures. Furthermore, forging such an artifact necessitates a substantial proficiency in formations alongside exceptional skills in rune engraving. Only through this meticulous synchronization can the formations, runes, and artifacts coalesce perfectly. Given Hao Chen's adeptness with formations, he is more than capable of handling this, and rune engraving poses no significant challenge. It can be said that this method of artifact forging is a secret manual specifically designed for him. Gradually withdrawing his consciousness from the jade slip, he stored it in the space of his jade pendant and fell into contemplation. Should he also forge a composite artifact? After a moment's reflection, he ultimately abandoned this tempting notion. Even if he could design a composite artifact, it would likely not meet his standards. Perhaps it would be better to leave it to the craftsman at the forging workshop for further exploration. Chapter 711. Researching artifacts after studying the composite artifacts. Hao Chen recalled the sketch of the Liuyun artifact he had discovered within his storage ring on Earth. He promptly retrieved the drawing of the Lian artifact from his storage ring. The Lian artifact harnesses Yuan Shi as its energy source to unleash its formidable powers. He then made several copies of the sketch and sent them into the space of his jade pendant for the reference and study of the artisans who had come from Flying Fish Island. Hao Chen also began rummaging through his collection, seeking books on mechanisms and forging techniques. The Lunsuri contains abundant Hin sheet, Yuan Shi. If this energy can be activated instantaneously through the artifact, it could undoubtedly inflict harm. The Lian artifact may have been conceived by the skilled artisans of the celestial realm, who sought every possible means to unleash the Yuan Shi contained within the Unshu instantaneously for lethal purposes. As a craftsman, dedicating time solely to forging, his cultivation had inevitably suffered. To safeguard himself and his sect, he aimed to create a powerful artifact that could be wielded regardless of one's cultivation level. Hao Chen speculated that this sketch of the Lian artifact could very well represent the initial design conceived by the artisans. While he was engrossed in analyzing the sketch, a cacophony of chatter filled the cave. Mu Huinan, accompanied by two female disciples, led several other women to the cave of Elder Qi of the Flying Cloud Peak at the Qianquan Pavilion. The two female disciples were familiar to Hao Chen. They were the very disciples he had once encountered during his exploits. Upon entering the cave, they were greeted by a plethora of documents pertaining to the art of Qianquan techniques. Mu Huinan initially thought they had mistakenly wandered into the scripture repository of the Qianquan Pavilion, standing in astonishment with her mouth agape. Picking up a random tome on mechanism techniques, she found it to be a treasure she had never encountered before. Not only was it absent from the Qianquan Pavilion, but it was also a unique volume in the Qinyuan realm. Yu Xiaolan was similarly immersed in the sea of books, while the other women remained silent in awe. Please take a look at this sketch before we proceed. This sketch is an unintentional treasure map that I stumbled upon. Over the years, I have attempted to decipher it numerous times, yet I have made little headway. With everyone present, I hope that our gathering at the Thousand Machine Pavilion will yield some progress. Each of the 8 immortals employs their unique abilities, but among the women, only Yu Xiaolan and Mu Huinan exhibit a fervent interest in research. The others, after a brief period of study, quickly lose their enthusiasm. Particularly, the 4 little spirits, Xiao Chui, Xiao Shui, Xiao Hong, and Shuiying, have grown quite impatient. Xiao Chui takes the lead, guiding her 3 companions away to play. Confident that with Xiao Hong's awareness and Xiao Chui's presence, no unforeseen incidents will occur. Youth are permitted only to play within the confines of Yinhai City. Do you understand? Just as Xiao Chui was about to depart the cave with her companions, Hao Chen suddenly interjected with a reminder. Yes, we understand, Xiao Chui replied weakly. As Xiao Chui and the others left, Hao Chen communicated silently with Sun Yang and Yin, who followed behind. Gradually, only Mu Huinan and Yu Xiaolan remained in the cave, accompanying Hao Chen in the study of the treasure map. Unbeknownst to them, Hao Chen was continuously sketching designs, which he subsequently stored in the jade pendant space for crafting prototypes. The 3 of them collaborated on the development, while the craftsmen in the jade pendant space persistently refined their efforts. After 3 days of diligent work, they successfully devised dozens of design proposals. Once Mu Huinan and Yu Xiaolan departed the Elder Cheese Cave, Hao Chen sought the opinions of the craftsmen at the Thousand Machine Pavilion, ultimately finalizing several drafts and suggesting improvements. The craftsmen in the jade pendant space were the most skilled artisans gathered by the divine sect from the Qinyuan realm. At the secret base on Flying Fish Island, Hao Chen had fully integrated them into his operations. He had refrained from assigning them any crafting tasks, allowing them to conserve their energy. For the aging craftsmen, he provided Tianyuan fruits to extend their lives by a century. Those whose cultivation had stagnated received the rare 10,000-year stone milk as a reward. For those suffering from physical ailments or even amputations, Hao Chen generously offered limb reattachment. Thus, these artisans had every reason to diligently research and forge this precious artifact. After extensive experimentation, the craftsmen in the jade pendant space finally succeeded in creating a powerful artifact, which Hao Chen named the Rending Cloud Artifact. This device serves as a source stone activator, capable of penetrating stone and rending the very fabric of space. When Hao Chen arrived at the crafting workshop, Master Li Wenguang, a mid-stage crafting master, demonstrated the activation process of the source stone to him and the other craftsmen. The largest activator measured a foot in length, while the smallest was 5 feet. A row of 10 uniquely designed source stone activators was presented before Hao Chen. By inserting a source stone and pressing this switch, one could harness the power of the source, much like a magical artifact. Since users need not infuse their own power, even non-cultivators can operate it. Li Wenguang pointed to the largest source stone activator, inviting Hao Chen to observe as he disassembled a section at the back of the device. Before them lay a square recess, at the center of which was a mechanism designed to activate the formation. It featured a sliding button that functioned like a gate, dividing the recess into 2 distinct sections. The rear section served as a storage chamber, while the front section was designated as the launch area. The elemental stone activator occupied a quarter of its space for storage and launch, with the remaining 3/4 designated for a rapid-fire tube. This square rapid-fire tube was intricately engraved with rapid-fire formations on all 4 inner walls. The portion containing the elemental stones functioned as a storage chamber, while the launch area was crucial for activating the elemental stones. When employing the magical artifact, the practitioner would place the elemental stone into the launch area, which contained the activation formation. This formation could instantaneously extract the elemental energy from the stone and channel it into the rapid-fire tube. The elemental energy that entered the tube coalesced into a formidable energy mass, enabling it to unleash power akin to other magical artifacts. Practitioners harness elemental energy from the world around them and absorb the energy within the elemental stones, storing it within their body's dantians and meridians. As they condense the stored elemental energy, they generate a powerful force that is channeled into the artifact, allowing it to manifest its might. The elemental stone activator, as researched by Hao Chen, required merely the use of elemental stones to unleash its power. The efficacy of the activator was contingent upon the quality and quantity of the loaded elemental stones, which were categorized into inferior, medium, superior, exceptional, and transcendent grades. After listening to Li Wenguang's explanation, Hao Chen was filled with astonishment. Although he had participated in the design, the final modifications and experiments were conducted by the artisans of the refining workshop. Deeply intrigued by the elemental stone activator, he soon posed a question: how much elemental force could these activators withstand? Hao Chen inquired about specific data, but at that moment, Li Wenguang and the other artisans were at a loss, as they had not conducted any extreme tests. Let us discuss the experimental data after the tests. I too am eager, Li Wenguang replied. We will categorize it after we conduct the tests. Hao Chen smiled. The elemental stone activator was entirely forged from refined copper and dark iron, crafted in precise proportions, rendering it exceptionally robust. Testing the efficacy of an inferior, medium, or superior elemental stone could be performed within the confines of a jade pendant. However, Hao Chen was hesitant to test the formidable capabilities of the elemental stone activator in that space. Consequently, he cleared out all items from his cultivation cave, accompanied by the women and Mu Huinan, and ventured far from the northern ring island to assess the activator's performance. Chapter 712. Testing power. At this moment, Hao Chen did not conceal his prowess from Mu Huinan. With a swift motion, he summoned an interstellar spaceship after flying 1,000 miles beyond the northern ring island. Upon witnessing Hao Chen's summoning of the spaceship, Mu Huinan could not help but gasp in astonishment. He is truly exceptional, she thought, filled with admiration for Hao Chen. He, along with the artisans, had improved upon the blueprints acquired from the Earth Star, designing their own secret artifact. Without hesitation, Hao Chen summoned the group of master artisans from the Jade Pendant space to participate in the testing, inviting them to witness the power of the Lane Fabao, Liayan magical artifact. At that moment, Mu Huinan was not merely shocked, her heart trembled with anticipation. One by one, alchemists of the spirit transformation and nascent soul realms appeared aboard the starship, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The crew conducted trials of the elemental stone activators in midair, assessing their power, range, and area of effect. Over the ocean, they tested the efficacy of the activators by bombarding reefs and deserted islands, with Hao Chen serving as the testing subject. Utilizing mid-grade elemental stones, the singular attacks faced formidable defenses from the nascent soul cultivators. To breach their protective barriers without a secondary strike was nearly impossible, as each activation of the elemental stone required a brief interval for reloading from the storage hold to the launching compartment. Regardless of how minimal this time might be, it still necessitated 3 to 4 breaths. Should a strike miss its mark, a nascent soul master could easily evade beyond 100 paces or stealthily approach to counterattack. Thus, while the elemental stone activators posed a threat, they were not particularly effective against powerful adversaries, merely serving to deter them from reckless behavior. However, when employing mid-grade elemental stones for group attacks, cultivators at the late nascent soul stage found themselves at a disadvantage. Only when high-grade elemental stones were deployed did the late-stage spirit transformation's mana barely withstand the assault. To further evaluate the formidable capabilities of the Cloud Splitter treasure, Hao Chen piloted the starship deeper into the ocean, seeking powerful sea beasts as subjects for experimentation. The starship glided smoothly across the water's surface, devoid of turbulence. Occasionally, some lower-tier sea creatures attempted to cause trouble, only to be disoriented by the Cloud Splitter treasure aboard the ship. Rather than merely testing the treasure's might, it felt more akin to a maritime excursion or hunt. The women each took their positions and commenced the elemental stone activation game. Even the little sprites, Xiao Chui, Xiao Shui, Xiao Hong, and Shui Ying, manipulated smaller Cloud Splitter treasures to join in the competition. Initially, they loaded lower-grade elemental stones one by one, later descending into chaotic loading as long as the launching compartment could be filled. The resultant power was not to be underestimated, though the consumption was considerable. The smallest Cloud Splitter treasure's launch compartment filled with dozens of elemental stones at once. Yet, Hao Chen had an abundance of elemental stones, allowing the women to revel in their play. Meanwhile, Hao Chen and the master alchemists formed several testing groups, diligently documenting the quantities loaded, the grades of elemental stones, range, area coverage, and the levels of the sea beasts. Although they had no shortage of elemental stones, they still collected the remains of the defeated sea creatures. Since testing and hunting coexisted, they refused to suffer losses. Any sea creature daring to encroach upon them was met with overwhelming force, leaving weaker ones in a mist of blood, their remains obliterated. Even the more formidable sea beasts could only flee in terror, unable to approach the starship. 3 days passed, and the participants remained unsatisfied, unwilling to rest. However, in their revelry, they had drawn the ire of shape-shifting sea beasts. Suddenly, under the sweeping gaze of Hao Chen's divine consciousness, dozens of transformed sea monsters burst forth from the depths of the ocean, accompanied by a multitude of lower-tier sea beasts, charging towards the starship with lethal intent. Halt the individual activation of the cloud-splitting treasure and heed my command. Hao Chen commanded with authority. Instantly, the crew aboard the starship ceased their preparations, swiftly loading mid-grade essence stones into the launch bay. Prepare. Hao Chen bellowed once more. The women and the master artificer, having received his orders, promptly completed the loading process. You are too slow in loading the essence stones. You must become proficient and aim to finish within 3 breaths, Hao Chen noted as he observed their lack of finesse. Within the span of a single tea time, approximately 30 sea monsters raced to within 100 zhang of the starship's resting place. Individually, these creatures posed little threat. But once united, their innate power could unleash a tsunami capable of submerging the starship in the vast ocean. Take your positions, prepare, and fire. As the sea monsters closed in to a distance of 1,000 zhang, Hao Chen issued the command. Boom! The cloud-splitting treasure erupted with formidable might, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy. The roar of the tsunami was deafening. The sheer force was evident as the sea monsters caught in the waves emitted excruciating cries, chilling to the bone. Yet, the sea monsters pressed on with fearless resolve, undeterred by the prospect of death, charging toward the starship. Load the high-grade essence stones, prepare, and fire. The second loading took merely 5 breaths to complete. Boom! The energy from the second batch of high-grade essence stones unleashed a catastrophic tempest, sweeping through the area with ruthless efficiency. Within 1,000 zhang radius, the sea monsters caught in its path were reduced to mere pulp, while beyond, a ghastly sight of floating corpses blanketed the waters. This volley obliterated over 10,000 sea monsters, a display of terrifying power that left all witnesses in stunned silence. The sheer density of the attacking sea monsters contributed to this overwhelming onslaught, yet the devastating impact of the high-grade essence stone energy left both sides in disbelief. In an instant, a profound stillness enveloped the starship, a silence as heavy as death itself. However, such measures should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. For excessive slaughter contradicts the harmony of nature. Observing the immense destruction wrought by the cloud-splitting treasure, Hao Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Nevertheless, the consumption of essence stones required for the activator was no trivial matter. The quantity expended was substantial, far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could sustain. Through testing, Hao Chen discovered that only in instances of concentrated attacks could he most effectively strike his adversaries. The essence stone activator was best utilized for city defenses and aboard vessels to maximize its potential. Hao Chen was pleased with the results of this trial. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered the starship skyward, departing from the treacherous waters. Once all personnel had boarded the starship, they embarked on their journey. Alone, Mu Huinan remained in the control hull of the starship, guiding Hao Chen. As the starship approached the waters of Beihuan Island, Hao Chen discreetly retracted the vessel. Both Hao Chen and Mu Huinan quietly returned to Yinhai City. The matter of the starship's energy stone activator was entrusted to the master craftsman Li Wenguang for further development. Hao Chen possessed more than one starship. He had acquired vessels from the small world of the War Alliance, the base of the Flying Fish sect, from Taiyang Xingzi, and other gains in the Qiyuan realm. Chapter 713. Seizing the opportunity to tempt Hao Chen and Mu Huinan returned to Yinhai City, entering the cultivation cave of the 7th Elder of Qianji Pavilion. It was only then that they summoned the women from the Jade Pendant space, while the artisans returned to the Spirit Artifact Workshop to continue their training. The cultivation cave once again buzzed with the lively atmosphere of song and dance. During their time together, Mu Huinan felt immense joy. This carefree and happy existence was the life she had longed for. She also realized that these individuals had no worries regarding cultivation resources, accompanying Hao Chen on his leisurely voyages, even across the vast cosmos. They were all young, yet daring enough to match her in prowess. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yet the second elder of the Merchant Alliance had not come as anticipated. It seemed that Qianji Pavilion had also overlooked the matter. Each day, disciples were organized to patrol the Qianji Pavilion's premises and monitor unfamiliar visitors. Mu Huinan stood quietly at the edge of the cliff on Feiyun Peak. The sea breeze tousling her flowing hair, her expression tinged with concern. Having endured these past days, it appeared that Qianji Pavilion would not encounter trouble for the time being. With half a month gone by, and not even a steward from the Merchant Alliance appearing, the practitioners of Qianji Pavilion were well aware that the matter was far from resolved. The ability to suppress the grudge for the murder of disciples without seeking revenge suggested that the Merchant Alliance was likely plotting a journey into a secret realm. For more than half a month, Mu Huinan had not practiced, choosing instead to remain close to Hao Chen's companions. In the distance, rows of caves marked the most vital area of spiritual energy on Feiyun Peak, where all practitioners of Qianji Pavilion engaged in closed-door cultivation. At that moment, the previously clear weather had turned tumultuous, an explosive aura surging forth. This overwhelming presence was unmasked, and everyone on Feiyun Peak sensed it. Had Ziyu broken through? Mu Huinan's expression shifted. She deduced from the emanating aura that it was indeed Lung Ziyu who had achieved a breakthrough. Upon returning from the outer sea, Lung Ziyu had felt the impetus for advancement and chose to enter seclusion. At merely 23, she had already reached the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. Truly, Ziyu was a prodigy. Mu Huinan's expression reflected her astonishment. Lung Ziyu rarely engaged in cultivation, yet she had astonishingly advanced to the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm, which was indeed remarkable. It was about time for a breakthrough. Delaying it further would have been embarrassing, remarked Xiao Cui, who had appeared by Mu Huinan's side. Gazing at the aura of Ziyu's breakthrough. What is so surprising about breaking through to the late Yuan Dan realm? Ziyu's sister plays with me every day. She hardly has time for serious cultivation. Achieving the late Yuan Dan realm is already a blessing from the heavens. If it were not for following my brother, I would have had no inkling of when I might reach today's realm. Xiao Cui murmured. She jested at Ziyu, not considering that the latter had indeed undergone rigorous cultivation, while she herself had merely indulged in play and slumber. Achieving the second tier of transformation is no small feat, yet it pales in comparison to Hao Chen, who surpasses her by another tier. Why is it that following Hao Chen grants one the ability to break through? Mu Huinan whispered in confusion. My brother is an alchemist. Xiao Cui blushed and abruptly covered her mouth, falling silent. Is Hao Chen an alchemist? Mu Huinan inquired. Indeed, my brother is recognized as a 6th-rank alchemist by the Alchemist Guild of Zhongzhou City. With his current prowess, he might well reach the 8th or even 9th rank. Elixirs are truly indispensable for cultivating immortality. A flicker of brilliance sparkled in Mu Huinan's eyes. But what level of power does he currently possess? Mu Huinan could not fathom Hao Chen's cultivation level and sought to glean information from Xiao Cui. Oh, is it great? Sister, you are unaware of my brother's cultivation? Xiao Cui widened her eyes, gazing at Mu Huinan. Xiao Cui assumed that during these days, Sister Nin had been among the other sisters and would have gained some insider knowledge. Yet, to her surprise, Sister Nan was utterly oblivious. Xiao Cui enjoyed spending time with Sister Nan. After their brief encounter on Flying Fish Island, she had developed a fondness for her. Upon meeting Mu Huinan again at the Qianji Pavilion on North Ring Island, she felt a special closeness. After I share this with you, you must keep it a secret, okay? My brother is truly great, Xiao Cui earnestly stated. Xiao Cui mentioned that Hao Chen is of great caliber. Mu Huinan speculated that the term great could refer to a martial artist's high rank, but there is no other term that bears the word great. Suddenly, Mu Huinan thought of the great ascension level, then shook her head, thinking to herself, it cannot be, it cannot be. While Mu Huinan was lost in her wild guesses, Xiao Cui suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear. He is at the mid-stage of great ascension. What? You mean he is at the mid-stage of great ascension? Mu Huinan could not help but widen her eyes and exclaim. Sister Nan, I beg you. Do not be so dramatic. You will frighten me to death. Xiao Cui quickly covered Mu Huinan's mouth, pleading. Xiao Cui had revealed her brother Hao Chen's secret, hoping to entice Mu Huinan to join their circle and play with her every day. Do you wish to venture out for training? Xiao Cui glanced at Mu Huinan, her face bearing a hint of seriousness. Of course. Why wouldn't I? 4th junior brother Qin Yuhai has brought news that a secret realm on a remote island in the outer sea is about to open. If conditions allow, I will go for an adventure. A secret realm. That would be an excellent place for a substantial power boost. There is no reason not to go. Mu Huinan assumed that Xiao Cui was referring to the secret realm on the remote island. That is mere child's play. What I mean is going with my brother to the outer starry sky. That is truly exhilarating. Hearing Mu Huinan speak of the secret realm on the remote island, Xiao Chui scoffed dismissively. The outer starry sky? Mu Huinan asked in confusion. Indeed, not only did we accompany my brother to the outer starry sky, but we also ventured into the fourth layer of the awakening origin realm, and where they strive to establish their own influence. The elder brother, a practitioner of the fourth level, is the lord of the demon-locked city in the Qiyuan realm. As one traverses the bustling streets of the fourth level, the vitality there surpasses that of the cultivation chambers on Feiyan Peak. Step by step, Xiao Cui entices Mu Huinan, igniting within her a yearning for the cultivation environment of the fourth level. More than 10 days have passed since Ziyu's breakthrough to the late stage of the Yuan Dan, and this day marks the departure for the secret realm of the outer seas. At this moment, Hao Chen and Xiao Cui have arrived at the entrance of Mu Huinan's cave dwelling. The number of participants from the Qianji Pavilion heading to the secret realm has been largely determined. Led by Mu Huinan, the group comprises 12 Yuan Ying and Yuan Dan practitioners. Those below the Yuan Dan level cannot enter the secret realm without the protection of formidable guardians, as they would be obliterated by the spatial turbulence. Additionally, 3 array masters accompany them, tasked with constructing a teleportation array in the secret realm to facilitate the timely return of those who emerge. Since it is a secret realm, it is accessible to all. If sects and clans can enter, then so can independent cultivators. Thus, Hao Chen expended considerable effort to secure a spot for himself as an independent cultivator. Furthermore, he possesses a ticket, a treasure map obtained by Feng Heru, the young master of the Merchant Alliance. Upon discovering Hao Chen and Xiao Cui at the cave's entrance, Mu Huinan promptly activated the mechanisms to grant them entry. At this moment, Mu Huinan, adorned in a flowing sea blue gown, her hair cascading gracefully, with a slender waist and slightly flushed cheeks, exudes a gentle elegance reminiscent of a delicate orchid, instilling tranquility in those who gaze upon her, akin to an ethereal fairy. Captivated by her beauty, Hao Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Although he had encountered many beautiful women before, including Ziyu and others, he had never been so taken aback. As Mu Huinan busied herself, she noticed that Hao Chen and Xiao Cui had yet to utter a word after a considerable time. Raising her head, she found them staring at her, causing her ears to flush with warmth. There was an undeniable hint of romantic tension in the air. You two continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. Xiao Cui teased with a playful smile. As she glanced around, she suddenly remarked, provoking the situation further. With Xiao Cui having left, only Hao Chen and Mu Huinan remained, standing awkwardly face to face. Xiao Cui had observed her sister preparing for the adventure to the outer sea secret realm and, seeing Hao Chen's indifference, told him that her sister had matters to discuss and had lured him there. Chapter 714. The Bluefall Secret Realm. Hao Chen did not embark on the journey with Mu Huinan. She indeed had a request, hoping that Hao Chen could safeguard the Qianji Pavilion until her return from the expedition. In secrecy, Hao Chen left behind his fiery sun avatar, the unicorn serpent, and 2 pieces of the Leiyin Fabab before departing from Beihuan Island. The fiery sun avatar was a manifestation he had refined using Ouyang Lai's essence, while the unicorn serpent was a tamed beast he had captured on Mai Island. After a day's journey, Hao Chen finally spotted the 12 members of Mu Huinan's party. These individuals have appeared on a desolate island in the open sea. Hao Chen, employing the art of deception, transformed into a loose cultivator of late Yuan Dan cultivation. He stealthily followed the 12 members of the Qianji Pavilion to a ravine on the island. Although the peaks of the island are not towering into the clouds, they are nonetheless undulating. Upon catching sight of the location of the secret realm from a distance, Hao Chen began surveying his surroundings. Ahead of the ravine lies a plain. Though not expansive, it is not particularly narrow either. However, at this moment, it is teeming with a multitude of cultivators. A preliminary estimate reveals that the number of practitioners here exceeds 10,000, emanating waves of formidable power. Moreover, numerous members of various cults mingle among them, causing Hao Chen's expression to grow serious. Clearly, this time it would be quite an adventure. Hao Chen has never forgotten his mission to patrol the sea. In the nearest corner to the entrance of the ravine, over 50 individuals clad in black are gathered. Judging by their aura, few possess the realm of the demon infant, the majority being at the Yuan Mo Dan level. Among them, 5 female cultivators, who are not demon practitioners, are being protected. Hao Chen located the leader of the law enforcers managing the secret realm and presented a fragment of the treasure map. Upon viewing the map, An enforcer was appointed to escort Hao Chen to a tent at the Merchant Alliance's encampment. This temporary base was established by the Merchant Alliance to attract loose cultivators. Hao Chen took out his identity token from Yunhai City and registered as the loose cultivator Yu Feng from Yunxiao Island. When he entered, there were already 6 loose cultivators of the Yuan Dan level practicing within. Thus, Hao Chen joined them in their cultivation. He spent 300 spirit stones to purchase a teleportation talisman. The island's teleportation array was jointly arranged by the Merchant Alliance and the Qinji Pavilion. The name Hao Chen chose is gender-neutral. As time slowly passed, just as the hour approached, the previously tranquil surroundings of the desolate island erupted in tumult, with waves crashing fiercely, causing the island to shake. Suddenly, a black vortex erupted within the ravine. Accompanying the rise of this vortex, a faint mist began to envelop the once clearly visible canyon. The vortex at the entrance of the ravine resembled a gaping maw, instilling a sense of dread. The mist was gradually consumed by the vortex, coalescing into a passage that emitted an eerie glow. The secret realm has been activated. All cultivators on the island, upon witnessing this spectacle, fixated their gaze upon the entrance, their eyes gleaming with avarice. In a frenzy, people surged towards the entrance. Those of lower cultivation attempting to slip in were shredded into blood mist by the strange light within the passage. Hao Chen, observing the peculiar events surrounding the entrance, decided for safety to have Ziyu transform into his current appearance and enter the passage with the demon suppression tower. In a flash of brilliance, Ziyu distinctly sensed traversing through a vast and mysterious spatial corridor, arriving in an alternate dimension. When the white light before him dissipated and his feet finally touched solid ground, Ziyu retrieved the demon suppression tower from his bosom. Hao Chen, still embodying the late Yuan Dan cultivation, swiftly emerged with the tower in hand. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, he swiftly retracted the demon suppression tower and drew the purple feather into the jade pendant space. Grasping the celestial slaughter sword, he enveloped himself in a layer of true essence armor, ever vigilant against potential dangers. However, upon discerning the scene around him, Hao Chen immediately relaxed his guard. Raising his gaze, he noted the sky was shrouded in a gray mist, reminiscent of chaos, exuding an aura of desolation. The vast expanse was encircled by mountains, where bizarre stones resembled ferocious beasts and giant trees twisted like gnarled beards, predominantly comprising flora unseen in the outside world. Dragon lizard grass? As his spiritual senses swept across the area, he discovered, not far from the precipice, within a 100-foot radius of the grass thicket, several stalks of this precious 8th-grade spiritual herb. Towering nearly a foot, they were adorned with numerous minuscule crimson blossoms that enveloped the entire plant, emanating a faint fragrance. Dragon lizard grass is an exceedingly rare 8th-grade spiritual herb, a principal ingredient in the concoction of the 8th-grade elixirs, Dragon Snow Pill and Dragon Blood Pill, both of which are highly coveted in the outside realm. The Dragon Snow Pill has the capacity to prevent death for those on the brink, yet it cannot restore life to the living. Conversely, consuming the Dragon Blood Pill allows the imbiber's body to surge with dragon blood, empowering the practitioner to attain the formidable strength akin to that of dragons, crossing the threshold into the realm of celestial beings and demonic entities. Not only does it yield unforeseen benefits for practitioners, but serpentine beasts that ingest dragon lizard grass also accelerate their transformation into dragons. Overjoyed at this discovery, he hastened towards the grass. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped him, and he instinctively retreated backward. Hiss! A streak of crimson light zipped perilously close to Hao Chen's hand. Blood serpent? Hao Chen exclaimed in alarm, hastily retreating a few steps. While other disciples might fail to recognize this snake, which measured barely 10 feet in length, Hao Chen, possessing the lesser Hao inheritance, was well versed in spiritual herbs, medicines, and beasts. The infamous reputation of the blood serpent echoed like thunder among poisonous creatures. It ranked among the top 10, and its venom contained a trace of true dragon bloodline. No practitioner below the transformation stage could withstand the toxin of the blood serpent. It appeared that acquiring the dragon lizard grass would require careful strategizing. The blood serpent had long vanished from the Qianyuan realm, and its unexpected presence served as a warning to Hao Chen. In this secret realm, anything could transpire, and a moment's inattention could lead to death. From the aura emitted by the blood serpent, it was estimated to possess strength on par with a practitioner at the transformation stage. However, The blood serpent wielded one of the most formidable venoms in existence, and its innate abilities were a significant trump card. After much contemplation, Hao Chen struggled to devise a viable plan. The blood serpent's intelligence was akin to that of a human, rendering inferior tactics ineffective. The only feasible option was to employ a metallic puppet to lure it into a trap, as the metallic puppet was impervious to the blood serpent's venom. Resolute, Hao Chen ascended into the air and suddenly unleashed a dark energy to conceal his form. He summoned a metallic puppet clad in brown garments, which immediately burst forth from the obscuring mist towards the blood serpent. Hiss! Upon noticing the approaching figure, the blood serpent leapt into the air to confront it. Its blood-red tongue flicked out, releasing a stream of crimson venom aimed directly at the oncoming figure. Puff! A venomous arrow shot forth, swift as lightning, causing the void to tremble under the corrosive essence of the poison, which emitted a piercing sound as it tore through the air. The metallic puppet was also ravaged, riddled with countless wounds from the toxic substance. Chapter 715. Each displays their skills whoosh. Simultaneously, Hao Chen's form darted from the black mist, skimming the ground as he hastened towards the dragon lizard grass. The blood WRM, upon discovering the human's cunning diversion to seize the spiritual herb, was enraged and abandoned its assault on the puppet, turning instead to pursue Hao Chen. Alive, realizing the blood WRM was coming at him with full force, Hao Chen summoned Little Chui for assistance without hesitation. Caw! Upon her arrival, Little Chui emitted a cry imbued with the overwhelming pressure of a divine beast's innate powers, instantly subduing the blood WRM. This creature bore a trace of true dragon blood in its veins, a rare find with boundless potential that must not be squandered. It would be captured and confined within the demon suppression tower. After successfully apprehending the first blood WRM, Hao Chen remained vigilant and swiftly retrieved the silver dragon spear to use as a tool. Near the dragon lizard grass, he scanned the area carefully and employed his spiritual senses to ensure no other blood WRMs lurked nearby. Only after confirming the vicinity was clear did he cautiously excavate the dragon lizard grass, roots and soil intact, and store it within his jade pendant for cultivation. Regardless of the type of herbal material, living herbs invariably possess far superior efficacy compared to their dried counterparts. Yet, preserving them proves exceedingly challenging, and the process of refining them is fraught with difficulty. Thus, most alchemical materials are dried herbs. Even spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits that have been sealed for preservation will gradually lose some potency. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Hao Chen approached the collection of dragon lizard grass with utmost diligence. His caution proved fruitful, as he successfully gathered 7 stalks of the grass and captured 2 blood WRMs. The presence of the blood WRMs heightened his awareness. Who could say if other bizarre beasts roamed this place? It was wise to remain cautious. Crack! As he walked, a faint sound resonated beneath his feet. Hao Chen looked down to discover a weathered bone, long since aged and eroded. Its shape revealed it to be a human leg bone, darkened, likely the result of a poisonous demise. Hao Chen could not help but sigh, reflecting on the folly of man, who perishes for wealth, while birds fall victim to their hunger. Truly, this individual had met a grim fate. Continuing onward, he traversed a distance of 1,000 zhang without encountering a single soul. It seemed the black vortex at the entrance of the secret island was a random teleportation array, with a vast range that made the likelihood of individuals encountering one another exceedingly slim. Help! Just as he was walking, a ragged woman, her face etched with panic, sprinted towards Hao Chen. She appeared to be in her 20s, slender yet tattered, her attire unable to conceal her form. Her pants were ripped into an asymmetrical short style, exposing her alluring figure. Upon seeing Hao Chen, the woman's face lit up with joy as she rushed to his side, grasping his arm tightly. Save me! Someone is pursuing me. Perhaps due to her fright, her chest pressed against Hao Chen's arm as she pleaded with desperation evident in her eyes. Who is pursuing you? I fail to see anyone. Hao Chen swiftly concealed himself, gazing intently into the distance, yet he could not discern the shadow of his pursuers. As he peered further away, the woman, who had previously been consumed by terror, suddenly transformed her expression into one of mocking disdain. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a green-tinged dagger materialized in her hand, aimed at Hao Chen's body. I advise against impulsiveness, for if you act rashly, I too shall respond in kind. Hao Chen's voice resonated with a chilling tone. In an instant, The woman felt a sharp pain in her throat, realizing too late that Hao Chen's silver dragon spear was already poised against her neck. The dagger had scarcely been brandished, and there remained a considerable distance between her and Hao Chen. He certainly had ample time to eliminate her before deftly evading her strike. The woman's complexion paled dramatically, but in mere moments, she adopted a pitiable demeanor, discarding the dagger. "Esteemed senior brother, I beseech you to spare me. I have just been robbed of everything. Even my dignity has been stripped away. In my shame and fury, I merely wished to exact vengeance." Suddenly, she knelt before Hao Chen, tears streaming down her face. Her expression one of profound sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings. "Do you take me for a fool? The signs of your innocence linger upon you, unmistakably revealing your untouched state. Such a base deception is beneath you. Do you hold me in such contempt?" Hao Chen retorted coldly, unyielding. "Who is he? He possesses the legacy of Shao Hao and the cultivation of the Great Ascension. His divine perception scans the intricate networks of human meridians with ease. Could he not discern whether a woman is chaste?" The woman was evidently unprepared for Hao Chen's keen insight. She was far from the naive innocent she had attempted to portray, and her ruse had been swiftly unraveled. "Speak. Why did you seek my life?" Hao Chen demanded icily. I deserve to die. It was my greed that led me astray. Please, esteemed brother, spare me." She pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. "For the sake of my being a woman, grant me mercy. I am willing to offer everything to you, even my purity if that is what you desire." Her face was a tableau of supplication. Whether it was genuine or a calculated act, her half-clad attire had slipped further, revealing much of her upper body to Hao Chen's gaze. The sight stirred something within him, yet he resolutely suppressed that impulse. Even when facing death, she resorts to such theatrics? The power of his consciousness was always in motion, prepared for the moment he might relax, ready to strike at his mind and bring about his demise. Alas, you overestimate your allure. Since you refuse to speak, let it be. This will all come to an end. Before he could finish his sentence, Hao Chen thrust his silver dragon spear slightly forward. "No, please don't kill me." The woman's face was now a portrait of fear, for she sensed the lethal intent emanating from him. "Speak, for my patience is waning," Hao Chen commanded abruptly. The woman hesitated, her words faltering as she contemplated her response. Hao Chen, feeling somewhat impatient and on the verge of speaking, suddenly noticed two figures ahead, radiating the aura of Yuan in cultivation. "Huh, you despicable and shameless lecher, daring to molest virtuous women in broad daylight." One of them shouted. "Senior brothers, come quickly to my aid. This lecher intends to humiliate me. I refuse to submit to such indignity. He seeks to silence me permanently." The woman cried out before Hao Chen could respond. "Release this junior sister at once. I have recorded your actions with a crystal ball. Do you wish for this footage to be made public?" A man in black threatened, brandishing the crystal ball menacingly. The two figures clad in black were among the 50 or so he had seen in a corner of the island's gorge. The woman was one of 5 ensnared in the midst of the crowd. "Have you all conspired together?" Hao Chen inquired, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The woman responded with a cold smirk, gently adjusting her clothing to cover her chest. "Be wise and remove your weapon, you despicable lecher," she retorted with a frigid fury. At that moment, the silver dragon spear in Hao Chen's hand had already departed from her throat. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her chest. The woman, in disbelief, gazed down at her wound, acutely aware of her life ebbing away. Had she chosen silence, Hao Chen had no intention of assassinating her. What a fool. Does she not understand the concept of moderation? He observed coldly, recognizing the setup that was unfolding before him. The figures in black and the woman were clearly collaborators executing a ruse. Her act of feigned vulnerability, partially unclad, was merely a ploy to capture Hao Chen's attention. Any average youth would have been enthralled by her exposed form, falling victim to a sudden ambush. Chapter 716. A relentless strike. Hao Chen, unwilling to be deceived, saw through her charade as she resumed her act, but he remained resolute. At that moment, the two men in black leaped forth, brandishing the crystal ball as leverage against Hao Chen to save the woman. Their scheme was indeed insidious. Should Hao Chen release her, they would retain the footage as future leverage. Conversely, should he slay her, it would warrant the two Yuaning cultivators to justifiably eliminate a mere Yuan Dan practitioner. Thus, the woman dared to taunt Hao Chen, confident that he would not dare act against her in the presence of two formidable Yuaning warriors. Alas, she was mistaken. Hao Chen had never yielded to threats. He feared many things, but trouble was not among them. With a resounding crack, he swung his spear, casting the lifeless body of the woman to the ground. Her eyes remained fixed on the sky, filled with confusion and resentment. "You deranged lecher. We shall avenge the fallen." The two Yuan-Ing men roared in unison, unleashing their spells and charging towards Hao Chen. The two figures cloaked in black exuded a formidable aura, indicative of their mid-stage demonic infant cultivation. Naturally, such entities posed no threat to Hao Yin. With a swift motion, Hao Yin surged forward as the two dark-clad demonic cultivators charged at him. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with demonic energy, the two practitioners transforming into streaks of black wind, their movements as fierce as a tempest. For an ordinary cultivator, this display would have been nearly imperceptible. However, their opponent was Hao Yin, and thus, they were woefully inadequate. With a flick of his right hand, he conjured the demon-slaying hand, striking towards the cultivator executing the black demon palm technique. A sharp sound echoed through the void as he executed this maneuver, subsequently disregarding the outcome. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wisp of Dan flame from his left hand, directing it towards the demon on his left. In the blink of an eye, the fiery essence collided with the magic-wielding adversary of demonic infant caliber. Within mere moments, the Dan flame engulfed the enemy, their respective powers clearly belonging to disparate realms. Simultaneously, the clash between his demon-slaying hand and the adversary's black demon palm revealed a stark disparity in strength. The opponent was no match for Hao Yin. Infuriated, the two demonic cultivators displayed expressions of shock and rage, yet there was little they could do. Hao Yin's prowess far surpassed theirs. This was not merely a case of the demon cultivators being overrated. They were simply outmatched by a formidable opponent like Hao Yin. Although he had restrained his cultivation to the late stage of Yuan Dan, the power residing within him was not to be underestimated. The energy accumulated across his 5 danshans was beyond the reach of any demonic infant cultivator. Hao Yin's subsequent actions were devoid of mercy. He swiftly eliminated the two foes, for he had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically, locating Mu Huinan and her companions from the Thousand Machine Pavilion to ensure their safety. This encounter, however, instilled a heightened sense of vigilance within him. After dispatching the two Yuan-Ing demon cultivators, Hao Yin crushed the retrieved crystal ball. In this instance, his spell casting lacked precision, resulting in the obliteration of the demonic infant. Regretting this oversight for a brief moment, he then departed the scene, selecting a direction to continue his exploration within the secret realm. An hour later, Hao Yin abruptly halted his advance. What was this? The aura of death? The essence of death, gathered from the corpses, was imbued with boundless resentment and intense murderous intent. Moreover, this aura was laced with profound hatred, rendering it tremendously potent. The space surrounding Hao Yin was suddenly enveloped in this deathly energy, which weighed heavily on his spirit, causing considerable discomfort. A fierce wind arose, whipping up dust and debris, and within the howling gales, a mournful wail could be faintly discerned. Though Hao Yin was not an ordinary cultivator, the unsettling sounds stirred a sense of disquiet within him. His countenance darkened, yet he understood that such unnatural phenomena invariably heralded the presence of malevolent forces. He quickly restored his composure. Why feign fear when one is confronted with such a spectacle? Surely, a formidable entity at the mid-stage of divine separation would not shrink back like a timid turtle. Hao Yin's expression remained unperturbed as he called out resolutely. At that moment, the sky had darkened to an ominous degree. In the vast emptiness, a shadow flickered amidst a swirling mass of black mist, emanating an overwhelming aura. Within the shroud of darkness, all flora and fauna withered instantaneously, bereft of vitality. As a palpable sense of death and destruction enveloped the air, even a cultivator at the Great Ascension realm felt a weight upon their heart. Should another practitioner of the Way of Immortality find themselves in this predicament, they would likely succumb to trepidation before a confrontation even began. Indeed, the mid-stage soul separation realm elder was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Hao Chen realized that if this continued, it would prove detrimental to him. With a powerful shout, he raised his hands, unleashing an astonishing torrent of alchemical flames that radiated from his body. Instantly, the suffocating aura within a Tenjong radius was dispelled, and the oppressive sensation vanished into thin air. Suddenly, he invoked the Spirit Eye technique, and a piercing light burst forth from his gaze. The black mist began to dissipate, revealing the figure within, now merely a few dozen zhang away. Though you may be slightly stronger than others of your rank, you remain insignificant before me. Since you have ventured into the Lanluo secret realm at this moment, you shall not leave here alive. The voice from the shadowy figure echoed ominously, as a fierce wind began to howl. This place was indeed known as the Lanluo secret realm, and Hao Chen's expression darkened. Although he wished to avoid conflict with such a powerful adversary, he understood that he must subdue this foe to uncover the secrets of the realm, and thus, he resolved to forego further dialogue. In a swift motion, Hao Chen summoned a treasured weapon. A dark, ominous spear materialized in the air, transforming into a fearsome black dragon as it soared aloft. The figure shrouded in black mist emitted a sound of surprise. Typically, cultivators wield spears directly in combat. Yet this opponent manipulated a demonic dragon through their consciousness, a clear indication of their formidable prowess. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashed a torrent of chaotic demonic energy. The dragon danced wildly in the air, its luminous form flashing as thunder rumbled across the sky, distorting the very fabric of reality. Yet Hao Chen's arsenal was far from exhausted. With a flick of his wrist, the Fei Huang sword flew from his grasp. With a sharp hiss, the sword's aura surged forth, a tempest of might descending upon the shadowy figure. In an instant, with another flourish, a stream of alchemical fire descended like a shooting star. Having prepared these attacks, Hao Chen showed no sign of hesitation. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he suddenly conjured a hand of slaying magic. A terrifying pressure emanated from his palm. Impossible. How could a mere late-stage Yuan Dan cultivator possess such prowess? The voice from the black mist exclaimed in disbelief. Clearly, the magical energy Hao Chen wielded had taken his adversary by surprise. Chapter 717, Slaying the Evil Cultivator, Part 1. If you wish to know the reasons, first, take a punch from me. A resounding shout echoed as Hao Chen unleashed a formidable magic explosion punch. Following the strike, energy spiraled above his fist, swirling in concentric circles, radiating outward. The earth-shattering sound of the explosion reverberated in the air. With Hao Chen's movement, a dark, ominous shadow illuminated the void, as if the fabric of reality was being torn asunder. The magnitude of Hao Chen's punch was evident, revealing its astonishing power. The figure shrouded in black mist, witnessing this spectacle, underwent a dramatic transformation in expression. Even with overconfidence, it became apparent to the figure that Hao Chen's relentless onslaught wielded tremendous might, far beyond expectations. This sequence of attacks left the figure within the black mist astounded. A careless response could lead to significant repercussions. Infuriated, the figure let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the void. You seek death, little brat. With gritted teeth, the figure within the black mist issued a fierce command and sprang into action. In a flash, the figure spun, and the black mist swirled around it, moving with blinding speed. As it moved, several dark shadows erupted from its body. A colossal bone dragon, towering 100 feet, materialized in the void. Its pallid form and glowing red eyes fixated on Hao Chen. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a wave of dark, deathly energy from its gaping maw. The black aura easily intercepted the attack of the illusory magic dragon summoned by Hao Chen. Unyielding, the magic dragon transformed into a three-eyed dragon, stretching 100 feet in length. With a mighty roar, the three-eyed dragon expelled a torrent of black magical energy. The bone dragon and the magic dragon clashed fiercely amidst the void. Another roar echoed as two demonic corpses emerged from the swirling mist, exuding a stench of decay unlike the puppets of humanoid form. Without hesitation, the two corpses lunged forward, manifesting as black and white specters, charging toward Hao Chen with swift, tempestuous movements. For ordinary cultivators, such speed would be nearly imperceptible. However, their opponent was Hao Chen. With a mere thought, Hao Chen's Fei Huang sword suddenly split into two, transforming into the Gongjin sword and the Gongjin essence sword. In a brilliant flash, two golden dragons materialized, poised to confront the black and white corpses. Though the process seemed intricate, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as the two golden dragons engaged in a fierce battle with the corpses, the three-eyed magic dragon unexpectedly opened its third eye, unleashing a mini magic dragon spear enveloped in demonic flames, aimed directly at the forehead of the bone dragon. The magic dragon spear, razor-sharp, easily pierced through the bone dragon's brow. In an instant, the infernal flames surged into his mind, and the skeletal dragon was swiftly refined by the dragon's spear. The dragon's spear soared through the void, emitting a sound of satisfaction. This scene unfolded before the shadow cloaked in black mist, causing it to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath, its expression transforming into one of utter dismay. How detestable! The visage of the figure in the black mist contorted in anguish. However, for Hao Chen, the true assault was merely commencing. Kill! With a mere gesture, Hao Chen directed his finger forward, unleashing a torrent of sword radiance that illuminated the skies with the brilliance of the gung metal. In the next moment, from the mouth of the illusory golden dragon formed by the gung metal sword, a barrage of sword energy erupted forth. Without the slightest forewarning, the white demon corpse found itself ensnared within the sword domain. In that fleeting moment, a chilling light erupted, and the haunting wails resounded in the air as the white demon corpse was utterly obliterated by the sword energy. Yet, no blood spilled forth. These creatures were mere constructs forged through arcane rituals. The white demon corpse dissipated into wisps of deathly energy, vanishing into the void. The affair was far from concluded. As a series of sharp sounds pierced the air, a formidable beam of sword light burst forth from the gung gold sword, manifesting from the golden dragon's maw. The might of the gung gold sword surpassed that of the deathly energy, charging directly towards the black demon corpse. The figure cloaked in black mist, witnessing such prowess, was finally taken aback. Roar! Before it could react, the golden dragon's roar resonated through the void. The skies transformed into a blend of gold and black, as powerful energy erupted between the golden dragon and the demon corpse. Boom! There was no suspense in the outcome. The golden energy vortex surged forth with an unstoppable force. The black demon corpse had nowhere to hide or flee, swiftly engulfed by the golden energy vortex. It dissolved into a haze of black light, disappearing into the ether. In this exchange, Hao Chen gained the upper hand, seizing the opportunity to employ various magical artifacts, thereby amassing further experience in combat. The shadow in the black mist had initially believed it could easily subdue this young man, but it had not anticipated his tenacity. How infuriating! The artifacts deployed by the opponent were not meant for combat at all, but rather rehearsals. The weakest artifact used for attack, the first conjured dragon spear, was merely a ruse to deceive him, leading him to underestimate the true potency of all his spells and artifacts. The thoughts whirled in the mind of the shadow in the black mist, its expression darkening further with rage and astonishment. Yet, even in its frustration, the figure could not alter the current predicament. Boom! While the shadow contemplated its next move, Hao Chen's onslaught had already surged forth. Taking advantage of the opponent's carelessness, Hao Chen seized the splendid opportunity without hesitation. How detestable! The countenance of the figure in the black mist was grim. Boom! Above the void, a thunderous explosion resonated, and a dazzling array of multicolored light suddenly erupted. The radiant halo was blinding, exuding an astonishing pressure. In an instant, a myriad of differently colored runes dispersed from within. A series of enigmatic figures coalesced, forming a kaleidoscopic barrier. At that moment, a shadow cloaked in black mist was ensnared by an overwhelming force. Boom! Radiance flickered as waves of energy surged incessantly, a terrifying pressure engulfing the surroundings. This spectacle endured for several breaths. Utilizing the barrier, Hao Chen exerted his oppressive might to confine the figure within the black fog. This decisive strike was executed with remarkable timing. However, whether he could vanquish his foe remained uncertain. Deep within, a flicker of anticipation lingered. Boom! As the dust had yet to settle, Hao Chen lacked the patience to linger idly. His eyes shimmered with iridescent hues. Within the barrier, everything gradually became discernible, revealing the scene before him. Yet, Hao Chen's brow furrowed. In the heart of the energy, there was no trace of his adversary. In other words, the opponent had vanished without a trace. Chapter 718. Slaying the Malevolent Cultivator, Part 2. Could it be that his attack had reduced the opponent to mere fragments? Countless thoughts whirled in his mind. But Hao Chen would never entertain such a naive assumption. His adversary was a formidable being at the spirit division level. Even if caught off guard and momentarily overwhelmed, the notion that such an assault could obliterate the opponent was akin to a fantasy. Hao Chen had not grown so arrogant as to believe that a spirit division elder could be so easily dispatched. If his foe had not perished, then where had they retreated? A flicker of concern crossed Hao Chen's countenance as he began to ponder. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck him. He sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. The air around him tightened, causing his movements to slow. Indeed, his opponent had not been defeated and had seized the opportunity to strike. A surge of dread coursed through Hao Chen, the demon suppression tower. In that instant, Hao Chen bellowed, unleashing a torrent of power as he raised his right hand, unleashing a streak of luminous energy. The demon suppression tower hovered above him, casting a radiant glow that enveloped his form. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, as if severing some unseen tether. The oppressive sensation dissipated in an instant, freeing him from confinement. With no time to spare, he vanished in a flash of light, escaping the perilous location. Boom! In the void above, a colossal demonic hand descended, stirring a tempest of dust and etching a massive imprint into the ground. With a resounding crash, within 1,000 feet, trees were reduced to powder and rocks shattered into fragments. To challenge me is to court death. A malevolent elder clad in black robes emerged from the mist, seething with resentment. Yet, before the elder could finish his words, a blade of light, rivaling his own might, streaked forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at him. Hao Chen's sudden strike with the demonic blade surpassed the elder's expectations. Shield of Death. The black-robed elder hastily summoned a powerful artifact, the Shield of Death, to counter the oncoming blade of energy. The surface of the Shield of Death shimmered with arcane symbols, transforming into colossal skulls. Their eyes glowed a blood-red hue, exuding an astonishing aura of death as they confronted the oncoming sword energy with lethal intent. However, Hao Chen remained unfazed. At that moment, he too manifested as a practitioner at the mid-stage of divided spirit, given that his adversary possessed the same level of cultivation. Allowing for unrestrained movement within the secret realm, why should Hao Chen be any different? Having long suppressed his own cultivation, he found it arduous to wield power beyond the Yuan Dan realm, leaving him with little strength to employ additional techniques. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The artifact forged from the essence of death, while formidable, was hardly sufficient to withstand the might of the demon-esque grief sword. In an instant, the two formidable forces collided. The shield of death shattered, yet its defensive aura of death remained largely intact, still enveloping his opponent. But was this defense truly effective? At this juncture in their battle, Hao Chen himself was feeling the strain of continual suppression of his own powers, unable to unleash the full breadth of his transcendent abilities, which left him somewhat discontented. Nevertheless, having reached this critical level of confrontation, retreat was not an option. Prolonging the clash would yield no benefits for Hao Chen. His most advantageous course of action was to launch a direct assault and eliminate his foe. Could mere death energy hope to impede him? Taking a deep breath, Hao Chen deftly manipulated the demon-esque grief sword, simultaneously absorbing the death energy within the secret realm to refine a new death god Dan within his astral dantian. He stealthily infused the power from the demon Dan into the sword. In an instant, a resonant hum filled the air as the elemental energies of the world became chaotic, with turbulent spatial currents reaching a frenzied state. The dense aura of death surrounding the black-robed elder began to wane, gradually rendered ineffective as Hao Chen absorbed it. Demon-esque tear. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Chen recognized this as the opportune moment. Whether he could vanquish this adversary hinged upon this strike. At that moment, the black-robed elder perceived the diminishing death energy enveloping his body. As his opponent wielded the demonic artifact, his expression darkened, revealing a palpable fear. However, the treasures in Hao Chen's possession were artifacts from both the celestial and demonic realms. The demon-esque grief sword, while a commendable artifact, was merely of average quality among Hao Chen's collection. Who was this individual? Hadn't he, the Blood Demon Emperor, established barriers at the entrance of the secret realm to thwart practitioners of divine transformation and above? How had this divided spirit cultivator managed to breach the sanctum? The failure of the centennial sacrificial ceremony left the blood demon discontented. Thus, he enacted a second plan to deceive practitioners of the oceanic realms by utilizing the teleportation array of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, setting up a portal at the secret realm's entrance. The Blood Demon Emperor discreetly implemented additional barriers to prevent practitioners below the Foundation establishment stage from entering the realm. The constraints within the secret realm were arrays established by those who had first entered, designed solely to restrict the flight of cultivators below the nascent soul stage, having no effect on those above it. In this present moment, a formidable being has entered the secret realm, instilling in the old man clad in black robes a profound sense of impending doom. Yet, He is unwilling to succumb to death so readily. After all, even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive. As a distinguished figure of the divided spirit realm, his tenacity is to be expected. Even in the face of imminent demise, he is determined to fight back. Death's divine palm. A cold glimmer flashed across the black-robed elder's face as he gestured with his hands, conjuring intricate and arcane incantations. With his movements, the malevolent aura emanating from the demon sword slightly dispersed. At this juncture, his adversary did not summon any defensive treasures, for they would prove futile. Likewise, the elder refrained from employing ordinary secret techniques, fully aware of their ineffectiveness. Nevertheless, as a demonic cultivator of the transformation spirit realm, he was no stranger to wielding powerful artifacts like the demon's sword. Given the dire circumstances, he resolved to treat a dying horse as if it were alive. In an instant, an aura of death enveloped the sky. Although the elder's death's divine palm was not as formidable as that of a bone dragon, its potency was still considerable. In the void above, energies twisted violently as two forces clashed, creating a scene of unparalleled terror. To his astonishment, the adversary possessed such formidable capabilities. While a smirk of cold amusement graced his features, the bewildered Hao Chen noted that, judging by the intensity of the opponent's power, he was clearly at the end of his tether. The deathly aura surrounding the black-robed elder had dwindled significantly, and his mastery over deathly techniques was superficial at best. Why prolong your suffering? Would it not be better to accept your fate? With those words, Hao Chen urged the artifact before him, causing the demon's sword's blade to radiate brilliantly as it surged forth to suppress the elder. No! A chilling scream pierced the air. The once mighty figure of the divided spirit realm offered no resistance and was obliterated beneath the overwhelming might of the tear of the demon's sword. Huh! To challenge me is to court death. Hao Chen taunted the black-robed elder, surveying the space now reduced to ashes. Chapter 719. Beast Blood Transformation. Having vanquished the black-robed elder, Hao Chen seized the opportunity to absorb the dissipating aura of death. The pure essence of death emanating from the elder was a precious resource, not to be squandered. Such waste would be a grievous sin. After a considerable time, the deathly aura finally dispersed. Within Hao Chen's stellar dantian, he cultivated an additional death core. Since the establishment of his stellar dantian, he had refrained from utilizing the powers of his three primordial infant dantians, focusing instead on refining various attribute cores within the stellar dantian. While condensing a divine infant is arduous, the refinement of core bodies is relatively straightforward. The cores within the stellar dantian are imbued with life, akin to the cores of demonic beasts, serving as another manifestation of the primordial spirit and as vessels for storing attribute-based magical energies. The sky gradually cleared, and the shattered space was completely restored. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the area within 100 miles had transformed into a desolate wasteland, bearing the scars of fierce combat. With a sigh of relief, he wasted no time in retrieving the 10,000-year spirit milk and consuming it. As the restorative properties of the milk revitalized his energy, Hao Chen prepared to depart from the blood-soaked ground. Suddenly, an unforeseen event unfolded. Roar! With a furious roar, a mysterious old woman clad in a black robe brandished a black dragon-headed staff as she lunged forward. Wasn't she the same late-stage nascent soul practitioner seen within the Qinya Hall, wielding a golden dragon-headed staff? How could that staff have transformed into black? At this moment, although Hao Chen could not discern the old woman clearly, he could make out the wrinkles on her face beneath the dark robe. "Begone, you meddlesome old crone," Hao Chen exclaimed, unleashing a powerful demon-slaying strike towards the approaching figure. This time, he invoked the full might of his divine separation realm, channeling his strength completely. To a practitioner in the Mahayana realm, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was inconsequential. Boom! The old woman's black staff met Hao Chen's demon-slaying hand in midair, producing a deafening crash that sent plumes of acrid dust swirling, obscuring their vision. Moments later, as the dust settled, it became apparent that the old woman had been forcefully knocked to the ground. One must concede, she was indeed formidable. Had she been an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, the terrifying suppression from Hao Chen would have likely resulted in her demise. Yet, remarkably, the old woman appeared unscathed. The mysterious black runes upon her robe flickered violently, suggesting that it was this artifact that had absorbed the impact of the attack, leaving her unharmed. At this moment, the old woman struggled to push herself off the ground. However, that would not be so easily accomplished. Hao Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly summoned a magical artifact, the Demon Suppression Tower, from the void. With a roar, the subdued old woman bellowed in fury, exerting all her strength in an attempt to rise, but such aspirations were mere delusions. From the aura she exuded, it was evident that the old woman was no longer a typical human. Her body radiated an essence of death. Could it be that she had been possessed by a spirit of death? Hao Chen pondered in confusion. Though he triumphed effortlessly in this battle, the spiritual milk he had just consumed had been entirely depleted. The mana within his starry dantian and demonic core was nearly exhausted. It was imperative to replenish his energy. As he felt the mana gradually returning, Hao Chen's anxious heart began to settle. Yet, how should he proceed from here? A weight of concern hung over him. Although he had entered the secret realm out of curiosity, he had anticipated that the journey would not be so smooth. However, he now realized that the reality of the situation exceeded his wildest imaginings. Had it not been for his extraordinary strength, he would have perished long ago. This battle had drained him completely. Winning was one thing, but would he face similar challenges ahead? Contemplating this, Hao Chen quickly departed from the scene of the conflict. 1,000 miles away from the battleground, he sought a secluded spot to commence his cultivation. After several hours of practice, Hao Chen had restored his expended mana. It was then that he recalled the matter of the blood flood dragon. While assisting Yu Xiaolan in her tribulation, Hao Chen had discovered that the lightning spirit within the Thunder Sea Dantian had transformed from a flood dragon into a thunder dragon. The blood of the blood flood dragon contained a trace of true dragon lineage. What would happen if he were to drop its blood into the Thunder Sea Dantian? In the vast expanse of the Thunder Sea, 9 thunder serpents have already begun their transformation into thunder dragons. If at this moment, the blood of the blood serpent were to be added, Hao Chen surmised that it would undoubtedly accelerate the metamorphosis of the thunder serpents into thunder dragons. With this thought in mind, he extracted some blood from the captured blood serpents. A single droplet of blood serpent's essence diffused and floated within the thunder sea, and the 9 thunder serpents ravenously consumed it. After distributing 9 droplets of the blood serpent's essence evenly among them, the thunder serpents within the thunder sea gradually fell into slumber. If the electric spiritual entities are capable of transformation, then the blood poison spiritual entities, particularly the blood poison monarch, should also be able to consume the blood serpent's essence. However, the lightning energy within the thunder serpents can annihilate certain toxins when consuming the blood serpent's blood, thus preventing them from succumbing to the blood serpent's venom. Thus, the toxins within the blood poison entities are not as potent as those of the blood serpent. For the blood poison entities to safely consume the blood serpent's essence, it is imperative to refine the blood serpent's toxins first. After a span of 3 incense sticks, Hao Chen succeeded in refining the toxins of 3 droplets of the blood serpent's essence. He then entered the demon suppression tower and reached the living space of the blood poison entity. He cast the refined blood serpent's essence for the blood poison entity to ingest. Upon consuming a drop of the refined essence, the blood poison entity succumbed to slumber. Hao Chen was hesitant to allow the devouring Yuan magic fly to consume it. He summoned Su Nyang, the mist poison dragon, and recounted the events of capturing the blood serpent. Upon hearing of the blood serpent's emergence and its capture of 2 specimens, Su Nyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Within her inherited bloodline, there exists knowledge regarding the blood serpent. She is aware of the legend that the blood serpent harbors true dragon blood, yet in the Qi Yuan realm, traces of the blood serpent have become exceedingly rare. The blood of the blood serpent is a treasure for serpentine cultivation. Ordinary serpents that consume the blood serpent's essence can transform into serpents and subsequently achieve the form of a dragon, extending their lifespan indefinitely. Although Su Nyang, as a mist poison dragon, has assumed a human form, her lineage has diminished significantly, rendering her not even on par with lesser divine beasts. Should she consume a trace of true dragon blood, not only would it awaken the latent white dragon blood within her, but it might also catalyze her transformation into a true dragon, soaring to great heights and achieving the form of a genuine dragon. Together, Hao Chen and Su Nyang entered the barrier that confines the blood serpents. Will consuming the blood serpent's essence cause you to revert to your original form? Hao Chen inquired with concern. I am uncertain, Su Nyang admitted, equally unsure of the potential effects of consuming the blood serpent's blood. Let us proceed this way. I will establish a barrier here. You shall consume the blood serpent's essence within it, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, notify me promptly. He extracted a droplet of the refined blood serpent's essence for Su Nyang to consume. Observing that she had entered her cultivation, Hao Chen proceeded to extract several droplets of blood serpent essence for further refinement. He was not merely taking without giving. He was timely administering pills and the essence of the ancient stone bamboo to the blood serpents. The Demon Suppression Tower itself is an artifact designed to suppress malevolent forces and sinister entities. The barrier set by Hao Chen exudes even greater pressure. Thus, unless the blood serpents possess strength threefold greater than Hao Chen's, they would be unable to breach the barrier, nor could they escape the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower. In this instance, Hao Chen has immersed himself in seclusion within the Demon Tower, focusing primarily on the transformation of the bloodlines of his spirit pets and spiritual objects. It was only after 3 days that he successfully completed the bloodline modification. Where are Mu Huinan and the members of the Thousand Machine Pavilion? The Blue Fall secret realm is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. With this thought in mind, Hao Chen resolved to set forth immediately in search of Mu Huinan and the others. He then soared into the void. Chapter 720, Timely Assistance, Part 1, with a swish. A flash of brilliance enveloped Mu Huinan, and she distinctly felt herself traversing a vast and mysterious spatial passage, arriving at an enigmatic location. As the white light dispersed before her, her feet finally found solid ground, and she cast a vigilant gaze around her surroundings. Not a single member of the Thousand Machine Pavilion was in sight. They had been randomly teleported to various locales. Gripping a chilling purple sword and clad in a violet cloak, she remained ever watchful for potential dangers. The purple cloak was not merely for aesthetics. It was the esteemed treasure of the Thousand Machine Pavilion, capable of withstanding attacks from those in the Divine Separation realm, enduring 100 strikes without sustaining damage. This artifact was vital for survival, a treasure that could alter with its master's intent, comparable to celestial instruments. However, upon surveying her surroundings, Mu Huinan's guard began to relax. She found herself at the foot of a towering peak, rich in the essence of heaven and earth, a veritable haven for cultivation. The summit, shrouded in mist, revealed an ancient palace that intermittently appeared like a mirage, imparting an air of mystery. The extent of this secret realm was unknown to Mu Huinan, yet the vista before her stretched endlessly. She surmised that since there were structures within the secret realm, it was not a treacherous place of certain death, but rather an ancient, mystical domain. With spatial restrictions in place, Mu Huinan commenced her ascent towards the mountain, determined to investigate the ancient palace. The saying to gaze at the mountain is to tire the horse rang true, with her early-stage nascent soul strength. It took her the duration of 3 incense sticks to reach the foot of the rear mountain. After a long trek, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to rest upon a large stone at the base of the mountain. Just as her spirit began to ease, a strange sound suddenly echoed from all directions. A peculiar cacophony mingled with the unsettling clatter of bones. Initially faint, the sound grew increasingly distinct. Mu Huinan immediately held her breath, extending her spiritual sense to survey the unfamiliar territory. In mere moments, her consciousness enveloped the area, revealing a figure draped in a black robe, a skeletal visage, swiftly approaching her from the opposite side of the mountain base. Her grip tightened around her sword, and her heart raced. At that moment, she was unaware of how many such creatures lurked nearby. This was the first bizarre entity she had encountered since entering the secret realm. Heightened alertness enveloped her, and she held her breath, fixating her gaze on the creature that had abruptly materialized before her. Although it bore a skeletal form, it resembled a desiccated human figure, an uncanny anomaly. The figure in the black cloak, a ghastly corpse, showed no fear of the woman's gaze before him. "You behold me, while I pursue my own desires. If I consume your flesh and drink your blood, I shall be reborn, transformed into a perfect replica of you, to wander this mortal realm." At this moment, Mu Huinan gazed in astonishment at the black-robed corpse. Yet, the entity had long been consumed by the thought of devouring a stranger. Approaching Mu Huinan from several paces away, it wasted no time in launching its attack. With a grotesque opening of its mouth, a noxious wave of deathly aura surged forth. "Begone," Mu Huinan commanded, unleashing a flame of alchemical fire that surged toward the dark figure. The conflagration met the deathly aura in the void with a thunderous roar, signaling the commencement of their blood-soaked battle. With a resounding crash, the black-robed corpse wielded a bone staff, striking fiercely at Mu Huinan. The tremendous force of the blow sent reverberations through the air. Soul-severing sword. Mu Huinan cried, her violet robes billowing as she moved with grace and agility, delivering a strike that was blindingly swift. Like a streak of purple light traversing the void, it resembled a butterfly flitting among flowers. The mesmerizing purple sword, imbued with a dreadful killing intent, surged forth with an oppressive aura, aiming directly for the hollow eyes of the black-robed corpse. With a violent shock, the corpse was momentarily pushed back, its visage paling, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of its mouth. Yet, within its empty eye sockets, the green flames darkened, its aura becoming increasingly malevolent. Kill! The black-robed entity emitted a sinister roar from its depths, a more malevolent energy radiating from within. Behind it, a faint golden silhouette of a corpse manifested, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming deathly energy, as though it sought to engulf the heavens themselves. In that moment, the black-robed corpse resembled a sovereign of demonic cadavers descending upon the earth. Die! A piercing voice reverberated, and the black-robed corpse transformed into a wraith-like specter. A wisp of green smoke surged toward Mu Huinan, a blood-red skeletal hand striking violently toward her chest. However, Mu Huinan's violet cloak suddenly morphed into a protective shield. The air resonated with a tremendous crash nearby, akin to the roar of thunder, sharp and fleeting, as dark clouds swirled ominously, a sinister aura manifesting. The sounds of fierce combat reached the ears of Hao Chen, who, upon recognizing the familiar clamor, swiftly moved toward the source of the fray. Before long, Hao Chen found himself in a dense forest, where an intense battle was unfolding. One figure, a monstrous entity, was locked in fierce combat. Among the combatants was Mu Huinan of the Qinji Pavilion, facing her opponent, a towering black-robed corpse, its hollow eyes ablaze with eerie green flames of death. The black-robed corpse was a necromantic being, a higher echelon of deathly spirit, transformed through eons of cultivation and myriad experiences. Such entities possessed formidable strength, proving superior to their lesser counterparts. Unrivaled incineration. At that moment, the flames within Mu Huinan erupted wildly, crashing into the black-robed corpse, enveloping its ethereal form within a blazing inferno. The figure of the black-robed corpse gradually materialized, as a formidable flame incessantly penetrated its body. Awaken! The black-robed corpse let out a frenzied roar, summoning all its energy to explode forth. A remnant soul, panicked and retreating, swiftly found itself 100 feet away. However, it stumbled into a web of divine consciousness, and before the black-robed corpse could react, the soul was ensnared within the confines of the demon suppression tower. From the moment Hao Chen arrived to the swift demise of the black-robed corpse, the entire sequence transpired in merely a few breaths. This black-robed corpse possessed strength rivaling that of the transformation realm, yet it was effortlessly vanquished by Mu Huinan. The ease with which she accomplished this suggested that she still had strength in reserve. Had Hao Chen been in Mu Huinan's position, he would have had to exert all his might to defeat this black-robed corpse, and even then, the battle may not have concluded swiftly. As Mu Huinan approached, she sensed someone drawing near and instinctively turned her gaze. At that moment, Hao Chen had entered her 100-foot radius. Suddenly, he halted abruptly, his body quaking slightly, eyes widening in astonishment, fixed intently upon Mu Huinan. What could have transpired with this girl? After a moment, he gazed deeply at Mu Huinan, murmuring to himself. Just moments ago, the Dan flame within Hao Chen had stirred, its target being none other than Mu Huinan. Yet, Mu Huinan's astonishment matched Hao Chen's, as the Dan burn fire within her also reacted. Had it not been for both of them employing their respective flames in battle, the dormant flames within them would not have awakened. Could it be that Hao Chen had cultivated the Dan flame? Mu Huinan pondered with suspicion. Surely not. Could the Dan burn fire be in his possession? Hao Chen stood rooted, gazing in disbelief at the enchanting figure standing a short distance away, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Since acquiring the Dan flame, he had tirelessly sought the Dan burn fire, only to find it elusive. This unexpected encounter in the Azure realm, where he stumbled upon the Dan burn fire, felt like fate. Should he manage to fuse the three flames, it would unveil the secret long hidden within the Nine Heavens Do Shui Palace, capable of incinerating both heaven and earth. According to the records of the Dan flame technique, it originated from the secret manual of the Do Shui Palace, comprised of 3 parts, the first part being the Dan flame technique, the second the Dan flame method, and the third the Dan-burn technique. Though Hao Chen was perplexed, he nevertheless approached, sensing a familiar aura. At that moment, Hao Chen had regained the appearance that Mu Huinan recognized. What is happening? Mu Huinan finally discerned the identity of the newcomer and was taken aback to see it was Hao Chen. As she recognized him, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes, and she gracefully advanced, her blue attire flowing elegantly. Xiaonan greets you, Hao Chen. What brings you here? Was your journey smooth? Mu Huinan approached Hao Chen, offering a graceful bow accompanied by a gentle smile. I am rather concerned, she softly murmured. By the way, what brings you here? Hao Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words of concern, Huinan cast a sidelong glance at him. Is he genuinely worried about me? Her nose slightly wrinkled, and a playful smile graced her rosy lips as she mused inwardly. Meanwhile, he did not forget to observe Mu Huinan closely. It was evident that, despite her gentle demeanor, an aura of death subtly emanated from her, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. A fleeting look of concern passed through Hao Chen's eyes. Clearly, she had been infected by the deathly energy, and it would take some time for her to dispel it on her own. I happened to be teleported nearby and discovered a palace that appeared intermittently atop a mountain. This location lay to the north, and upon investigation, I found that the area was restricted by a barrier preventing ascent. I contemplated traversing to the other side of the mountain, but as Mu Huinan noticed Hao Chen's continuous scrutiny, her cheeks flushed crimson. She lowered her head slightly and softly spoke. Along my journey, I have encountered spirits of death. Have you sensed anything unusual? Hao Chen suddenly inquired. Earlier, I encountered a creature, a black-robed corpse that was quite formidable. I intended to investigate further. Would you care to join me? Mu Huinan gestured towards the foot of the southern mountain, extending an invitation. Certainly, Hao Chen readily accepted her offer. After a brief moment of flight, they arrived at the southern base of the mountain, where a desolate expanse unfolded before them. To navigate beyond the mountain's foot, they would need to traverse this barren land, which was already teeming with over 100 individuals engaged in battle against a horde of grotesque entities. What manner of place is this, filled with such deathly beings? He exclaimed. Never mind, we shall charge forward. These mere specters do not frighten me. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, tearing through the silence, punctuated by the anguished screams of the fallen. Surrounding them, fierce combat erupted in every corner of the wasteland. Nearly 100 souls plunged into the desolate terrain, desperately pushing deeper into its heart, striving to cross it and reach the other side of the mountain. Hao Chen and Mu Huinan joined the fray, gradually advancing alongside the throng. Although they were newcomers, they skillfully maneuvered their way to the forefront. As they fought, their progress was relentless. With her sword, she danced like a celestial being. Her movements fluid and ethereal, yet her strikes were astoundingly fierce and devoid of mercy, dispatching one spirit after another. Hao Chen wielded his demonic dragon spear, executing sweeping strikes that cut through the air as he charged into the throng of deathly spirits. The spear radiated dark energy, ruthlessly annihilating the surrounding foes. With the spear's might, he swept through the battlefield, akin to a dragon in its prime, dominating the arena. In an instant, they found themselves in a realm devoid of opposition, advancing with remarkable speed. Such a striking performance drew the attention of several individuals trailing behind them, who couldn't help but gaze in admiration. My perception of Mu Huinan's companion has transformed significantly. The members of the business alliance cast solemn glances toward Hao Chen, their expressions heavy with apprehension. They find the sudden appearance of this individual astonishing, suspecting that he is no ordinary figure. After a while, Hao Chen and his companions have approached the heart of the desolate region. Suddenly, someone charged in from the side, arriving ahead of the two, while vanquishing the deathly beings. He turned his gaze toward Mu Huinan. Greetings, senior sister. I presume you two have come for the wisdom fruit as well? Inquired the young cultivator adorned with the emblem of the flying feather pavilion. Wisdom fruit. Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing the words. Are you saying that someone has discovered the wisdom fruit tree here? The young cultivator from the flying feather pavilion cast a curious glance at the two. I had not heard of it. Could you elaborate, fellow cultivator? Certainly. The wisdom fruit is one of the ancient miraculous fruits, exceedingly rare. Its effects are remarkably extraordinary. Not only can it awaken the intelligence of mindless beings, but it can also enhance a cultivator's comprehension. What? Awaken intelligence and enhance comprehension. This wisdom fruit is truly extraordinary. Mu Huinan voiced the question that lingered in Hao Chen's mind. Indeed, While comprehension is generally difficult to alter, it is not entirely impossible. Some exceptionally unique and mystical natural treasures can enhance comprehension to a degree. The wisdom fruit is one such entity. What perplexes me is that this miraculous fruit should have vanished thousands of years ago. How could it suddenly reappear here? The young cultivator from the Flying Feather Pavilion spoke eloquently, revealing his extensive knowledge, prompting Hao Chen to regard him with renewed interest. Though Hao Chen possessed some knowledge of the wisdom fruit, it was not as comprehensive as that of the young cultivator. Clearly, this individual held a notable identity. Consequently, he summoned several devouring demonic flies, believing that this so-called wisdom fruit was indeed the extraordinary fruit mentioned by the young cultivator. Chapter 722, Fierce Battle with the Blood Demon, Part 1. As the group advanced deeper, the surrounding deathly aura gradually diminished. Yet the malevolent energy became increasingly palpable. Some cultivators at the mid-stage of the Yuan-Dan realm could no longer withstand the influx of malevolent energy and retreated in droves. Now, only a mere handful of individuals continued to forge ahead. At this point, no ghostly deathly beings lingered nearby. Only the thick, swirling malevolent energy remained. Members of the Business Alliance, gather here. Those from the Flying Feather Pavilion, quickly come to my side. Disciples of the Sea Shark Island, hurry over. Those from the Illusory Sea Island, approach. Members of the Thousand Mechanisms Pavilion, stand behind me. Mu Huinan exclaimed after glancing at Hao Chen. Hao Chen noticed that the speakers were all formidable figures at the God Transformation realm, while only Mu Huinan was a cultivator at the initial stage of the Yuan Baby realm. Damn it, we came for nothing. The wisdom fruit will likely be divided among these powerful beings. Indeed, I have little hope left. I might as well go in and see if there are any gains. I have heard that the depths of the desolate region hold many treasures. Mu Huinan listened intently to the conversation of a few individuals nearby, casting a grave glance at Hao Chen. Hao Chen was indeed a formidable being of the Great Ascension realm. Should a conflict arise, it was likely that everyone present combined would not stand a chance against him. However, in Hao Chen's mind, there was an exception, or rather a variable, the followers of the divine sect. Even now, he had yet to perceive their presence or catch sight of the merchants from the trading alliance. His intuition warned him that this was merely a facade. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were secretly watching? Look, the wisdom tree. Haha. Indeed, it is the wisdom fruit tree. 9 fruits. It has borne 9 wisdom fruits. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd ahead, interrupting Hao Chen's thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, they had already ventured into the depths of the desolate land, where a solitary mountain loomed in the distance, shrouded in ominous energy. The cause of their astonishment was a verdant tree, approximately 10 feet tall, growing within the barrier surrounding the solitary mountain. The tree was enveloped in waves of primordial energy, pure white in color, cascading down like a waterfall, rendering it extraordinarily enchanting. Upon the emerald tree hung 9 vibrant fruits, which, if not for their radiant azure glow, would have gone unnoticed as the rare wisdom fruits they truly were. A group of Transformation Realm experts gathered to discuss how to breach the barrier. After an hour, with a resounding crash, a hole the size of a door appeared in the barrier. Ha, esteemed guests, I shall graciously accept these 9 fruits of enlightenment. From a shadowy corner of the solitary mountain, a figure clad in black, at the late stage of the separation realm, emerged. His gaze was filled with fervor as he beheld the wisdom fruits within the barrier. With the consumption of one of these fruits, he believed he could hope to ascend to the integration realm, thereby not only enhancing his power, but also prolonging his life. The thought of this made the black-clad man, Fang Yue, even more exhilarated. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the wisdom fruit tree. The crowd, intimidated by his immense strength, dared not contest him. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yue reached the tree, poised to pluck a fruit when suddenly, an alarming transformation occurred. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, startling everyone. The solitary mountain began to tremble, and the primordial energy surged violently, lifting all present off their feet. Particularly, Fang Yue, who stood closest, was hurled back over 10 yards by the forceful gust. He crashed to the ground, his robes tattered, face bruised, a picture of disarray. A cacophony of startled cries erupted as the ground began to shake violently. The area within 1,000 yards quaked fiercely, and cracks like spider webs spread in all directions, completely shattering the barrier of the solitary mountain. After so many years, I, the Emperor of the Quank, can finally see the light of day once more. A raspy voice boomed like the sound of thunder, and as the words faded, the earth before the solitary mountain tore apart. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying figure slowly emerged from the fissures in the cracked earth, resembling a demon crawling forth from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down the spine. Indeed, it was a demon. Amidst tendrils of blood-colored mist, a spectral form gradually solidified. The blood demon. My heavens, what kind of monstrosity is this? The blood demon. This emanates the aura of a demon sovereign. How could a demon sovereign exist within this secret realm? Who can enlighten me? Panic-stricken cries erupted all around. As the crowd trembled in terror, their hearts racing with fear. The appearance of the blood demon's sovereign ignited a primal dread in the hearts of the gathered hundreds, all of whom possessed knowledge of its infamous reputation, symbolizing slaughter and death. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee, employing their skills to escape in all directions. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the desolate expanse, shaking the very earth beneath them. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of black mist surged upwards from the ground before the solitary mountain. Reaching into the sky, the remnants of the ruins, towering hundreds of meters high, shattered explosively, scattering dust across the surroundings. At that moment, as the throng fled in chaos, Hao Chen abruptly intercepted the members of the Qianji pavilion beside him. With a wave of his hand, he ushered Mu Huinan and the others into the demon-suppressing tower. While Mu Huinan and the others gaped in astonishment, Hao Chen, without a word, vanished from the tower. A man of avarice, he was determined to prevent the wisdom fruit tree from falling victim to the hands of the demon sovereign. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling black clouds, he swiftly teleported beneath the wisdom fruit tree within the barrier, extracting the Lucian's sword. He meticulously carved out a patch of earth around the tree, encompassing both the tree and the soil, and stored them within his jade pendant. Yet, he did not depart from the site. Instead, he stealthily infiltrated the blood demon sovereign's cavern in search of treasures. The treasures within were likely those concealed within the body of the Guanxiu demon sovereign before its sealing. Apart from a blood shadow divine pearl hovering in the void, Hao Chen had no time to examine the other artifacts, hastily gathering everything within the cavern. In his consciousness, the teachings of Xiaohao surged forth, intertwining with the knowledge he possessed regarding the Guanxiu demon sovereign. As the Guanxiu demon sovereign began to materialize, its features and blood-dripping maw became distinctly visible. It gazed down upon the hundreds of cultivators nearby, and a wild, maniacal laughter erupted from its lips. Such an abundance of cultivator blood is a sumptuous feast. Haha, this sovereign requires your human flesh and blood to coalesce into my true form. While laughing maniacally, it unleashed a dense shroud of black mist that enveloped the expanse of 1,000 feet. In an instant, the desolate land transformed into a hellish realm, shrouded in darkness and swirling demonic energy. The hundreds of cultivators trapped within the demon fog displayed expressions of terror and despair. The less experienced cultivators found their consciousness disoriented by the demonic sound, their souls trembling. Some even screamed in fright. Even those at the transformation and separation realms were rendered pale, drenched in cold sweat. In an instant, the practitioners who ventured into the desolate land were engulfed in profound terror, their souls shaken by the spectral visage of the demon emperor looming in the heavens. After gathering the items within the demon emperor's lair, he cast aside a blood-poisoned demon bomb and, undaunted, soared into the void, confronting the gradually materializing countenance of the Guanxiu demon emperor. Chapter 723, Fierce Battle with the Blood Demon, Part 2. Why do you bellow from that spot? What does breaking the seal matter? After being sealed for a millennium, your current strength must be reduced to a mere fraction of its former glory. Were I in your position, I would quietly cultivate until my power was restored, and then display my might. Truly, you are a dim-witted and foolish individual. I advise you to seek a wisdom fruit for your cultivation, return to the lair to retrieve your artifacts, and then engage me in battle. I have no desire to clash with a simpleton such as you, as it would only invite ridicule from the world for preying upon an imbecile. With a shift in tone, he exposed the actions of the divine sect to the world. The divine sect, a notorious demon cult on the Tianyuan continent, had lured practitioners from the Qianyuan realm to this place. The act of breaking the seal to free the Guanxiu demon emperor would forever stain them with infamy for their deeds today. A millennium prior, this unparalleled demon emperor had wrought boundless slaughter in the Qianyuan realm, only to be sealed away by an otherworldly master. Yet now, The minions of the demon cult had exploited the hands of adventurers entering the Lanluo secret realm to allow the demon emperor to break free and re-emerge into the world. While the righteous practitioners would undoubtedly be annihilated by the Guanxu demon emperor here, the demon cult would meet its demise as well. The furious roar of Hao Chen resonated throughout the secret realm, awakening the various sects to the grim reality at hand. Suddenly, the members of the divine sect felt a twinge of regret. Though they had sought personal gain, desiring to obliterate the elite of the Qianyuan realm to gain greater power, resources, and status, they were also aware of the irreconcilable enmity between the demon and human races, a blood feud that could not be overlooked. The slaughter of the righteous sects today was tantamount to aiding tyranny, leading to the suffering of countless beings in the Qianyuan realm. They deserve to be immortalized as eternal sinners upon the pillar of shame. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you certainly know how to sway the hearts of men. Hao Chen's words amused the Guanxu blood demon emperor, who regarded him with a sinister smile. Alas, in the face of absolute power, all struggles and resistance were futile. All of you shall become my dinner, none shall escape. Before his words had fully dissipated, he unleashed a torrent of dark demonic mist. The inky fog, shrouding the sky, engulfed the nearby practitioners. Their flesh and blood were swiftly corroded amid their terrified screams, consumed by the malevolent mist. Within a mere 10 breaths, the blood and essence of these practitioners, many of whom possessed early-stage Yuan Dan strength, dissolved like snow, leaving only a carpet of skeletal remains. Among them, 3 leaders had reached the late-stage Yuan Dan realm, yet even they stood powerless against the onslaught of the demon emperor's mist. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding hundreds of individuals displayed expressions of sheer terror, their souls seemingly detached from their bodies. Even the formidable beings of the Yuan Dan realm were powerless against the demon emperor's sinister mist. What level of ferocity did this demon emperor truly possess? After devouring numerous crimson light pillars, the blood demon emperor's strength began to swiftly regenerate, growing increasingly bloodthirsty and violent. Over 100 souls, unable to flee in time, were immediately engulfed by the surging demonic fog. In mere moments, these individuals were corroded into mere skeletons, their flesh and essence transforming into blood-red light pillars. Soaring towards the gaping maw of the demon emperor, the blood demon emperor's power continued to amplify, and the dark clouds in the sky became ever more solid. The demonic mist barrier, enveloping dozens of miles, grew even more indomitable. Guangxiu demon emperor, you wretched beast. Hao Chen, filled with wrath, brandished his sword and charged forth. You dare to come to your demise, little brat? This emperor shall grant you that wish. The Guangxiu demon emperor sneered coldly, unleashing torrents of bloodlight to confront Hao Chen's immortal slaying sword head-on. Bang! The clash of bloodlight and swordlight erupted in a thunderous roar, unleashing a violent force. Hao Chen and the Guangxiu demon emperor immediately engaged in a fierce battle, both unleashing their utmost combat prowess, illuminating the sky with dazzling brilliance and resounding booms. In a short span, it was challenging to discern a victor between the two. Seizing the opportunity, the demon emperor continuously released overwhelming demonic mist, voraciously consuming the blood and essence of the cultivators in the desolate lands. As his strength grew, the Guangxiu demon emperor gradually coalesced into a towering figure, surpassing 10 feet in height. Meanwhile, Hao Chen quietly descended upon a solitary mountain, swiftly establishing a grand formation to ensnare and annihilate. He retrieved an ordinary spirit fruit tree from his spatial realm, transforming it into a wisdom fruit tree. Infusing the transformed wisdom fruit with a trace of the blood poison emperor's venom, Hao Chen prepared his illusionary killing array before soaring towards the void where the demon emperor resided. At that moment, however, Hao Chen noticed a young cultivator from the Feiyu Pavilion, who had somehow traversed the desolate lands and was now whispering with a figure clad in black at a mountain bend, after which the mysterious individual departed. The remaining Feiyu Pavilion cultivators stood at the mountain bend, gazing out. They charged once more towards the Guangxiu demon emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, both parties battered and bruised, yet no clear victor emerged. Capitalizing on this moment, Hao Chen feigned defeat, gasping for breath and pallidly consuming medicinal pills. Damn it, how could I forget to harvest the wisdom fruit? Hao Chen muttered to himself, departing from the demon emperor to fly towards the solitary mountain in the desolate lands. His self-reproachful words echoed in the ears of the demon emperor. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Just moments after breaking the seal, my consciousness was muddled. That wisdom fruit, nurtured over a millennium, was intended to break the seal and restore clarity of mind. The Guangxiu demon emperor, seeking to break free and regain his intelligence, had cultivated the wisdom fruit, ordinarily confined by an illusionary array, tenderly safeguarded for a millennium. Just moments ago, he had been insulted and derided by this unscrupulous individual, disturbing his mental state. Not only had he failed to consume the wisdom fruit in time, but he had also left some treasures within the cave. What? You dare to harvest my wisdom fruit? Then this emperor shall first devour you as if you were the wisdom fruit, and then reclaim my treasures. Upon hearing Hao Chen's intention to seize the wisdom fruit, the demon monarch could not contain his fury. Do you wish to kill me? That depends on whether you possess the capability. As Hao Chen spoke, he swiftly soared toward the desolate mountain. However, just as he arrived above the barren peak, preparing to descend, the demon monarch pursued closely behind. Left with no choice, Hao Chen had to skim past the mountain. Before the demon monarch could strike, he turned and unleashed a sword attack against him. Slaughtering demon strike. A torrent of golden light surged from Hao Chen, transforming into a blade of sword energy, striking toward the demon monarch. Instantly, the golden flames illuminated the darkened sky, dispelling countless tendrils of dark mist. The raging flames coalesced into a sword domain, emanating a devastating power that thunderously slashed toward the demon monarch. In an instant, the slaughtering sword, infused with an overwhelming and fierce sword intent, reached the demon monarch. With a scornful sneer, the demon monarch summoned a surge of crimson light, coalescing it into a blood-red palm to fiercely strike against the slaughtering sword. With your meager strength. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a thunderous explosion erupted as the slaughtering sword shattered his blood palm, sending him hurtling backwards. He landed right before the entrance to the cave on the desolate mountain. Chapter 724, Fierce Battle with the Blood Demon, Part 3. The precise might of that strike had severely injured the demon monarch, who lay gasping violently before the cave. Suddenly, he rolled over and darted into the cave. Instantly, he emerged, roaring in fury. Who has destroyed my cave and stolen my treasures? Who is it? The demon monarch was enraged. The treasures within the cave had vanished. He had intended to solidify his true form, open a storage space within his body, and then absorb the treasures. Now that they were lost, how could he confront his adversary? Relying solely on innate abilities would not suffice. At that moment, the demon monarch was seething with rage. However, he did not forget to collect the wisdom fruits. With a leap, he ascended the mountain and swiftly plucked 9 wisdom fruits. Soaring upward, once airborne, he opened his mouth and swallowed them whole. He was unwilling to lose the wisdom fruits after having lost his treasures. They were precious resources, and keeping them safe was paramount, better swallowed than left exposed. At that moment, some cultivators who had narrowly escaped disaster watched the demon monarch consume the wisdom fruits. Filled with regret, still seething with anger, the demon monarch lunged toward Hao Chen once more. You will pay for this, he bellowed, attributing the loss of his treasures entirely to Hao Chen. Had it not been for Hao Chen's humiliation, disrupting his composure and clouding his intellect, he would never have lost his treasures. A beam of demonic energy streaked across the sky, descending with cataclysmic force. Instantly, Hao Chen's expression shifted, revealing palpable apprehension. Although his cultivation had surpassed that of the demon monarch, the latter's innate abilities possessed a power unmatched by any human, rivaling that of a peak stage of the Great Ascension. Before the ominous column of demonic energy could strike, an invisible terror weighed heavily upon Hao Chen, severely impeding his movements. In this perilous moment, Hao Chen unleashed a torrent of profound energy, suddenly summoning the celestial flame seal. He poured his magical essence into the seal with fervent intensity, exerting every ounce of his strength into this recently refined treasure. With a commanding shout, the celestial flame seal emanated a dazzling black light, materializing in Hao Chen's grasp. It unleashed a formidable devouring force, confronting the demonic energy column. In an instant, the two forces clashed in the void, engulfing their figures. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as they plummeted from the sky, crashing into the earth's depths. The already ravaged ground, riddled with cracks, was suddenly transformed, yielding a massive pit akin to an abyss. A resounding explosion echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, a sound that was truly deafening. The surrounding area trembled violently, the pit serving as the epicenter from which fissures radiated in all directions. Nearby peaks quivered, on the brink of collapse, fracturing into countless crevices. An endless cloud of dust and debris surged upwards, mingling with the tumultuous demonic energy, spreading in all directions. The vicinity, stretching for 1,000 feet, descended into a murky darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Within the depths of the pit, Hao Chen lay at the bottom. The black radiance of the celestial flame seal dimmed significantly, its power diminished by more than half. With a flicker of thought, he withdrew it into the chaotic space. Struggling to rise, he shook off the dust clinging to him and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hao Chen had sustained severe internal injuries and hastily consumed some pills to suppress his wounds. Just having broken the seal, how could it possess such terrifying power? Hao Chen murmured in disbelief. Although the demon emperor of Guanxu had also been forced underground, he remained unscathed, merely appearing pale. He leapt out of the pit before Hao Chen, soaring to the summit of the solitary mountain. However, his thoughts were unsettled, as if an alien presence in his consciousness was disrupting his soul. Now that he had just broken free from the seal, his strength was at its weakest. He needed to obliterate his true form swiftly. He must not allow the demon emperor to fully recover. He had to devise a way to shatter its corporeal existence. With this in mind, Hao Chen consumed the 1,000-year spiritual liquid and various potent elixirs before swiftly ascending from the pit towards the lone mountain. Meanwhile, the demon emperor of Guanxu fixed its crimson gaze upon the approaching Hao Chen, revealing an even more chilling expression. This despicable little wretch is still alive? The demon emperor's voice boomed like thunder, filled with astonishment and incredulity. It was evident that it could hardly believe that Hao Chen, with his meager strength, was able to withstand its assault. As the demon emperor's icy gaze fell upon Hao Chen, it halted abruptly. Upon seeing Hao Chen's mere foundation at the Yuan dance stage, its eyes widened in profound astonishment. Having just broken free from the seal, it was at its weakest, possessing only a fraction of its full power. Yet Hao Chen, at the late Yuan dance stage, managed to withstand its attack without sustaining any injuries. This was utterly unfathomable. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through the mind of the Guanxu Hills demon emperor. However, Hao Chen was not inclined to allow the demon emperor to squander precious time atop the solitary mountain. At this very moment, it was the most opportune time for a covert strike. Without the slightest hint of warning, Hao Chen's intent surged, and he made his move once more. Boom! Suddenly, an intricate array enveloped the solitary mountain, encasing it within a formidable barrier. Within the demon emperor's consciousness, 9 blood-poisoned spiritual entities erupted into chaos. With a flick of his right hand, a blade of sword energy surged toward the Guanxu Hills demon emperor. This time, Hao Chen refrained from invoking any artifacts. However, the blade of sword energy flickered and split into 2, each aiming for the demon emperor's head. The demon emperor was taken aback, inadvertently ensnared within the illusionary kill array. Alarmed, he dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Although Hao Chen's attack was swift, their minds remained keenly attuned to him. Thus they were not entirely caught off guard. Nevertheless, the intense pain coursing through his head significantly hampered his movements. Whoosh! With a swift motion of his right hand, the demon emperor unleashed a mass of inky black, demonic mist that collided with the incoming sword energy. Bang! The black radiance erupted forth, dispersing the demonic energy that enshrouded the artifact and revealing a severed finger. In the next instant, Hao Chen's swordsmanship coalesced into dozens of shimmering sword beams, transforming into a colossal blade of light, measuring around 100 feet in length, shimmering with vibrant colors as though it were a tangible flying sword. Upon its release, the sword emitted an overwhelming force. Even before it descended, the immense pressure left the demon emperor trapped within the illusionary kill array, struggling to breathe. In a state of panic, he dared not to delay. Bang! Suddenly, he opened his mouth and expelled a mass of dark, refined blood, which landed directly upon the black short sword formed from the severed finger. Boom! Upon absorbing the refined blood, the severed finger emitted a resonating hum, subsequently expanding tenfold. Swiftly, the black severed finger flickered and charged directly towards the flying sword unleashed by Hao Chen. Fool! After a resounding clash, Hao Chen's lethal immortal sword cleaved through the opponent's severed finger, splitting it in half effortlessly. Moreover, the momentum of the lethal immortal sword remained unabated as it continued its lethal descent, towards the Demon Emperor. Chapter 725, Ruthless Annihilation. Boom. Realizing the dire situation, the Demon Emperor, unwilling to forfeit any more of his refined blood, resorted to a formidable secret technique. Abruptly, he constructed a blood-red barrier encasing his body, managing to withstand the onslaught. The Blood Demon Emperor felt a slight relief at this juncture, but was soon overtaken by fury at the sight of Hao Chen, wishing nothing more than to rend him into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, Hao Chen suddenly moved, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Could it be a teleportation technique? The Blood Demon Emperor's face contorted in disbelief. How could a mere human practitioner at the Essence Core realm wield such a skill? A nagging feeling crept into his mind, suggesting he had made a grave error in provoking this formidable opponent. With this realization, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Yet he first sought to employ his defenses to safeguard himself. The Demon Slayer. Before the Blood Demon Emperor could fully execute his spell, Hao Chen's palm made contact with his protective barrier. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in his ears, the blood-red barrier proving utterly ineffective as it was effortlessly breached. Boom. In an instant, Hao Chen wielded his sword with his right hand and struck with his left palm. The sword's brilliance slicing through the void while his palm energy danced and soared towards the Guanxu Hill Demon Emperor with lethal intent. This demon must perish. Hao Chen had no desire to let the unleashed Demon Emperor wreak havoc upon the world, nor did he wish to invite any trouble upon himself. As Hao Chen entered the illusionary kill array, he suddenly unleashed the formidable power of his mid-stage Mahayana realm, forcefully suppressing the Guanxu Hill Demon Emperor. At that moment, the Demon Emperor lamented bitterly, "Old Iron Shixiang has betrayed me. Had it not been for the negligence of the Guardians during the Centennial Divine Offering Ceremony at the Cold Moon Ridge in Qianya City, the Bluefall Secret Realm would not have been opened." The Bluefall Secret Realm was the last refuge of the Blood Demon in the Qianyuan realm. Although humanity anticipated suppressing the Blood Demon Emperor for 10,000 years through relentless effort, the Blood Demon Emperor not only cultivated a doppelganger, but also succeeded in breaking the seal in less than a millennium. The Blood Demon's doppelganger had just returned from the Cold Moon Ridge to merge with its original form and dismantle the seal when it encountered the devastation wrought by a Mahayana powerhouse. An unfortunate fate for the Blood Demon Emperor. Trapped within the illusionary kill array, the Guanxu Hill Demon Emperor realized that Hao Chen had unexpectedly altered his identity and found himself ensnared in a meticulous scheme. Otherwise, he would not have been inexplicably affected by a mysterious toxin in his sea of consciousness. Though it appeared there was no escape for the Demon Emperor, his face bore no trace of fear, only the agony of his consciousness and the constraints binding his body. Whoosh! With a flick of his hands, a stream of magical energy surged forth from the Demon Emperor. As he moved, the demonic energy transformed into a colossal, two-headed black fire crow, its wings flapping as it charged towards the left side of the illusionary kill array. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the sword energy on the left side of the array was swept away, revealing a passage nearly 10 feet in diameter. The Demon Emperor was overjoyed, morphing into a streak of black light as he raced through the newly opened pathway within the illusionary kill array. A look of surprise crossed Hao Chen's face. It seemed the Guanxu Hill Demon Emperor truly had a chance to escape the array. In the blink of an eye, he had fled thousands of feet away. "Old demon, where do you think you're going?" At that moment, a faint voice resonated. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him, and Hao Chen had blocked the path of the fleeing demon. Impossible. When did he catch up? The Demon Emperor's face twisted with shock and rage. He had not sensed Hao Chen moving. How could he have inexplicably closed the distance? Amidst his astonishment, the Demon Emperor instinctively turned to glance behind him. Typically, in the face of a formidable adversary, diverting one's attention would be a grave folly. The Demon Emperor was well aware of this simple truth, yet his surprise rendered him momentarily distracted. Regardless of intent, such an action exposed a flaw. How could Hao Chen let such an opportune moment slip by? Boom! With a thunderous roar, two black artifacts soared forth, their surfaces crackling with lightning. A chilling scream pierced the air, and Hao Chen demonstrated an impeccable sense of timing. The Demon Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, contorted in agony as the demon's soul blade vanished into his forehead, while the demon grief sword pierced through his chest. The sovereign of blood poison had ascended to the Emperor of blood poison. Under the summons of his will, treasures and spiritual entities that had entered the body of the Demon Emperor began to depart, each exhibiting a look of satisfaction. Yet this was not the end. With a swift motion of his hands, a surge of crimson flame erupted from Hao Chen's palms, engulfing the demon emperor entirely. Without a shred of suspense, he was reduced to mere ashes. Even in death, the demon emperor could not fathom how Hao Chen had managed to infiltrate his body with the blood-poisoned spiritual entities. To prevent further loss of life, it was imperative to swiftly eliminate the demon emperor, even if it meant summoning a clone. Now that the demon emperor had been vanquished, Hao Chen saw no reason to linger. In a flash, he retracted his clone and dispelled the illusory killing array atop the solitary mountain. A quick teleportation carried him across the desolate expanse, rounding a bend to the other side of the mountain. Despite his victory over the blood demon emperor, Hao Chen bore significant injuries, necessitating a safe haven to recuperate and restore his expended mana. Unbeknownst to him, another clone of the blood demon emperor was diligently cultivating within the Mist Valley. Meanwhile, a practitioner adorned with the insignia of the feathered pavilion appeared notably anxious. This time, their master had specifically instructed them to lure practitioners in the desolate region and break the barrier sealing the demon emperor. Under normal circumstances, releasing the demon emperor would have elicited joy. However, the situation had drastically changed. The emperor had been freed, yet an inexplicable formidable foe had emerged, culminating in the demon emperor's demise. What was to be done now? At that moment, a dazzling streak of light caught his attention. Tracking a lowly practitioner posed no challenge for Hao Chen. He effortlessly followed the lingering aura to locate the self-proclaimed practitioner of the feathered pavilion. Although he had entertained this possibility in the depths of his mind, witnessing it firsthand rendered his expression profoundly uncomfortable. What should he do? After a brief contemplation, the young practitioner resolved to act without hesitation. With the demon emperor fallen, remaining here would only lead to certain death. Fleeing offered a chance, however slim, for survival. Though his master would not spare him, the current circumstances left little room for concern. Even the lowliest creature clings to life. Every moment lived was a moment gained. With his thoughts racing, he ceased to hesitate. A dark radiance enveloped him, transforming into a tempest of malevolence as he fled in the opposite direction with utmost speed. His reaction was swift, as mere moments later, a distant azure light emerged, drawing closer, traversing the barren land to the mountain bend. A smirk of derision curled at the corner of Hao Chen's lips. With a flick of his wrist, several beams of sword light erupted from his hand. Apart from that, Hao Chen made no further movements, seemingly brimming with confidence in his abilities. This fellow is doomed. There is no need to dwell on the deceased. Chapter 726, Gravity Steps, Part 1. He vanquished the Blood Demon Emperor, extinguishing those who lured practitioners into the desolate lands, providing sustenance to the imprisoned Blood Demon Emperor. After several twists and turns, employing the art of substituting heaven and earth, he altered his aura. Hao Chen did not believe that no one was tracking his movements. Thus, he cautiously evaded his pursuers. Soon, he discovered a modest valley. The towering cliffs on either side of the valley were both imposing and majestic. He found a particularly clean and refreshing cave to take temporary refuge. As for the other spiritual entities within the valley, Hao Chen refrained from disturbing them. After all, he had just engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable foe, and his body had yet to recover. Should he recklessly reveal his identity, he risked attracting even more powerful entities that could overwhelm him, leaving him with no capacity to resist in his weakened state. He set up a mirage-killing array and a defensive formation at the cave's entrance, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief before quietly entering a meditative state to heal his injuries. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and when Hao Chen reopened his eyes, his complexion had significantly improved. Although the injuries to his meridians and bones remained grave, his spiritual consciousness had completely recovered under the influence of the Resurrection Pearl, achieving a state of perfection. With his current combat strength, confronting a practitioner at the peak of the Blood Demon Emperor's realm was out of the question. Even gaining the upper hand seemed unattainable. However, it would not be an easy task for the Blood Demon Emperor to eliminate him either. Exiting the cave, Hao Chen did not linger and hastened deeper into the secret realm. Mu Huinan had mentioned that atop the mountains in the desolate lands, there existed a palace that appeared intermittently, possibly indicating a path up the mountain beyond it. Upon reaching the southern side of the mountain, he found it to be starkly different from the northern peaks. Beneath his feet lay a verdant meadow, where lush grass stood half a person tall, adorned with flowers of various hues. Before him loomed a towering peak, 1,000 feet high, crowned with ancient trees, presenting a scene of lush greenery and deep emerald hues. The mountainside was shrouded in thick clouds and mist, revealing glimpses of an ancient palace, its dilapidated corners and eaves faintly visible. Hao Chen surmised that this place must surely be the hidden abode of a powerful being. Grasping the Lucian sword, he stepped across the emerald meadow towards the foot of the mountain. At the base, there lay a wide stone staircase, approximately a foot in width, winding steeply upwards, connecting to the palace at the summit. Originally, Hao Chen could have utilized the wings of wind to soar into the sky and land directly on the mountainside to explore. However, as this was an unfamiliar territory, he refrained from doing so. Not only would it prevent him from grasping the complete view of the mountain, but it could also lead to potential dangers. Should there be any reclusive strong beings residing within the ancient palace, such an indiscretion would undoubtedly offend them, leading to unnecessary conflicts. In a moment, he arrived at the base of the mountain, poised to ascend the stone steps. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a black stone tablet standing beside the staircase, towering at about a foot in height. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 3 ancient and mysterious characters inscribed upon the gray-white stone. Beside these 3 grand characters, there was also a line of smaller text. Even though Hao Chen had extensively perused ancient and modern texts, it took him a moment of careful discernment to recognize the remarkably ancient characters. The 3 prominent words read, Yangxin Hall. Beside them, a line of smaller text conveyed a profound sentiment. Cultivate the heart and nurture one's nature, smiling at the world. At that instant, Hao Chen felt a deep sense of reverence and mused within himself. Yangxin Hall must be the name of this secluded abode. He pondered who the master of Yangxin Hall could be to utter such elegant and audacious words. It was evident that the owner of this place must be an unparalleled recluse, a formidable figure, for such an air of pride could not possibly belong to anyone less. As Hao Chen sighed inwardly, preparing to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly discovered that the black stone tablet was, in fact, crafted from the precious and rare spirit ink jade. His body shook, and his eyes widened with astonishment. Spirit ink jade is a coveted material for crafting artifacts, and the jade pendant he possessed was also refined from this very substance. A piece the size of a fist could fetch 100,000 stones, while a whole slab standing a yard tall would be an exceedingly rare treasure, truly priceless. To think that such an extraordinary material was merely erected as a commonplace stone tablet at the foot of the mountain amid the grass was beyond Hao Chen's imagination. What kind of sanctity must the master of Yangxin Hall possess to regard priceless treasures as mere pebbles? A sudden thrill surged within him, igniting an urgent desire to ascend the mountain and pay a visit to the master of Yangxin Hall, should this reclusive powerhouse still be alive. However, before embarking on the stone steps, he first uprooted the stone tablet and stored it within the space of his jade pendant. Such a treasure could not be overlooked. Once he secured the inked jade tablet, Hao Chen remembered to summon Mu Huinan, along with the other maidens and the members of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion, from the demon's ceiling tower. Gazing upon the breathtaking scene before him, everyone was led to believe they had entered a celestial realm. The mist swirled around the mountain, at times resembling a gossamer curtain suspended in midair, and at others, appearing to rise from an incense burner, dancing with the wind. Occasionally, it morphed into abstract patterns, leaving the maidens and the cultivators of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion spellbound. At that moment, individuals began to emerge from the desolate northern expanse of the mountain, making their way to the southern side. Let us ascend. Hao Chen turned to glance at Mu Huinan, Ziyu, and the others, then stepped forward onto the stone steps. Naturally, the maidens and the members of the 1,000 Mechanisms Pavilion followed closely behind. Suddenly, a cacophony of thuds echoed as several individuals tumbled to the ground. Ouch! What just happened? I almost fell to my demise. What on earth? I felt a force pushing me out. Who pushed me? Speak up. The disorderly clamoring erupted, creating a tumult that filled the air. The expressions of those standing on the first tier of the stone steps shifted as they exchanged bewildered glances. For it was not only the unsuspecting individuals who had been thrust forward and stumbled. Even cultivators of the nascent soul realm, like Mu Huinan and Yi Shaohan, felt an unexpected force manifest around them, almost propelling them off the steps. Nevertheless, those who remained on the steps were all beings of considerable strength, well above the nascent soul realm. In the realm of the Yuan infancy, even the most unrefined practitioners could not simply expel this force. At most, It would cause the crowd to stagger momentarily before regaining their composure. Once stabilized, they would promptly channel their internal energy to counteract the strange forces surrounding their bodies. Fortunately, this energy was not overwhelmingly potent. A slight adjustment of the true essence would allow for perfect accommodation. Observing the individuals below, those recently expelled were primarily at the Yuan Dan level, with very few being at the Yuan infancy stage. Clearly, these individuals had been caught off guard, leading to their ejection. As Hao Chen ascended the azure stone steps, he instantly sensed an invisible gravitational pressure brewing within them. Chapter 727, Gravitational Steps, Part 2. Hao Chen halted, attentively discerning the situation. The seemingly ordinary azure stone steps bore the marks of time. Yet they possessed the remarkable ability to activate the pressure of formations, truly astonishing. Everyone, take heed. These steps are akin to a gravitational space, where one will experience repulsion from the surrounding gravity. If not careful, one may be expelled, Hao Chen stated, foregoing further discourse as he advanced, swiftly widening the distance between himself and the others. Following him were Mu Huinan, Yi Xiaohan, Qing Er, Dai Lin, and Yu Xiaolan, 5 women of the Yuan infancy realm. Behind them trailed Ziyu, Xiao Wen, Shaner, Shuang and Xiao Yu, alongside creatures such as Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, and Shuang, with the 1,000-year flower demon and Yin Yu providing support. Sun Yang was in seclusion, and Hao Chen chose not to disturb her. Even the 7th elder of the Qianji Pavilion, Hai Rou, was summoned discreetly after a transformation and disguise for the trial. Hao Chen, accompanied by the 5 Yuan infancy women and the 3 avian demons, swiftly ascended, soon reaching the 3rd platform. Scanning with his consciousness, Hao Chen discovered that there were 200 steps leading to the palace at the mountain's waist, interspersed with 9 platforms. Thus, every 20 steps corresponded to 1 platform, culminating in the grand square before the palace. Standing upon the 1st platform, he noted a gravitational pressure of 1-fold. The 2nd platform bore a 2-fold pressure. Currently on the 3rd platform, he felt a 3-fold gravitational force. From this, he surmised that ascending each platform increased the gravitational pressure by 1 degree, rather than compounding it. The 4th platform would exert 4-fold pressure, the 5th 5-fold, and so forth, culminating in a 10-fold gravitational pressure at the palace's grand square. Casting a glance back at Ziyu and the others, Hao Chen did not rush upward, choosing instead to remain on the 3rd platform as others began to leap past him towards the steps. In a mere moment, dozens of individuals had reached the 3rd platform. At this moment, only a few cultivators remained atop the 1st and 2nd platforms. Observing as more individuals ascended, some had even reached the 5th platform. At this point, Ziyu and the other women, alongside the cultivators from the Qianji Pavilion, finally stepped onto the 3rd platform, where the gravity was thrice as intense. Upon witnessing everyone arrive at the 3rd platform, they took a moment to rest. Hao Yin accompanied the group as they began their ascent to the 4th platform. As those around him climbed the steps, Hao Yin extended his spiritual awareness, enveloping the members of the Qianji Pavilion within his protective sphere. However, he did not shield them from the peculiar gravitational pressure, which he perceived as a trial ground intentionally established by late-stage Mahayana cultivators or martial emperors. This gravitational force posed no lethal threat to the cultivators. Rather, it served to fortify their internal true essence, enabling them to master their energy with greater finesse. Indeed, with a sense of vigilance, even cultivators at the Yuan Dan stage could ascend the steps gradually, provided they were adequately prepared and possessed a resilient mindset. Hao Yin walked among the women. Though he continued to climb higher, he felt no burden. In contrast, those behind him, such as Mu Huinan and Yi Xiaohan, had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Yet, they remained within their limits, and Hao Yin chose not to intervene. The stone staircase comprised 200 steps, and upon reaching the 4th platform, the gravitational pressure intensified to 4 times that of normal. Most cultivators paused here to recuperate, their foreheads glistening with sweat, their bodies trembling, appearing precariously close to being overwhelmed by the gravitational force. The 5th platform consisted of 100 steps, marking the limit for those at the Yuan Dan stage. Nevertheless, some cultivators at this level managed to reach the 6th platform. Most of the women and several cultivators from Qianji Pavilion remained at the 5th platform, their faces flushed. Even as they exerted their bloodline powers, they struggled to persevere. Hao Yin then intervened, dissipating a portion of their gravitational burden, allowing them to ascend smoothly to the 6th platform. To Hao Yian's surprise, Yu Xiaolan, despite his assistance, managed to reach the 7th platform, only to be forcefully repelled. Fortunately, Hao Qian reacted swiftly, catching her and alleviating the weight she bore, allowing her to land on the 6th platform, gasping for breath. Another notable individual was Feng Heru, the 7th elder of Qianji Pavilion. Although his initial impression of her was not favorable, her image in his mind had significantly improved over time. This time, Feng Heru also ascended to the 7th platform, and once again, Hao Qian swiftly caught her, gently placing her back on the 6th platform. As the women stood on the 6th platform, the enigmatic force dissipated completely, leaving no trace behind. The group of women and the members of the Qianji Pavilion took a moment to rest amidst the mountains at the 6th platform. With the assistance of Hao Qian, it took 3 incense sticks worth of time for him to lead them to the 7th platform. Upon observing the 8th and 9th platforms, Hao Qian noted that the 9th platform was populated not only by numerous cultivators at the transformation and division stages, as well as martial sect and martial honor level practitioners, but also by a considerable number of nascent soul cultivators, alongside a few essence elixir and grand martial masters engaged in their training. The few essence elixir cultivators present had either undergone rigorous body tempering or were brought here under the protection of stronger individuals. The grand martial masters had managed to ascend through sheer physical prowess. Among this assembly, Hao Qian unexpectedly recognized Feng Yue, the 2nd elder of the demon sect, who was discreetly disguised and seated in a corner, absorbed in his cultivation. Hao Qian was all too familiar with Feng Yue's aura, no matter how cleverly he disguised himself. He could not evade Hao Qian's keen perception. Those lingering on the 9th platform were either trembling in place or seated on the ground, gasping for breath, while others lay sprawled on the ground. A portion of the cultivators, like Feng Yue, had quietly begun meditating. Some appeared to be attempting to comprehend the benefits of the gravitational pressure for their cultivation, while others were exploring ways to ascend further. Hao Qian sheltered the women and the members of the Qianji Pavilion, taking a brief respite at the 9th platform before dashing toward the plaza in front of the palace. As they arrived at the plaza, they found nearly 100 cultivators already gathered, none of whom seemed eager to enter the palace. They waited, observing, because the palace was sealed with a barrier that no individual could breach alone. After Hao Qian and his companions arrived at the plaza, within half an incense stick's time, more than 10 additional cultivators ascended from below, while the remaining individuals appeared to be unable to ascend for the time being. Mu Huinan, Feng Heru, and the Qianji Pavilion cultivators who were brought along quickly expressed their gratitude to Hao Qian, especially upon realizing that there were no cultivators below the nascent soul stage present. The few essence elixir cultivators from Qianji Pavilion felt particularly thankful. Had it not been for Hao Qian's assistance, they might have found themselves stuck on the 9th platform, unable to progress. Chapter 728. The mysterious space. Hao Qian smiled and waved his hand, then turned to join Mu Huinan and the others in observing the immense palace before them. From a distance, it appeared somewhat ordinary, but standing nearby, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over them. The exquisitely carved exotic beasts surrounding the palace seemed to be watching the group, imparting a heavy, suffocating sensation. Before them stood a grand door with 8 folding panels, firmly shut. Strangely, neither the ground nor the distant steps bore a speck of dust, which added to the sense of unease. Looking up at the massive 8-panel door above, they noticed a vermilion plaque inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Yangxin Hall. Let us proceed together. The 2nd elder of the demonic sect, Feng Yue, surveyed the gathering and proposed his suggestion. Naturally, no one opposed this notion. All present withdrew their magical artifacts and concentrated their spiritual energy. Each individual remained vigilant, their gazes fixed upon the grand entrance. Should anything amiss occur, they would swiftly take action. As they drew nearer, no anomalies were detected until they reached the threshold, or still, nothing transpired. With a creak, the massive door was slowly pushed open from the outside, revealing hundreds of individuals standing outside, their watchful eyes peering within, eager to discern the situation inside. Alas, apart from a vast, empty hall, there was nothing to be found. This sight left the assembled crowd exchanging glances, perplexed at the notion that such extensive preparations had been made merely to guard an unoccupied hall. How could this be? Feng Yue, possessing late-stage divisional spirit cultivation, found himself at a loss and instinctively stepped inside the hall. However, in the next instant, Feng Yue vanished from the sight of those gathered. Where did he go? Exclaimed Yu Xiaolan, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the spot where Feng Yue had stood. Not only Yu Xiaolan, but the expressions of others also shifted dramatically. A living person had seemingly disappeared in an instant. There is a teleportation array here, Hao Chen remarked with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, there was a formation here, presumably the aforementioned teleportation array. I shall investigate, he added. Upon observing her brother Feng Yue step through the palace doors, Feng Heru noted his sudden disappearance. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at Hao Chen. He nodded in agreement with her request and casually returned her storage ring. Feng Heru met Hao Chen's gaze before stepping into the grand doors of the palace. Like the others, she too vanished in an instant, leaving behind the hall unaltered, yet devoid of people. This confirmed Hao Chen's earlier conjecture. The master of the Yangxin Palace had cunningly placed the entrance to the teleportation array right at the hall's entrance. Who could have anticipated such a ruse? As Feng Heru entered without incident, a multitude began to approach the doorway. Though danger might lurk within, the presence of a teleportation array here suggested immense opportunities, and they were unwilling to let them slip away. Once inside, exercise caution. If things go awry, retreat immediately. Hao Chen advised the members of Qianji Pavilion before stepping away from the palace entrance, refraining from jostling with other cultivators to enter. Mu Huinan chose not to enter the palace doors. Observing the women and Hao Chen depart, she followed him, surveying the surroundings outside the hall. After the passage of 3 incense sticks, few remained before the doors of the hall. Hao Chen sought a secluded spot to gather the women. With a swift motion, he entered the hall, disappearing in an instant. Before him, darkness enveloped the scene. In the next moment, Hao Chen found his feet firmly planted on solid ground. A sigh of relief escaped him. The teleportation had been remarkably swift, indicating proximity. Gripping the Levexian's sword tightly, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. To Hao Chen's astonishment, the place in which he now found himself was an ancient and desolate realm, imbued with an ethereal atmosphere. After surveying his surroundings, he realized he was alone, perhaps transported to another location. This space was far removed from the oppressive, lifeless solitude he had encountered previously in the ancient battlefield of Huanhe, a site of Xiaohao's inheritance. Instead, he was greeted by a breathtaking vista of cerulean skies, fluffy clouds, majestic mountains, and flowing waters, all enveloped in a verdant embrace, reminiscent of a picturesque paradise. It appeared that this ancient emperor was, indeed, a man of refined taste, having crafted a secret realm within a secret realm. Hao Chen could not help but silently admire the enchanting environment, finding it exceedingly pleasant. Upon his initial arrival at the secret realm, he had assumed it was merely an expansive tomb. Little did he know that it was, in fact, the sanctuary of an emperor, a self-contained space that had been meticulously forged. Given his current cultivation, Hao Chen could only manage to create small spatial barriers. However, should he desire, he could utilize the Qiankuan furnace to establish a modest space. Creating a realm demanded substantial resources, and presently, Hao Chen could only conjure a jade pendant space and the demon suppression tower space. The realm he occupied was an independent space, conceived during the ancient battle between celestial beings and demons, sealed away for countless years. Consequently, everything here bore an ancient, desolate essence. Even the primal energy infused with a hint of chaos, far denser than that of the Qianyuan realm, and significantly superior to the severely damaged Lanluo secret realm, which was now rife with a miasma of death. Immersed in the rich primal energy of this secluded space, Hao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Had he not deliberately ventured into the Lanluo secret realm to investigate the extraterrestrial demons, he would have relished the opportunity to cultivate in such a refreshing environment. After greedily inhaling the dense spiritual energy, he began to move slowly in a specific direction. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, he dared not recklessly wander nor summon his companions. In a dense forest, by a babbling brook, a figure darted with ghostly agility, occasionally releasing handprints imbued with purple lightning toward a serpent-like creature, its body covered in dark, scaly skin. Each strike landed upon the creature with a resounding clang, akin to blows against iron. With a dull thud, Hao Chen finally sent the creature flying with a powerful palm strike. Exhaling heavily, he cast a glance at the serpent, now slumped on the ground, clearly exhausted. 3 days had passed, and indeed, this place was fraught with peril. The beasts encountered along the way were increasingly formidable. However, Hao Chen had not slain a single one. Reluctant to take lives unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from killing. The creatures here were not akin to those in the Qianyuan realm. They were ancient spirit beasts, remnants of powerful beings. Each creature was remarkably strong, far surpassing the mixed blood beasts found in the present Qianyuan realm. The serpent that escaped is among the most formidable of ancient mythical beasts. Its scales are as impenetrable as dark iron, rendering even ordinary magical artifacts incapable of piercing them. Fortunately, Hao Chen had no intention of taking a life, allowing the creature to flee, thus refraining from further pursuit. Were he to refine these scales into armor, it would undoubtedly possess the defensive capabilities to withstand a full-force strike from a being of the caliber of the Blood Demon Emperor without succumbing to death. As he observed the retreating serpent, Hao Chen's thoughts began to wander. Chapter 729. The Ice and Fire Serpent Dragon. Hao Chen found solace in solitude, resting by the bank of a gentle stream. As he gazed upon the water, which exuded a hint of elemental energy, he was taken aback. This stream, it seemed, held a reservoir of primordial power. Could its source conceal something extraordinary? With this thought, his curiosity surged, compelling him to venture upstream to investigate further. The presence of elemental energy in the water hinted at treasures of no ordinary nature. Following the winding stream, he was surrounded by towering peaks and verdant trees. The melodious calls of birds and the roars of beasts harmonized with the soothing sound of the flowing water, while the air was perfumed with a myriad of floral scents, creating a picturesque scene. After approximately a day's journey, Hao Chen reached the source of the stream, a tranquil pond suffused with vital energy, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded over 100 meters from the mountains above, crashing into the pond with a thunderous roar. The pond itself was not vast, measuring about 100 feet across, its azure waters rippling gently in the breeze, releasing a rich aura of elemental energy that stirred Hao Chen's spirit. Such a place, rich in elemental vitality, would naturally be home to various spiritual herbs. On one side of the pond stood a slender tree, its trunk the width of an arm, deeply rooted in a crevice of the rocks. Through the misty veil of water vapor, Hao Chen discerned that the tree bore 2 crimson fruits, their spiritual energy swirling enticingly. These were the ice and fire fruits. Gazing at the fruits adorning the small tree near the pond, a fervor ignited within Hao Chen. He had only encountered the name ice and fire fruit in ancient texts. These trees could only thrive in the vicinity of water sources imbued with potent elemental energy. Each fruit contained the purest essence of ice and fire from the universe, one fruit of ice, the other of fire. Consuming the fire fruit could instantly replenish depleted spiritual energy and elevate one's cultivation by a level. The effects of the ice fruit, however, remained unknown. The ice and fire tree blossomed after a century and bore fruit after a millennium, requiring yet another millennium for maturation. Today marked the culmination of this long process, and it appeared that fortune favored him. With a swift movement, Hao Chen transported himself before the ice and fire tree. He approached the coveted fruits with the utmost care, marveling at their size, akin to the fists of an infant, filled with delight. One was red, the other white, heart of fire, core of ice. Overcome with excitement, Hao Chen began to delve into the knowledge passed down through the Shao lineage. Beyond the precious flesh of the fruits, their seeds were treasures beyond measure. Suddenly, he summoned 2 strands of chaotic energy, transforming them into chaotic hands. In an instant, he enveloped the 2 ice and fire fruits within this chaotic energy, sealing them in jade vials of cold and warm jade, which he then stored in his spatial ring. As Hao Yen was in the midst of excavating the ice-fire fruit tree, he had yet to secure it within the confines of his jade pendant space. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the air. A sense of foreboding washed over Hao Yen, prompting him to hastily stow away the fruit tree. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire space, sending birds and beasts scattering in panic. Hao Yen inwardly cursed his misfortune and swiftly darted to the right. Hovering above the surface of the pond, a furious 4th-tier transformation dragon brushed past him, its presence overwhelming. Failing to capture the intruder in its territory, the dragon unleashed another furious roar, sweeping its tail toward Hao Yen, who remained suspended in midair above the pond. With a quick teleportation, Hao Yen narrowly evaded the attack. The transformation dragon, realizing that Hao Yen had effortlessly evaded its strike, began to scrutinize him, emitting a series of incomprehensible beastly sounds. Although Hao Yen could not decipher their meaning, he had a translator at his disposal. With Sun Yang in seclusion, he summoned the trio of Xiao Chui, Xue Ying, and Xiao Hong. Xiao Chui, a divine bird, possessed inherited knowledge, while Xiaohong and Shuiying were both transformed beasts. The three quickly established communication with the dragon. The dragon recounted its origins, conveying that it had once been a small snake in ancient times, having survived a cataclysmic battle between immortals and demons. It had been sealed within a block of illusory demon stone. As time passed and the stone's primordial energy dissipated, it miraculously survived. However, it discovered that the spiritual energy of this continent was exceedingly thin, prompting it to traverse countless mountains and rivers. Just as its life force was waning, it arrived in this space, where the ice-fire fruit was coincidentally at its ripening phase. Unbeknownst to it, consuming the ice-fire fruit significantly enhanced its strength. Thus, it had guarded the ice-fire fruit for over 10,000 years. During this time, it had partaken of the fruit multiple times, evolving from a snake into a dragon. Now just one step away from becoming a true dragon, it beseeched Hao Chen for assistance in its transformation. How did you evade the heavenly tribulation? Hao Chen inquired. The ice-fire dragon looked bewildered. What is a heavenly tribulation? Each time it consumed the ice-fire fruit, it would sink to the bottom of the pond, gradually refining the fruit's spiritual energy, unaware of what a heavenly tribulation entailed. Hao Chen then proceeded to inquire further about the dragon's knowledge, only to discover that the dragon was as innocent as a child, knowing nothing beyond the concept of transformation. The dragon's naive expression, coupled with its foolish demeanor, left Hao Chen utterly speechless. Approaching the ice-fire dragon, Hao Chen succinctly explained some of the world's principles. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chui contributed her understanding of this realm during the translation. She warned the dragon that should it undergo transformation now, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the heavens, invoking a calamity of thunder. If fortunate, it might revert to its original form and survive for another century. If unfortunate, it would be obliterated into ashes. At that moment, the dragon placed absolute trust in Hao Chen, harboring no doubts. Thus, bowing its head in submission, it resolved to follow Hao Chen, seeking his guidance to reach greater heights. Hao Chen accepted the dragon as a tamed beast, bestowing upon it the name Little Dragon. Should the day arise when it betrayed him, he would extinguish its soul. Unbeknownst to the ice-fire dragon, it had become a contracted beast, showering Hao Chen with heartfelt gratitude for his counsel. Hao Chen could not help but feel grateful for the assistance of Xiao Cui and her companions, who had garnered the trust of the Jiaolong. Had someone else seized the opportunity first, he might have lost his chance entirely. Lead us to your domain. Perhaps we might uncover something valuable. After all, I have accomplished such a significant task for you, so it is only fair that you grant me some benefit in return. Xiao Cui, ever cunning, sought to extract some advantage from the ice-fire dragon, fully aware that, like other dragons, the Jiaolong had a penchant for treasure and was likely to possess precious artifacts. That will not do. Those treasures are the fruits of my arduous efforts and cunning. I cannot simply give them to you. They are of great utility to me. The ice-fire dragon retorted firmly upon hearing Xiao Cui's request for treasure. How about this? I implore my brother to cast a spell and temporarily transform you into a human. Xiao Cui further enticed. Very well, very well. Transform me into a human. Upon hearing that the master could grant him such a temporary change, the ice-fire dragon was elated. Though he refrained from mentioning any benefits for Xiao Cui, Hao Chen thought it wise to allow the dragon to experience some sweetness, ensuring his unwavering loyalty in the future. Having just become a contract beast, the ice-fire dragon needed to merge with Hao Chen's soul and digest a wealth of information. Thus, Hao Chen established a spatial barrier within the demon suppression tower to accommodate the ice-fire dragon. With the addition of another contract beast, the ice-fire dragon, an ancient and extraordinary creature, possessed two opposing energies of ice and fire that coexisted harmoniously within its form. Its entire body was sheathed in armor-like scales, resembling a chameleon dragon, white as snow and red as fire. Taming such a formidable beast, a top-tier demonic creature, brought immense joy to Hao Chen, who envisioned using it as a battle companion against formidable foes. Unexpectedly, he had subdued a mid-level fourth-tier ice-fire dragon as a contract beast, which filled him with delight. Xiao Cui, Shuiying, and Xiaohong, however, were reluctant to return to the demon suppression tower. Thus, Hao Chen summoned the ladies to enjoy their time in this realm. Before the witnesses, Hao Chen concentrated his thoughts, and the phantom lotus seed suddenly emerged from his astral core. Little dragon, come here and stand in the center. I shall now cast a spell to transform you. At this time, the ice-fire dragon had already morphed into a 3-foot-long diminutive dragon. Hao Chen swiftly performed the incantation, and the phantom lotus seed released a mist that enveloped the ice-fire dragon. After a fragrant stick of incense had passed, as the mist dissipated, a 7 or 8-year-old boy appeared before the group. He was plump, with bright, sparkling black eyes that blinked in wonder at everything around him, and 2 small dimples graced his cheeks, giving him an utterly adorable and innocent appearance. Oh dear, the little tyke is not wearing any clothes. What a predicament! Xiao Cui suddenly produced a red belly band and handed it to Ziyu. Hao Chen had previously instructed Xiao Cui and Ziyu to prepare numerous sets of clothing, garments for both genders and varied sizes, stored within the Jade Pendant's spatial realm. Xiao Cui selected some of her favorite styles and stored them in her own space. Seeing this, Yexiahin and Ziyu hurried over to dress the little dragon in the red belly band and style his hair. Once the ladies finished adorning the little dragon, he appeared even more endearing. This is the territory of the ice and fire dragon, a realm devoid of stronger beasts, thus rendering it a sanctuary. Xiao Cui, Xiao Qiao Xiaohong, and Shuiying, 4 transformed spirit birds, have thoroughly surveyed this spatial domain, confirming Hao Yin's suspicions. Chapter 730. Relaxation of body and mind. Hao Yin and the ladies leisurely cultivated and frolicked in the habitat of the ice and fire dragon. However, Xiao Cui coerced the little dragon into visiting their dwelling. Aside from collecting some peculiar trinkets, no treasures were acquired. Only Hao Yin was aware that the little dragon's storage space contained numerous valuable items, yet they failed to pique his interest. It was not that they were lacking in quality, but rather that they paled in comparison to the magic suppression tower, the Qianquan furnace, the flame heaven seal, and the celestial slaughter sword. In this space, breathing in the fresh air was immensely invigorating. The vibrant spectacle of blooming flowers brought joy to the heart. Whether on the slopes of the Spine Ridge or in the rocky valleys, the ladies dazzled amidst the blossoms. They presented themselves with elegance and allure, conveyed sentiments through their enchanting fragrances, or flaunted their graceful figures. Although the ice and fire dragon had cultivated here for millennia, its endearing demeanor rendered it indifferent to the spiritual herbs, medicines, flowers, and fruits of this realm, save for a particular fondness for the ice and fire fruit. Consequently, this provided an advantage to Hao Yin and the ladies, who eagerly harvested and consumed, wishing to transport this entire space into the Jade Pendant. Rather than accompanying the ladies in their playful pursuits, Hao Yin retreated to the Jade Pendant space, seeking a secluded area. Together with Linger, he endeavored to create an environment conducive to the growth of the ice and fire fruit and transplanted the fruit tree there. Upon exiting the Jade Pendant, Hao Yin found himself alone by the pond, engrossed in his cultivation. At that moment, Mu Huinan hurriedly returned to the pond's edge. "Why have you returned instead of enjoying yourself?" Hao Yin inquired, noticing her solitary return. "Hee, I discovered a secret cave in the canyon. I am unsure of what lies within, but I spotted a huayuan fruit growing at the entrance," Mu Huinan replied, a smile gracing her lips upon seeing Hao Yin's puzzled expression. Huayuan fruit. A spark of astonishment ignited within Hao Yin. It was a rare celestial fruit known to invigorate blood flow and strengthen meridians. For cultivators at the transformation realm, consuming a huayuan fruit could elevate the materia, enabling early-stage practitioners to reach the mid-stage and late-stage practitioners to attain the peak, albeit only up to the pinnacle of the transformation realm. This fruit was immensely beneficial for cultivation, ensuring a smoother refinement of vital energy and holding considerable value. "Is there danger within the cave?" Hao Yin inquired. "I sensed a perilous aura emanating from the cave," Mu Huinan replied, a hint of a bitter smile forming on her face. "I returned to seek you out. Accompany me to the secret cave." She gestured towards the distance. "Very well, Miss Mu, I shall accompany you," Hao Yin consented, reasoning that with the ladies frolicking nearby, and the only danger being the restrictions of the area, there was little risk in exploring the cave with Mu Huinan. Deep within the living space of the ice and fire dragon lay a remote mountain ravine, where a waterfall cascaded like a silver thread, stretching over several dozen meters. Above the mountain stream, 2 figures suddenly emerged, Hao Chen and Mu Huinan. Standing atop the mountain, Hao Chen gazed down at the rushing waterfall, perplexed. "Miss Mu, is the secret cave truly located here?" "Indeed," Mu Huinan affirmed, pointing towards the base of the waterfall. Following her gesture, Hao Chen's eyes fell upon a dense cluster of vines, which seemed to conceal a cave beneath. "It's astonishing that it exists here," he mused, momentarily taken aback. If one did not scrutinize the area closely, Who would suspect that such a cave lay hidden beneath the verdant vines? Surveying the surroundings, he noted that thick vines hung straight down, reaching the bottom of the pool beneath the waterfall. Do these vines not resemble ropes? Let us slide down and see who can descend faster. Mu Huinan exclaimed, her youthful spirit ignited. While they could have flown down, Mu Huinan opted to glide down the vines. We must be cautious. These vines have grown moss from being submerged for years. A careless slip could lead to a fall into the pool. She gently warned Hao Chen before selecting a sturdy vine. Before he could choose for himself, she had already taken the lead, smoothly sliding down the vine towards the waterfall. Hao Chen examined the slick, moss-covered vines, pondering their strength. Seeing Mu Huinan, a girl, proceed without hesitation, he felt compelled to follow suit. Moreover, he reasoned that should the vine snap, his wind wings would ensure he would not plummet into the water. Selecting a vine, he began his descent with utmost care. Glancing down, he noticed Mu Huinan had already descended over 10 feet, and with another 7 or 8 feet, she would reach the cave's entrance. The cave lay at the center of the waterfall, just above the pool's surface. A fall would not be fatal, but it would certainly leave one drenched. Hao Chen remained calm as he descended slowly. Despite his caution, the excessive moss on the vine caused him to slip unexpectedly. As he felt himself begin to fall, he quickly summoned his magical energy to shake off the moss, regaining his grip on the vine and avoiding a tumble. Be careful. Falling would leave you quite soaked. Mu Huinan, now several feet below, noticed his struggle and chuckled at the sight. Hearing her playful warning, Hao Chen felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, a faint crack echoed above. What was that sound? He wondered, his brow furrowing as he looked up. He noticed the taut vine showing signs of strain, seemingly on the verge of snapping. Stunned, he realized it could not bear their weight. Feeling uneasy, he considered switching to another vine. However, he quickly observed that the vine about to break was not the one he held, but rather the one Mu Huinan was gripping. Just then, with a sharp crack, the vine could no longer withstand her weight and snapped. Ah! Meanwhile, a startled cry escaped from Mu Huinan's lips. Just as she warned Hao Yin to be cautious, her vine unexpectedly snapped. She plummeted towards the depths of the pool, her face paling in fright. Under the constraints of the void, she could not soar into the air. A cultivator falling in the emptiness was akin to an ordinary person. At that very moment, as the vine broke, Mu Huinan caught sight of a head emerging from the water below, a bloodthirsty crocodile demon beast. The demon's gaping maw awaited the descent of anything that might fall into its jaws. Save me! Mu Huinan cried out involuntarily upon seeing the menacing visage of the demon crocodile. Her once delicate complexion turned ashen. Hao Chen, too, noticed the demon crocodile lurking at the bottom of the pool. Hearing Mu Huinan's desperate plea, without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished his hold and suddenly summoned the wings of wind, racing downwards at breakneck speed. Just as Mu Huinan was on the brink of plummeting into the demon's gaping maw, Hao Chen reached out and enveloped her in his arms. Chapter 731, A False Alarm. As Mu Huinan saw the demon's mouth drawing ever closer, mere yards away, despair gripped her heart. Was she destined to perish here? Just as she closed her eyes in hopelessness, a strong arm encircled her, preventing her from descending further. Mu Huinan felt her body suspended in midair and opened her eyes in confusion. Before her was a familiar face, smiling warmly. Miss Mu, it's all right now? Hao Chen said gently, his eyes gleaming with kindness. Hao Chen? Spotting the smile on his face, Mu Huinan blinked, her cheeks still somewhat pale. It seemed she had yet to recover from the earlier peril. Did you save me? Yes. Hao Chen nodded, intending to speak further when suddenly a loud splash erupted nearby. Sensing the impending danger, he quickly glanced downward, nearly losing his balance in shock. Emerging from the water was a colossal creature, revealing a body over 3 yards in length and a cavernous mouth. Its fearsome fangs, each 5 inches long, seemed capable of crushing anything in their path. It was the demon crocodile leaping from the depths of the pool. The demon crocodile leapt a full yard into the air, its massive jaws less than a foot away from Hao Yen's feet, almost ensnaring him. The creature, suddenly weightless, crashed back into the pool, sending a deluge of water splashing over both Hao Yen and Mu Huinan. However, Hao Yen paid no heed to the drenching, his thoughts solely focused on escaping the perilous waters above. Miss Mu, quickly hold on to me. We must descend from here, Hao Yen urged, his body trembling from the near encounter. Mu Huinan hesitated momentarily. Was it too intimate to embrace Hao Yen? Throughout her life, She had never shared such close contact with another male. After a brief pause, she shyly nodded. Rather than allow Hao Chen to encircle her waist, it would be better for her to embrace him instead, especially with the demon crocodile lurking just below. If we do not ascend soon, the next time the crocodile strikes, it will become a meal for us. With such thoughts, Mu Huinan shyly agreed. In the eager gaze of Hao Chen, she extended her arms and embraced his neck. Hao Chen, relieved that Mu Huinan finally wrapped herself around him, breathed a sigh of relief. If the monstrous crocodile lunged again and they failed to take flight, they would truly be unable to escape. With Mu Huinan's embrace around his neck, Hao Chen could finally soar into the air with ease. Thud! Mu Huinan nestled in Hao Chen's embrace, savoring his masculine aura. Embarrassment made her wish to bury herself deeper into his arms, her heart racing like a startled deer. Though she felt a sense of repulsion at being so close to the opposite sex for the first time, she also found comfort in the broadness of the chest before her. Reflecting on the past 2 days, having faced danger twice and being saved both times by Hao Chen, Mu Huinan suddenly recalled her mother's words. The one who can protect you and provide you with a sense of security is your true other half. How could I have forgotten my mother's words? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed even deeper. She discreetly raised her head to glance at Hao Chen, her delicate face adorned with a rosy hue. Hao Chen, oblivious to Mu Huinan's peculiar state, was currently using his wind wings to ascend. After rising several feet and feeling safe from the crocodile's attack, he then realized that his clothes were completely soaked. He did not mind his own wet garments. What concerned him was the fact that Mu Huinan's attire, consisting solely of a dress, was also drenched. At that moment, Mu Huinan's exquisite figure, graceful and jade-like, was almost entirely revealed to Hao Chen's gaze. Oh! Hao Chen felt a warmth rising in his nostrils, as if a rush of heat were about to burst forth. Such intimate contact inevitably stirred a restlessness within him. Just as his heart raced, a soft voice broke through his reverie. Hao Chen, where are you looking? The cave is just a foot above us. We should hurry. Hearing Mu Huinan's voice snapped Hao Chen back to reality. He quickly focused his energy to suppress the warmth within him, managing to avoid an embarrassing display. With a swish, Hao Chen, with Mu Huinan draped over his neck, crashed into the hidden cave beneath the vines. Hao Chen, thank you for saving me once again, Mu Huinan said, hastily releasing her grip around his neck. Her face flushed with gratitude. It was nothing, just a small effort, Hao Chen replied, taking a deep breath, feeling the lingering fragrance of Mu Huinan enveloping him. He then noticed that at the cave's entrance stood a peculiar tree, nearly matching their height, bearing several egg-sized, bright red fruits. Be cautious. There may be monsters hidden within the cave. Though Mu Huinan's cheeks still held a hint of crimson, she had finally emerged from her earlier dazed state. It seems we arrived too early. We missed the chance to acquire any treasures, she said, glancing at the unripe, fragrant fruits. Observing Mu Huinan's disappointed demeanor, Hao Chen felt no hesitation. As he extracted the Levection sword, he circled the base of the Huayuan fruit tree, skillfully severing one of its substantial roots. Under Mu Huinan's astonished gaze, he unexpectedly stored the Huayuan fruit tree within his jade pendant space. Witnessing Hao Chen's seamless retrieval of the fruit tree left her in disbelief. Ignoring Mu Huinan's gaze, Hao Chen turned to observe the dim depths of the cave. At that moment, he had no desire to venture further into the unknown. Should any mishap befall the women, he would be unable to assist them from within the cave. It was better to wait until they all returned to his side. Having already revealed the wings of wind, Hao Chen once again lifted Mu Huinan and soared into the air. They quickly returned to the pond beside which the ice-fire fruits grew, now transformed into their campsite. As night fell, the women who had been exploring began to return to the camp in succession. Hao Chen, busy setting up 2 tents by the pond, felt a surge of joy upon seeing them return safely and approached them with inquiries. However, upon noticing the white cloth strips wrapped around their arms, a heaviness settled in his heart. After casually answering a few questions, he raised his hand for silence and proceeded to inform everyone about Mu Huinan's discovery of the Huayuan fruit and the enigmatic cave. The reason for not exploring the cave was to wait for their return to investigate together. The following morning, the group awoke early from their meditative states. Hao Chen glanced upward, his face revealing a hint of anticipation. The women busied themselves by the pond, grooming and preparing themselves. After an hour, they reluctantly departed from the water's edge and gathered around Hao Chen, engaging in cheerful conversation and playful banter. It It was when Hao Chen stepped away from the pond that Hao Chen looked up at the sky once more. At this moment, it was nearing noon, after dismantling the tents. He cast a spell to activate the wings of wind, enveloping the women and heading straight for the Huayuan cave. Since the entrance bore the Huayuan fruit, Hao Chen had taken to calling it the Huayuan cave. Although many had never witnessed the wings of wind, they had gleaned its wonders from ancient texts. Now, not only did they see it, but they also experienced the flight facilitated by Hao Chen, leaving them in awe. As they landed at the mouth of the Huayuan cave, Hao Chen, prioritizing safety, intended to once again store the women within the demon suppression tower. Just as he retrieved the tower, however, Hao Chen clamored to visit the Jade Pendant space to see the Ice Fire fruits and Huayuan fruits. Hao Chen found himself in a dilemma. He could not simply leave Mu Huinan alone inside the tower. Thus, he decided to include her in the Jade Pendant space as well. How she marveled at the wonders of the pendant was her own affair. With the women safely stored away, a tranquil silence enveloped the cave. Chapter 732. The Peculiar Cave, Part 1. Hao Chen ventured alone into the depths of the cave's passage, only to discover that it inclined steadily downward. After traversing a distance of 10 zhang, the light within the passage dimmed significantly. Hao Chen had no choice but to employ his spirit eye technique, extending his vision around him. In an instant, the dark passage unfolded before him like a map within his consciousness. He moved cautiously, surveying his surroundings. Hao Chen discerned that the walls of the passage bore clear signs of artificial reconstruction. Given the evidence of human restoration, it is evident that this cave serves as the dwelling of a practitioner. Concerning such a clandestine abode, Hao Chen harbored uncertainties regarding the presence of formidable traps or mechanisms within. Exercising caution would surely be prudent. It was not until 3 hours had elapsed that he encountered a few rudimentary devices and traps. In Hao Chen's eyes, the mechanisms set along the passage appeared trivial, akin to childish play. Thus, he continued onward, yet the corridor remained largely unchanged. Thankfully, no perilous contraptions emerged to threaten him. Treading lightly, Hao Chen advanced step by step, devoid of sound or trace, as if he had never existed in this desolate, dark cavern. His journey thus far had been uneventful, with only the simplest of devices encountered. For Hao Chen, no issues had arisen, nor had he faced any difficulties. This left him perplexed. Logically, such a place should not be devoid of danger, nor could it remain so serene. There should have been formidable formations or barriers. Yet everything seemed to contradict his expectations. Could it be that the cave's master was lacking in strength, incapable of establishing powerful mechanisms, barriers, or formations? After an indeterminate passage of time, Hao Chen's spiritual sense suddenly quivered. A barrier materialized before him. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he abruptly halted his steps. Gripping the Qingpa short sword tightly, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Employing the spiritual eye technique, he swiftly identified the weak points in the barrier and created an opening. A rich aura of celestial essence enveloped him, prompting an exclamation of astonishment from Hao Chen. Upon entering the barrier, a vast stone chamber revealed itself before him, 3 zhang high and spanning dozens of zhang in width, its image imprinted upon Hao Chen's consciousness. He was taken aback, pondering who could have constructed such an immense geological marvel, or what kind of prowess could carve out such a grand stone hall. As he stepped into the stone chamber, the ethereal essence flowed into him, eliciting a surge of joy within. It was rare to find such dense celestial essence in the outside world, yet here it was abundant. He promptly waved his hand to reseal the breach in the barrier, reluctant to let the precious celestial essence escape. Then, he utilized his spiritual force to meticulously examine the interior of the stone chamber. However, as his spiritual sense approached the front of the chamber, it encountered another barrier. This barrier not only impeded further exploration, but also unleashed a powerful counterforce the moment his spiritual sense made contact, forcing it to retreat. Had he not reacted swiftly to withdraw in time, his spiritual force could have been shattered by that overwhelming energy, rendering Hao Chen a fool. This enigmatic force was terrifying, which explained the sudden pallor that overtook his countenance. Halting his mental exploration of the stone chamber, he furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the walls of the hall. With renewed focus, he cautiously extended his mental prowess to the sides, refraining from rashly advancing forward. In a brief moment, he discerned the circumstances within the stone chamber. Aside from the front, which was sealed by a barrier, there were no abnormalities on either side. At this juncture, he found himself at the end of the passage leading into the stone chamber, where a barrier unexpectedly manifested ahead. The nature of what lay beyond the barrier remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Hao Chen felt an instinctive sense that the prelude had sufficiently unfolded, and it was time to delve into the main subject at hand. While anxiety coursed through him, a flicker of anticipation emerged. Though the contents of the barrier were unknown, Hao Chen was convinced that the secrets of the cave lay within its confines. To uncover the mysteries of the cave's master, answers might very well be found ensconced within the barrier. Contemplating this, a fervent expression graced Hao Chen's face. However, he was no fool. He understood that he must restore his physical vitality to its peak before venturing into the unknown. After conducting his mental probe, he discovered that the area was remarkably safe, devoid of any danger. Thus, he retrieved several moonlight stones and affixed them to the walls of the chamber, subsequently producing a bed to recline upon. Only someone as extraordinary as Hao Chen could whimsically choose a bed over a mat for meditation. Possessing numerous treasures, each artifact contained boundless space. The space within his jade pendant constituted a realm of its own, while the demon suppression tower was vast beyond measure. The Qinquan furnace and the burning heaven seal also harbored their own dimensions. Even the storage ring acquired from the Qingyun cave was unparalleled, likely unmatched even by cultivators from the Qinquan realm or the celestial realm. He resolved to restore his mana, mental strength, and physical condition to their optimal states before entering this enigmatic locale. After all, the mysteries within the barrier were unclear, and the potential for peril loomed large, necessitating thorough preparation. With this in mind, he swiftly traversed to the space inhabited by the Icefire Jiao dragon, extracting some blood essence from the blood Jiao for the dragon to consume and refine. After lingering in the Icefire Jiao dragon's domain for a time and checking on the status of the devouring Yuan demon fly, he finally departed from the demon suppression tower. In the realm of unknown adventures, his contracted beasts served as his greatest allies. Enhancing their strength was the surest safeguard. Hao Chen reclined on the bed to continue his rest. It had taken him no less than 3 days to traverse the passage before arriving at the stone chamber. Within the confines of the demon suppression tower, he had lingered for half a day. Upon entering the stone chamber, Hao Chen had gained a modicum of understanding regarding the transformation cave. He pondered why the cavernous passage posed no dangers and remained so tranquil throughout. The reason was simple. The journey itself was fraught with danger. Without unwavering mental fortitude, sufficient strength, and resolute intent, one could not reach this juncture. It was either retreat or perish amidst the trials. No other possibilities existed. Along the way, Hao Chen had encountered numerous traps, within which lay the remnants of many bones, remains of demonic beasts. Upon reflecting on this, a certain clarity emerged. The unknown dangers no longer seemed as daunting. However, apprehension lingered regarding the barrier of the stone wall. Could it be that the most perilous realm lay beyond the barrier? What might it entail? It was only at this moment that Hao Chen rose to commence his cultivation. He took a deep breath, casting aside distractions and relegating his thoughts to the periphery. He began to practice the Shaoyang technique, absorbing the ethereal energy present in this extraordinary locale. Encountering such a rich source of celestial energy was a rare opportunity. To neglect its absorption for cultivation would be folly. Sensing the abundance of celestial energy in the stone chamber, he devoted himself to harnessing it for his training. Within the hall of the stone chamber, the celestial energy was particularly potent, allowing Hao Chen to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. As he felt the invigorating essence of celestial energy surge through him, he sensed the restoration of his spiritual power and an elevation in his cultivation level, prompting a satisfied smile to grace his features. Moments later, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. With all preparations in place, Hao Chen was acutely aware of the formidable power of the barrier. He understood that recklessly probing with his consciousness would yield nothing but detriment. His previous explorations had already revealed the barrier's might. In this context, Hao Chen surmised that the barrier might possess a retaliatory effect against spiritual forces. Thus, he retracted his consciousness and summoned all his spiritual power, cautiously approaching the barrier. As he drew nearer, each step became increasingly arduous. An invisible force pressed down upon him, seemingly intent on repelling his body. Concurrently, the weight upon him intensified, escalating from 5-fold to 10-fold and beyond. Was it not reminiscent of the exertions required to wield the divine power technique? Chapter 733, The Enigmatic Cave, Part 2. The divine power technique comprises 6 tiers of cultivation. Upon mastering the first tier, a practitioner can enhance their strength fivefold. Achieving the second tier grants a tenfold increase. Each successive tier amplifies the previous results, culminating in the sixth tier, where one might wield strength increased by 160 times. The divine power technique is specifically designed for practitioners below the nascent soul realm, establishing 6 rules for physical cultivation. Following this pattern, the 7th tier would yield 320 times the strength, the 8th tier 640 times, and the 9th tier 1,280 times. At this juncture, having attained the 6th tier, Hao Chen could hear the creaking and trembling of his bones, as if one more step would lead to imminent collapse. Hao Chen had pushed the divine power technique to its limits, gradually alleviating the intangible pressure weighing upon him. Gazing at the barrier that loomed just 3 steps away, he was resolute. Surrender was not an option. With a determined grit, he unleashed the full might of the divine power technique, enveloping himself in a radiant golden aura. In that moment, he disregarded the consumption of celestial energy, intent on alleviating the pressure as he advanced forward. As he activated the divine power technique, the burden of pressure indeed diminished, albeit slightly. Hao Chen felt a momentary relaxation before tensing once more, his strength operating under such strenuous conditions. The consumption of energy was alarmingly rapid, akin to a torrent cascading endlessly. There was no way to endure for long. Entry into the barrier was imperative. Simultaneously, one could only pray that no dangers lurked behind, for otherwise, it would be a matter of awaiting demise. In the 5th realm, with gravity intensified 80-fold, a mere step forward caused Hao Chen to draw in a sharp breath. He quickly steadied his breath and focused, daring not to allow the slightest relaxation. The pain coursed through his body, and the divine power surging from within twisted in this dire circumstance, presenting an uncanny spectacle. At this moment, the gravity had reached 80 times, and Hao Chen sensed he was at his limit. 90 times? No, I must persevere. He inhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his breathing. Despite the waves of pain and an overwhelming sense of collapse, he continuously urged himself to endure. The goal was tantalizingly close. Merely 2 steps remained before he could reach the stone barrier. Hao Chen was unwilling to concede defeat. Having traversed this far, surrendering now was clearly out of the question. If one were to envision the path previously traveled as a towering ladder into the clouds, then the portion already traversed was merely a pathway leading to the foot of that ladder. The road to the ladder posed no dangers or challenges. At this moment, he was merely at the threshold of beginning the ascent. Peril lurked at every turn. The path ahead represented the most fundamental trial. Here, one need not engage in combat with monstrous beasts or compete against formidable foes. This gravity assessment alone was sufficient to prevent anyone below the Great Ascension realm from advancing. Indeed, it was a practitioner of the late Great Ascension phase, and Hao Chen was confident in his ability to withstand the force of gravity. Entering the Thunder Marsh to seek the Thunder Pool for body tempering was no trivial endeavor. Hao Chen was assured of his capability to counteract the oppressive gravity. With 100 times the gravity, the first step of the final 2 felt like a colossal shock to his spirit. The pent-up pressure in his chest could no longer be contained, and as he opened his mouth, a spray of blood erupted forth. Under the weight of gravity, the blood shot downward like an arrow, piercing the ground and creating a hole, illustrating the terrifying might of gravity. The sound of cracking bones echoed, as if they were on the verge of shattering. Should the gravity increase by another 50 times, Hao Chen might struggle to endure. 100 times the gravity in this place, unlike any other, would have previously seemed insignificant, even to someone at the 6th realm. Yet here, the situation was vastly different. In this locale, aside from the scarce presence of gold elemental essence, other elemental energies were rare and difficult to condense and absorb. Hao Chen had to rely entirely on himself, with no external forces to assist him. Were there external forces to harness, he would have felt confident even against 160 times the gravity at the 6th realm. In this place, 100 times the gravity had already plunged Hao Chen into a desperate situation. His bones began to creak, and his body reacted. The skin on his hands and feet began to crack with deep fissures. Had it not been for the protection of the gold elemental essence, the effects would have spread rapidly. Even under its safeguarding, the cracks were slowly extending. A coppery taste filled his throat, and once more, blood spewed forth. Hao Chen's expression remained somewhat indifferent. Was it truly impossible to approach the stone barrier? With the final step tantalizingly within reach, Hao Chen found himself unable to draw closer to the stone wall barrier. A crack echoed as his body trembled, the sound reminiscent of bones fracturing. At this moment, retreat was no longer an option. The path offered only advance, devoid of escape. Each step backward bore the weight of the current gravity, while moving forward ushered in perilous uncertainties. Caught in a daunting predicament, Hao Chen wore a bittersweet smile, realizing he was ensnared in a trap. What purpose did his advanced cultivation serve in this realm? Certainly, it proved futile. Perhaps only celestial beings could dare to tread here. With a resolute heart, he declared, "My fate is mine to forge, not dictated by the heavens. I cannot falter." His gaze transformed into a deep crimson as he confronted the barrier, bellowing defiantly, "What of hell? If it is hell, then I shall tread its depths." In that instant, a powerful surge of blood-red intensity enveloped his being. With his thoughts consumed by an overwhelming desire for carnage, a primal urge fueled by deep-seated resentment. Within him, his bloodline surged, coursing rapidly as though propelled by countless souls. His physique began to manifest remarkable transformations. Muscles expanded as if catalyzed, revealing prominent veins that appeared both fierce and regal. The internal injuries he had suffered began to mend at an astonishing rate, while the fissures wrought by strains swiftly healed, restoring him to his former state in mere moments. His blood, now spiraling wildly, shifted in hue to a pale gold, then to a brilliant gold. A cacophony of emotions erupted within him, demanding release. As his form continued to evolve, he nearly matched the height of the hall, unleashing a primal roar. A wave of sound, as tangible as substance, radiated outward. Where it traveled, it stirred tumultuous waves, and aside from the barrier ahead, it left no trace of destruction. In the other three directions, the sound wave wreaked havoc. After the roar, Hao Chen's body gradually stabilized. His eyes, once blood-red, returned to clarity, yet they now held an enigmatic depth, akin to an unfathomable black hole. Both mysterious and terrifying, evoking a sense of bewilderment. In this moment, his form began to oddly contract. His towering figure shrank back to its original dimensions. Yet it conveyed a clear message. Hao Chen had undergone a transformation beyond previous comprehension. Though his exterior appeared unchanged, an extraordinary metamorphosis had taken place within. Sustaining the golden blood, everything seemed shrouded in mystery. This was the true essence of the Xiaohao bloodline. To contend with the heavens is arduous. To contend with the earth is challenging. To contend with humanity is daunting. A languid voice emerged from Hao Chen's lips. At this moment, the unleashed magical energy began to stabilize, as though it had discovered its true anchor. Humph, the bloodline of Xiaohao is indeed formidable. He then gazed at his own body, muttering to himself. The gravity, intensified to 110 times, posed no harm or threat to him. This remarkable resilience stemmed from the critical moment of peril, where the latent potential of his bloodline was awakened, and the hidden Xiaohao bloodline finally erupted forth. Strong against the strong, weak against the weak, such is its nature. In the face of the blood shadow hall of the demon sect, led by the formidable Chu Xingyun, during a life-and-death struggle, the Xiaohao bloodline awakened. Although this awakening emerged from a rudimentary state, it still bore many inadequacies. After the crisis, he fled, for the bloodline had not been fully triggered and once again succumbed to slumber. Thus, it is accurate to say that prior to this, Hao Chen was still an ordinary human. His Xiaohao bloodline had yet to completely awaken, rendering him an unremarkable individual. This time, however, Hao Chen had truly completed his evolution. At this moment, he could finally be regarded as a genuine heir of the Xiaohao bloodline. The bloodline had fully awakened. Chapter 734, Bloodline Evolution. The golden blood completed his evolution. Having traversed the primal first stage, he entered the second stage, gaining the entirety of the memory inheritance. This moment signified that Hao Chen had become the most noble heir of the Xiaohao lineage. At this juncture, he was able to unleash the full might of the Xiaohao bloodline. Hao Chen gleaned all of this information from the memories he inherited. Just moments ago, at the instant of the bloodline transformation, an inexplicable aura unexpectedly manifested within his consciousness. Once more, Hao Chen received enigmatic messages from the Xiaohao inheritance. With the complete awakening of the bloodline and the transformation of his body, Hao Chen gained a deeper understanding of the profound information contained within the Xiaohao legacy in a fleeting moment. From these inherited memories, he managed to grasp some insights, albeit briefly. The awakening of the Xiaohao bloodline began on Qingqian Mountain, and now it had fully manifested, revealing the three stages of the Xiaohao bloodline. There was no time for extensive research. He merely understood that with each ascension in form, his strength would undergo tremendous breakthroughs and enhancements. Just like now, having directly entered the second stage, he already sensed the impending breakthrough, transitioning from the mid-stage of the Great Ascension directly to its pinnacle. He felt a momentum pushing him toward the later stage of the Great Ascension. Hao Chen took a deep breath, gazing at the barrier before him, and stepped forward for the final time. Humph! Suddenly, a muffled grunt escaped him, as the immense disparity in gravity nearly pinned him to the ground. Sweat streamed down his face, his complexion flushed, and veins bulged on his forehead, betraying the agony he endured. Clenching his fists tightly, he widened his eyes, their golden hue flickering ominously. In the realm of sixfold dimensions, under the weight of 160 times gravity, Hao Chen could perceive a monumental shift in gravitational forces, a stark contrast to previous experiences. At this moment, the gravity had certainly escalated to the pinnacle attainable by those of the Great Ascension realm. Such overwhelming pressure, within this environment, would likely prove insurmountable even for those in the mid-stages of Great Ascension. Only the martial emperors and celestial beings could withstand it. With great effort, he straightened his spine and raised his head to observe the barrier that pressed against his body. A shout escaped his lips as he tentatively shifted his feet, inching forward. The difficulty he faced was beyond description, grappling with such immense pressure. Hao Chen would have preferred to confront a late-stage Great Ascension or even a celestial being in combat rather than endure this relentless force. Under the oppressive weight, he struggled fiercely, blood seeping from various parts of his body, his visage contorted in agony, a visage that was terrifying in its intensity. The limits of his physical endurance had been reached. His skin began to tear, blood flowed from his features, and even his pores wept crimson. In that moment, had there been an observer, they would surely have been taken aback, for Hao Chen could scarcely be recognized as human. His form had become grotesquely distorted. His expression bore no resemblance to that of any mortal, infused with a myriad of pain and determination, embodying resilience in the face of suffering. "Break!" he bellowed, a hint of madness in his voice. He could think of nothing but moving forward, unable to retreat, having already engaged in this enigmatic trial. Just as he had resolved to take that first step, he resolved that even if this path led to hell, he would traverse it. With each gradual movement of his feet, he shouted, and his body lurched forward, one foot piercing through the barrier. The moment he entered, his form paused, a look of incredulity crossing his face, followed by a flicker of euphoric realization. Inside the barrier, he found no overwhelming gravitational pressure. Although gravity was present, it was but a mere 40 times the weight at the fourth level of divine power, a trivial burden for one whose body had been tempered by gravity. However, even this lesser weight was beyond what the women could endure. Sensing this shift, a smile graced Hao Chen's face, and he surged forward, unleashing all his strength in an explosive moment. The instinctual drive for survival awakened within him, igniting at that very instant. In the final moments before his body threatened to collapse, he dove into the barrier, penetrating its depths. Upon entering, Hao Chen felt as if he had pierced through a membrane, encountering no obstruction as he delved deeper. At that moment, he experienced a dizzying sensation, as though he were spinning rapidly, the world around him transforming in a surreal dance. It felt almost unreal, as if he had stepped into another void, entering a bizarre new realm, a world unlike any other. The body felt increasingly frail, the vital energy within the dantian nearly expended, and the spirit's power diminished significantly. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he could only collapse to the ground, gasping for breath, while the pain from his injuries was almost unbearable, evoking a profound sense of despair. 3 days later, a long howl echoed through the cave. A figure abruptly rose, an invisible aura emanating from within, radiating outward and permeating the surroundings. This aura was imbued with immense authority, exuding a regal presence as if it were ruling the world. Were it not for the confines of the cave, such a formidable presence would surely astonish the cultivators of the Qianyuan realm beyond measure. The martial practitioner had ascended to the rank of emperor. Indeed, the martial emperor. How splendid it was. Soon after, a voice resonated in the void, as if someone were conversing with themselves. Observing the now tranquil cave, shrouded in darkness, Hao Chen stood in place, murmuring to himself. Indeed, this individual was Hao Chen, the bearer of the Xiaohao bloodline. After 3 days of recuperation and cultivation, he had ascended to the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. The moment his spiritual power was fully restored and his physical condition returned to its prime, he had shattered that fragile barrier. The martial practitioner had stepped into the early phase of the martial emperor realm, having advanced to the late stage of the Great Ascension. His state of mind had already entered this domain several days prior, thus making this enhancement devoid of peril. Everything unfolded seamlessly without any unexpected occurrences. Time seemed to stretch, as the celestial essence continuously poured in. After what felt like an eternity, and countless cycles of energy had been completed, tranquility finally returned. The influx of celestial essence ceased, and the cave once more fell into silence. However, within Hao Chen, monumental changes were underway. His bloodline transformed into a radiant gold. The space of the jade pendant had expanded significantly, and the dimensions of the demon suppression tower had more than doubled. The most remarkable transformation was that of the burning sky seal, whose spatial area had reached an astonishing 1,000 zhang. Even the Qiankuan furnace was undergoing changes. After a full 36 cycles of energy, the early phase of the martial emperor realm was firmly established. It was not until this moment that the barrier space regained its calm. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Hao Chen felt rejuvenated, his vision sharpening as he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze resembled the vastness of the starry sky, unfathomable and boundless. Only then did Hao Chen meticulously observe the barrier space. It was merely a broad, elongated passageway. Chapter 735, The Iron Tree Jungle. At this juncture, Hao Chen ventured deeper into the narrow passageway. At its end, a barrier appeared, devoid of any restrictions. Employing his spiritual sight technique, he swiftly identified a weakness in the barrier. With ease, he tore open a gap and slipped through. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a flicker of astonishment flashed through his mind. A rich surge of celestial essence greeted him, and what lay before him was no mere cave, but a subterranean jungle. In a jungle thriving in darkness, one can faintly discern the presence of tall, straight black trees. The sense of astonishment grows, accompanied by an increasing sense of awe. Could there truly exist a subterranean world, brimming with such rich ethereal energy? Indeed, there are mountains beyond mountains, people beyond people, and realms beyond realms. Yet, the eerie aura emanating from this jungle leaves Hao Chen feeling somewhat uneasy. He is unable to perceive any information from within its depths. After a moment of hesitation, he leaves a wisp of consciousness at the boundary of the barrier and strides forward. Having resolved to venture forth, what is there to fear? Each step he takes resonates with strength and stability. At this juncture, Hao Chen notices something amiss. The use of vital energy is restricted here, and flight is impossible. Moreover, with each step forward, he senses a slight increase in gravity. Although minimal, it is perceptible. His consciousness can only probe the surroundings within a radius of 10 zhang, beyond which everything is shrouded in obscurity. This bizarre situation compels him to remain vigilant. After traversing 10 zhang, he arrives at the edge of the jungle and is astounded to find that the gravity here has intensified to 200 times. His instincts were indeed correct. The further he advances, the more pronounced this sensation becomes. Undoubtedly, the previously encountered narrow passage for cultivation merely served as a buffer against gravitational pressure, while the terrain before him constitutes a space for the trial of augmented gravity. The jungle is extraordinarily peculiar. It is unfathomable to consider the gravity that may await beyond 1,000 zhang. The gravitational force within this subterranean jungle is evidently boundless, at least extending beyond the horizon. The trees and foliage here mirror those of the outside world, indistinguishable at first glance, save for their color. The entire forest is composed of black trees. These are black iron trees, a species harder than iron itself. Black ironwood possesses resilience, resisting breakage, corrosion, and fire. It is an exceptionally precious resource for refining artifacts and constructing spacecraft. The black iron wood, rare and valuable, is abundant in this place. When he departs, he intends to gather as much of it as possible. Within the first level of the demon suppression tower, Hao Chen establishes a dark barrier. He selects several young black iron trees, along with their soil, and transfers them into the dark barrier space of the tower, infusing it with the local dark energy. This is not merely a matter of lighting. These entities are inherently black, genuine subterranean life forms, not figments of the imagination. The increasingly strange phenomena compel Hao Chen to exercise caution. He channels his focus to its utmost intensity, and fortunately, the ethereal energy here remains relatively stable. However, The dark ethereal energy is slightly more concentrated than the metallic energy found in the Stone Chamber's hall. The environment suits Hao Chen's needs perfectly, as his dark dantian has long been deprived of energy replenishment. Gripping the demon dragon spear tightly, he takes a deep breath and cautiously steps into the thicket of black iron trees, leaving behind deliberate footprints. With each step taken, the increasing intensity of gravity became palpably evident. Initially indifferent, I now found myself compelled to resist it, even resorting to a modicum of divine power. At this moment, a solemn expression graced my face. Beyond the oppressive gravity, the dense thicket of black iron trees emanated an unsettling aura. This sensation was previously unperceived, suggesting only one possibility. The underground realm of black iron trees was anything but tranquil. As I traversed through this subterranean forest, I marveled at the black iron trees, tall and robust, their leaves thick and resilient. It was indeed astonishing that they could thrive under such gravitational force, particularly the black iron trees deep within, which could only be described as miraculous. Picking up a leaf, I was struck by its weight. Without employing some form of mystical energy, I found it impossible to tear it apart, its hardness rivaling that of metal. This remarkable species left me feeling somewhat inadequate. This was merely the periphery of the underground black iron tree forest. If such effects could be felt at the edges, what awaited deeper within? My intrigue regarding this enigmatic forest intensified, becoming more elusive with each interaction, each thought provoking a deeper sense of wonder. The enigmas in my mind only multiplied, never diminishing. After traversing nearly 100 yards, the gravity had escalated to an astonishing 300 times its normal force. Though such gravity posed little challenge to my formidable physique, the prolonged exertion was taxing. I sensed the looming presence of danger drawing ever closer. With each painstaking step under this gravitational weight, despite my ability to withstand it, my physical and magical energy waned significantly. The depletion of my mental acuity also left me weary. Consequently, I sought a secluded and safe spot to rest. Once assured of my safety, I retrieved my cultivation bed and commenced my practice. Closing my eyes, I employed the lesser yang technique to absorb the dark celestial essence permeating this place. Compared to the celestial essence in the stone chamber, the dark essence here was abundant. My body was in need of this dark celestial energy, thus making the cultivation process neither troublesome nor difficult. Suddenly, a pair of large, pitch-black eyes, reminiscent of copper bells, flashed by, exuding a chilling ferocity and a faint hint of murderous intent from their eerie green depths. In the midst of my cultivation, I felt a surge of danger infiltrating my consciousness. Indeed, it was a murderous aura. I sensed it distinctly. While one might misinterpret various feelings, this particular sensation was unmistakable. Instinctively, my expression hardened as I halted my practice, grasping my dragon spear, steeling myself for what lay ahead. My mental energy swiftly enveloped a Tenjong radius around me, rendering the surroundings within my awareness. Though his eyes were shut, at that moment, Hao Chen's pupils abruptly contracted, and a flicker of exhilaration surged within him. He had once traversed the dark night forest, experiencing the ferocity of the beasts inhabiting that shadowy realm. The subterranean black iron tree thickets, steeped in darkness, harbored creatures that could only be classified as magical beasts. Hao Chen observed a dark magical beast cautiously and slowly approaching him. If one were not attentive, it would be nearly impossible to discern its presence. The beast adeptly concealed itself within the shadows, merging seamlessly with the black iron tree leaves, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. The menacing aura he had sensed moments ago emanated from this very creature. Yet, instead of feeling any trepidation, Hao Chen felt a surge of excitement. Nature had delivered him a sparring partner, albeit one of lesser strength. Since it had appeared, his task was to seek a resolution. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate the situation. Being a creature of the underground, he was aware of the potential strength of subterranean beasts. Thus, he quietly regulated his breath, concentrating his inner energy and optimizing his magical prowess. He then focused his consciousness intently on the dark beast before him. Chapter 736, Fierce Battle with the Magical Leopard, Part 1. From the moment Hao Chen descended into the underground black iron tree forest, this magical beast had set its sights on the unwelcome intruder encroaching upon its territory. It followed stealthily, exercising great caution, refraining from attack until it had full confidence. At that moment, The beast observed that this audacious intruder was brazenly cultivating within its domain. Finally, it had awaited the opportune moment, and the small creature commenced its advance. Each step the beast took was marked by meticulous caution. Hao Chen had to admit that. Had it not been for the beast inadvertently radiating a lethal aura that he detected, he would have been oblivious to its existence. The only outcome would have been a dead end. The thought of this sent a shiver down his spine. The shrewd and cautious nature of this beast suggested it was no ordinary creature. However, Hao Chen could not discern the specifics of the beast's appearance. At this moment, he was sifting through the information in his consciousness, searching for records of magical beasts inhabiting the underground black iron tree forest. Yet, he found no information on this matter. Perhaps he had overlooked the appropriate avenues for inquiry, or perhaps such records simply did not exist. The absence of documented evidence regarding the existence of such magical beasts in the underground black iron tree forest led to their oversight. What astonished Hao Chen even more was the palpable aura of menace emanating from the creature, indicating that this exceedingly cautious beast possessed peak strength at the late stage of the fourth transformation. Mid-stage magical beasts of the fourth transformation were rare in the Qianyuan realm, and this was Hao Chen's first encounter with such a formidable creature. What truly astonished and perplexed him was the creature's actions. The mid-tier shape-shifting beast of the fourth rank, while not a paragon of its kind, certainly holds its own among the elite ranks of monsters. These creatures possess their own pride and distinct personalities. As members of this category, they are invariably haughty and brash, charging headlong at their foes without a moment's thought. In stark contrast to this particular beast, which exhibits a cautious and cunning demeanor, they rely on sheer force rather than strategy. Despite its classification as a fourth-tier shapeshifter, its threat level rivals that of a fifth-tier beast. Thankfully, I recognized the danger early, ensuring it could not close the distance to launch an attack. At this moment, I was still unfamiliar with the characteristics of the subterranean black iron tree jungle monsters. I sought the optimal moment, inhaled deeply, and then held my breath, channeling dark energy into the dragon gun, preparing for a decisive strike. As the beast approached within 10 feet, it suddenly leaped to ambush. This is the moment I've been waiting for, I shouted, unleashing a sudden surge of power from my taut muscles. The dragon gun whistled through the air, transforming into an eerie black arc as it hurtled toward the monster. The beast darted toward me, clearly surprised that I had detected its presence. It momentarily hesitated, but then charged at me with renewed determination. A thunderous collision ensued, and I felt a jolt in my hand, followed by the resounding clash of impact. The force of the assault forced me to stagger back several steps, ultimately stabilizing myself with the dragon gun, which I used to counteract the momentum. Ice Fire Dragon. Without hesitation, I summoned my contracted beast, the mid-tier Ice Fire Serpent, to confront the monster. At this moment, the Ice Fire Serpent entwined itself around the beast. It was only then that I clearly discerned the nature of my assailant. To my astonishment, it was a black panther, approximately 10 feet in size, an exceedingly rare black magic panther. Its speed was astonishing, and its strength was equally formidable. In the wake of its powerful charge, the Black Panther found itself entangled with the dragon gun, showing no signs of yielding. This was a beast of early 5th-tier shapeshifting. The Black Panther, a creature I had encountered in the depths of the subterranean black iron tree jungle. Such an extraordinarily swift and powerful monster could only be found within the confines of the monster forest. It would not appear elsewhere, save for this unique terrain. The Black Panther afforded me little time for contemplation. Barreling towards me with bared teeth, it was determined to claim its prize. After tracking me for some time, it had discerned the vitality of my blood, which was remarkably vigorous. Should it consume me, it might ascend to the pinnacle of the late 5th tier, a prospect too enticing to overlook. It was imperative to strike swiftly to avoid attracting the attention of other monsters, which could inevitably lead to a conflict. With its terrifying speed and strength, the Black Panther plotted its next move. A cold smile crept across my lips. A mere 5th-tier metamorphosed magical beast, I harbor no concerns about this black magic leopard. With a swift motion, I unleashed the dragon's tail strike. In an instant, the dragon's spear's shadows manifested, splitting into 2, then 4, and suddenly 8 ethereal spear shadows encircled the black magic leopard. As my prowess escalated, so too did the evolution of the dragon's spear, awakening its latent might. This artifact of the demon realm, upon fully unleashing its potential, can conjure a staggering 81 spear shadows. Now, Under the influence of my dark magic, the dragon spear could already manifest 8 dragon-like spear shadows. At this moment, the black magic leopard realized it had miscalculated. This human was not a foe it could withstand. Yet it was too late, as all avenues of retreat had been sealed off. The serpentine dragon, possessing only mid-tier 4th stage strength, had managed to engage it for such an extended duration without yielding. The black magic leopard sensed a hint of true dragon essence emanating from the serpentine dragon, which instilled a growing sense of panic within its heart. The true dragon aura surrounding the ice-fire serpentine dragon stemmed from my preparations within the Stone Chamber's hall. Having entered the Demon Suppression Tower's space and provided the blood essence of the blood serpent for the ice-fire serpentine dragon to consume and refine. With a triumphant smile, I observed the black magic leopard momentarily daunted by my display. Then, with a thunderous roar, I initiated my assault. This technique proved remarkably effective against adversaries of similar strength, especially when facing a creature like the black magic leopard. As my roar echoed, the dragon's spear conjured a tempest, and the 8 spear shadows surged towards the black magic leopard with terrifying force. Simultaneously, the ice-fire serpentine dragon descended from the skies, coordinating with me for a new wave of relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, I had closed the distance to the black magic leopard, denying it any chance to react or flee. With the serpentine dragon's piercing cry resonating in the air, I launched a spear of radiant energy directly at the black magic leopard. The overwhelming momentum erupted in an instant. A desperate, anguished cry escaped the leopard, laced with an unbearable sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings of any who heard it. Chapter 737, Fierce Battle with the Leopard, Part 2. The black magic leopard emitted a final, defiant wail, though its voice was feeble. Its body convulsed as it stared wide-eyed at the human who had brought about its demise. The very human it had once pressured had now claimed its life, a fate sealed by its own arrogance. Once assured of safety, I withdrew the dragon's spear and sat upon the ground, panting heavily. In such a precarious situation, without the ice-fire serpentine dragon, this battle would likely have ended in defeat. This cursed place births aberrant life forms, and the black magic leopard could rival the strength of a higher-tier 5th stage metamorphosed beast. Unhindered by gravity, it was a blatant act of bullying against outsiders. Even more infuriating was its defense. When I hastily thrust my spear, I was met with unexpected resilience. A shiver coursed through me, as I distinctly sensed the formidable resistance and defense. The sharpness of the dragon's spear was indeed formidable, and my full-powered strike, despite the influence of gravity, was akin to that of an immortal. Yet, paired with the spear's keen edge, it felt laborious and discomforting. This was compounded by the fact that the hide of the black demon leopard had already been torn away by the ice-fire flood dragon, significantly diminishing its defense to less than 1/3 of its original strength. Had it been in its prime, I knew that this strike would likely have been in vain. As this realization struck me, cold sweat poured down my brow, my pores stood on end, and my complexion turned pale. Gazing into the underground thicket ahead, my heart began to tremble. I had just returned the ice-fire flood dragon to the Demon Suppression Tower, and had yet to stow away the corpse of the black demon leopard when a furious roar erupted, shattering the tranquility of the subterranean black iron tree forest. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at me in a frenzy. It was a black demon leopard, larger than the one I had just slain, standing a full 12 feet tall, its pitch-black fur bristling ominously. In that moment, I discerned it was a male, indicating that the one beneath my feet was a female. It seemed vengeance was at hand, a bloodbath was imminent. Observing the approaching black demon leopard, I couldn't help but speculate on its intentions. "Get lost," I exclaimed as I leapt into the air, executing a powerful kick aimed directly at the oncoming beast. A dull thud resonated as my foot collided with the leopard's claw, producing a heavy impact sound. Remarkably, the black demon leopard absorbed the force of my kick, momentarily pausing before it lunged forward once more. Seeking death, I thought. Given the circumstances, neither ranged nor melee attacks would suffice. Suddenly, I conjured a hand of slaughter, transforming it into a colossal handprint imbued with the power of lightning, and struck towards the black demon leopard without pausing to assess the outcome. Simultaneously, I did not remain idle. I employed the swift swan step, unleashing a surge of dark energy to infuse my feet. With a sudden burst of strength, it felt as if the wind had risen beneath me, allowing me to evade the attack. With resolution, I enveloped the dragon's spear in a torrent of violent dark energy, transforming it into a dragon-like entity. As I swept the spear, a black aura manifested around me, rapidly expanding towards the black demon leopard. With a thunderous clash, two waves of energy collided in the void, unleashing a terrifying force that darkened the surroundings for miles. The dragon surged forth. In an instant, the dragon spear was poised before the black demon leopard, ready to pierce its flesh. However, the black demon leopard proved remarkably agile. Even in midair, it twisted its body, launching its hind paw with precision, striking the spear directly. The force of its claw was astonishing, causing me to stagger back several paces. Yet, the black demon leopard harnessed the recoil from its strike to propel itself forward, gracefully landing. The dragon's roar resounded. In a fit of rage, Hao Chen unleashed another shot, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. The tail of the black demon leopard, akin to a steel whip, swept through, snapping trees in its wake and producing a sound that grated on the teeth, even in the surrounding air. Cursed beast! Hao Chen cursed vehemently, feeling a numbing sensation radiating from his throat. Despite facing an opponent weaker than himself, he found himself overwhelmed. This predicament was a consequence of the restrictive environment. Under the gravity constraints, his body was hindered in every aspect, rendering him unable to exhibit even a third of his true strength. The black demon leopard before him was undoubtedly a native beast of this realm, accustomed to the harsh conditions of its habitat. The gravity here posed no threat to such creatures. In Hao Chen's estimation, this black demon leopard was at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the fourth transformation, equivalent to an existence above the late stage of the fifth transformation in the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Hao Chen gradually regained his composure. Patience was essential. Haste would only lead to failure and disadvantage. He needed to strategize and respond calmly, as this was the only way to discern his opponent's weaknesses and strike with precision. With a fierce growl, the black demon leopard charged at Hao Chen once more, leaping forward and unleashing a bolt of lightning directly at him. Simultaneously, it lunged forward, claws outstretched. In the interest of safety, he summoned the Ice Fire Dragon once again, knowing that an additional ally would bolster their strength. Just as he narrowly evaded the lightning strike, the black demon leopard was upon him. With a series of thunderous roars, for bolts of lightning swiftly blocked all retreat paths. Hao Chen's heart raced at the sight of the dark lightning. Evasion was no longer an option. He would have to confront the black demon leopard head-on. Then, a roar echoed as the Ice Fire Dragon, sensing its master's emotions, suddenly appeared at Hao Chen's side. The dragon unleashed 4 fireballs towards the black demon leopard, which was clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of this formidable creature, redirecting its focus away from Hao Chen. With a powerful leap, the black demon leopard distanced itself from the duo. The impact of the fireballs against the ground sent tremors through the air, and Hao Chen's gaze turned icy. With determination, he directed the Ice Fire Dragon. Let us vanquish this beast together today. The repeated challenges had ignited a fierce anger within Hao Chen, and the appearance of the Ice Fire Dragon further fueled his fighting spirit. He sheathed the Dragon Slayer spear and summoned the Celestial Slayer's sword, preparing for close combat with the black demon leopard. However, the Celestial Slayer's sword could not be wielded for extended periods in the heavy dark aura, for prolonged exposure would diminish its power. It was disheartening that even with the Ice Fire Dragon forcing back the black demon leopard, he found himself at a loss. It is evident that he is reluctant to accept the situation, so he must draw forth the Lucian sword to confront it. Chapter 738. The Fierce Battle with the Demon Leopard, Part 3. Ever since ascending to the nascent soul stage and refining the Lucian sword, it has been indulging in the chaos of the Danteon space, consuming and reveling in its essence. Each time the sword is summoned, it has primarily been employed to carve through precious resources and rare fruit trees. The Lucian sword is eager to work, responding readily when called upon to prune the spirit fruit groves. It adeptly devours the roots of the spirit fruit trees, absorbing a trace of chaotic energy, which Hao Chen is well aware of. This time, as he summoned the Lucian sword, Hao Chen sought to test the prowess of the 7 styles of the Lucian sword technique. Only when the strengths are equal can one practice the sword technique most effectively. The Lucian sword technique comprises 7 styles. The first style, Sword Chi Thunder. The second style, Sword Intent Rift. The third style, Sword Shadow Tranquil. The fourth style, Sword Sweep of the Wilderness. The fifth style, Ruthless 5 Swords. The sixth style, 6 Swords Howling to the Heavens. And the seventh style, Sword Reincarnation. The 7th style of the Lucian sword technique is not merely a sword move. Its brilliance lies in its unexpectedness. Previously, Hao Chen lacked the power to effectively wield the Lucian sword. Now, having attained the late stage of the Great Ascension, he finds it effortless to practice with the sword. After a long howl, Hao Chen unreservedly unleashed dark energy. While resisting the gravitational constraints of the underground ironwood forest, he exerted all his strength to enhance his power. In that fleeting moment, at the cost of consuming the dark energy, his strength remarkably doubled. Sword Chi Thunder. In a blink, he teleported before the black demon leopard, and the Lucian sword was unleashed in an instant. The ice fire dragon engaged in fierce combat with the black demon leopard. Boom! Fireballs and bolts of lightning erupted, filling the sky in a chaotic symphony of collision. Sword Intent Rift. The air resounded with thunderous roars as waves of energy surged forth. Sword Shadow Tranquil. Wherever the sword passed, it stirred up gusts of wind, sweeping through with formidable momentum. The sparks generated from their collisions were dazzling, scattering everywhere. The roars of the ice fire dragon and the growls of the black demon leopard reverberated throughout the vast expanse. Sword Sweep of the Wilderness. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Chen employed the Lucian sword without hesitation. As the ice fire dragon was already at a disadvantage in the battle, he darted in front of the black demon leopard, surging forward with the ferocity of thunder. Roar! The black demon leopard seemed genuinely enraged. 2 against 1. Was this not bullying? No. Was it not bullying the leopard? Thus, fury ignited within it. The black demon leopard opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of colossal lightning, targeting the ice fire dragon. The air was filled with deafening roars, a cacophony of thunder and lightning creating an atmosphere of sheer terror, illuminating the vast terrain. Simultaneously, the black demon leopard sensed the impending threat and glanced disdainfully at the ice fire dragon in the void. With a long howl and a powerful leap, it soared into the air, an astonishing scene unfolding at that moment. The black demon leopard, with a single leap, reached a terrifying height. Its speed was astounding, vanishing from Hao Chen's range of attack in an instant, as if it had evaporated into thin air, defying the gravitational constraints of the underground jungle. It seems that the black demon leopard posed no significant hindrance or trouble at all. A fierce roar echoed through the air as the ice fire dragon swiftly darted forward, matching the black demon leopard's speed, and in an instant, it was beside its adversary. The ice fire dragon then opened its maw wide, unleashing its innate divine ability. This time, it was not a fireball that erupted, but a chilling blast of icy energy, accompanied by a sweeping motion of its tail aimed directly at the black demon leopard, suspended in midair. The black demon leopard clearly did not anticipate the ice fire dragon's remarkable speed, nor did it foresee the icy breath that was unleashed upon it. The outcome was inevitable. The ice fire dragon caught the black demon leopard off guard. Although the latter possessed formidable strength, it struggled to withstand the peculiar divine ability of the ice fire dragon. As the black demon leopard was taken aback, the ice fire dragon seized the opportunity to strike, tearing away a piece of flesh from its foe, which left the black demon leopard at a disadvantage. Witnessing this spectacle, Hao Chen's eyes glimmered with excitement. He discerned that, even in such an environment, the speed and power of the ice fire dragon seemed unaffected. Without the luxury of time to ponder the reasons, he focused on the descending black demon leopard, fully aware that he could not afford to be careless or distracted. He hastily summoned his celestial essence and surged upward. Relentless 5 swords. Hao Chen continued to execute the immortal Slayer sword technique, this time with ample mental preparation. 6 swords howling to the heavens. Despite the constraints of gravitational forces, he unleashed the full might of his technique. A resounding thud echoed, followed by the sound of something shattering. Just as the black demon leopard was about to hit the ground, Hao Chen seized the moment to strike. Having tasted defeat before, he was not one to let this opportunity slip by. 7 swords of reincarnation. Hao Chen executed the technique with perfect timing, aiming for the black demon leopard, whose wound inflicted by the ice fire dragon suddenly surged with energy. Chaotic energies erupted, coalescing within the immortal Slayer sword, piercing through its form. As the pungent scent of blood filled the air, Hao Chen's expression shifted in surprise. It dawned on him that he was still ensconced in this enigmatic subterranean forest of black iron trees. The underground jungle was fraught with peril, where formidable beasts could emerge from anywhere. Not to mention, even a single black demon leopard, with its impressive might, would be enough to keep him occupied for a considerable time. Thus, he became serious, surveying the 2 fallen beast carcasses on the ground. Taking a deep breath, He swiftly collected them into the demon suppression tower, along with the ice fire dragon. Not daring to linger, he felt an unsettling chill in the air, as if being scrutinized by a pair of cold, malevolent eyes. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that no other creatures were approaching, he exhaled in relief and quickly utilized his dark energy to escape. The deeper he ventured, the more he struggled against the oppressive gravity. Nevertheless, he understood the urgency of leaving this place and finding a secure location to recuperate. Thus, he pressed forward, brow furrowed, enduring the relentless weight that bore down upon him. Cautiously, he advanced once more. After traversing approximately 100 zhang, he discovered that the gravitational force in this area had astonishingly escalated to 500 times that of normal. The toll from the previous battle left his body somewhat depleted, insufficient for him to continue onward. Coupled with the lingering injuries sustained during the fight, the immense gravity inflicted a tearing pain that compelled Hao Chen to seek a refuge where he could diligently cultivate and recuperate. Within a concealed hollow of a tree, Hao Chen managed to locate a mat and sat cross-legged, constrained by the limited space of the hollow. In this subterranean jungle, practicing dark attribute techniques was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. He commenced his training in the blue silk magic formula. As the dark attribute essence surged towards him from all directions, flooding the hollow. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away as he immersed himself in cultivation. The influx of dark attribute essence continuously condensed and circulated, gradually healing his wounds, albeit at a significantly slower pace than in the past, likely due to the oppressive gravity. Upon completing his practice and inspecting his injuries, he found that they had healed to less than a third of their original state. Had it been in previous times, he would have estimated that his injuries would have fully mended by now. Gazing at the dim environment outside the hollow, Hao Chen felt a sense of unease. While this location was indeed a boon for practitioners of dark arts, the dangers were manifold, shrouded in strangeness and fraught with peril at every turn. It was no wonder that no traces of others could be found. Chapter 739. A hidden peril upon exiting the hollow. He sensed the chilling winds sweeping through the underground black iron tree forest. The eerie whispers of the winds sent shivers down his spine as leaves fell, their descent causing an unusual pain upon contact. Despite wearing a silken armor impervious to harm, the incessant assault of falling leaves was unsettling. For an ordinary practitioner, such leaves could inflict cuts or leave varying degrees of marks. However, Hao Chen held unwavering confidence in his body as defenses. Having undergone a tempering process through lightning, he had transcended the pinnacle of indestructibility, nearing the completeness of vitality. The leaves here posed no threat to him whatsoever. For an average practitioner, merely resisting such attacks would consume considerable amounts of true essence. Under such circumstances, there would be little room for vigilance against the potential approach of magical beasts. This thought sent a chill of sweat cascading down Hao Chen's back. As he turned to observe his surroundings, a wave of cold sweat washed over him. The gravity in his current location matched that of the path he had traversed, both having reached the same formidable intensity. Each step he took further activated the gravitational restrictions of the forest space. The gravity here was indeed 500 times that of normal. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that as he ventured deeper, the gravity seemed to intensify, creating an overwhelming urge to press onward. This was a road of no return. His initial realization upon stepping into the underground black iron tree forest was akin to entering the realm of immortals. This was indeed a path from which there was no turning back. Hao Chen speculated that within the labyrinth of the subterranean black iron trees, one could only depart upon reaching their utmost limits. This realm was intrinsically linked to the divine power techniques, akin to a place of physical refinement. Failing to meet the requirements for body cultivation, one might find it impossible to escape this underground forest. Indeed, upon entering this enigmatic location, one is gripped by a sense of an irreversible path. Having made the choice to proceed, retreat was not an option. Thus, he ventured forward with eyes closed. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, progress was imperative. And Hao Chen sensed this truth. Should he attempt to retreat now, the perils he would encounter might be no less daunting than those of advancing. His instincts warned of the infinite dangers lurking behind him. Furrowing his brow, Hao Chen observed his surroundings, feeling that this was an artificially constructed venue for corporeal refinement. Perhaps it was a grand trap, where cultivators of the Tao found themselves hindered at every turn, while only martial practitioners could navigate with some degree of ease. In light of the circumstances, he resolved to take one step at a time. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he proceeded cautiously. Gripping the demon dragon's spear tightly, he vigilantly scanned his environment for any signs of movement. At this juncture, the ice-fire dragon transformed into a diminutive form, coiling around Hao Chen's left arm to provide him with protection. Together, man and beast traversed the underground black iron forest at a deliberate pace. The ice-fire dragon's emergence was motivated not only by the need to avert potential dangers, but also, more crucially, because Hao Chen discovered that the dragon was unaffected by the constraints of this space. It seemed the gravity here held no sway over it, allowing it to fully exhibit its capabilities at the mid-stage of transformation level 4. While its strength was relatively modest, this realization filled Hao Chen with exhilaration. After considerable reflection, he deduced that the ice-fire dragon, being a mythical beast, was immune to the restrictions imposed on spiritual essence, which affected humans reliant on true and celestial energy. As a result, an alternative thought began to take shape in Hao Chen's mind. In such a perilous environment, the ice-fire dragon undoubtedly served as a significant asset. Currently, his martial cultivation was at the initial stage of the martial emperor realm, while the ice-fire dragon remained at the mid-stage of transformation level 4. If he could aid the dragon in its cultivation, enabling it to swiftly reach the initial stage of transformation level 5, it would undeniably become a formidable ally within this jungle. This notion ignited a surge of impulse and excitement within Hao Chen's heart. However, he was soon enveloped by confusion and uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. The excruciating pain emanating from his wounds compelled him to pause and recuperate for a while. To continue without rest would likely result in the tearing of his injuries. With no tree hollow available for refuge, he sought a secluded spot to meditate. Hao Chen refrained from entering the demon suppression tower for respite, dedicating a full 3 hours to his recovery. Fortunately, his injuries were not grievous. After this period, his body finally regained its former vitality, allowing him to dare re-enter the depths of the forest. Surveying his surroundings, taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the demon dragon's spear and began to proceed with heightened vigilance. As the oppressive gravity continued to rise, caution was paramount. The distance of 100 zhang consumed a full incense stick's worth of time. At this moment, Hao Chen found himself situated within the 8th realm of divine power. Under a staggering pressure of 640 times, beads of sweat forming on his brow, he halted, furrowing his brow, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Observing his surroundings, a faint cold smirk crept upon his lips. From the onset, merely an incense stick ago, Hao Chen had sensed he was being watched. Now, after traversing nearly 100 zhang, that sensation not only persisted but intensified. Initially, one might attribute such feelings to mere nerves in a perilous environment, an illusion born of tension. However, it was now abundantly clear that this was not the case. His mental prowess had long since extended outward in search. Yet within a 10 zhang radius, he discovered nothing. Nonetheless, Hao Chen remained convinced that he was being targeted by a beast. Such an instinct could not be mistaken. It only manifested in the face of imminent danger, and he had never been wrong before. With a subtle smirk, he tightened his grip on the demon dragon's spear, feigning nonchalance as he advanced step by step. As he moved forward, he maximized the extension of his mental faculties, closely monitoring the situation within 10 zhang. Beyond that distance, everything was obscured, a realm Hao Chen had resigned to abandon in his inquiries. Only through the use of the spirit eye technique could he perceive the world beyond 10 zhang. However, unless absolutely necessary, he refrained from employing the spirit eye technique, as it drained his mental power excessively. The gravity continued to escalate, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached a realm of 640 times the gravitational force. At this juncture, the sensation was alarmingly close, merely 10 zhang away. A chilling dread coursed down his spine, penetrating to the marrow. The ability to remain undetected at such a level was admirable, evoking a modicum of respect for the beast lurking in the shadows. To master control over one's aura and energy to such an extent was no small feat, at least rivaling the forbidden Yuan technique. As for whether anyone besides himself was adept at such mastery, Hao Chen held no interest. His focus remained solely on the present circumstances, forcing himself to remain composed. He understood that he had likely encountered serious trouble. The strength of this beast could prove formidable. Allowing it to strike first was not an option, especially when he was at a disadvantage. Seizing the initiative might be the most prudent course of action. Chapter 740, The Hybrid Beast, Part 1, Death. No longer able to endure, Hao Chen took a deep breath, unleashing the accumulated magical energy in a sudden burst. Though he had not detected the beast's presence, instinct guided him to make a decisive judgment. The demon dragon spear, infused with dark energy, erupted into a torrent of black spear light. In the dim environment, it shone with unparalleled clarity, the spear enveloped in flames of darkness. Boom! The demon dragon spear was hurled towards the assessed direction with no intention of holding back. With a resounding crash, a fissure was forcefully created in the ground, spanning 3 zhang by the dragon of darkness. A furious roar echoed, and a shadowy figure darted past, evading the descending spear of light. Before him stood a beast, measuring over a zhang in length, entirely enveloped in darkness, its body adorned with a faint azure glow. In the depths of the obsidian ironwood forest, the bluish luminescence was not as pronounced. This peculiar hybrid creature resembled both a dark leopard and a shadowy lion to Hao Yin's discerning gaze. He believed he had neither seen nor heard of such a beast before. It was a most unusual specimen. Could it be that in the obscurity of night, the beasts, idling away their time, had produced this hybrid offspring? The hybrid beast regarded the human before it with vigilance, slightly lowering its body and emitting a low growl, poised to strike at any moment. The beast's presence surged ominously in an instant. Hao Yin surmised that this creature was a late-stage 4th transformation beast, its strength rivaling that of a human martial artist at the early stages of the martial emperor realm. Today, let me see what prowess you possess to dare challenge me. A tense standoff ensued between man and beast amidst the forest of obsidian ironwood, with Hao Yin warily observing the hybrid creature. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he surged forward with determination, launching the first offensive. Faced with such an extraordinary beast, it was wise to strike first. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in an endless cycle of defense and peril, potentially sacrificing his life in this treacherous place. Hao Yin had traversed the dark ironwood forest for several days, though he had yet to fully acclimate to the gravity. His command of the dark energy and his ability to wield the dark arts had significantly improved. At this moment, although he could not entirely unleash his full potential, he could still exhibit the strength of an early martial emperor. In tandem with Hao Yin's movements, the ice-fire dragon let out a resounding roar, lunging toward the hybrid beast. Faced with such a provocation, the hybrid beast was consumed by rage. It let out a thunderous cry, exerting its power and launching itself at Hao Yin like an arrow released from a bow. Its massive form, at that moment, appeared remarkably agile. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Hao Yin, its gaping maw poised to sink its teeth into him. As the hybrid beast closed in, Hao Yin, in a flash of instinct, tilted his body slightly, narrowly evading the swipe of its fangs. The speed was ferocious. Had he faltered even slightly, the beast's fangs would have pierced through him. Watching the fangs slice through the air before him, Hao Yin couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. It appeared that the hybrid beast lacked experience in combat. It had foolishly exposed its abdomen to its opponent. Was it overconfident or merely ignorant? Dragon's Wrath. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hao Yin's eyes as the dragon of darkness traced an enigmatic arc, accompanied by a flurry of phantoms, targeting the hybrid beast's vulnerable abdomen. Typically, the most defenseless area of a beast is its belly. Crack! Hao Yin felt a violent tremor in his arm, almost losing his grip on the dragon of darkness. A full-force strike was unexpectedly deflected by the foreclaw of the hybrid beast, the sheer power of which left Hao Yin utterly astonished. This entire exchange transpired in an instant. Roar! The hybrid beast lunged once more towards Hao Yin. Howl! The ice-fire dragon's piercing cry echoed as it unleashed a barrage of fireballs aimed directly at the hybrid beast's body. To Hao Yin's disbelief, an astonishing scene unfolded. The hybrid beast seemed to disregard the ice-fire dragon's fiery assault. It allowed the fireballs to strike its form, exhibiting an indifference that was utterly remarkable. At that moment, the hybrid beast focused all its attention on Hao Yin. A dull thud resonated as the fireballs collided with the hybrid beast's body. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the fireballs unleashed by the ice-fire dragon vanished instantaneously upon contact, as if consumed by the hybrid beast itself. At the very moment the fireballs disappeared, a faint blue luminescence flickered upon the hybrid beast's form, which then transformed into a more vibrant hue, now akin to a radiant blue glow. This sight sent a shiver down Hao Yin's spine. The ice-fire dragon, a formidable creature of mid-level transformation, was comparable in strength to a mid-level martial emperor among humans, and now bore a trace of true dragon blood. The dragon's inherent attacking prowess was renowned for its might. Yet here it was, brazenly ignored by the hybrid beast. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the ice-fire dragon was momentarily taken aback. Although a beast, it possessed awakened intelligence and clearly did not anticipate such a development. The hybrid beast advanced once more. Leaving Hao Chen with little time to ponder, he swiftly evaded its ferocious claws. The dragon's spear was unleashed, its brilliant light sweeping forth with relentless vigor. Clang! A series of crisp sounds erupted as the spear's radiance was consistently thwarted by the hybrid beast. The ice-fire dragon, feeling discontent, began launching fireballs of varying sizes in rapid succession towards the hybrid beast. However, these fireballs seemed to only serve to fortify the hybrid beast, intensifying the blue glow enveloping its body. After a fierce exchange that lasted some time, the hybrid beast gradually gained the upper hand, leaving Hao Chen in a perilous predicament. The ice-fire dragon began to frantically unleash fireballs, exhibiting signs of fury. Hao Chen recognized that this course of action was unsustainable. The hybrid beast's defensive capabilities were alarmingly formidable. Numerous attempts to pierce its defenses with the spear met with utter failure, as the beast's body resembled an unyielding rock, capable of repelling all forceful assaults. Sparks flew as impacts resonated, akin to steel being forged, rendering the creature impervious to harm. After an exhaustive struggle, no significant damage was inflicted upon the hybrid beast, save for 2 shallow wounds from concentrated attacks. Instead of yielding, the hybrid beast's ferocity was incited, leading to increasingly savage assaults. A long roar erupted from it, a clear indication of its mounting fury. Faced with a human adversary evidently inferior in strength, the hybrid beast found itself vexed by the difficulty of the confrontation. What enraged the hybrid beast even more was the audacity of this insignificant human to leave scars upon its body. It had been ages since the hybrid beast had endured injury. The pain and irritation emanating from its wounds ignited a tempest of fury within. Particularly vexing was the diminutive creature suspended in the void, incessantly unleashing fireballs, further disturbing the creature's already tumultuous state. Though it did not fear such spells, the relentless assault was irksome. Under the combined onslaught of Hao Chen and the ice-fire dragon, the agitated hybrid beast succumbed to madness. Chapter 741, The Hybrid Beast, Part 2. With a sudden burst, a blue light erupted from the mouth of the hybrid beast. Following this, it summoned its strength, leaping towards Hao Chen. Upon witnessing the emergence of the azure flames, Hao Chen's pupils constricted. It was indeed a fire-type beast. He had never before observed it wielding magic, which left him both surprised and intrigued. More puzzling was the fact that this blue flame radiated no warmth, instead exuding a chilling aura. This was his first encounter with such a frigid fire. Yet, despite its peculiar nature, Hao Chen could still sense an overwhelming lethality emanating from the flame. Even with the capabilities of the lesser yang art to devour the heavens and earth, he dared not indiscriminately consume it. Thus, he discreetly retrieved the demon suppression tower, secretly absorbing the blue flame, recognizing it as a rare phenomenon worthy of preservation for future study. Before he could finish his thought, Hao Chen activated the absorption function of the tower. Meanwhile, he deftly evaded the approaching hybrid beast, retracting his Dragon Slayer spear and summoning the Slayer of Immortals to engage. In close quarters, it was more practical to wield a shorter weapon. With a swift motion, Hao Chen executed the 7th form of the Slayer of Immortals sword technique, unleashing a sudden wave of sword intent directed at the hybrid beast. Effortlessly, he unleashed the Slayer of Immortals, its sword intent flowing seamlessly, striking toward the abdomen of the hybrid beast. Not only was the hybrid beast forced back by Hao Chen's strike, but the blue flames it had released also inexplicably vanished, with a significant portion being absorbed from within its body. With a howl of agony, the hybrid beast narrowly evaded the lethal strike of the Slayer of Immortals, too preoccupied to ponder the whereabouts of its flames. Moreover, it felt a fleeting sting as the blade drew forth a trickle of crimson blood, leaving the hybrid beast in utter shock. Seizing the moment of the hybrid beast's anguished cry, Hao Chen deftly maneuvered to the side. Success! After enduring this ordeal and relentlessly seeking an opportunity, he finally experienced a moment of triumph. At the very least, he had marked the beast with a wound. Hearing its cries of pain and rage, the ice-fire dragon, though endlessly casting fireballs, seemed to have resigned itself to the situation. Taking advantage of the brief respite between fireball launches, it executed a swift tail strike against the hybrid beast. These repeated ambushes provided Hao Chen with numerous openings. At this moment, he glanced once more at the hybrid beast, noticing that the blue flame had been absorbed after being expelled. The hybrid beast no longer radiated the azure glow. With the disappearance of this luminescence, it appeared to develop a newfound apprehension towards the fireballs launched by the ice and fire dragon, beginning to evade their onslaught. These subtle transformations did not escape the keen observation of Hao Chen. Do not cease, ice and fire dragon. Let it savor the experience. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a hint of exhilaration danced upon Hao Chen's lips. In that moment, fear had abandoned him. It became evident that the beast's defenses were finite. Once a certain threshold was reached, they became ineffective. Devil Slayer. With this thought in mind, Hao Chen fervently practiced his magical techniques. Dragon Transformation Palm. However, the tide of battle had shifted from the hybrid beast's aggression to its current state of evasion. Reincarnation Seal. A spell of indiscriminate assault. Designed to buy time and engage in a war of attrition. Hao Chen entrusted the primary offensive task to the ice and fire dragon, allowing it to hone its skills while the hybrid beast experienced the bitter taste of being struck. With a burst of enthusiasm, the ice and fire dragon seized the opportunity, channeling its pent-up frustrations into the fireballs it hurled at the hybrid beast. In response to Hao Chen's nearly unscrupulous combat approach, the hybrid beast could only roar in fury, utterly at a loss for a counterattack. The ice and fire dragon continued its relentless assault from the void above. While it focused on the aerial threat, the beast was powerless to defend against the human's ground-based ambush. In mere moments, the hybrid beast's body bore an increasing number of wounds, though not fatal nor grievous. The sensation of being incessantly tormented was far from pleasant. With bloodshot eyes, the hybrid beast found itself in an unprecedented state of disarray and frustration. In its mounting frenzy, it only exacerbated its own plight. Blood Shadow Palm. Recognizing the beast's deteriorating mental state and the multitude of openings it presented, Hao Chen seized upon the opportunity. With all its might, the ice and fire dragon unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the hybrid beast, which grew increasingly dense, larger, and more numerous. 2/3 of the hybrid beast's body was devoid of fur, now engulfed in thick flames that revealed blackish-purple flesh beneath. At this juncture, it was no longer fitting to refer to it as a hybrid beast, but rather as a blood-colored beast. As the quantity of fireballs escalated, the hybrid beast appeared to grow more anxious and frantic. Its evasion speed began to wane, movements sluggish and irritable, with a fierce glare directed at the human before it. The hybrid beast, feeling the agony of its many wounds, unleashed a series of reluctant roars. Suddenly, it halted its pursuit and aggression. Casting a wary glance at the ice and fire dragon in the sky, fear flickering in its eyes. After a few low growls, it performed an action that left Hao Chen utterly astonished. The hybrid beast cautiously retreated a few steps, then swiftly turned and fled into the thicket behind it. Still attempting to escape? Upon witnessing this scene, a fleeting smile graced Hao Chen's face, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He recognized that his wager was indeed correct. It appeared that the hybrid beast's defensive capabilities had a limit. This inevitably reminded Hao Chen of the information he once encountered regarding other formidable creatures, such as the water-devouring beast and the wind-devouring beast, alongside the fire-devouring beast. This hybrid creature was undoubtedly one of the devourers. It exhibited no fear, despite its inherent affinity for fire-based attacks. For instance, the fire-devouring beast, while being a creature of the fire element, was not adept at releasing flames but possessed the ability to absorb them, remaining unperturbed by fiery onslaughts. However, this does not imply that the fire-devouring beast was invincible. Depending on their strength and growth stages, these creatures also had their own limitations. Particularly, after losing their innate source of fire, the fire-devouring beast would be unable to assimilate the flames it devoured for a period of time. Once it reached its threshold, its body would succumb to the impact, leading to self-destruction. This made Hao Chen ponder the hybrid beast's performance after it unleashed blue flames. Although there was a disparity compared to the fire-devouring beast, he surmised that it could not be mistaken. Perhaps in this peculiar realm, mutations had occurred. Or perhaps the innate abilities of the fire-devouring beast had diminished post-hybridization. Ice and Fire Dragon, do not let this creature escape. Strike fiercely. Before his command could fully resonate, Hao Chen surged ahead, maximizing his speed. In an instant, alongside the ice and fire dragon, he effectively obstructed the hybrid beast's path to escape. He gazed mockingly at the once mighty creature, now fraught with panic. He could sense that the ice and fire dragon was exerting considerable effort in casting fireballs. Hao Chen speculated that it was nearing the end of its endurance due to excessive energy expenditure. Today marks your demise. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to condense dark energy once more, sheathing the Lucian sword and summoning the demonic sorrow sword to launch an assault. Tears of demonic sorrow. He hoped that the attack from the demonic sorrow sword would aid the ice and fire dragon. At this moment, he was most eager to witness the state of the hybrid beast once its innate abilities reached their limit. A ferocious roar erupted as the hybrid beast found its escape route blocked. Entangled by a seemingly feeble human, it felt its physical condition deteriorating and, sensing imminent self-destruction, grew increasingly agitated. This agitation did not assist it in breaking free. Ultimately, under the coordinated efforts of Hao Chen and the ice and fire dragon, the hybrid beast was enveloped by the fireball technique unleashed by the dragon. At this juncture, the temperature surrounding the hybrid beast continued to escalate. Its eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, and unable to endure any longer, it emitted a desperate wail and ceased its resistance, rolling on the ground. Achieving the desired effect, Hao Chen halted his assault and retreated to the side, sealing off any potential escape routes for the hybrid beast, observing coldly. The ice and fire dragon seemed to sense the shift, dragging its weary and exhausted form to continue its assault. Chapter 742, The Hybrid Beast, Part 3, A thunderous sound resonated, and an eerie spectacle unfolded as the hybrid beast's body spontaneously ignited. In an instant, fierce flames enveloped the creature, accompanied by its anguished cries as it transformed into a conflagration. Spontaneous combustion? How intriguing! Hao Chen observed this scene from a distance, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself. It has become apparent that this individual has accumulated an excess of fire elements, rendering them unable to dissipate or decompose. Ultimately, this has resulted in an overwhelming concentration of fire elements, leading to spontaneous combustion from within. Nature is just. Even a monstrous beast possesses indelible flaws, and indeed, these can be fatal. As the saying goes, even those adept at swimming can drown, and the bold may perish from fear. In a mere moment, the flames gradually extinguished, leaving only a mound of ash upon the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, transforming the remnants into dust that vanished without a trace, returning to the earth. Seeking a secluded place, Hao Chen commenced his cultivation and recovery. The ice fire dragon had been sealed within the demon suppression tower, succumbing to a state of slumber. This battle had indeed taken a significant toll on it. Even with Hao Chen's assistance, it would require no less than 3 to 5 days to regain its former strength. In the fierce conflict against the hybrid beasts, Hao Chen had unknowingly traversed from the 8th realm, a realm of 640 times gravitational force, to this current location. From the pressure exerted upon his body, it was evident that he had reached a gravity of 900 times the limit before him. The only course of action was to adapt swiftly. Otherwise, in this treacherous domain, one could easily find themselves lifeless in the jungle, serving as a feast for the beasts. 900 times the gravity still fell short of the 1,280 times required for the 9th realm. Days passed by, and in a blink, Hao Chen had spent a considerable amount of time within this underground forest of black iron trees, likely no less than 15 days. Apart from initially slaying a black demon leopard, he had remained within this area of 900 times gravitational force, engaging in cultivation and adaptation. During this period, he encountered 3 beasts, but alas, their strength paled in comparison to that of the hybrid beasts. Among them were demonic wolves, demonic tigers, and a demonic python. Each possessed unique traits. The wolves and tigers belonged to the dark fire attribute, while the python was of the dark thunder attribute. Regrettably, these beasts were easily vanquished. Several battles had sharpened Hao Chen's combat experience within this peculiar environment. Over time, he had acclimated to the 900 times gravity. At present, under this immense weight, he could exert over 90% of his strength, which could be deemed satisfactory. On another note, although his power had not materially increased, Hao Chen could distinctly sense that the dark essence within his starry dantian had become more refined. His martial cultivation had ascended, reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. Observing the eerie surroundings, Hao Chen brimmed with confidence. Should he encounter the hybrid beasts once more, he would require no assistance from the ice fire dragon. His own strength would suffice to slay them. The effects of his cultivation were indeed palpable. It was time to depart from the 900 times gravity area and venture deeper into the underground forest of black iron trees. With sword in hand, Hao Chen continued onward, traversing the depths of the forest. The solitude of one's arduous training is both lonely and arduous. Were it not for the demon suppression tower and the company of the women in the jade pendant space, alongside the ice fire dragon trailing him through the underground forest, Hao Chen would have long succumbed to the oppressive darkness surrounding him. Even so, Hao Chen's character underwent subtle transformations. He became somewhat more indifferent, a touch more irritable, and within him lingered a deeper chill. Yet at this moment, Hao Chen found himself traversing the underground jungle alone. Following a confrontation with a hybrid beast, the ice fire dragon remained in slumber. Isolated in the shadowy thickets of the black iron trees, he honed his skills through numerous battles, gradually nearing the realm of 1,000 gravities. Suddenly, a roar shattered the stillness, accompanied by a wave of putrid air. A black demon dragon, with its gaping maw, lunged at the intruding human, its teeth glinting like steel nails. With a swift motion, Hao Chen unleashed the demon slayer palm, transforming it into a handprint that collided with the black demon dragon. The impact instigated a cataclysmic collapse of the void itself. This space strained against the intensity of such a confrontation, threatening to fracture under the pressure. The black demon dragon was immediately repelled, its eyes betraying a flicker of incredulity. This territory had always been its sovereign domain. Any trespasser would naturally be expelled. Yet in the midst of combat, it became evident that this human was no ordinary foe. Born within the perilous confines of the underground black iron jungle, the black demon dragon was seasoned in battle and possessed a temperament of extreme ferocity. Having reached the late stage of the fourth transformation, its ferocity was nearly on par with Hao Chen's strength. Had Hao Chen not trained in the realm of 900 gravities prior, he might have found the encounter exceedingly challenging. However, now he stood at the pinnacle of the early martial emperor stage, his strength vastly superior to what it had once been. Roaring fiercely, the black demon dragon unleashed a barrage of toxic water arrows, akin to a meteor shower, piercing through the air towards Hao Chen. This dragon had mastered a poisonous divine ability, showcasing an advanced level of skill. This innate talent rendered its combat prowess comparable to that of an imperial-level powerhouse. In typical circumstances, an unawakened black demon dragon would stand no chance against an imperial cultivator. Yet this one was distinctly different. Do you think mere poison can affect me? Hao Chen remained steadfast, brandishing the demon wound sword. Employing the illusory sword technique, he executed the hidden feather sword style, slicing through the oncoming toxic water arrows with a single stroke. In an instant, the arrows conjured by the black demon dragon were obliterated by the sword's aura, leaving the surrounding black iron trees marred by corrosive marks. In such a toxic-rich environment, the potency of this divine ability could be maximized, explaining how the black demon dragon had ascended to its position of dominance. However, Hao Chen's counterattack was merely commencing. As countless sword shadows conjured by the demon wound sword seamlessly coalesced into one, the amalgamation transformed into a colossal sword, exceeding a length of several feet, wielding an unmatched might and terrifying power, and it descended with an unstoppable force. In that fleeting moment, the very heavens and earth trembled violently. After ascending to the pinnacle of the early imperial level in his martial cultivation, this was the first time Hao Chen had fully unleashed his power. With a roar, the black magic serpent faced the sword, which seemed capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality, and let out a series of ferocious howls. It unleashed its most formidable innate abilities, which included not only toxic powers, but also devouring techniques, all released in an instant. In that moment, myriad phantoms materialized across the cosmos, each incarnation of the black magic serpent howling and roaring with fervor. A myriad of powers, hidden within its bloodline, were completely unleashed at this moment. However, this grand spectacle of countless divine abilities only lasted for a fleeting few breaths. As the sword aura of the Mo Shang's sword descended, all those myriad manifestations crumbled in an instant, as if countless worlds were collapsing before one's eyes. Under Hao Chen's strike, every realm fell apart, unable to sustain itself. The might of the Mo Shang's sword remained unabated, cutting through everything like a bamboo stalk. The black magic serpent could not withstand it. Despite unleashing thousands of divine abilities, it could not alter its fate. With a thunderous crash, the sword aura struck the black magic serpent directly. In that instant, it was akin to two worlds colliding, and boundless space was utterly annihilated into fragments by this forceful impact. With a resounding boom, the black magic serpent emitted a muffled groan. Its immense body sent flying by the sword's aura. A fissure appeared upon its forehead, a wound comparably vast to the strongest bodies in existence. Yet it had been cleaved open. Blood flowed incessantly, painting a harrowing sight. Chapter 743. Confrontation with the Black Magic Serpent. Part 1. The Black Magic Serpent continued to roar, its cries reverberating through the heavens and earth. Hao Chen's strike did not slay it, for it was indeed an exceptionally formidable fourth-tier metamorphic beast at its peak. Its strength could rival that of a human martial emperor, equally terrifying as the late stage of a martial sovereign. Had it merely been a third-tier beast, the Black Magic Serpent would have been utterly devastated by Hao Chen's sword, leaving it no chance of standing against him. In a fit of rage at such human indignity, the Black Magic Serpent opened its massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying roar. A dreadful sound wave erupted from its gaping maw, hurtling towards Hao Chen with lethal intent. The serpent's colossal form could barely be contained even by the black iron trees, shattering them as it charged forward. Just in time. Consider this a sharpening stone in this realm of 1,000 gravities. A perfect opportunity to test my current magical prowess. At this moment, Hao Chen, unafraid, laughed in defiance. His entire being radiated with light, as the bloodline of the Xiaohao surged forth, emanating an immortal brilliance. Certainly, within the depths of the underground jungle, a dark aura emanates, exuding a luminous black brilliance. With the unparalleled and formidable bloodline of Xiaohao, Hao Chen stands as if the most powerful demonic deity of the heavens has descended upon the mortal realm. As he steps forward, his presence escalates at an astonishing pace, and a world subtly begins to manifest behind him. With a swift motion, Hao Chen unleashes a barrage of concentrated icy handprints, striking the Black Magic Serpent with a sensation akin to a therapeutic massage before rapidly evading its counterattack. Each imprint lands upon the serpent's form, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort that leads the creature to internally muse. This is not a life and death struggle, but rather an indulgence in a massage parlor. However, moments later, the serpent's body, once at ease, becomes rigid and unresponsive, as if ensnared in a millennium of frigid depths, immobilized by the icy essence. In a moment of fury, the Black Magic Serpent lets out a roar, channeling its formidable powers to counteract the chilling energy, pivoting its massive maw to launch an assault against Hao Chen. Regrettably, the icy grip upon its body hinders its ability to fully dispel this frosty power, rendering it sluggish in its movements. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Chen retaliates with an empowered strike, transforming his palm into a fist, delivering a reinforced massage punch, the Demon Explosion Fist. With his raven hair flowing fiercely, Hao Chen adopts an audacious demeanor, opting not to wield the Demon Morning Sword this time, but instead unleashes a straightforward yet formidable blow. The impact reverberates throughout the underground jungle, aimed squarely at the peak of the Black Magic Serpent's fourth transformation stage. The ground trembles violently as the punch connects, shattering the serpent's formidable abilities contained within its gaping maw into fragments. Blood erupts instantaneously, scales and bone shards scattering in a chaotic display. Struck by Hao Chen's fist, the Black Magic Serpent suffers a catastrophic blow, its head obliterated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, its head regenerates anew. With a ferocious bellow, the Black Magic Serpent releases a terrifying syllable from its colossal mouth, unleashing an overwhelming presence, as a beast at the pinnacle of its fourth transformation stage. The sheer force of its power radiates outward, devoid of any restraint. The serpent recognizes that this human before it is an extraordinary adversary. Failure to eliminate him would spell significant trouble. In that fleeting moment, the Black Magic Serpent invokes its innate spatial abilities to control its domain, attempting to ensnare Hao Chen. However, Hao Chen bellows defiantly, tearing apart the spatial realm the serpent had conjured. At that moment, Hao Chen's aura intensifies with each passing second. As time progresses, the duel between man and serpent has moved far beyond the confines of 1,000-fold gravity. With each surge in power, Hao Chen adapts more seamlessly, his combat prowess growing ever stronger. He deliberately entices the Black Magic Serpent to venture deeper into the abyss, beyond the realm of 1,000-fold gravity. As the Black Demon Serpent ventured beyond the realm of 1,000 gravitational forces, It too became ensnared by the oppressive weight of gravity, rendering its movements cumbersome. At that moment, Hao Chen had already begun to acclimate to his surroundings, presenting the opportune moment to strike down the black demon serpent, illustrating the cunning of humanity in contrast to the beast's. Roar. The black demon serpent, now cornered, would not concede easily. Its scales stood erect, and its enormous eyes, akin to coconuts, flared open, unleashing waves of illusory, serpent gazes that radiated outward. This was a manifestation of its supernatural power, an instantaneous explosion of terrifying energy drawn from the void, hurtling towards Hao Chen. Kill! Hao Chen bellowed in response, his aura surging with ferocity. Suddenly, he summoned the celestial flame seal, which began to revolve above his head. At that moment, the celestial flame seal had transformed into a formidable treasure, sweeping across 1,000 martial principles. It was as if the very heavens and earth were being reshaped, with the flow of martial laws rendered vividly apparent. Boom! The celestial flame seal descended with the force of the entire world. A breathtaking strike crashed down, overwhelming in its power. Initially, Hao Chen had intended to conserve some of his trump cards and not readily employ his past tactics, relying solely on the morning sword to vanquish most opponents. Yet, now he realized that he could no longer afford such restraint. To swiftly eliminate the black demon serpent, he needed to unleash his full combat prowess. Time is of the essence. Delay could invite peril. The various supernatural abilities of the black demon serpent erupted violently, transforming into a terrifying array of fragments that rebounded directly against its own body. The celestial flame seal was merely one of Hao Chen's most potent techniques, a significant trump card he had recently acquired. Once unleashed, it was indeed invincible. During his fierce battle with the Blood Demon Emperor, he had deployed the celestial flame seal to counterattack, severely wounding the Blood Demon Emperor and ultimately clinching victory. At this moment, invoking the celestial flame seal effortlessly dismantled the offensive of the black demon serpent. The beast twisted and writhed, unable to evade the relentless speed of the celestial flame seal. As the martial laws descended upon it, crushing all in their path, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the black demon serpent. Though it was ferocious, it possessed a certain degree of intelligence. In its realm, it had never encountered such an overwhelmingly formidable adversary. Even among the factions that had long contended with the black demon serpent for territory, none had ever matched its ferocity. Hao Chen, with his myriad techniques and formidable physique, was capable of inflicting severe damage with a single punch. In that instant, he seemed to embody the solitary war god of the heavens and earth, with all forces bending to his will. Death! The black demon serpent opened its maw, drawing in a torrent of dark energy. In that fleeting moment, its form morphed into an imposing apparition standing 3 meters tall, a spectral image resembling an ugly man clad in black-scaled attire. This was the illusion of the black demon serpent, a fusion of its human head and serpentine body. In its grasp, the black demon serpent wielded a dark, sinuous tail whip, which it brandished with great force, striking directly at Hao Chen's celestial flame seal. Though the tail whip was not a celestial artifact, its power was nonetheless on par with one. It is merely because it lacks the essential laws inherent to celestial artifacts. Instead, it is a treasure forged through the metamorphosis of its tail, and when engaged in battle, its power is not inferior to that of an ordinary celestial weapon. Boom! The tail whip collided directly with the burning sky seal, both parties embodying imperial-level strength, unleashing an unparalleled force. Holding the burning sky seal, Hao Chen invoked the innate divine ability of the Xiao bloodline, suddenly transforming into a towering entity akin to the black demon serpent. A terrifying aura surged around him, as golden vitality swept in all directions. His physique stood grandly, reminiscent of the legendary Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth, striving single-handedly to carve out a realm of myth. Countless martial laws radiated with resplendent brilliance, exuding an overwhelming essence that enveloped his illusory form. Chapter 744, Battle with the Black Demon Serpent, Part 2, Die. The black demon serpent bellowed, its eyes wide open as if they would burst. It recognized the ferocity of Hao Chen. Such a human could not be left unchecked, especially as he dared to challenge the dominion of the Black Demon Serpent clan. However, after engaging in combat thus far, it understood that confronting this individual alone would be exceedingly difficult. The only recourse was to delay until other beasts arrived for support and then slay him. The more the Black Demon Serpent pondered, the more frustrated it became. A dignified ruler of a territory was now being constrained by a mere human and had suffered great losses, a profound humiliation indeed. Whoosh! The serpent's transformed tail whip lashed out like a colossal bolt of lightning, striking towards Hao Chen with ferocity and speed, determined to retain him through attack rather than defense. In stark contrast, Hao Chen had no time to squander, let alone allowing him to delay until other beasts arrived for assistance. "Get away!" Hao Chen roared, his eyes brimming with an astonishing killing intent. At this moment, his aura surged with even greater ferocity, making it seem impossible to repel him. Hao Chen recognized the black demon serpent's desperate resolve to buy time. Thus, the only option remaining was to eliminate it completely. At this juncture, Hao Chen's internal power surged to its zenith, and his vitality was summoned to its utmost height. Enveloped in golden energy, he appeared as if forged from gold itself. This golden vitality transformed directly into dark energy, as if a demon god had descended upon the underground black iron forest. Burning Sky Seal. The Burning Sky Seal expanded further, completely merging with his martial prowess, and descended upon the black demon serpent's tail whip. Bang! A chilling sound of a terrifying collision resonated, causing the entire underground black iron forest to tremble. An even more astonishing scene unfolded as the incredibly resilient tail whip began to sprout numerous cracks, spreading from the point of impact throughout its entire length. How could this be possible? Even the seasoned black demon serpent was nearly struck with fear. This tail was comparable to a celestial weapon. Even a fourth-tier beast caught off guard by such a strike would suffer instant severe injuries. There exists no alternative. Yet the individual before him managed to shatter his weapon into countless fragments with a mere strike. Once more. However, Hao Chen had no time to entertain any thoughts. With a ferocious roar, he surged forward again, the burning heaven seal crashing down once more. Boom! Hao Chen's relentless assault continued, leaving the black demon Jiao with no choice but to conjure another tail whip. Yet, at that moment, the tail whip was far less potent than before. The tail whip of the black demon Jiao was repeatedly struck by the burning heaven seal. With a resounding explosion, the battered tail whip shattered once again. Countless fragments of the tail whip transformed into streaks of dark light, retracting and piercing into the robust body of the black demon Jiao. Blood gushed forth, and even bones were shattered under the force. The tail whip, akin to a celestial artifact, was mercilessly broken by Hao Chen in that instant. The disparity in the quality of the artifacts wielded by both parties was insurmountable. Obsessed and unyielding, you had a chance to escape before. Do you still wish to flee now? Hao Chen bellowed, wielding the burning heaven seal as his entire being surged forward like a wild stallion, morphing into a streak of azure light that charged at the black demon Jiao. The black demon Jiao let out a series of howls, enveloped in a dark radiance, resembling a war god of iron. Although it had lost its tail whip, the ferocity of its bloodline erupted at this moment. The black demon Jiao showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, it lunged at Hao Chen, eager for a direct confrontation. For Hao Chen, this was precisely what he desired. In terms of physical strength, he feared nothing within the same realm. With a mere thought, he suspended the burning heaven seal in midair, gathering his energy to meet the black demon Jiao head-on. Demon Explosion Fist. Hao Chen's massive fist silhouette erupted with condensed dark energy, suppressing all in its wake. Boom! The two forces collided directly, fists meeting in a tremendous clash. Blood immediately splattered from the black demon Jiao's transformed fist. Despite the protection of its black-scaled armor and its own formidable physique, it was glaringly insufficient when compared to Hao Chen. The disparity was vast. The black demon Jiao stood no chance against Hao Chen's might, and this strike decisively established the victor. The proud martial traces and mystical powers enveloping the black demon Jiao were obliterated beneath the onslaught of the demon explosion fist. Once more, Hao Chen laughed heartily, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Even the black demon Jiao's once proud physique crumbled under Hao Chen's relentless barrage. The armor of scales that enveloped its body shattered completely under the continuous assaults. The fragments scattered in all directions. Boom! Another punch collided with the black demon Jiao's transformed fist, producing a thunderous sound. The black demon Jiao's arm was reduced to a mist of blood. At this moment, a flicker of panic crossed the expression of the black demon Jiao, as it fully recognized the ferocity of the individual before it. The black magic serpent retreated repeatedly, attempting to create distance, for to persist would mean certain death. However, it was already too late. Hao Chen advanced a step, crashing before the black magic serpent and delivering a punch that pierced through its chest. His black fist, sharp as the finest weapon, effortlessly penetrated the serpent's core. In an instant, the true form of the black magic serpent manifested, its colossal body filling the space around them. Blood erupted like a torrential flood, staining the underground black iron forest as the scent of death permeated the air. Though its massive form twitched slightly, it was already lifeless, its primordial spirit shattered by Hao Chen's devastating blow. The black magic serpent was utterly annihilated by the magical explosion of his fist. In truth, this lengthy account transpired within a mere moment. A late-stage transformation black magic serpent fell before Hao Chen, who proved to be its superior. After vanquishing the serpent, the burning sky seal, suspended in the void, spun incessantly. Understanding its intent, Hao Chen drew the black magic serpent into the seal, allowing its life essence to be refined and nourish the artifact. The body of a late-stage transformation beast held immeasurable value, capable of fetching a hefty price. Even cultivators at the Great Ascension and Martial Emperor realms would be tempted, let alone a sentient treasure. Since acquiring the Burning Sky Seal, Hao Chen had lacked the time to explore its potential, leaving the vast space of 1,000 zhang devoid of vitality. With the Burning Sky Seal in hand, he resolved to minimize the use of the Demon Suppression Tower and the Universe Furnace as weapons, allowing them to fulfill their intended purposes. After absorbing the black magic serpent into the seal, Hao Chen found himself in an area of 1,200 times gravity. Following this battle, Hao Chen ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage Martial Emperor realm, with an additional 80-fold gravity increase. He was confident that his martial cultivation could reach the late-stage Martial Emperor realm, enabling him to exit the underground black iron forest and return to the stone chamber hall he had come from. Chapter 745. Bountiful Harvest. Hao Chen surmised that he had arrived at the very center of the underground black iron forest, and it was time to harvest the black iron trees. Selecting a tree of considerable girth, he found that even his true energy could not leave a mark upon it. Ultimately, he resorted to channeling a hint of celestial essence and employing the immortal slaying sword technique, just managing to fell one black iron tree. For an ordinary cultivator, venturing into this forest would yield no trees to carry away. Yet, as a practitioner of both martial and magical arts, Hao Chen's physical capabilities were extraordinary. Even so, after a short while, the magical energy he could summon from within his 5 dantians reached its limit. Reluctantly, he set aside his efforts to chop down trees and began to cultivate to restore his magical energy. In the dense darkness of the underground forest, where others could not cultivate, Hao Chen was undeterred, for he possessed an affinity for dark attributes. Besides absorbing the dark energy around him, he utilized the ethereal essence from ancient stone stalagmites and even top-tier, superlative attribute essence stones to replenish his other attributes, balancing the energies within him and preventing an excess of dark energy from causing unnecessary harm. Thus, after a session of felling trees and half a day of cultivation, the immense spatial pressure made it impossible for the women to assist. Hao Chen had to toil alone in the task of lumbering. In the span of 3 days, Hao Chen meticulously thinned the grove of black iron trees, prioritizing the selection of those with larger diameters. While engaged in the felling of these trees, he inadvertently ascended to the 9th level of divine power, entering a realm of 1,280 times. With this breakthrough, Hao Chen advanced in his martial cultivation to the late stage of the Martial Emperor and achieved the pinnacle of the Great Ascension in his cultivation journey, his vitality reaching perfection. Within his body, the thunderous essence contained in his dantian had transformed into the embryonic form of a thunder dragon. His starry dantian, centered around the Chaos Divine Pill, saw the many elixirs rotating around it expand in size. The Chaos Divine Pill, akin to the size of an egg, had its surrounding elixirs grow from the size of pomegranate seeds to that of quail eggs. Even the 3 yuan infants had matured from 3 inches to 5 inches in height, each exuding an imposing presence. At this moment, Hao Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. During his 3 days in the underground grove of black iron trees, he had felled numerous trees. The black iron trees could only be harvested using celestial essence and magical artifacts. Within this subterranean grove, an aura of darkness prevailed, serving as a training ground for dark cultivators. It was impossible to fell the black iron trees with mere true energy. Using elemental energy would leave one unable to replenish the consumed essence. This environment was clearly designed as a trial for practitioners of demonic cultivation and body refinement. Yet it inadvertently favored Hao Chen. He possessed spaces to store the black iron wood, including the jade pendant space, the demon suppression tower space, and the burning heaven seal, along with the Qian Kuan furnace space. With resources available to restore his energy, including the millennia-old stone bamboo spirit milk, superior essence stones, and extraordinary essence stones, he was well equipped. He wielded powerful tools for felling, such as the Slaughter Immortal Sword, the Flying Huang Sword, and the Demon Esgrif Sword. Hao Chen was now a multifaceted practitioner, adept in celestial cultivation, martial arts, demonic arts, and beast cultivation. His demonic cultivation bore dark attributes, utilizing the blue nether demonic mantra and the blood shadow divine pearl. His beast cultivation thrived with the starry dantian, phantom lotus seeds, and various attribute elixirs rotating around the chaos divine pill. Having broken through the 9th level of the divine power technique, he had acclimated to the gravitational pressure of the underground grove of black iron trees, allowing him to traverse it freely. It was time to depart from this subterranean realm. During his felling of the black iron trees, he refrained from exterminating the magical beasts residing within. These creatures had their reasons for inhabiting this space. To deter them, Hao Chen unleashed the formidable pressure of a late-stage martial emperor, accompanied by the aura of the Great Ascension. For the duration of 3 days, no magical beast dared approach, avoiding their own demise. Having reached a prudent conclusion, he ceased his felling of the black iron trees. The underground grove represented a vast expanse. Yet Hao Chen chose not to further explore, as he intended to survey other regions of the ocean. Locating the exit, he retracted his spiritual awareness left behind and tore through the barrier with his bare hands. After casting a final glance behind, he departed the underground grove without hesitation. Upon entering the barrier, he arrived in a narrow spatial passage. Surveying the surroundings, Hao Chen detected no suspicious elements and swiftly exited this transitional space. Upon leaving the barrier, he re-entered the stone chamber hall, where he felt the oppressive weight of the 6th level of divine power, exerting a pressure of 160 times. Without the need to employ the divine power technique, Hao Chen effortlessly resisted through the instinct of his own body. Upon departing from the cave, the sun shone gently, casting a warm glow upon him. The long-awaited sunlight enveloped him as he gazed up at the azure sky dotted with white clouds, occasionally interrupted by the flight of small birds. Reflecting on the past, it felt as though an entire era had passed. Instantly, Hao Chen summoned everyone and the magical beast from the space within the jade pendant to share in this moment of joy. Even the little bird, who had been responsible for hatching the famed bird, was called forth by Hao Chen. The 3 women, a delightful ensemble, stood at the entrance of the cave, chattering incessantly upon witnessing the beautiful scenery. The 4 little girls, Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, Xiao Qiao, and Shui Ying, leapt outside, chasing one another and frolicking through the woods. At this moment, Hao Chen was about to let out a long howl, but, upon glancing at those beside him, he merely exhaled softly, releasing a breath of murky air that brought him some relief. Just as he expelled half of the foul air, a sudden commotion arose nearby, suggesting that Xiao Chui and the others had encountered an adversary. Hastily, Hao Chen gathered the girls and descended to assist them. Beneath the cave lay a shimmering pond, and as they approached, they beheld the 4 little girls engaged in battle with 2 level 9 magical beasts, the bloodthirsty tortoise crocodiles. These very creatures had attacked Hao Chen and Mu Huinan when they first entered the cave. Observing that the 4 girls were handling the situation with ease, and realizing that the most formidable of the bloodthirsty tortoise crocodiles was merely a level 9 beast in transformation, Hao Chen decided to allow the young ladies to fight unimpeded. The 2 bloodthirsty tortoise crocodiles, finding themselves overwhelmed by the 4 girls, began to lose their will to fight. One of the beasts emitted a shrill cry and turned to flee towards the pond. Swift as an arrow, the first bloodthirsty tortoise crocodile barely made it a few steps before Xiao Hong flipped it over, piercing its abdomen with several ice spears. Gradually, the creature's body froze solid, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was none other than Shui Ying who had unleashed her innate ice spear ability. The other bloodthirsty tortoise crocodile, sensing its predicament, attempted to escape but was ensnared by Xiao Qiao's divine beast bloodline power. Crack! Before Hao Chen could utter words of mercy, Xiao Qiao seized the beast's tail and swung it against a nearby boulder. Despite the creature's formidable physique, it could not withstand the force of Xiao Qiao's divine strength. Xiao Chui, how did you end up fighting them? I should have known to keep one alive as a pet. Hao Chen thought Xiao Chui had acted a bit too hastily. I wouldn't want one. They're far too ugly. Xiao Chui retorted disdainfully upon hearing Hao Chen's words. Haha, if you desire one, I can catch a live one for you later. Well, you can keep it for your amusement then. Hao Chen teased back playfully. The other girls, overhearing their banter, seemed to believe that capturing a level 9 magical beast was quite an easy feat, though the bloodthirsty tortoise crocodile was indeed a level 9 beast. Its strength could be likened to that of a human in the late nascent soul stage. At this moment, the women were unaware that Hao Chen's cultivation had ascended to a level beyond that of the practitioners in the Qianyuan realm, reaching a point that was unattainable for others. His mastery of both cultivation and martial arts had culminated in the utmost limits of this world. Unless a miracle were to occur, Hao Chen's progress would cease here, with no further advancement in his training, rendering the process futile for him. Chapter 746. Departure from the secret realm, returning to the pond where he had harvested the ice-fire fruit. Hao Chen had ceased his cultivation and instead delved into the intricacies of artifact forging, talisman crafting, and the study of formations. He took out the dimension-breaking talisman acquired in the Battle Alliance's small world and engaged in profound research. With the participation of Yu Xiaolan and Mu Huinan, he perused extensive materials. Hao Chen, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, deduced the principles behind the dimension-breaking talisman, achieving significant breakthroughs. The dimension-breaking talisman could dismantle all seals and restrictions, employing super runes inscribed upon celestial iron to form a spiritual talisman array. It could be likened to a miniature, superpowered random spiritual teleportation array capable of repeated use. The talisman required the infusion of true essence to activate, enabling teleportation. In Dark Knight City, the token to enter the Ku secret realm utilized the dimension-breaking talisman, also known as a small spiritual teleportation array. The dimension-breaking talisman serves a singular purpose: to break through boundaries. Whether it be wondrous secret realms, formidable barriers, or impenetrable formations, one could traverse freely between them. It could be said that as long as one possesses a dimension-breaking talisman, few places in the world remain beyond reach, save for those that defy reason. Hao Chen was not lacking in celestial iron. Within the lair of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, he had refined a substantial quantity of celestial iron ore sufficient for his needs. To further deduce the workings of the dimension-breaking talisman, he chose a suitable location within the habitat of the Icefire Dragon to construct a teleportation array. Exploring the differences between the two, he entered the spatial attributes of the Demon Suppression Tower and the time attributes of space, unraveling the principles behind constructing temporal passages. This made the dimension-breaking talisman and the teleportation array more practical, reducing the coordinate deviation of the talisman's teleportation. With a wave of his hand, Hao Chen retrieved his fully equipped interstellar spaceship. Summoning the women aboard, he sealed the cabin door and instructed the master artificer Li Wenguang to select 2 assistants to calibrate the 3 gates at the ship's bow and the Yuan stone activation device of the cloud-splitting treasure. They loaded high-quality Yuan stones, converging at a single point, preparing to break through and depart from the Icefire Dragon's realm. Under Hao Chen's command, the interstellar spaceship suddenly ascended, racing forth into the vast void. The women eagerly gathered around, witnessing a historic moment. As the spaceship approached the predetermined target, Hao Chen immediately stocked the high-quality Yuan stones into the launch bay, preparing for takeoff. Now, Hao Chen exclaimed, suddenly striking out towards the void ahead. Boom! The force of Hao Chen's palm collided with the power unleashed by the 3 cloud-splitting treasures, hurtling towards a single point in the void. Crack! The fabric of space ahead was torn asunder, revealing a long fissure in the fabric of reality. On the other side of the rift lay a vast forest sea, the very mountains of Tuashan that Hao Chen and Xiao Chui were familiar with. Haha, we have succeeded. Xiao Chui clapped her hands, leaping and shouting with glee. Hao Chen turned his gaze, peering deeply into the habitat of the Icefire Dragon, his eyes shimmering as if attempting to penetrate the underground jungle. There lay unforgettable memories. It was here that Hao Chen achieved the title of Martial Emperor, advancing into the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. Suddenly, a crack in the fabric of space trembled violently, causing the void to warp before ultimately vanishing from sight. Over the desolate forests of the Tuam mountain range, a radiant beam tore through the air, plunging sharply into the woods below. With a resounding boom, a terrifying explosion echoed, causing the entire mountain range to shudder. Dust billowed from the high slopes, revealing a vast pit where several cold corpses lay, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Beside the pit stood 3 figures, positioned on either side. To the left was a beautiful woman, her face etched with fear, her gaze towards the pit tinged with a faint sorrow. On the right stood 2 young men, one clad in white and the other in green, each wielding a precious sword. Had Hao Chen been present, he would have been astonished to recognize these 2 as disciples of the Cloud Sea sect, both familiar to him as they were students of the esteemed elder Luo Yun. The man in white, Jiang Hui, had been poised to eliminate him at the periphery of the Tuan Mountain secret realm. The one in green was Luo Yuqing, a direct disciple of Luo Yun. You 2 dare to betray your master and ancestors, driving me to this desolate mountain? Should this matter spread, my Shao family will not let you escape unscathed. You will pay a bloody price. The woman shouted at the 2, her voice trembling with fear, lacking any semblance of menace. Sister Shao, we are well aware that your words are not mere threats. However, all of this hinges on your safe return to the Cloud Sea sect. Otherwise, it is all but empty talk, Jiang Hui replied, advancing toward the woman, his cold smile causing her to retreat, her complexion turning pale. Do you intend to kill me? She gritted her teeth, fighting back tears. The delicate, tear-streaked visage elicited a momentary pause from Jiang Hui and his companion, captivated by her beauty. Rest assured, Sister Shao, you know my swordsmanship is exceptional. With a single strike, I shall ensure your departure is devoid of pain. However, before we proceed, I hope you will cooperate, allowing us to savor the pleasures of intimacy. Jiang Hui's voice dripped with avarice, for their plan was to eliminate this woman. Since they were to kill her regardless, they would not squander the allure before them. It was important to note that this woman was not merely a cherished jewel of the Shao family, but also one of the 4 renowned beauties of the Cloud Sea sect, possessing a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy flowers. To unite with her in ecstasy would surely induce greater exhilaration than acquiring rare treasures. Just as he was about to strike, Jiang Hui suddenly halted, his gaze shifting downward to the slopes. After hiding for so long, do you think I haven't noticed you? Jiang Hui exclaimed coldly. As soon as his words fell, he struck. A sword thrust forth, emanating an exceptionally fierce sword light, rushing directly towards the slope below. From the very beginning, he had sensed the presence of an outsider, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm, concealed there. The instant the sword energy met the ground, it tore a long scar into the earth, carving away a portion of the entire slope, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky and triggering a cascade of falling stones. Soon after, a figure emerged, unmistakably Hao Chen. Having exited the Bluefall secret realm through a rift in space, Hao Chen had arrived at the Tuan Mountain range. The earlier commotion from the battle was impossible to ignore. Upon reaching this place, he had concealed his interstellar ship, transforming his cultivation into that of a mid-stage Yuan Dan cultivator. He restored his true appearance and hid in the shadows, hoping to glean some intelligence from Jiang Hui. Upon noticing Hao Chen, Jiang Hui's gaze momentarily stiffened, then he sneered. You've been living quite well these years, haven't you? Still alive, what a fortunate fellow you are. The woman called out to Hao Chen, urging him to leave. You must get away from here. They are ruthless individuals who will not allow you to escape alive. Hurry and flee. Hearing her words, Hao Chen turned to look back. It was then that he suddenly realized the woman was none other than the somewhat familiar Sister Xiaoyu, especially with her tear-filled, watery eyes. She exuded a delicate and bashful aura. Yet, more than that, Hao Chen was moved by her kindness. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, encountering a woman with such a compassionate heart was rare. He had not met anyone like her in a long time. Noticing Hao Chen's silence, Luo Yuqing approached him, radiating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Escaping the Luo family's ambush was a stroke of luck, but alas, you are still destined to die. Rest assured, I shall be the one to end your life with a single strike, for I have no time to waste on worthless beings. Luo Yuqing disdainfully remarked as he looked at Hao Chen. You speak true. Facing someone as futile as you. A single blow to eliminate you would indeed be no waste of time. Hao Chen retorted with a cold laugh, his tone laced with mockery. You seem to be quite tired of living. Luo Yuqing's expression darkened, and suddenly, he drew his long sword, roaring with fury. Chapter 747. Internal Strife Within the Sect Boom. Before his words could fully escape, a demonic aura surged from Luo Yuqing, as he swung his sword down towards Hao Chen's head. Faced with Luo Yuqing's fierce assault, Hao Chen's expression remained devoid of emotion. Break! With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the might of the Yuan Dan realm, akin to thunder crashing down, accompanied by a series of resonating booms. The sound of thunder echoed continuously as Luo Yuqing's long sword flicked, unleashing a violent sword intent that collided with the thunderous noise. In an instant, it shattered the sound, surging forth towards Hao Chen. Die! Luo Yuqing, filled with murderous intent, commanded his sword, transforming it into a chilling radiance. Like a sorrowful crescent moon, it swiftly sealed off all of Hao Chen's escape routes. The sword energy aimed directly at his face. The one who shall die is you. With a casual yet formidable strike, Hao Chen unleashed a terrifying force directed at the sword energy. Crack! Luo Yuqing's expression froze as he witnessed the sword energy. His pride and joy instantaneously dissipate into nothingness with a single palm strike. The force of the strike continued unabated, surging towards him with reckless abandon. How could such a horrifying power exist? Luo Yuqing's heart throbbed violently, and he staggered backward, desperate to escape the encroaching force, but it was already too late. The dreadful energy struck him with lethal precision. A piercing scream escaped his lips as the power coursed through him, delivering a decisive blow that concluded the battle. As the profound energy retracted into his being, Hao Chen appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His face remained devoid of expression as he turned to gaze at Jiang Hui. At that moment, Jiang Hui's face was painted with shock. The individual who had just been obliterated was his fellow disciple, and he was acutely aware of Luo Yuqing's formidable prowess. Although Luo Yuqing had attained the pinnacle of the late Yuan Dan stage, he was but a step away from the Yuaning realm. Even when confronted by a genuine Yuaning expert, he could still hold his own through his advanced swordsmanship. Yet, such a mighty force was effortlessly extinguished by Hao Chen in a single move. This was not a spell, but rather an unembellished strike, executed purely with the innate strength of his body. How powerful is he? From a distance, Xiao Yu also bore witness to Hao Chen's astonishing display. Clean, decisive, and devoid of hesitation, his combat style transcended her understanding. Yet, her expression remained grim. Despite Hao Chen's formidable strength, he was ultimately still within the mid-stage of Yuan Dan. Jiang Hui had already stepped into the early Yuaning realm and wielded the power of spatial attributes. There was no way Hao Chen could surpass Jiang Hui. He was doomed. No wonder you have repeatedly evaded pursuit. With your current strength, it must be difficult to find an adversary below the Yuaning realm. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me today. Jiang Hui gripped his long sword tightly, the blade quivering slightly as it seemed to tear the very fabric of space apart. Let me see what capabilities the early Yuaning realm possesses, Hao Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on Jiang Hui. Hao Chen sought to uncover Jiang Hui's true abilities, daring to bully a fellow disciple. Foolish wretch, perish. Jiang Hui's voice dripped with cold disdain as the sword energy surged towards Hao Chen, fracturing the void with its ferocity and enveloping him in a torrent of lethal force. Demon-slaying hand. Hao Chen lunged forward, striking with a palm imbued with thunderous energy. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted as boundless thunderous power, radiating an aura of annihilation, bore down upon his adversary. Jiang Hui's brow twitched in surprise. He had not anticipated that Hao Chen commanded such a fearsome thunder technique. He swiftly swept his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energies, each one distinct, some sharp, some domineering, others profound, as if he wielded countless streams of sword intent. Relentless five swords. The relentless five swords unfolded with precision, enveloping Jiang Hui in an aura of endless sword intent. Transformed into a tidal wave of sword energy, it surged forth towards Hao Yin, aiming to dispatch him with a single blow. Hao Yin was all too familiar with the ruthless five swords. This very technique was embedded within the 7 styles of the slaughtering immortal sword. At this moment, Hao Yin refrained from delivering a fatal strike, intrigued to observe the nuances of Jiang Hui's execution of the ruthless five swords. The force of the palm strike he unleashed was undeniably at the level of the Yuan Dan realm, showcasing the requisite magical power. As Jiang Hui wielded the ruthless five swords, the sound of thunderous roars echoed incessantly, the sword energy tearing through the very essence of thunder itself. It relentlessly approached Hao Yin, a myriad of sword energies converging to form a lethal blade, striking forth with unyielding intent. The ruthless five swords comprised 5 distinct segments: crimson flicker at the brow, 2 dragons play with pearls, 3 swords shattering the void, annihilating the soul, and burning heaven and destroying earth. Mastering this technique hinges upon the understanding that each sword and style can morph infinitely in the face of an adversary. The more one can forget the intricacies of their strikes, the better. Observing the unfolding scene, Hao Qian's feet flickered in rapid succession, executing the stunning swan step, akin to a bird darting into the forest, swift beyond measure. Surprisingly, he did not seek to evade this lethal blade. Rather, he charged forward, closing the distance with the impending fatal strike. This sword harbors the power of space. Even with your formidable physique, it will pierce through you. The words echoed ominously. Those who have yet to enter the divine transformation realm cannot escape the ruthless crimson flicker. Surely, you have heard this before? At the sight of Hao Qian's audacity, Jiang Hui could not suppress a sinister chuckle. However, just as his laughter echoed, an astonishing scene unfolded before him, silencing his mirth. His eyes widened, pupils constricting, as if witnessing the unimaginable. In the void, the fatal sword collided with Hao Qian's palm strength. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic sound. In an instant, the sword seamlessly pierced through. The terrifying power of space transcended, penetrating Hao Qian's brow. With a spurt, scalding blood erupted from his shoulder, splattering onto the ground, a sight painfully vivid. Yet what struck Jiang Hui with terror was the realization that, despite the sword striking true to the brow, it was his shoulder that bore the mark of the wound. Hao Qian had merely been injured, not slain by the sword. Moreover, his injury was superficial, a mere puncture of the shoulder. This was a calculated display of feigned weakness, allowing Jiang Hui to believe he had secured a chance at victory. Hao Qian sought to toy with him, avenging the indignation harbored from the Luo family's previous attempts to eliminate him in the Tuan Mountain secret realm. Had Hao Qian not been astute enough to have Su Fei escort him back to the temporary base of the Yunhai sect, he might have fallen prey to the assassins of the Luo family. It is said that vengeance is a dish best served cold, even in the present. As a martial emperor at the Great Ascension level, it is imperative to settle the grievances of the past, those relentless ambushes orchestrated by the Luo family. It is essential to recognize that this technique was Jiang Hui's most formidable swordplay. Countless prodigies had met their demise beneath its edge. Today, however, confronting a mere mid-level Yuan Dan cultivator such as Hao Qian, he returned empty-handed, having inflicted only a minor injury. What a sharp sword, he mused, lamenting that Jiang Hui had failed to grasp its essence, thus unable to unleash its full potential. Hao Qian's gaze turned toward Jiang Hui, and with a sudden stride, he unleashed a barrage of palm strikes. An endless cascade of palm shadows surged towards Jiang Hui, imbued with unparalleled strength. Jiang Hui never anticipated that Hao Chen would be so formidable. Despite his shoulder injury, he continued to engage in fierce combat. The multitude of palm shadows that filled the sky was overwhelming, threatening to shatter the very heavens above. Jiang Hui retreated wildly, silently acknowledging that this young man's constitution was extraordinary, and in a contest of strength, he was no match. However, he believed that the spatial power from the previous strike must still linger within Hao Chen. If he could merely prolong the encounter, the latter would undoubtedly perish. What Jiang Hui did not foresee was that Hao Chen possessed spatial attributes as well. By absorbing Jiang Hui's spatial powers, he adeptly comprehended the strengths of others to compensate for his own shortcomings. This realization slightly improved Jiang Hui's demeanor. Yet, as he prepared to utter a scornful remark, he was astonished to observe that the wound on Hao Chen's shoulder was gradually healing. Even more bizarrely, the spatial energy surrounding the wound was slowly dissipating. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hui, Hao Chen had cultivated the lesser yang art, achieving a remarkable level of vitality through his thunder body refinement. Indeed, Jiang Hui saw clearly that the spatial force had not destroyed Hao Chen's body, but was instead vanishing. Although it was a slow process, it was undeniably occurring before his eyes. Hao Chen, could you perhaps cease your assault? Jiang Hui cried out in desperation, his gaze towards Hao Chen filled with dread and regret. The astonishment stemmed from Hao Chen's physique. How astonishing it was for a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm to disregard spatial power altogether. Was he perhaps at the God transformation realm all along, concealing his true cultivation level through some arcane means? Regret gnawed at him for not fleeing earlier and for provoking Hao Chen, thus placing himself in an inescapable predicament. In response to Jiang Hui's pleas, Hao Chen remained indifferent, unleashing a relentless barrage of palm strikes that did not rely on true essence. Each strike emanated from pure physical instinct, delivering a sensation of exhilarating power with each impact. The Tuo mountain range trembled as the terrifying force shattered the ground beneath. Jiang Hui's form was rendered unrecognizable, drenched in blood, and appearing utterly disheveled. Xiao Yu stood in shock, witnessing the scene as Hao Chen resembled an unparalleled war deity. Treading upon the void, he broke through the heavens, continuously pressing down upon Jiang Hui, who was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. "Spare my life, and I shall submit to you." Jiang Hui nearly wailed these words, kneeling upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head as if genuinely surrendering. However, at that moment, Hao Chen keenly noticed a flicker of malice deep within Jiang Hui's eyes. It was not genuine submission. Rather, it was an attempt to deceive Hao Chen into lowering his guard for a surprise attack. Foolish. Hao Chen scoffed coldly, raising his hand to summon the demon suppression tower, which materialized in the void, descending mercilessly upon Jiang Hui. The sheer density of its power caused the ground to fracture, and the Tuo mountain range quaked violently in response. After what felt like an eternity, the tremors gradually subsided. Jiang Hui's body lay suppressed beneath the tower, and Hao Chen's intention in employing the demon suppression tower was to absorb the spatial elemental energies residing within him. At the moment the demon suppression tower descended, it marked the inevitable demise of Jiang Hui. At this point, he had already succumbed to lifelessness, reduced to a cold corpse. Hao Chen glanced at the scar on his shoulder. The bleeding had ceased, yet due to the influence of spatial power, it had yet to heal completely. According to Hao Chen's calculations, it would take the time of a burning incense stick for him to fully recover. It seemed that Jiang Hui was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, though his strike bore the power to rend space. He was not proficient in spatial force, which allowed Hao Chen to easily vanquish him. Had he been up against a practitioner in the mid or late stages of the nascent soul realm, he would have stood no chance and would have had to flee. Hao Chen did not indulge in pride over Jiang Hui's defeat. Rather, he began to reflect on the details of their recent battle. The three swords of space, cutting through space, solidifying space, and annihilating space. Each level represented a qualitative leap. The three swords of space merely demonstrated a grasp of the power to slice through dimensions. Spatial power, though not exceedingly profound, would require months of diligent practice for Hao Chen to master fully. Nevertheless, following today's confrontation, he felt immensely satisfied, having deepened his understanding of spatial attributes. With a thought, he recalled the demon suppression tower into his body. Soon after, a strand of his primordial spirit also surged into the sixth layer of the tower. The sixth layer represented a realm of spatial attributes. Although his physical form could not enter to comprehend it, his primordial spirit could still attain significant insights. Hao Chen developed a profound appreciation for the concepts of spatial power, cutting space, solidifying space, and annihilating space. As a practitioner with three primordial spirits, he possessed the unique ability to multitask with a singular focus. The term primordial refers to the fundamental essence, while spirit denotes the soul and its nature. When a practitioner manifests 10 phantasms, only one is the true primordial source. In Hao Chen's case, when he conjures 10 phantasms, 3 of them can be genuine primordial sources. Seizing the opportunity, he delved deeper into the comprehension of spatial attributes, which were vast and intricate, not something that could be fully grasped in an instant. The applications of spatial attributes encompass teleportation arrays, storage spaces, barriers, and domains. Hao Chen's ability to inscribe teleportation arrays and effortlessly employ barriers and domains stems from his innate command over spatial and temporal elements. While he had become adept at utilizing the demon suppression tower, he had yet to thoroughly comprehend the spatial attributes of its sixth layer. After retracting the tower, he turned to gaze at Xiao Yu. To his surprise, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, they conveyed an inexplicable emotion. "Senior Sister Xiao, it has been a long time. Are you well?" Hao Chen inquired, looking at her intently. "Are you truly Hao Chen, the one from Falling Feather Peak?" Xiao Yu scrutinized the handsome young man before her with newfound clarity. "Indeed, I am Hao Chen from Falling Feather Peak. How could you not recognize me, senior sister?" Hao Chen replied, his tone tinged with intrigue. "You have been away from the sect for so long. If you hadn't returned, I might have truly forgotten you." Xiao Yu responded, now exhibiting her usual composure. "What is the situation here?" Hao Chen asked, realizing he had no time to waste. "The second elder, Luo Yun, has colluded with the demonic sects of the Three Gates, the Huayang sect, and the Illusory Sea sect, conspiring to rebel. You must act swiftly to rescue the Yunhai sect." Xiao Yu spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Hao Chen, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was evident that she had just recognized him, prompting her heartfelt plea to resolve the crisis facing the Yunhai sect. Upon hearing her words, Hao Chen smiled faintly, then turned to face the direction of the Yunhai sect. Rest assured, the Yunhai sect will be safe. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on even a hair of the sect, he stated solemnly. As he spoke, a radiant aura enveloped him, and he swiftly wrapped Xiao Yu in his embrace, soaring through the sky like a sharpened sword. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the void, heading towards the Yunhai sect. Since the humiliation suffered at the hands of the Huayang sect and the royal family of the illusory Moon dynasty outside the Tua Mountain secret realm, the Yunhai sect, like many others, has endeavored to rise. Situated in the northeastern region of the Tianyuan continent, the prominent sects include the Danyu sect, the Beiqing sect, the illusory Moon sect, the Yunhai sect, and the Huayang sect, along with other renowned sects such as the Yunheng sect, Nine Sun sect, Thousand Feather sect, Huiyuan sect, Ziyang sect, and the Flower Rain sect, among others. After several years of development, the overall strength of the Yunhai sect has reached the status of a first-rate sect in the northeastern region. It has even entered the top 10 in the northern 3 regions, having long since trampled the Huayang sect and the illusory Moon sect beneath its feet. However, at present, the Yunhai sect faces an unprecedented crisis in the eyes of smaller sections. Under the relentless assaults from the forces of the demonic sect, the Huayang sect, the illusory Moon sect, and the rebellious second elder Luo Yun, the Yunhai sect struggles to hold on, nearing its breaking point. Should the protective formation of Yunhai Peak be breached, it would be akin to a flood breaching a dam, leading to instant annihilation. This ancient sect, established for thousands of years, would face its end. At this moment, the mountain gate of the Yunhai sect is surrounded by countless cultivators, encased in layers upon layers, rendering it impenetrable. The demonic sects, including the Divine Blood Gate from the northern region of the Tianyuan continent, the Blood Shadow Gate from the northeastern region, and the Thousand Sorrows Gate from the eastern region, have all participated in this siege. The Huayang sect and the Illusory Sea sect have dispatched their elite members, forming squads of 1,000 for this encirclement. Leading the demonic sect is Yen Tianba, the mid-stage Divine Transformation Realm Master of the Divine Blood Gate. The third elder of the Thousand Sorrows Gate, Feng Yi, an elder of mid-stage Divine Transformation, the Grand Elder of the Blood Shadow Gate, Yu Yang, also of mid-stage Divine Transformation, along with 6 other elders of late-stage Nascent Soul Realm, have joined the fray. The Huayang sect is led by its sect master, Xiao Faqing, alongside a peak late-stage Nascent Soul cultivator, the Elder Chu Hai. The Illusory Moon sect is commanded by its sect master, Lu Su Tian, along with 2 late-stage Nascent Soul elders, Lu Chongfeng and Zhang Tingfei. Additionally, a contingent of cultivators is led by the former second elder of the Yunhai sect, Luo Yun, which includes the rebels he has gathered and the secret forces under the command of King Haozhou. At this moment, the third elder of the Thousand Sorrows Gate, Feng Yi, is not present at the Falling Feather Peak, as he has not joined the battle. Instead, he commands a hidden force, lying in wait at the periphery of the Yunhai sect, poised to launch a surprise attack at the opportune moment. The hidden ace of the demonic sect. This is the trump card of the 3 factions of the magic sect. In addition, there are a few smaller sects attempting to profit from the chaos. Among them the Huiyuan sect and the Ziyang sect. They have surrounded the Yunhai sect, seeking to eradicate it. The Yunhai sect has rallied all its strength, with over a dozen elders at the nascent soul stage uniting to resist the enemy. Chapter 749, A Forceful Return, Part 2. By this time, the Yunhai sect had already endured for 7 days and nights. For these 7 days and nights, the members of the Yunhai sect, from the Liu Peak, fought back fiercely while gradually retreating until they reached the Yunhai Peak. Even now, besieged within their mountain gate, they continue to resist stubbornly. However, although the mountain gate has yet to fall to the coalition of sects, it is but a dying ember. Were it not for the esteemed reputation of the Yun family, the Yunhai sect would have long ceased to exist. The Yun family serves as the deeply rooted guardian of the Yunhai sect, possessing extraordinary resources. Even the Grand Elder Yun Xiao has attained the realm of transformation, not to mention the elusive ancestors of the Yun family. They cling to their defense, striking back against the enemy, yet it is akin to striking a stone with an egg. At this very moment, the coalition led by the master of the Blood God sect, Yin Tianba, stands proudly in the void, observing the Yunhai sect's members who continue to resist defiantly, each face adorned with a cold smile and an air of ease. Huh, do you see this, everyone? The illustrious Yunhai sect of the northern region has fallen to such a state. Surrounded by us, not daring to show their faces, they resemble nothing more than stray dogs. What a satisfying sight. Yin Tianba laughs heartily, reveling in the delight of the moment. At this juncture, upon hearing his words, Luo Yun also bursts into laughter. Indeed, thinking back to how Yun Shao ambushed me not long ago, witnessing him surrounded today brings me great satisfaction. Once we break through, I shall be the first to extinguish him. Luo Yun declares with a sycophantic grin. Let him play the cool one. I shall be the first to strike him down. As the black-clad figures, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, begin to display their fervent battle spirit, a figure in black suddenly rushes toward them in a state of disarray. Master, it's bad. A man and a woman have intruded into the mountain from below. They are already engaged in battle with Elder Chiohai, locked in a fierce struggle without clear advantage. A black-clad figure kneels before Yin Tianba, saying, Elder, should we provide assistance? Upon hearing this, Yin Tianba furrows his brow. Two individuals dare to intrude at this time? He then addresses the messenger. Who are these newcomers? Just two of them? Are you certain there are no reinforcements behind them? The messenger has yet to clearly identify them. But they are indeed a man and a woman, both young. As for reinforcements, our scouts have reported nothing from below. It seems it is just the two of them. The disciple responds promptly. Damn it, what is all the fuss about? Since it's just two young ones, why the panic? Rest assured, go about your duties. Yin Tianba replies dismissively. With Elder Chiohai present, there is nothing to worry about. If he cannot even handle a couple of young individuals, then his position as an elder is indeed questionable. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianba's furrowed brows relaxed, and he chuckled. Learning that the newcomers were merely a young man and woman, he felt a sense of disdain. After dismissing the disciple who brought the news, Yin Tianba paid little heed to the matter and redirected his focus towards devising a strategy to breach the mountain gate of Yunhai sect. At this juncture, the surrounding nascent soul cultivators, noticing their leader's unwavering confidence in Elder Chiohai, became indifferent to the situation and began contemplating ways to swiftly vanquish their foes. Who are you? You hardly resemble a member of Yunhai sect, and your abilities are certainly formidable. Why would you choose to wade through such murky waters? If you leave now, I might consider sparing you. Elder Chiohai's cultivation level is not merely at the late stage of the nascent soul, he is a master of disguise, capable of hiding his true prowess. Only the sect leader Tai Shixiang and the second elder Fang Yue are privy to Chiohai's true strength, which is known to exceed the spirit-severing realm. After the demise of the Grand Elder at the hands of Hao Chen in the secret realm, no one else in this world is aware of Elder Chiohai's capabilities. He is the enigmatic fourth elder of the demon sect, elusive as a dragon's tail. Additionally, Chiohai possesses a profound and inscrutable identity as the leader of the infamous Tian Nen Assassin Hall, a killer of the purple jade rank who has not emerged for a millennium. Beyond that, there are even deeper secrets known solely to him. Secrets that even the demon sect leader Tai Shixiang is oblivious to. Chiohai infiltrated the demon sect to covet its intelligence and uncover a secret, the secret of the Qinghuan bird. Though he is highly skilled, he does not embody the ethereal elegance associated with those who have attained enlightenment. His appearance is far from flattering. He is a misshapen birdman, merely 4 feet tall, resembling a vulture, and his true age spans several centuries. At this moment, Chiohai glared furiously at the young man and woman standing arrogantly before him. His expression twisted with rage, akin to that of a vulture starved for vengeance. His demeanor was unsettling, reminiscent of a tamed vulture subjected to the whims of others. Facing him were a strikingly handsome young man and an exquisitely beautiful woman, their mocking gazes provoking Chiohai's ire, his countenance darkening as he displayed overt disgust. Your appearance suggests you are Chiohai of the demon sect, is it not? Humph, the demon sect is indeed a haven for the unsightly. With such a disposition, I would truly prefer not to engage with you, Hao Chen remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Chiohai. Then, shifting his tone, Hao Chen continued to deride him. How about this? You quietly find a secluded spot to end your own life, and in return, I might allow you a complete corpse. The insult culminated in a derisive remark. Your mother surely should have drowned you in a chamber pot at birth, sparing the world from your wretched presence. Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. With a smile, she remarked, is it customary for you to slander others so? I have heard that it was not his mother who had the heart to drown him, but rather that there happened to be no filth in the basin. She further embellished her mockery. You shameless wretch, how dare you speak such nonsense? Hearing the young couple disparage him so brazenly, Qiu Hai was infuriated and stammered his curses. You little brat, I have been in this world for centuries, and this is the first time I encounter such reckless insults from a pair of youngsters toward their elder. If that is the case, I shall vanquish you first. You shall perish. The grotesque birdman Qiu Hai gritted his teeth, casting a vengeful glare at Hao Chen. Having no desire to engage in further banter with the two youths, Qiu Hai suddenly summoned an ancient bronze bowl. He directed this artifact into the void, and it began to elongate in the wind. As the bowl expanded to a considerable size, it erupted with a resonating hum, cascading symbols of the heavenly laws across the sky. At that moment, as the ancient bronze bowl emanated the symbols of law, a beastly roar echoed from within. A ghostly vision of a pale, one-horned dragon surged forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Upon the emergence of the one-horned dragon, an expression of arrogance spread across Qiu Hai's face. You little wretches, let me show you the might of the ancient bronze bowl for your audacity to insult me. Today, I shall ensure that you both perish within this bowl. Bound as spirits of a lovesick couple, Qiu Hai coldly laughed at Hao Chen and Xiao Yu. As his words faded, a spectral image of a one-horned dragon, wielding the strength of late-stage transformation, roared defiantly at the heavens. Black clouds surged like a tide from all directions, swiftly engulfing the world. Seizing the moment, the one-horned dragon lunged into the dark clouds. In an instant, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, as the dragon's roar transformed the very essence of the heavens. This treasure is quite impressive. I shall accept it, Hao Chen remarked with a smile, observing the rampaging one-horned dragon. He gazed into the void, then lowered his eyes to the ancient bronze bowl, pondering its nature. This bowl is quite remarkable. It must be akin to my Qiankuan furnace. The so-called one-horned dragon is likely a manifestation of a lingering spirit, he mused to himself. Indeed, it is rather imposing, but ultimately, it is merely a facade. Xiao Yu retorted dismissively upon hearing Hao Chen's musings. In response to the one-horned dragon within the ancient bronze bowl, Hao Chen merely scoffed, showing no concern. He found himself in agreement with Xiao Yu's assessment. Chapter 750. The Annihilation of a Strong Foe, Part 1. As Hao Chen and Xiao Yu exchanged their banter, a surge of magical energy enveloped Hao Chen, silently coalescing in his palm. Meanwhile, his sharp tongue was not idle. It is merely a broken vessel, even without employing a magical artifact. It would be effortless to destroy your treasure and obliterate your corporeal form. Today, you shall be the first I eliminate upon my return to the sect. Though his voice was soft, it resonated hauntingly, clearly reaching Qiu Hai's ears. In an instant, the countenance of Qiu Hai shifted, and a flicker of trepidation emerged in his heart. He felt not as if he were confronting an adversary, but rather a harbinger of death. He appeared diminutive, feeling utterly insignificant before his opponent. Damn it, this little brat possesses a touch of bravado, but you shall not intimidate me, he fumed, incensed by the audacity of his foe. How dare you display such recklessness before me? I shall not allow this. Fueled by rage and humiliation, Qiu Hai unleashed a furious roar. Simultaneously, the uniquely horned demon dragon seemed to resonate with its master's intent. As Qiu Hai bellowed, the dragon joined in with its own ferocious cry. With a thunderous roar, the uniquely horned demon dragon materialized from the thick clouds, its maw agape, lunging directly towards Hao Chen. In a flash, a bolt of purple lightning surged forth, striking with the force of a tempest, intent on obliterating both Hao Chen and Xiao Yu beneath its electric fury. Yet, Hao Chen remained unperturbed, muttering softly to himself. Demon-slaying hand. With a sudden motion, he struck the oncoming wave of purple lightning, dispersing it with astonishing ease. The formidable lightning emitted by the uniquely horned demon dragon, though awe-inspiring, was effortlessly dispelled by Hao Chen's casual palm. Nevertheless, the momentum of his strike did not wane. It surged forth with a howling sound, colliding with the uniquely horned demon dragon. In an instant, a cataclysmic sound reverberated, and thunderous roars echoed as the dragon was reduced to mere powder. Following the dragon's demise, Qiu Hai spat forth a mouthful of blood, and the ancient bronze bowl he cherished displayed cracks, its radiance dimming. Clearly, the obliteration of the uniquely horned demon dragon had inflicted considerable damage on the bronze bowl, leaving Qiu Hai severely affected. In that moment, Witnessing the harm to his treasured artifact, Qiu Hai was overwhelmed with anguish and fury. Ah, how dare you damage my magical artifact? I shall not let this go unpunished. He seethed. Fire-devouring bluebird, manifest yourself and emerge. Gritting his teeth, he expelled a drop of essence blood towards the bronze bowl, then bellowed with all his might. As he performed these actions, the bowl's luminescence began to rejuvenate. From the resplendent glow emerged a fiery creature, summoned forth with an intensity rivaling that of the uniquely horned demon dragon. Foolish child, do not presume that vanquishing the uniquely horned demon dragon makes you formidable. I possess further means. With fervent determination, Qiu Hai commanded, devour him, fire-devouring bluebird. Reduce him to ashes. His voice rang out vehemently, urging the bluebird to annihilate Hao Chen and Xiao Yu. The fire-devouring bluebird, responding to his summons, let out a triumphant cry. Enveloped in flames, its eyes ablaze. It radiated an aura of impending doom. Like a colossal fireball, it charged relentlessly towards Hao Chen, engulfing everything in its path with an overwhelming wave of searing heat, possessing the power to incinerate the heavens themselves. Humph, young one. Today I shall demonstrate the principle of returning a favor in kind. At this moment, Hao Chen gazed at the approaching fire-eater bluebird with a mere cold smile, showing no sign of concern. Xiao Chui, he called out, maintaining his smirk, come forth. There is a delectable treat. With a whoosh, amidst a dazzling flash of light, a young girl of around 12 or 13 materialized from the void. She collided with the soul of the fire-eater bluebird, resulting in an explosive sound that echoed through the heavens, as flames erupted dramatically. At the instant of this powerful clash, the entire void seemed to erupt with a thunderous intensity. In the wake of this explosion, the two, Hao Chen and Xiao Yu, found their garments swirling wildly, their hair dancing chaotically. However, Qiu Hai, caught off guard, lost all his hair, leaving him with a bald head that resembled a vulture. Yet, unlike Qiu Hai, Hao Chen and Xiao Yu remained relatively unscathed, as the impact was negligible under Hao Chen's protection. As the reverberations of the explosion settled and the earth-shattering sounds faded, the fire-eater bluebird was extinguished. The powers and techniques of the two combatants were ultimately rendered void. However, for Hao Chen, Xiao Chui was a tangible, divine bird. After devouring the formidable soul of the fire-eater bluebird, she suddenly flew before Hao Chen and was drawn into the demon suppression tower. For Qiu Hai, the annihilation of his fire-eater bluebird's soul marked yet another defeat. Following its demise, the ancient bronze bowl emitted a crisp cracking sound once more, revealing a conspicuous fissure. Its luster dimmed. Witnessing this, Qiu Hai's demeanor soured, his face turning ashen, eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? My fire-eater bluebird has been destroyed by you. This is utterly unforgivable. He seethed, you wretched brat. You have shattered my treasure. I shall ensure your demise today. As Qiu Hai summoned the fire-eater bluebird again, only to see it obliterated, his fury reached a boiling point. Without waiting for the remnants of the explosion to dissipate, he secretly channeled his spells, activating the bronze bowl once more. This time, the bowl erupted with a series of explosive sounds, and in an astonishing turn of events, it began to disintegrate. The ancient bronze bowl shattered into countless fragments, spiraling into the vast void, only to reassemble itself into a colossal bronze qilin. The immense bronze qilin exuded a formidable aura, sweeping across the landscape. Huh, do you see this, you little brat? This is the ultimate transformation of my bronze bowl, the bronze qilin, the pinnacle of its power. You have forced me into a corner, and for that, you shall pay a heavy price. Qiu Hai roared, his demeanor frenzied as he shouted at Hao Chen and Xiao Yu. Before his voice faded, Qiu Hai transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward towards the bronze qilin, and in an instant, he vanished into its very essence. As the autumn sea vanished within, the ancient bronze qilin's aura surged dramatically, exuding a ferocious intent to kill that surged through the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. The intensity of its pressure was such that the air above was thrown into turmoil, the winds howled in a frenzy. In this realm, colors dimmed, and beneath the foothills of the cloud sea sect, rocks splintered and vegetation was uprooted. The entirety of the landscape twisted as if it were being severed from the world itself. Witnessing this scene, Hao Chen rarely displayed a solemn expression. A flicker of apprehension crossed his gaze, prompting him to abandon any pretensions of arrogance or contempt. So, it is true, the ultimate technique of the ancient bronze bowl is indeed perplexing. Upon realizing that the autumn sea had fused with the ancient bronze Qilin, Hao Chen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. It appears that the one-horned fiend dragon and the fire-devouring bluebird are merely ordinary manifestations of this treasure. You ancient, unyielding avian. It seems you are truly intent on pursuing a relentless vendetta against me. Nevertheless, even so, to annihilate me would be a foolish jest. Do you think I am incapable of extinguishing you? If you wish to compare treasures, I shall send you to the western heavens. Hao Chen declared coldly. Even in the face of such a formidable opponent, he remained undaunted. At this moment, he closed his eyes and concentrated, reaching out to communicate with the ice-fire dragon within the demon suppression tower. Chapter 751, Annihilating a Formidable Foe, Part 2, Ice-Fire Dragon, it is your time to shine. Perform splendidly and retrieve that ancient bronze bowl for me. Like other dragons, the ice-fire dragon relished in collecting various divine artifacts. Observing that the autumn sea and the treasure had merged into one, significantly amplifying its power, Hao Chen immediately contemplated summoning the ice-fire dragon to seize the autumn sea's artifact. Should Hao Chen attempt to forcibly collect it, he feared that the autumn sea might resort to extreme measures, self-detonating the treasure, thus rendering it unrewarded. The reason for his low profile at the Cloud Sea sect was to avoid alarming his adversaries. Gradually eliminating them was his strategy, had they known of his formidable prowess. These intruders would have fled long ago. After his departure, these individuals would likely return to seek revenge, and he could not remain perpetually guarding the sect. Engaging in a magical duel with the autumn sea here could not escape the prying eyes of various factions. To deceive the hidden observers, Hao Chen had no choice but to feign weakness. At that moment, the ice-fire dragon, having received its master's telepathic message, fell silent for a while. Master, this fellow possesses considerable power. I fear I may not be able to collect it. After a brief pause, the little dragon finally spoke languidly. You can't collect it? What jest is this? Upon hearing the ice-fire dragon's hesitance, which seemed to carry a hint of difficulty, Hao Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly discerned its underlying thoughts. Do you look down upon this ancient bronze bowl, saying you cannot collect it? I suspect you simply do not wish to, fearing it might tarnish your reputation, am I right? Hao Chen replied with a cold smile, transmitting his thoughts to the ice-fire dragon. During your travels in the Qianyuan realm, did you not collect treasures? Especially in the ice-fire fruit space, you could easily gather and devour ice-fire fruits. I do not believe your storage space lacks valuable items. After living for 10 millennia, who would believe you have not acquired anything worthwhile? Do you truly believe I would accept this mere bronze cauldron? Spare me your empty words. Swiftly retrieve the treasure for me. Should you persist in your prattle, I assure you, I shall compel you to surrender all the valuable items within your storage space. Furthermore, the soul of the Qilin possesses a trace of true dragon blood. If you choose to disregard it, rest assured, if I capture it, you shall receive not a fraction of its power. At this moment, Hao Chen began to threaten the ice and fire flood dragon. No, master. Allow me to handle this. Leave this creature to me, and witness how I vanquish it. Upon hearing this, the ice and fire flood dragon's tone shifted immediately, pleading for mercy from Hao Chen. Under Hao Chen's coercion and allure, the ice and fire flood dragon readily acquiesced. No sooner had the words left his lips than a crimson light shot forth from the demon suppression tower. A little boy dressed in a red apron suddenly appeared beside Qiu Hai, suspended in midair, exuding an aura brimming with the essence of precious artifacts. This boy, clad in a red apron, was none other than the ice and fire flood dragon, transformed into human form by Hao Chen using the illusory lotus seed. Through the merging of souls with Hao Chen, this little being had evidently become more stable than when it resided in the ice and fire fruit space. Although diminutive in size, its realm was not insignificant, having reached the peak of the mid-stage of transformation. Yet, in Hao Chen's presence, it still seemed inadequate. Hao Chen then instructed the ice and fire flood dragon to suppress its cultivation, reducing it to the first stage of transformation to contend against Qiu Hai. The intention was to avoid provoking the opponent while exhausting their stamina, thereby seizing the opportunity to acquire the magical treasure. The suppressed little dragon, hovering in the void, radiated an aura that was only slightly inferior to that of Qiu Hai's magical artifact. At this moment, the three of them, Hao Chen, the little dragon, and Qiu Hai, formed a triad of equilibrium in the skies above. As the ice and fire flood dragon appeared, Qiu Hai, seemingly oblivious to its presence, remained unconcerned. After a thunderous roar directed at the heavens, Qiu Hai transformed into a mountain-like figure, charging toward Hao Chen with tremendous force, intent on obliterating the opponent. Huh, little brat. Today I shall demonstrate to you my ultimate killing move, ensuring your soul is shattered. Prepare to perish. Qiu Hai bellowed madly. Die? What a jest. Little dragon. It's your turn now. Extract the old monster from the artifact. In response to Qiu Hai's arrogant roar, Hao Chen coldly urged the Ice and Fire Flood Dragon to act. Upon hearing this, the Ice and Fire Flood Dragon's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the bronze Qilin. Tracing a red arc, it almost instantaneously pierced through the bronze Qilin. The overwhelming pressure shattered the protective magic surrounding the bronze Qilin, landing directly atop its head. In an instant, a brilliant red radiance enveloped the bronze Qilin. The Ice and Fire Flood Dragon unleashed its innate divine ability, conjuring a crimson cage that ensnared the bronze Qilin, and beneath the dual powers of ice and fire, the bronze Qilin emitted a painful roar. The colossal figure, caught in the throes of scorching heat, suddenly experienced a chilling descent into icy coldness. This cycle of extremes caused the bronze Qilin to tremble uncontrollably. Accompanied by anguished cries, the bronze Qilin found itself unable to advance another step, instantly encased in ice. What is happening? Why has my body become ensnared? You little rascal, what have you done to me and my treasured artifact? At this moment, Qiu Hai was filled with dread, utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend what Hao Chen had wrought upon him. Nothing much, merely returning the favor in kind. Did you think you were the only one with treasures? Hao Chen exclaimed with a hearty laugh. While the unity of man and artifact indeed amplifies your magical prowess, I must inform you that your treasure is rather mediocre. Hence, you should realize that once your artifact is restrained, all your divine power will dissipate into mere illusions. This time, your attempt to slay me will surely fail. Today marks your demise. Hao Chen laughed heartily, as the celestial ice-fire dragon above unleashed its dual elemental onslaught with even greater velocity. However, the bronze Qilin began to disintegrate, its form torn apart. The amalgamation of Qiu Hai and the bronze bowl began to separate inch by inch, transforming into fine particles that were gradually consumed by the ice-fire dragon. At this moment, both Qiu Hai and the bronze Qilin emitted cries of despair. No, do not absorb my artifact. You little brat, return my treasure. Qiu Hai shouted hoarsely, desperately attempting to command the ice-fire dragon to cease, yet the dragon paid him no heed. Unfazed by his heart-wrenching pleas, the dragon's voracious appetite only intensified. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty bronze Qilin was completely devoured by the ice-fire dragon, leaving behind only the terrified Qiu Hai. Damn it, you little rascal. You have shattered my bronze bull's magic. Give it back to me. Qiu Hai screamed in near madness. Chapter 752. Enraged fury when Qiu Hai's life-bound artifact was forcefully seized by the ice-fire dragon, despair enveloped him, replaced swiftly by a fierce resolve. Gritting his teeth, he charged at the ice-fire dragon. Just as Qiu Hai intended to unleash his fury upon the dragon, Hao Chen moved. With the demon-slaying hand that had long been prepared, he suddenly struck Qiu Hai, sending him crashing to the ground. In shock, Qiu Hai scrambled to rise and flee. However, Hao Chen was far from finished. With another swift blow, he pinned Qiu Hai once more to the earth, instantly binding him. Spare me. The once arrogant Qiu Hai finally grasped the gravity of his situation, crying out in a plea for mercy. At this juncture, Hao Chen paid no mind to Qiu Hai's entreaties but instead turned his gaze upon the ice-fire dragon, which was toying with the bronze bowl, seemingly reveling in its newfound prize. With a mere thought, Hao Chen summoned both the ice-fire dragon and the bronze bowl into the demon suppression tower. Qiu Hai, now you understand the fear that accompanies your predicament. Do you grasp the vast chasm that lies between us? For a creature as insignificant as you, to conspire against the Yunhai sect is sheer folly. Speak honestly with me. What is the situation on the mountain now, and how many formidable individuals are engaged in the siege? Upon arriving at the foot of the Yunhai sect, I was intercepted by Qiu Hai, and capturing him took no more time than it takes to warm wine and slay Huaxiao. Hao Yin, being unaware of the sect's circumstances, sought to extract valuable information from Qiu Hai after subduing him. The assailants are merely 7 practitioners at the nascent soul stage. Qiu Hai, upon hearing Hao Yin's inquiry, rolled his eyes and replied, hesitating briefly before adding, by the way, if you wish to ascend the mountain, now is the perfect time. With so few attackers, You can easily enter the Yunhai sect. Qiuhai's deceitful gaze revealed his intention to coax Hao Chen into a perilous situation. Observing the ambiguous look in Qiuhai's eyes, Hao Chen hesitated slightly in his response, quickly discerning that Qiuhai was lying. Initially intending to spare his life, Hao Chen's patience waned as he realized Qiuhai continued to deceive him, inciting his wrath. You are already in my grasp, yet you dare to deceive me? It appears you have no desire to live. With a sudden display of power, Hao Chen initiated the soul-searching technique. Witnessing this, Qiuhai instinctively attempted to escape, separating his primordial spirit from his corporeal form. Xiaohong. Hao Chen summoned his contracted beast, the firebird Xiaohong. In an instant, a streak of crimson light surged towards Qiuhai's nascent soul, and within moments, Xiaohong returned to Hao Chen's side, satiated and oblivious to Hao Chen's affairs. Retreating to the demon suppression tower for slumber. Had Qiuhai possessed a more appealing physical form, Hao Chen might have considered refining him into a humanoid puppet. However, Qiuhai's unattractive appearance dissuaded Hao Chen from such an endeavor. Thus, after confiscating Qiuhai's possessions and ensuring the obliteration of his Dantian space, Hao Chen extinguished his life force, leaving behind only a lifeless body. With Qiuhai dispatched, Hao Chen turned his gaze towards Yunhai Peak. During his confrontation with Qiuhai, a subtle strand of divine consciousness emerged from the depths of Yunhai Peak, which Hao Chen sensed. Engaged in battle, he paid it little mind. Through the soul-searching, he confirmed that the location of the Yunhai sect was not as straightforward as it seemed. Given that the divine consciousness originated from Yunhai Peak, it was likely a friend rather than a foe, prompting Hao Chen to dismiss further contemplation. He then shifted his attention to Liu Peak, the area adjacent to the Yunhai sect's entrance where he had resided and trained. At this moment, such a tranquil place was filled with uproar and smoke. It was evident that this location had been seized by the combined forces of the three demonic sects, Huayang sect, Huanyue sect, and the gathered forces of Luoyang. This scene was one Hao Chen had dreaded. Clearly, the allied forces had breached the mountain gates and shattered the protective formations of Liu Peak. Witnessing this, Hao Chen's fury ignited. Suddenly, he seized Qiuhai's remains, channeling his energy to launch Qiuhai's body towards the stronghold occupied by the demonic sects in Luoyang. In an instant, Qiuhai's form floated face down above the heads of the demonic practitioners and the old rogue Luoyang. Listen well, practitioners of the demonic sect, and you old scoundrel Luoyang. I have a gift for you. Upon receiving the gift, he swiftly departed from the Yunhai sect, fleeing for his life. I, Li Tian, shall not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Hao Chen's voice resonated, clear and resonant, echoing across the distance. He was not foolish. Even upon returning to the sect, he would never reveal his true name. Otherwise, it would bring unforeseen calamity to the Yunhai sect. Let us go. Before his words could fade, Hao Chen turned, wrapping his arms around Xiao Yu's waist, and soared towards the mountain gate of the Yunhai sect. Ever since the duel with Qiuhai, Xiao Yu had remained steadfastly by Hao Chen's side. His myriad of strategies had won her admiration, and his omnipresent schemes had captured her heart. With eyes sparkling like stars, Xiao Yu, in that moment, desired nothing more than to be embraced by Hao Chen as they flew together for eternity. That is the corpse of Elder Qiuhai. The onlookers atop the mountain gazed upwards at the lifeless body, suspended in the air. A sharp intake of breath followed. When the commander of the sect's coalition, Yin Tianba, and the rebel Luo Yun, beheld the floating corpse, they were taken aback. Qiuhai's strength was evident. Yin Tianba had deliberately left him behind to fend off reinforcements. Recognizing his formidable power, one man could hold back 1,000. Yin Tianba had trusted Qiuhai to cover their retreat, and aside from his prowess, the unique artifact in his possession was exceedingly mysterious. To be frank, it had taken Qiuhai centuries of cultivation to reach this point. Most of his spiritual energy had been absorbed by the three remnants of souls within his fated artifact. Otherwise, with his extraordinary capabilities, he would have achieved a much higher level of cultivation instead of stagnating at the mid-stage of integration for so long. Without the remnants of the three divine beasts, the one-horned fiend dragon, the fire-devouring green bird, and the ancient bronze Qilin, absorbing his spiritual energy, he might have equaled even the likes of Taiyang Xingzi, or even advanced to the Great Ascension stage. When employing the ancient bronze bowl in battle, his strength could rival that of someone undergoing tribulation, or even someone at the Great Ascension level. Qiuhai could be considered a significant trump card for the demonic sect. This time, He had come to the northern region of the Tianyuan continent at the behest of the sect leader, Tai Shixiao, to search for the whereabouts of the winged blood emperor, sealed a millennium ago in the Qianyuan realm. By chance, he encountered the three sects of the northern region and the Huayang sect, along with the Huanyue sect, assisting Luo Yun in overthrowing the Yunhai sect, which led him to this juncture. Thus, Xiao Hai, eager to seize the opportunity, willingly volunteered to hold the rear. Once the Yunhai sect was conquered, he intended to thoroughly investigate the area. With Xiao Hai's capabilities, he could traverse far and wide. Where could he not go? However, an obscure aura surrounding the Yunhai sect made him wary of taking action too hastily. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hai, the assault on the Yunhai sect by the three sects of the northern region was part of a grand ritual held once every 100 years. It was an agreement orchestrated between Tai Shixiao and the avatar of the Blood Emperor Guanxiu. However, he did not anticipate crossing paths with Hao Chen. Enough. Bring that person down. I do not wish to see him, Yin Tianba commanded coldly. Hao Chen's voice was melodious and unmistakably clear, resonating even atop the peak of Liu Mountain, heard distinctly by Yin Tianba and his companions. Rather than feeling sorrow for Xiao Hai's demise, Yin Tianba was consumed by wrath. Chapter 753. Internal strife. Hao Chen's threat, along with the gift he had delivered, had already incited Yin Tianba's fury. Damn it, having slain the envoy, he dares to present himself willingly. How could I possibly refrain from taking action? In light of this, I shall proceed to eliminate him, Yin Tianba declared with fierce determination. Yu Yang, Su Nan, and Wei Bei, you three elders, go forth and capture Li Tian for me. In his fury, Yin Tianba immediately commanded the three elders to apprehend Li Tian. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward to halt Yin Tianba's actions. Wait a moment. With three elders departing, our manpower here will be insufficient. I implore you to reconsider, Elder Tianba. An elderly man with graying hair and beard urgently interjected. Elder Tianba, even if you intend to eliminate Li Tian, you cannot dispatch all three elders at once. What is that Li Tian to warrant such a grand mobilization? Perhaps we should send just two elders to deal with him. He is but an insignificant insect, lacking any substantial prowess. The defeat of Elder Xiao Hai may well have been due to his overconfidence, or perhaps Li Tian employed some underhanded tactics. I believe two elders would suffice to handle this individual. Indeed, Elder Tianba, you overestimate Li Tian. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly contend with two elders. Let us not allow one individual to disrupt our ranks. Elder Tianba, do not forget that our primary objective this time is to conquer Yunhai sect, not to annihilate it. Should you send away all three elders and Yunhai sect retaliates, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. A golden opportunity should not be squandered due to a minor character, lest we see our efforts of over a month go to waste. If we miss this chance to suppress Yunhai sect, the cost would be too great. The other late-stage nascent soul elders joined in urging Yin Tianba. They were skeptical that the individual claiming to be Li Tian had truly defeated Xiao Hai solely through his own strength, deeming his prowess as ordinary. As they expressed their opinions, Yin Tianba began to perceive some sense in their arguments. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement with their counsel. He raised his gaze to Yu Yang, Su Nan, Wei Bei, and the other elders, saying, Indeed, the elders make valid points. Therefore, let us proceed this way. I shall dispatch two elders to deal with this Li Tian. Following your suggestions, elders Yu Yang and Su Nan, I task you both with capturing Li Tian, while Wei Bei will remain here. With a formidable foe before us, we must prioritize the encirclement of Yunhai sect and not allow minor issues to lead us astray. Sighing, one elder remarked, Brother, you are being overly cautious. Why must both Su Nan and I be involved in dealing with such a mere insect? Either of us alone could easily eliminate that insignificant creature. Yet, for the sake of prudence, Yin Tianba still opted to send both Elder Yu Yang and Elder Su Nan down the mountain to dispatch Li Tian. However, upon hearing this, Elder Yu Yang merely scoffed in disdain. The emaciated old man, with a sinister visage, displayed an expression of disdain. The esteemed ancestor Yu Yang was less than satisfied with Yin Tianba's approach. He scoffed at the suggestion of joining forces with ancestor Sunan to eliminate Li Tian, revealing a hint of pride. Perhaps it would be best if I were to undertake the task of vanquishing Li Tian alone, without the assistance of ancestor Sunan. If you doubt my capabilities, I am willing to pledge my oath to eradicate that scoundrel. Yu Yang contemplated that, despite Li Tian's slaying of Xiao Hai, it was not a matter of great significance in his eyes. His disdain was palpable as he exuded an air of unwavering confidence, appearing as though the task were effortlessly within his grasp. Determined, Ancestor Yuyang resolved to confront Li Tian alone. At that moment, Yin Tianba, upon hearing Yuyang's audacity, perceived a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Had Xiu Hai not perished, the two could have been good friends, both equally proud and presumptuous. Yin Tianba did not acquiesce to Yuyang's challenge. Instead, he shook his head and cautioned, Ancestor Yuyang, do not underestimate the situation. The fact that Li Tian has slain Xiu Hai speaks to his formidable skills. Even if his cultivation is lacking, he may possess extraordinary treasures or otherworldly methods. Should you attempt to apprehend Li Tian alone and fall into his trap, the consequences could be dire. Allow Ancestor Sunan to accompany you, as a precaution and for mutual support. If it turns out that Li Tian is indeed lacking in prowess, then splendid, but if he proves to be a formidable opponent, having Ancestor Sunan by your side would surely enhance your chances of success. Indeed, Ancestor Yuyang, what Brother Tianba says is wise. It is prudent to exercise caution. I shall accompany you, and together, we shall ensure the successful elimination of Li Tian. Before Yin Tianba could finish, Ancestor Sunan interjected, urging Yuyang to reconsider. However, Yuyang did not appreciate their goodwill. Instead, he felt a pang of distrust towards them. With a cold smile, he expressed his displeasure. Very well. I shall heed Brother Tianba's directive. After all, you are the one overseeing this siege against the Yunhai sect. But mark my words. I shall demonstrate how I can single-handedly bring down that arrogant boy. Though he verbally acquiesced to Yin Tianba's command, Ancestor Yuyang's heart was filled with resentment as he coldly acknowledged it. Without further ado, he turned and departed from Liu Peak, unaccompanied, and making his way down the mountain. Meanwhile, Yin Tianba, watching Yuyang's retreating figure, felt a surge of indignation, his gaze sharpened with displeasure. In front of so many witnesses, Yuyang had shown him such disrespect. This left Yin Tianba feeling humiliated, and a seed of resentment began to take root within him. After a moment of suppressing his anger, he let out a cold huff and gestured to Ancestor Sunan, saying, Sunan, you need not follow. Wei Bei, you should go instead and keep a close watch on that rascal Yuyang. As the one in charge of this operation, I fear he might jeopardize our significant mission against the Yunhai sect. Ensure you keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to act recklessly. Although Yuyang is infuriatingly arrogant and defiant, Yin Tianba refrains from retaliating at this moment. Prioritizing the greater good, he opts to let Wei Bei follow along to prevent any mishaps with Yuyang. Understood, Master. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on him. At this moment, upon hearing these words, Wei Bei immediately nodded and gestured to his subordinates. Over 100 members of the demonic sect followed Wei Bei, departing from the falling feather peak and swiftly making their way down the mountain, closely trailing Yuyang. In the blink of an eye, Wei Bei and his contingent of over 100 demonic sect members vanished from sight. Once both Yuyang and Wei Bei had disappeared, Yin Tianba's expression remained far from pleasant. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly, then turned to face the contemplative members of the Yunhai sect. Damn it! A perfectly orchestrated ambush plan has been disrupted by a mere jester. If we delay any further, unforeseen complications may arise. To avoid prolonging the night with lingering dreams, it is time to initiate the attack. Relay my decree. The sect's coalition must prepare for an offensive. Chapter 754. The Execution of the Hand Seal, Part 1. Upon reaching the foot of Yunhai Peak, Hao Chen did not enter the protective formation surrounding the peak, nor did he send a message to the upper echelons of the Yunhai sect regarding his presence. Instead, he abruptly turned towards Falling Feather Peak. Arriving at the base of Falling Feather Peak, he summoned the ladies, each one more enchanting than the last, their formidable cultivation leaving Xiaoyu utterly astonished. After briefly introducing Xiaoyu to the ladies and outlining the current situation, he instructed, listen well, divide into groups of 3, within the span of a stick of incense. Each group shall set up a killing formation to deal with the impending foes. Move out. The group then dispersed, covertly laying down formations at the foot of Falling Feather Peak. Although Hao Chen currently suppressed his own cultivation to the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm, this did not hinder his ability to arrange formations. However, he remained cautious, fully aware that they were up against the elite of the sect coalition. Thus, to ensure stability, Hao Chen established a vast barrier formation beyond the ladies' setups. Once the ladies activated their formations against the enemy, he would initiate the Grand Barrier. Within this domain, Hao Chen could freely impose restrictions. Moreover, he concealed the Qian Kuan furnace as a trump card for unforeseen circumstances, ensuring no sound escaped to prevent reinforcements from the demonic sect or other sections. Just as they completed the formations, Hao Chen felt that everything was in place and intended to soar up to Yunhai Peak. Suddenly, he noticed 2 streaks of light descending from falling Feather Peak, closely followed by over 100 more streaks of light hurtling towards him. The momentum was formidable, and the air was thick with murderous intent, bearing down with an aura of slaughter. Observing this, Hao Chen swiftly tucked Xiao Yu and the ladies into the demon suppression tower, a cold smile gracing his lips. If only 2 individuals were arriving, he surmised that handling them would indeed be a more manageable task. In the blink of an eye, he saw the 2 streaks of light, one leading the other, swiftly arriving before Hao Chen, landing within 10 paces. A towering figure, robust and imposing like a bear, stood alongside a frail old man. Upon assessing their cultivation levels, it became evident that the elderly man's prowess surpassed all, being at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, while the bear-like giant was at the initial stage of the same realm. Their formidable strength was undeniable. In the northern region, such power would command respect and instill fear. These 2 individuals were none other than the esteemed Grand Elder Yu Yang of the Blood Shadow sect, and the second Elder Wei Bei of the Divine Blood sect. As they approached, they halted before Hao Chen, casting cold glances at the young man. The 2 elders furrowed their brows, for the youth before them did not match the description provided by their scouts, nor did he possess the cultivation they had anticipated. Instead, he appeared to be merely at the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm, leading them to question his true identity. Unbeknownst to them, Hao Chen had undergone a transformation in appearance after dispatching Xiu Hai. Who are you, brat? Are you an accomplice of Li Tian? Damn it! I have no desire to engage with you. Summon Li Tian. I demand to see him and let him come forth to face his demise. Grand Elder Yu Yang proclaimed, adopting a posture of superiority and disdain towards Hao Chen. In response, Hao Chen merely smirked, surveying Yu Yang with a frigid gaze. If you wish to see Li Tian, you are not worthy. Here rests the deal. If you can best me, he shall emerge to vanquish you. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to weave a web of deception before Grand Elder Yu Yang. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's ire was ignited, his teeth clenched in anger. What an insolent wretch! To dare act so brazenly before me, you truly court death. Very well, I shall extinguish your life. He snarled, his voice dripping with malice. Without further ado, he leapt towards Hao Chen, intent on obliterating him. Be cautious, there may be a trick, warned second Elder Wei Bei, who sensed something amiss in Hao Chen's aura. However, Grand Elder Yu Yang disregarded the warning, charging towards Hao Chen with the ferocity of a tempest, his presence overwhelming. Given his arrogant nature, he could not tolerate being belittled and had fallen victim to Hao Chen's provocation. Hao Chen, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Foolish mortal, today you shall experience the might of my restrictive formations. With a cold smirk, he activated the first formation. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and immediately, 2 beams of light surged skyward from beneath Yu Yang's feet. In a breathtaking display, these lights folded upon themselves, rapidly forming a barrier that ensnared Grand Elder Yu Yang within the illusionary killing array, encasing him in a transparent dome of energy. With a swift motion, Hao Chen unleashed a fiery orb of Dan flame into the barrier. Upon witnessing this, Yu Yang's expression turned to one of shock, prompting him to attempt to break free from the confines of the barrier. However, before he could make a move, within the confines of the barrier, a sudden transformation occurred. A raging inferno, with the ferocity to scorch the heavens, unexpectedly enveloped the barrier. In an instant, the interior of the barrier transformed into a sea of fiery flames. Oh! The venerable Yu Yang, engulfed within, erupted into a series of terrifying roars. Ah, brother Yu Yang! At that moment, the venerable Wei Bei stood behind him, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Yang found himself ensnared within the formation. Wei Bei, filled with dread, shouted in despair as he lunged towards the barrier, intent on lending a hand to Yu Yang, to breach the barrier and rescue him. Yet, at that precise moment, Hao Chen suddenly activated the formation's domain, enveloping the entire expanse in its grasp. Simultaneously, Hao Chen made his move, having successfully lured Yu Yang into the trap. How could he allow the Great Bear to easily extricate Yu Yang from his predicament? The demon-slaughtering hand. Hao Chen's aura surged as a powerful hand struck towards the venerable Wei Bei, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The imprint of the demon's slaughtering hand descended. Carrying the quintessence of divine power at the 5th level, its pressure magnified 80-fold, distorting the very air as it passed. The sound was akin to silk tearing, reminiscent of porcelain shattering, echoing continuously. At that moment, as Wei Bei prepared to intervene and rescue the trapped Yu Yang, he was suddenly confronted by the oncoming handprint. Wei Bei sensed the formidable power of the imprint and was inwardly alarmed. Even though he was an early-stage transformation god, he did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately unleashed his protective power, fortifying himself in haste. Bang! Hao Chen's demon-slaughtering hand collided with the venerable Wei Bei. Like a shooting star, Wei Bei was sent hurtling away. Even with timely defenses, he was still propelled by the 80-fold gravitational pressure exerted by Hao Chen. With a single strike, he was cast several paces away, finally managing to come to a halt. Hao Chen regarded the great bear, Wei Bei, merely as a test subject. The force of his strike was calibrated according to Wei Bei's cultivation level. This was Hao Chen's inaugural attempt at applying the effects of divine power through palm techniques. Although the great bear Wei Bei was flung several paces away, his body suffered minimal injury. Once he regained his footing, he merely felt a fleeting lightness in his breath. His power momentarily chaotic and difficult to harmonize. Even in his early transformation god form, he sustained slight internal injuries under Hao Chen's palm, though not severe. It rendered him unable to consolidate his power for the time being. Having been bested in a single exchange and sent flying by a youth, Wei Bei felt utterly humiliated. What transformation god would not possess an inflated sense of pride? Such a blow was simply unacceptable. Chapter 755, The Imprint of Simulation, Part 2. The venerable Wei Bei was truly enraged, akin to a great bear in fury. Roar! His entire visage turned a shade of iron blue due to his seething anger. A murderous intent surged in his eyes, transforming him into a creature more ferocious than the great bear itself. At this moment, Hao Chen, utilizing the swift flying step, descended from the confines of the formation and landed several paces before the venerable Wei Bei. Upon encountering the venerable ancestor of Wei Bei, whose physical form appeared unscathed, Hao Chen revealed a faint smile, indicating that the outcome of the experiment was indeed promising. He paid no heed to the seething anger radiating from the ancestor. Humph. Do you believe that those whom I have ensnared can be easily liberated without my consent? You dare to rescue them without my approval? Is there no law left to uphold? The towering figure of the ancestor continued. You may attempt your rescue, great bear, but it will depend on your prowess. Should you manage to vanquish me, you may save them at your discretion. Otherwise, this opportunity shall remain forever beyond your grasp. With a flourish of bravado, the ancestor declared, Very well, let me demonstrate the true extent of my abilities. Infuriated by Hao Chen's arrogance, the ancestor's power surged forth, erupting from within as if a volcano had burst into life. The fierce energy radiated from his being, overwhelming the space around them. With a thunderous roar, the ancestor underwent a visible transformation. His form expanded dramatically, towering over 10 feet in height, emanating an aura of dread that engulfed the surroundings. Even Hao Chen, who had mastered the art of deception, found himself momentarily shaken by the sheer might of this giant's released energy. He staggered back several paces before regaining his composure and steadiness of mind. At this juncture, a grave expression settled upon Hao Chen's face. In the realm of the Yuan Dan, during his fierce battles in the Valley of Immortal Sorrow against the blood-poisoned young master Zheng Yuan, Zheng had conjured illusory images using his vital essence to engage in combat. Similarly, in the realm of the transformation god, amidst the bloodshed against the bald monstrosity Ouyang Lai and Cold Moon Ridge, Ouyang had employed demonic illusions to wage war. Both Zheng Yuan and Ouyang Lai belonged to the demonic sect, manifesting illusions that, while each possessing their unique intricacies, ultimately required time to solidify. However, the transformation of the venerable ancestor of Wei Bei was corporeal, akin to a demonic entity, and undeniably formidable. Hao Chen, utilizing the innate powers of his Xiaohao bloodline, could also manifest a physical form at will. Previously, in the depths of the Black Iron Tree Forest, he had transformed into a golden body while battling the black demon Jiao. Whether through illusionary images or innate divine transformations into a giant, both bore temporal limitations. Once a certain duration was reached, the conjured images or powers would dissipate and revert to their original state. When faced with the being before him, Hao Chen deemed it unnecessary to assume a similar giant form, believing he could effortlessly overpower him. Even as the ancestor unleashed his divine transformation, Hao Chen appeared unfazed. At this moment, the ancestor gazed down upon the diminutive Hao Chen, who seemed as insignificant as an ant, his eyes gleaming with a cruel and tyrannical glint. "Humph, you insignificant insect. How dare you provoke me today? I shall ensure your demise, reducing you to mere flesh beneath my feet. Prepare to perish." With a furious roar, the ancestor lifted his foot, aiming to crush Hao Chen beneath his might. At this moment, Hao Chen felt that the manifestation of the ancestor of Weibei was not merely a foot, but rather a towering mountain. Consequently, upon sensing its immense strength, he dared not be reckless. With a swift motion, he retreated, escaping the range where his opponent's foot would land. Boom! As Hao Chen evaded, the ancestor of Weibei's foot struck heavily upon the ground. Crack! The earth split open, revealing a web of intricate fissures. Had he not dodged in time, even Hao Chen would have been unable to withstand such a devastating blow. Witnessing this scene, his expression grew increasingly grave. The ancestor of Weibei, so ferocious and formidable in combat, clearly offered no chance of victory. Seizing the moment while Hao Chen was still in shock, the ancestor's fist suddenly descended upon him, its ferocity rivaling that of the earlier kick. Again, Hao Chen dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly leaped into the air, evading another violent punch from his opponent, as yet another lethal strike from the ancestor missed its mark. "Damn it, you insignificant little insect. If you have the courage, face me head-on." The ancestor of Weibei, driven to madness by rage, had failed to land 2 consecutive attacks on Hao Chen, which only fueled his fury. At this moment, the ancestor resembled a frenzied beast, stomping earth-shaking steps in pursuit of Hao Chen's form. His fists rained down like a tempest, mercilessly and indiscriminately. Under such relentless blows, Hao Chen dared not take them directly, resorting instead to constant evasions. He calculated the duration for which the massive ancestor could sustain this form. Despite the ferocity of the ancestor's punches, their overwhelming power failed to ensnare Hao Chen's shadow. The gravitational pressure exerted by the ancestor's manifestation had no effect on him. Thus, he felt no burden while dodging. As he toyed with the ancestor, Hao Chen's mind was intent on discovering the manifestation's weaknesses. He observed that the ancestor, although immense, lacked agility in movement. The speed of the ancestor's transformed form was notably inadequate, rendering it incomparable to Hao Chen's evasive maneuvers. While the might of the ancestor was unparalleled, its slowness was glaring. "Have you had your fun, Big Bear? It is now my turn to showcase my talents. You may take a breather." Having discerned the opponent's weaknesses, Hao Chen wasted no time, ascending into the void. "Dailin, Li Yuan, come forth." With a mere thought, the 2 women suddenly emerged from the space of the demon-suppressing tower. "I shall provide you with protection. You 2 must learn how to counter the manifestation." The reason for summoning them was that Dailin possessed extensive combat experience, while Li Yuan, despite her lower cultivation, was the only one among the women who had reached the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm at nearly 18 years of age. However, Li Yuan had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation since reaching the mid-stage of the Yuan Dan realm at 16. She hailed from the Li family, a sect affiliated with the Kunhe sect in the Tianmu continent, though she was not a direct descendant, but rather a member of a collateral branch. In the confines of her home, Li Runin was the cherished jewel of her parents, yet upon entering the clan, she became merely a talented individual who received slightly better treatment than the average person. Despite her innate gifts that enabled her to join the clan for cultivation, her progress stagnated after her arrival, leading to her gradual neglect by others. At this moment, the patriarch of Weibei observed the departure of Hao Chen with a mix of bewilderment, when suddenly, 2 figures, wafting a fragrant breeze, descended upon his head. The patriarch intended to turn and strike out in anger, but as he moved, the 2 women rapidly descended, landing on either side of his back. With a sudden burst of energy, Dailin unleashed a punch directed at the left side of the patriarch's waist, utilizing her late-stage nascent soul strength. Simultaneously, Runin channeled her pent-up fury from being marginalized by her family and wronged in the secret realm into a strike at the right side of the patriarch's waist with her mid-stage essence Dan power. The swift actions of the 2 women produced 3 distinct sounds. One echoed with rage, another with a cathartic crash, and the last resonated with painful intensity. In this area, which could be deemed the patriarch's blind spot, both women delivered their heavy blows, and the sounds alone indicated their respective strengths. Dailin's punch resonated with a thunderous boom, while Runin's produced a series of dull thuds. The patriarch of Weibei, upon receiving the assault from both Dailin and Runin, let out a piercing scream of agony. Despite his massive, mountain-like form, He involuntarily leaned forward under the impact of their strikes. The force of the two violent women sent him staggering several feet back. Yet he managed to regain his footing, though his colossal feet sank deeply into the ground. Chapter 756. The two women honed their skills. The path of the Weibei patriarch was left in disarray. Although he had steadied himself and did not fall, his gigantic frame quivered incessantly. At his waist, two asymmetrical wounds marred his flesh, both charred and bloodied from the assault. Even with his formidable size and seemingly ironclad resilience, he could not withstand the might of the two women's blows. The patriarch, in his initial transformation into the god transformation stage, had experienced a significant surge in power, yet it remained merely that of the god transformation level. At this moment, his robust waist bore the unmistakable marks of symmetrical injuries, blood erupting from the wounds. Roaring in fury after regaining his balance, the patriarch turned to the void where Hao Chen and his companions lingered. His murderous intent surged, blood staining his eyes, as a savage rage emanated from his gaze, filled with a fierce desire for vengeance. Clearly, the humiliation inflicted by these two seemingly fragile women had ignited a profound wrath within him. With both his physical form and dignity subjected to a dual assault, he was consumed by a wild fury, exclaiming in outrage, "Ah, disgrace! I shall not rest until I have slain you." The echoes of his furious declaration reverberated within the confines of the formation set by Hao Chen. Before his words had fully dissipated, disregarding his injuries, the patriarch lunged toward Hao Chen and his companions, propelled by an overwhelming force that seemed destined to wreak havoc upon the world. As Hao Chen beheld the formidable manifestation of the Weibei ancestor, exuding an aura of overwhelming power and displaying a countenance of wild fury, he remained unfazed, his expression tranquil, revealing a hint of an enigmatic smile. In contrast, Dailin and Runin were utterly astonished. Hao Chen, with a derisive chuckle, gazed at the Weibei ancestor's manifestation, entirely indifferent to its colossal presence. "Fear not. He merely performs for your amusement," he remarked casually, gesturing towards the two women. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Hao Chen unleashed a formidable gravitational pressure, a divine force of immense weight that would catch even the most vigilant off guard. A resounding thud echoed as the Weibei ancestor's manifestation crashed to the ground. "Ah!" The ancestor let out a woeful cry as he fell, creating a deep crater that rivaled his own towering stature. Before he could regain his footing, water from below surged to fill the pit. Despite possessing the might to devastate the heavens and the weight of his fists, even the mid-stage nascent soul power he wielded could not withstand the pressure of the domain. At that moment, Dailin and Runin erupted into laughter at the sight of the Weibei ancestor struggling in the deep pit, their amusement unrestrained. Once Hao Chen retracted his pressure, the ancestor, resembling a drenched chicken, emerged from the pit. The first act of their performance concluded. Abruptly, Hao Chen shimmered with radiant light, almost instantaneously appearing before the Weibei ancestor's manifestation. Before the ancestor could register his presence, Hao Chen delivered a swift strike and returned to the women's side, whispering about the art of kicking a man when he's down. Seizing the moment the ancestor climbed out of the pit, Hao Chen struck him back down, simultaneously sapping 70% of his strength. As the hapless figure struggled to rise, a flurry of striking hands and fists rained down upon him. This playful torment left the Weibei ancestor utterly exhausted, while the two women glistened with perspiration. After indulging in their amusement, the trio ceased their antics, allowing the ancestor to extricate himself from the pit. Wary of rising too swiftly, a snake bitten once fears the rope for 3 years. Upon standing, the Weibei ancestor swiftly distanced himself from the pit. Seizing the opportunity while he remained disoriented and drenched, the two women unleashed their powers, engaging in an unrelenting barrage against the early-stage transformation ancestor. This time, Hao Chen merely served as a guardian. As the women exhausted their magical energy, he produced elixirs, the essence of 10,000-year-old stone bamboo, to replenish their strength. With each bout of exertion, they consumed the revitalizing elixirs, gradually enhancing their cultivation through the fierce skirmish. The Weibei ancestor, witnessing this, attempted to counterattack repeatedly, only to find his efforts thwarted. Occasionally, when the two women perceived futility in their assault, they would momentarily retreat, their antics almost playful in nature. As the three engaged in this relentless wheel of combat, the Weibei ancestor, possessing the early-stage transformation strength, could not shake off a sense of foreboding. Scanning his surroundings with his divine awareness, he noted only the two women watching him with playful smiles. Indeed, they were fatigued. Meanwhile, Hao Chen had vanished from sight, undoubtedly employing his agility to conceal himself in the blind spot beside the ancestor. Thus, the astounded ancestor of Weibei's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately unleashed his true essence, manifesting a protective aura around himself, hoping to withstand an imminent attack from Li Tian. Just as the Weibei ancestor's divine form surged with power, firmly guarding his body, a streak of light appeared behind him with an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Hao Chen materialized behind the Weibei ancestor's divine form, observing the latter's unguarded state, protected only by his aura. A smirk crept onto Hao Chen's lips, revealing a chilling smile. Even with the strength to shake mountains, you possess no chance of victory in a confrontation with me. Before his words could fade, a murderous intent erupted from Hao Chen. At that moment, the magical energy surrounding him surged like boiling water, causing his body to swell. The sight of a colossal, diamond-like body, surpassing that of the Weibei ancestor's divine form, left Dailin and Runin astounded. The divine form is a practitioner's innate supernatural ability, allowing for a tremendous increase in size, while the divine image is a corporeal manifestation formed from true essence. The might emanating from Hao Chen's manifested form was beyond description. After accumulating his strength, the next instant saw Hao Chen's divine body lunging toward the Weibei divine form. He swung a massive fist, channeling 30% of his magical energy, delivering a tremendous blow to the Weibei ancestor's divine form. The force of such a punch was earth-shattering, compressing the air into a distorted shape. The fist, propelled by incredible speed and power, ignited with flames, the sound of its impact roaring like thunder. This time, the Weibei ancestor's divine form was unable to evade the attack. Even though he sensed something amiss behind him, the sheer size of his form hindered his reaction. He could only brace himself, urging his protective energy to withstand Hao Chen's strike. Yet, despite his frantic efforts to fortify his protective aura, he found himself incapable of resisting the devastating blow from Hao Chen. Even the Weibei ancestor's formidable protective energy was no match for the previous onslaught from the two women. In an instant, Hao Chen, with the force of a thunderbolt, shattered the Weibei ancestor's protective aura. His fist struck heavily against the massive body of the Weibei ancestor's divine form. The explosive sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, deafening in its intensity. The Weibei ancestor let out a piercing scream. Accompanying his cry, the colossal, mountain-like form of his divine image did not get cast away. Instead, Hao Chen's fist energy pierced through his chest, creating a gaping hole. The Weibei ancestor's divine form ultimately collapsed under this grievous assault. In the blink of an eye, his divine form erupted in a dazzling light, and the enormous body disintegrated amidst the chaotic brilliance. Simultaneously, Hao Chen retracted his divine form, revealing the true appearance of the Weibei ancestor. Upon regaining his original form, the ancestor's aura appeared utterly depleted, lacking the former grandeur he once possessed. Within less than 3 breaths, the Weibei ancestor staggered, swayed, and fell to the ground. After collapsing to the ground, the venerable ancestor of Weibei struggled for a moment before succumbing to an eerie silence. His legs gave way, rendering him utterly limp, as if he had crossed into the realm of death, lying motionless upon the earth. Following the devastating strike from Hao Chen, he was unequivocally finished. Before he could even attempt to escape with his primordial spirit, Hao Chen swiftly ensnared him within the demon suppression tower, sealing him away. Chapter 757. Not a single one left behind. The disciples of the demon sect, who had accompanied the Weibei ancestor down the mountain, were left far behind. It was only after a fragrant incense stick had burned down that they gradually gathered at the foot of Liu Peak. They watched intently as the Weibei ancestor fought valiantly within the barrier, yet they were powerless to assist him. What was even more astonishing was the sight of the seemingly invincible Weibei ancestor being defeated by the young man before them. The disciples were left dumbfounded, each at a loss for words. They could scarcely fathom that a distinguished ancestor at the initial stage of transformation could be bested by this unknown youth. Alas, how could this be? The Weibei ancestor has fallen? Who is this young man, and how can he possess such formidable strength? The air was thick with gasps of disbelief. As the realization set in, they instinctively began to retreat, distancing themselves from the barrier. Just as the disciples of the demon sect were grappling with their shock, the barrier suddenly vanished. Hao Chen, indifferent to these insignificant beings, had no intention of letting them go. He abruptly summoned the women with a wave of his hand. Not a single one left, he declared, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. The women surged forth like a swift strike, engaging the enemy with precision. Those at the nascent soul stage shielded the practitioners of the Yuan Dan realm, while the mighty at the transformation stage safeguarded their allies at the nascent soul level. In a matter of moments, as Hao Chen surveyed the scene, the women began to meticulously cleanse the battlefield. Suddenly, a colossal noise erupted from the barrier imprisoning the ancestor Yuyang, followed by a violent tremor. Just as this turmoil unfolded behind him, an enraged voice reverberated through the air. "Damn it, you little brat. How dare you confine me? This is utterly unforgivable. I will ensure your demise is far from pleasant, scattering your very soul." With that furious outburst, a streak of light shot forth, hovering in the air. At this moment, although Hao Chen did not turn around, he could sense through his consciousness that the ancestor Yuyang had managed to break free from the array that had ensnared him. Having been trapped within the constraints, the ancestor had finally shattered the formation. Yet, upon witnessing this, Hao Chen felt neither alarm nor disappointment. Rather, it seemed entirely within his expectations. In truth, when he had initially confined the ancestor Yuyang, he never intended to eliminate him through the array's power. His aim was merely to detain him for a brief period. The fact that he had managed to hold him for this long was already quite commendable. At the very least, it had afforded him ample time to allow the Weibei ancestor to serve as a sparring partner for Dailin and Runin, exhausting him before seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. "You all gather together and support one another, safeguard me," Hao Chen instructed the women swiftly. "We are merely spectators, watching the show. As for the matter of safeguarding, we shall not concern ourselves with it," they retorted. "If you cannot win, do not even think about climbing onto Sister Dailin's bed." Haha, little Chui teased playfully. The other women erupted in laughter upon hearing her words. "If I don't teach you a lesson, won't you become even more mischievous?" Dailin's face flushed crimson as she chased after little Chui, attempting to strike her. After giving instructions to the ladies, Hao Yin observed the furious ancestor Yuyang with an air of nonchalance, a playful smile gracing his lips, before finally speaking. "Not bad. You've managed to extricate yourself from the formation so swiftly. It seems you possess some skill after all. Aside from being a bit foolish, you are not entirely without merit," Hao Yin remarked, teasing ancestor Yuyang. "What? You little brat, dare you mock me? You have no idea who you're dealing with." Ancestor Yuyang, already boiling with rage, was further incensed by Hao Yin's taunts and the recollection of being trapped in the formation. His anger nearly caused him to combust, distorting his face in fury. In a moment of distraction, he stumbled into the void, narrowly stabilizing himself, standing a good 10 zhang away from Hao Yin, pointing an accusatory finger at him. He was about to unleash a tirade when he realized Ancestor Weibei was nowhere to be found, leaving him utterly astonished. "What happened? Where is Ancestor Weibei? What have you done to him, you little brat?" "What have I done? Isn't it obvious? Why not take a look for yourself?" Hao Yin replied coldly. He cast a disdainful glance at Ancestor Yuyang, as if regarding a simpleton. The more Ancestor Yuyang perceived Hao Yin's contempt, the more his eyes widened in fury. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Hao Yin with an icy gaze. "You little scoundrel, not only have you trapped me, but you have also resorted to treacherous means to eliminate my disciple. I cannot let this go unpunished. Today, you shall surely die," Ancestor Yuyang proclaimed, raising his head to fixate on Hao Yin, vowing vengeance. Boom. Ancestor Yuyang ceased his words and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Hao Yin, a vast surge of energy rushing forth in an instant. The very fabric of the void seemed to tear asunder, causing the earth to tremble violently. A destructive aura pervaded the atmosphere, reducing mountains and trees to mere dust beneath that single strike. Ancestor Yuyang's actions were swift, especially upon realizing Hao Yin had slain Ancestor Weibei. He reacted immediately, launching the first assault. A cultivator of the transformation god stage exuded an overwhelming power, as though the entire realm belonged to him. Under such immense pressure, Hao Yin felt his movements slow considerably, though this was merely his perception. Despite Ancestor Yuyang appearing to be in the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, his defiance against Yin Tianba suggested that he was not merely reliant on his outward cultivation. That palm strike was astonishingly formidable. This man must perish. After delivering the strike, Ancestor Yuyang showed no signs of pausing and continued his assault. Boom. A barrage of immensely powerful spells surged towards Hao Yin. Ancestor Yuyang was determined to obliterate this young man completely, hoping to rid himself of the hatred and deep-seated fear within. Hao Chen found himself in a precarious position. It was hardly surprising, given that he had suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the Yuan Dan realm. If one were to rely on the prowess of the martial emperor or the formidable powers of the Great Ascension realm, it could be asserted that even the most formidable of Ancestor Yuyang would fall short against a single strike from Hao Chen. Hao Chen, with intent, sought to provide the ladies with a training partner, allowing them to engage in a bout while he feigned vulnerability, only to later unleash the enjoyment of overpowering those at the divine transformation stage, with the likes of Ziyu and Shaner, who were in the late stage of Yuan Dan. Hao Chen deftly evaded attacks. The disparity in realms was an undeniable chasm, rendering further explanation unnecessary. Soon, several significant wounds adorned his form, blood streaming forth, and a trickle of crimson escaped his lips. Had he been a mere Yuan Dan cultivator, he would have perished countless times over by now. Power surged from his 5 dantians, and it felt as though the very blood within him was on the verge of igniting. Though injured, these were merely superficial wounds, and he deliberately refrained from healing. A fully realized cultivator could recover from such injuries in mere moments. However, at this moment, Hao Chen's mental state was unprecedentedly robust. Faced with a formidable foe, a desperate attitude was imperative to turn the tide. Chapter 758, Forbidden Techniques, Part 1, Dinner Time. With a mere thought, the demon morning sword materialized in Hao Chen's grasp. As he summoned the sword, a tremendous battle intent erupted from his being. Old dog, prepare to meet your end. Though his wounds still bled, he swung the sword and soared into the air, charging towards Ancestor Yuyang. Ancestor Yuyang was utterly astounded. He could not fathom that, in a situation where he had held nothing back, this individual still possessed the capacity to retaliate. Yet, he also sensed the overwhelming fervor of battle radiating from his opponent and coldly remarked, "A cornered beast fights back, but today, you shall surely perish." With that, Ancestor Yuyang drew forth a treasured sword, shimmering with a chilling light and exuding a powerful aura. "Let me show you what a true treasure is," Ancestor Yuyang sneered, advancing towards Hao Chen with the sword in hand. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as the long sword in Ancestor Yuyang's hand shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "This is impossible. This is a genuine heavenly-grade treasure," Ancestor Yuyang exclaimed in shock. Nevertheless, his movements remained unaffected as he struck a palm towards Hao Chen's chest. Despite his evident astonishment and burgeoning fear, he sought to exploit this moment to deceive Hao Chen. In a life-and-death struggle, one must employ every trick in the book. Hao Chen let out a cold shout and met Ancestor Yuyang's palm with one of his own. Boom! The collision of palms resonated through the air with a thunderous sound. "Did you not intend to deceive me with a false treasure? Allow me to conjure a trick of my own." Feigning weakness from the impact, Hao Chen utilized the force of the rebound to propel himself backward, secretly transferring a strand of blood poison into Ancestor Yuyang's body, allowing him to nurture it. Wow! Ancestor Yuyang's body also flew backward, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, while Hao Chen bore a slight crimson stain at the corner of his mouth. "I can't hold on any longer. You all must hold the line for me while I recover my strength to continue the fight." As Hao Chen departed from the battlefield, the women, upon witnessing their man in such a wretched state, could no longer contain themselves and rushed to confront the elder Yuyang. The elder Yuyang, beset by these formidable women, some of whom possessed the strength of spirit transformation and integration realms, found himself in dire straits. "You lack the chivalry of cultivators, daring to gang up on me. Very well, I shall not hold back," he snarled through clenched teeth. Immediately, he unleashed his magical prowess, causing an ominous energy to surge forth from his being. A colossal spectral soul beast abruptly materialized beside him. Observing this spectacle from a distance, Hao Chen furrowed his brow. He recognized this aura and magical essence, reminiscent of the soul beasts conjured by Qiuhai using the ancient bronze bowl. "Return at once." Hao Chen urgently transmitted a message to the women. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards them, without hesitation, and drew them into the demon suppression tower. Rapidly, he perused the teachings of Xiaohao, seeking relevant spells. Illusions? At that moment, he identified the illusionary magic, recalling that the Xiaohao legacy contained information on such sorcery. This was a dark attribute spell cultivated by practitioners of the shadow arts. Known also as dark incantations, this form of magic relied on hand seals, combined with magical energy. To manifest illusions, an undeniably lethal tool for unseen assassinations. Illusions had once thrived in this world. The training of illusionists differed markedly from that of other cultivators. It necessitated a profound soul force, or spiritual consciousness, which only the exceptionally strong could harness to practice and form seals. Illusionists had once flourished in Tianyuan continent, but eventually succumbed to madness, leading to collective insanity that nearly eradicated all life on the continent. Along with the emergence of soul beasts, those illusionists, under the control of these beasts, lost their true nature, becoming mere instruments of slaughter. The overwhelming power of the illusionists had unleashed a tempest of bloodshed across Tianyuan continent. It was only through the united efforts of countless sects that they were ultimately vanquished, and all knowledge pertaining to their arts was obliterated. Since then, illusion magic was deemed as taboo as that of dark cultivators, labeled forbidden in the Qianyuan realm. Any exposure of one's practice of illusions would invite relentless pursuit by righteous cultivators. Recognizing the dark illusion magic, Hao Chen inadvertently voiced his thoughts. The elder Yuyang was taken aback and turned his gaze towards Hao Chen, astonished. The fact that Hao Chen could identify the name of his spell left him utterly amazed. What a perceptive lad. I did not expect you to articulate the name of my magic. How did you come to know of its origins? The elder inquired, adopting a demeanor of humble curiosity, intrigued by Hao Chen's insight into his arcane arts. Hao Chen merely smiled, then retorted, "You inquire of me. Yet I find myself wishing to question you instead. From what source did you acquire this rudimentary dark illusion technique? It appears as nothing more than a haphazard display. In comparison to genuine illusionary arts, it resembles the trivial tricks of a street performer." This marked Hao Chen's first encounter with illusionary techniques. He feigned understanding merely to elicit information. His intent was to provoke, seeking to uncover the origins of the technique in question. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor Yuyang erupted in furious indignation, exclaiming, "You insolent child! What do you know? How could you comprehend the profound intricacies of illusionary arts? This technique was obtained at the cost of near death in a place of great fortune in my youth. It is a unique system, unparalleled in the world, with a complete lineage of transmission." Hao Chen's words struck a nerve, inciting Yuyang's ire. Without uttering another word, Yuyang's eyes blazed with cold fury as he immediately began to chant an incantation. In an instant, the dark energy swirling around him surged violently. As the dark energy swirled and danced, the shadowy figure of a soul demon beast gradually solidified into the form of a colossal soul demon ape. Though merely an apparition, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a corporeal entity, exuding an aura indistinguishable from that of a true beast, equally savage and imbued with a chilling, lethal intent. With a thunderous roar, as the soul demon ape took shape, it unleashed a mighty cry and charged at Hao Chen with ferocious speed. Unwilling to underestimate the threat, Hao Chen immediately summoned his magical energy, enveloping himself in a protective shield. "Humph, at best, this is nothing more than a paltry street performance," he taunted Yuyang. Though inwardly he vowed, "Should you seek to extinguish me with this technique, you are merely lost in a dream. Old fool, witness how I shall bring about your demise."